Chapter 51, Black Crusade 10-4 The Greater Good. Black Crusade 10.4. The Greater Good. The road to hell is paved with good intentions. And engraved upon each stone are the words for the greater good. Words attributed to the Emperor of Mankind, M30. Listen closely, my sons, for these are the last orders you will hear from me for a long, long time. I am dying. My soul is dying. The father of the Imperium, my father, is seated half dead upon the golden throne, trapped in an eternal torment from which there is no escape. The ideals for which we fought stand broken, corrupted, and soon they will be utterly forgotten. The Space Marine legions are divided into formations no bigger than small companies because Horus' betrayal proved too many of us couldn't be trusted with power. Everything I wanted to avoid by taking the mantle of the executioner has come to pass. The Golden Saga is dead, my sons. And the reason it was sent to an early grave is because I failed to kill Horus. I abandoned the walls of Terra because I thought that if I struck the traitor armada before the grand battle, the chances of killing the arch-traitor would be better than by waiting behind Dorne's ramparts. I was wrong. It was a mistake. As unused as the Vilka Fenrika are to fighting macro-scale sieges, we could have fought it and forced the traitor legions to pay a far heavier price in blood and resources than they lost in our failed ambush. Sometimes you have to be the bait before the enemy you hunt realizes the jaws of your maw are about to snap upon his neck. Sometimes it's better to think about efficiency and the harsh needs of duty rather than the tails. Keep this in mind, my sons. The siege may be over, but there will be other sieges. The scouring may be over, but there will be other galactic wars. And there are always painful lessons waiting for us before other victories are commemorated here. It will fall to you to win these wars while I'm away. My soul is dying at the idea of the torment my father, the father of all, is enduring even as we speak. I failed in my primary duty. I failed to kill one of his greatest enemies. That he was one of my brothers is no excuse at all. This is why I'm leaving this world for a dangerous quest. My failures and poor strategies have led mankind and the Imperium into such a situation. It is up to me, the guilty party, to solve the problem. Far beyond the edge of reality, a place where the impossible can be achieved exists. The legends call it the Tree of Life, but we know it as Yggdrasil. It is a small hope, but assuming it really exists, protected from our enemies, this is our best hope to restore everything which was destroyed and burned by the terrible betrayals of my brothers. I am leaving, soul broken, life and honor in tatters. But I promise you, my sons, I am not abandoning you. Not now. Not ever. I assure you, my lord, the rumors the Space Wolves have gotten complacent after eradicating the traitor forces are exactly that, rumors. Under the direction of their new Great Wolf, the Space Marines have begun a massive effort to rebuild the orbital defenses. I estimate the orbital grid has received a 300% increase in firepower. And this is just the beginning. Per several pacts negotiated in haste with important forge worlds of the region, the system will receive no less than 5 brand new Romulized starforts within a century. The entire outer system is being covered in space mines, with only narrow corridors around the Mandeville points permitting safe translations. The security around these zones has been improved, and save our ships and those personally invited by the chapter, there aren't many starships which aren't at risk of being fired upon by a trigger-happy Astartes. When this military build-up will be over, I estimate this system will be one of the most heavily defended in space, with only Holy Terra easily surpassing it. Assuming an enemy managed to break through somehow, the worst obstacles would lie ahead of them, not behind. Disregarding the fact the Great Wolf has ordered that at least 2 of his great companies are to garrison Fenris at any given time, a significant number of anti-starship guns have been placed in the mountains of Asaheim. The landing zones the heretics used for their previous invasion have been heavily mined and quantities of traps and kill zones are prepared, their nature making sure they will be operational for centuries. And then there is Fenris itself. I assure you, my lord, any idea you may have about the dangers presented by the megafauna of this world is inferior to the reality. The packs of giant wolves are of course common, but anything approaching a source of water must be wary of titan-sized krakens, thunderhawk-sized drakes, and other monstrous beasts. Then there is the fact no force which isn't fully equipped in void-sealed armors can survive in an environment when the temperatures at night easily reach -65 degrees Celsius, during spring. I know this violates more or less every edict written by the noble Primarch Guillemon in the Codex Astartes. I know this has created much worry and anger among the Senatorum Imperialis. I don't think the Space Wolves care. If the Thousand Sons ever return, it is the solemn oath of the Fenris-born Space Marines that they receive a hellish welcome. And judging by the ardor with which they're directing the military programs, I don't doubt for a second they will fulfill their promises. Extract of the report of Serenity Belisarius, Primus Navigator of House Belisarius, written approximately 50 years after the Battle of the Fang, M32. In my humble opinion, the best defense is always an aggressive offense. The enemy won't accomplish its objectives if it is too busy fending off your attacks. Words attributed to Admiral Fritz von Bittenfeld, 309 M35. Law of War Number 1, don't invade Fenris. There are victories that will never be worth the billions of men you will lose in the endeavor. Attributed to Horace Lupercal, 001M31. Never corner a wolf in its lair. Fenrisian proverb. Do not land on Fenris unless you love death world fauna, hellishly cold temperatures, blizzards, and constant snowfall. What I am saying. Don't come to Fenris unless you wish to die on one of the 13 most dangerous death worlds of the Imperium. I could tell you there's nothing waiting for you but a frozen grave, but human meat and bones are delicacies the Fenrisian megafauna do not let go to waste. Anonymous Rogue Trader, M33. Segmentum Solar. Sol Sector. Sol System. Holy Terra. The Oniric Realm. 0.600.310 M35. 299 hours before the mark of oblivion. Thought for the day, step not from the path of the Emperor. Primarch Omegan. His arrival is unexpected. The old man wearing a simple brown robe and a laurel of braided leaves upon his head does not show any emotion, of course, but the way his face flinches for half a second is enough for a Primarch's eyes. Omegan. Father. There is silence. It gives him a few heartbeats to examine his surroundings. It isn't what he imagined. The realm looks like an artist's refuge, with paintings, sculptures, and numerous other forms of artwork. They all have one thing in common, however: close to completion they stand here, unfinished, mere hours away from becoming something extraordinary. Instead they are merely superb, and incomplete. I am surprised the Cabal still had some of the old Eldar artifacts allowing you to do this. The being who is known to most of the galaxy as the God Emperor muses as he remains on his seat, his millennia-old face showing visible exhaustion. I shouldn't be, of course. Those traitors had a gift for finding exactly the worst weapons of Xenos and human history and turning them against their creators. The Cabal was misguided. The last Primarch of the Alpha Legion admits. The Cabal was one of the most useful groups of idiots working for the parasites of the Immaterium, his genitor corrects bluntly. If they weren't already dead, their extermination would be high on my list of priorities today. Their idea could have worked, they just ignored certain things you have done and... Omegan. The eyes are golden now, and a tiny pulse of power, one sufficient to let him feel again the pain his real body is constantly experiencing, now washes over him. No matter how noble or easy it might sound, the voice is conversational and yet at the same time implacable. The Cabal was wrong, much like the half-sane cybernetic intelligences which tried to justify their revolt were. Humanity didn't create the infernal corruption I am keeping at bay with the Astronomicon. And as the self-proclaimed protector of mankind, I see no reason why our species should sacrifice itself when others with far more guilt burdening their souls have not done anything to repair their mistakes. And what are your plans now? The First Lord of the Alpha Legion asks. Beyond delaying the inevitable, I mean. Old hands clasped together. I am not in the habit of revealing my plans to oath-breakers and traitors. There is no coldness in his genitor's voice, but the rebuke is clear. The Primarch tries to think of an angle of approach for his next series of questions, but as the realm's master refuses to meet his eyes, it seems he will have to improvise, again. Did you love us, Father? Of course, the Emperor smiles. Teaching you, learning your joys and experiencing your victories, having you next to me, it was one of the few things which made the centuries of conquest bearable. You had a strange way of showing it, then. If you had not been my sons, I would have slaughtered each and every one of you the moment I found you. I created the Astartes legions for a purpose, and it wasn't to have them turn against mankind. The affirmation is once more blunt, very undiplomatic, and un-emperor-like, and Omegan winces because the entire affirmation radiates truth. Your pods were not built to resist the full magnitude of the warp's corruption, and though there was no obvious sign of corruption, I knew the parasites intended to forge the weapons which would eventually slay me within your souls. I was confident that once I explained my ideals to my sons, I would prove my enemies wrong. In half of the cases, I was made a fool. The disappointment in those last words is so thick one can almost touch it. Certain perpetuals had differing stories to share. Including one from our mother. I sincerely doubt that, far from being angry, this time there are signs of outright amusement on the Emperor's face. Your true mother, my son, died in the cataclysm of Alpha Centauri. Omegan, despite himself, feels his eyebrows rising in surprise. I am not aware of a historical battle corresponding to that name. The artist warehouse disappears, and it is replaced by war. In a second, the Primarch and his genitor are surrounded by war. There are warships bigger than his Gloriana battering even larger behemoths of the void. The planets of the system are burning. Reality is shattered as impossible weapons, including phosphax and some things which have to be swarms of nanotechnology, devour matter to reconfigure it into new weapons. Then everything becomes worse as a sort of planet-sized abomination materializes, and the battle goes from nightmarish to outright nihilism-inducingly apocalyptic. Omegan's mind begins to buckle against the horrors he is showed and the Emperor snaps his fingers, and the memory vanishes. The paintings and incomplete artworks are back. I was the only survivor, the Emperor takes up a pencil, but Omegan can hear the pain in his voice. And the only human who had the possibility of becoming an anathema by my side died. Alpha Centauri, the last industrial heart of the Federation, was destroyed, ensuring the age of strife was all but inevitable. In many aspects, killing Omnius and ending the cybernetic war that day was too little, too late. Too much had been lost by then. Omnius, the primary conglomerate of abominable intelligences bent on exterminating all life in the galaxy. The Emperor sighed. It failed, but not by a large margin. I swore that on my watch, no other artificial machine would be able to threaten mankind like that ever again. No, you are manipulating souls and powers you don't understand to create new gods now. Your arrogance pushes you to new heights unseen since before the fall, Father. I am not doing it for the pleasure of being right. The golden aura is back, and this time it isn't limited to his eyes. The pressure becomes suffocating. I do it because I want to save mankind. You are. Don't think I don't know why you have come here, Omegan. This time there is no gentleness, no smile, and no affection. I know you have finally understood that the rise of anarchy threatens not only the remnant of your legion, but also your very soul. You have not come today because you desire the best for humanity, you have come because you are in danger. So are the wolves of Rus, Omegan snarls back. And they are loyal to you. Given what you are willing to let them endure, why should I consider renewing my oaths when you, Father, have proved we will be sacrificed on the altar of your ambitions when the situation calls for it? You understand nothing, my foolish son. The brown robe disappears to be replaced by grey steel and damaged but still functional feudal-level weapons. But since you want an explanation, I can give it to you. I can give you the knowledge you want, save your soul, and those of the sons who still answer your call and heed your orders. I can make your shouts of for the Emperor the true war cry they should have been. There were 10 heartbeats of silence. But you must swear me allegiance, soul to soul, here and now. Omegan hesitates. But there is only one answer he can give. Because in the end, he doesn't trust his genitor anymore. Perhaps he never did. Never. He expects rage and fury. He expects disappointment. He doesn't expect the exhausted face of his genitor. So be it. The Emperor replies. You demand too much. You betrayed humanity. I think the price for your crimes was fairly light in comparison, and Omegan? Those Xenos artifacts you are using can experience dangerous malfunctions when exposed to my power. Especially when you invite yourself here without my permission. There was an immense flash of golden light and the Emperor's realm disappears. The long-lasting antagonism between Great Wolf Haken Krakenslayer and Wolf Lord Olaf Direbear has resulted in the latter being assigned the honor of assuming the duties of Warden of Fenris for the last 2 decades. Obviously, this duty doesn't extend to Midgardia, which is guarded by another great company, leaving the third great company to concentrate on recruiting new Astartes aspirants and extremely intensive training on the Death World. Obviously, in the absence of the Great Wolf, Olaf Direbear is the foremost authority on Fenris, and while officially he only commands the third great company of the Great White Bears, our agents have confirmed the Astartes forces available to him number closer to a Codex-compliant chapter than a 100-strong company. It is vital any navigator maintain good relationships with the Wolf Lord. Not only because he is the warden, but because behind his wild and carefree barbarian attitude, there is a methodical and very intelligent mind which will detect and analyze every mistake you can possibly make. Yes, we are aware of his eccentricities. And yes, if he orders you to pet his huge pet, you pet it. The alliance of the Space Wolves chapter and House Belisarius is sufficiently advantageous for us to tolerate such minor character flaws. Official information report delivered to the navigators of House Belisarius assigned to the Fenris exchanges, 280M35. Segmentum Obscurus/Segmentum Solar, contested. Fenris system. Fenris. The Fang. 299 hours before the mark of oblivion. Wolf Lord Olaf Direbear. Now, I want an answer, you miserable whelps. Olaf growled while Boo took a threatening bipedal position by his side. Who among you spiced my favorite tankard with fever herbs? Who committed this crime against the holy memory of Rus? Who spiked my MJD? All the blood claws in front of him, the whole 13 of them stood silent, though their expressions clearly told him they regretted nothing. I will have an answer. Don't think I have forgotten the incident where you falsified the message for the astropaths, insolent curs. If you think the punishment you received for the Malefic Aram incident was bad, think again. And if no one among you confesses, I will simply give you the same punishments over and over until the culprit reveals himself. His words had convinced several traitors to flee or surrender on half a dozen worlds. Here, today, they failed to achieve the desired result. Olaf sighed internally. At least these blood claws understood well the solidarity which must exist in a pack. A pity it was that this was the only thing these whelps understood. A very tiny part of the Wolf Lord thought it was somehow unavoidable. The third great company had spent the last decades here building its numbers, and there was a reason why most experienced grey hunters were nervous about never letting their numbers of youngest increase out of proportion. Worse, the long winter of Fenris was about to begin, and tempers got worse when an Astartes couldn't hunt outside. The largest part of him wanted to punish these whelps, because enough was enough. I warn you. The next second, it seemed all the alarms of the chamber of Annulus, the great command center of the grand fortress of the Fang, began to ring and shriek in unison. His thoughts of retribution against the blood claws immediately forgotten, Olaf ran to the main Auspex projections. An ocean of enemy dots immediately answered the question if it was another joke or not. At least 1,000 enemy signatures right on Mandeville Point Mimir. Signature identification, at least 60 Infernus-class battleships. By all the frozen fangs of hell. It was like the entire galaxy had decided to endlessly vomit out legion after legion of traitors, mutants, and other abominations. The first minefields began to blast those who had not translated into the space devoid of space mines, but these losses were too small to threaten the armada which was now spilling into the system of Fenris. This is the assault force which managed to break through Cadia, Olaf muttered aloud. It has to be. The ancient technology of the Fang, gift of the Alfather, chose this moment to broadcast the arrival of not one, not two, but 3 super battleships bigger than the Gloriana the Vilka Fenrica didn't have any more. Lord. Urgent communication with Valdramani. Acknowledge. 3 seconds later, the determined face of Vali, the rune priest in charge of the Longhowl astropathic station on Fenris Only Moon, appeared in hololithic form. Olaf, his friend began without losing any time on frivolities, half of the astropaths have just died, and the rest are comatose or my guards are busy putting them down. Those who resisted the longest managed to tell us that the Red Cyclops himself is the one who cast the ritual responsible for this insanity. So he came back. The Vilka Fenrica had long suspected this would happen. As destructive as the rampage of the sorcerers had been during the Battle of the Fang, the truth was that the sons of Rus had survived and continued to slay the traitors. The accursed traitor Primarch would never be satisfied by that. Yes, and it gets worse, the rune priest he was proud to call a friend grimly added. The Thousand Suns haven't just destroyed our astropathic communications, they are raising the storms of the warp around Fenris. In a few hours, we will be completely cut off from the rest of the Imperium. The Wolf Lord nodded. It was a cruel and brilliant scheme. The traitors knew how much they outnumbered Olaf's command, how could they not, since they had seen and fought 3 great companies at Cadia, and now they targeted the only thing which could turn the tide, the chapter's ability to call for help, and the ability of their reinforcements to reach them. I see. Olaf turned towards Bu, passing his right hand in the magnificent fur of the great white bear he had befriended so many years ago. He didn't take long to arrive at a decision. Get out of there, Vali. Olaf, most of the astropaths aren't exactly transportable. Give them the Alfather's piece. This was spoken in a tone more brutal than he wanted, but saying it while laughing would not soften the blow. Abandon Longhowl and save everyone you can. Sabotage the defenses and critical buildings so that the archenemy can't use anything against us. The Great Wolf isn't going to like it. Of course not. And I won't pretend abandoning Valdramani without a fight is something I enjoy ordering you to do, brother. Olaf grimaced before throwing a glance at the Auspexes and the armada which was breaking through the first line of minefields. They have more than 100 battleships and at least 9 of those silver towers the sorcerers love to taunt us with when the horrors flock to their banners. This is the better part of 2 legions, supported by 5 major warbands, and it appears they have recruited 4 or 5 pirate fleets after Cadia to compensate for their massive losses in escort ships. And by Fenris blizzards, it was more firepower than he had ever seen mustered together. Even when the 12 great companies gathered together in orbit around their home world, they didn't have a tenth of the numbers of the vast fleet advancing to kill them. I'm sorry, Vali, but Valdramani doesn't matter anymore. If the other companies arrive in time, maybe we will be able to launch a counterattack to retake it, but as it is, holding Fenris is the priority. They have 100 battleships here. If they're ready to assault Fenris in such strength, it can't be a feint or something to trap us. They want to destroy our chapter, and I can't spare any brothers when every blade will count in the coming hours. Yes, Wolf Lord. I am on my way. The communication ended, and Olaf exhaled, knowing this was only the first unpleasant order he had to give. Order the grey hair and the Wines of Sif to run for the Mandeville points where the enemy is not present in strength. Orders, Lord. The grey hair must find our great wolf. He has 2 other great companies with him, but he's in Tempestus, I don't know if he will be able to return in time. The Wines of Sif must recall the 3 great companies from Cadia. It won't do us any good to guard the gate if the traitors destroy our worlds. Yes, Lord. There were more necessary and stomach-turning orders to give. The fleet, what little there was of it, as 3 battle barges and 3 times as many cruisers and escorts had been repaired and heavily supplied for Cadia, was beginning the evacuations before accelerating towards the Fenrician world of Midgardia. The Wolf Lord wanted to say they were going to be safer than he was, but he couldn't. Not when the largest murder fleet of Night Lords he'd ever seen was sailing in that direction. Then the calculations were complete and Olaf watched as the intention of the enemy became all too clear. They are coming straight for our throat. Yes, my Jarl. One of his grey fangs growled. And if we don't manage to delay them, they will be right above our heads in 18 hours. True. Message to all units. Everyone should be awake by now, but let's make sure my drunken brothers are taking all appropriate measures. Under my own authority, I declare we have a case Hormungandr on our hands. Let's prepare a welcome worthy of hell for the Cyclops and his traitors. Boo growled in approval. You. Go to the walls of the revered fallen. Tell the Iron Priests to wake all the ancients. Infernus-class battleship Delightful Agony. Dark Apostle Muthake. Muthake did his best not to snarl when the Grand Cruiser Spear of the Gods was eviscerated by so many torpedoes and mines no demonic helper could possibly count them all. Then the capital ship of the 17th Legion blew up with all hands, taking 2 destroyers debased pirates recently recruited, but destroyers nonetheless with it into death's embrace. This is the second Grand Cruiser we have lost in 3 days. The other had been the result of that eternally damned, never-ending sabotage done by Korux and the anarchist rats. Grand Cruisers were precious ships, and not just because they were just below the battleships in tonnage. With the dogs of the false emperor having largely abandoned the idea of building of new ones, it became harder and harder to capture replacements and spare parts for them. This made the last 3 possessed by his great host even more important, and he was forced to abandon this thought as yet another destroyer was disintegrated. Find me those mine layers. The Dark Apostle barked. We can't advance if each breach we make in the minefields is immediately trapped by rust dogs. Torpedo launch. Torpedo launch at starboard. 600 torpedoes, all targeting the Primarch's will. By the Book of Lorgar, what had his grand cruisers done in past days for the enemy to persist in attacking them like this? Order the Primarch's will to divert all power to the void shields and the defensive assets. Engage primary scrap code countermeasures. But as the battle continued, the efficiency of the Mechanicum improvements proved itself below the standards established at Cadia. My lord. It appears there is some form of passive psychic effect which degrades the performance of our sorcerer's scrying and the Mechanicum attack methods. Muthake being a member of the Dark Council, it didn't take him long to realize what the wolves had done. Bastards, they carved runic wards on their starships' hulls and on the warheads of their torpedoes. Truly the descendants of the Sixth were the true heirs of the hypocrites which had come before them. Torpedo launches. Torpedo launches from the Star Fort? Wasn't it crippled? Evidently not. Muthake raged. Destroy it. Destroy it now. The fire of 8 battleships poured against the not yet dead space fortress, but the mortal souls behind the enormous macro batteries, lances, and torpedo launchers had had enough time to program their projectiles for one last coordinated onslaught. One Hades heavy cruiser lost its engines and a third of its compartments were open to the void, but it survived. The Styx next to it was not so lucky, and when the next torpedo wave hit, the countermeasures initiated by the Primarchs will made sure the wounded cruisers saved the Grand Cruiser by their very destruction. And finally the infernal cycle of explosions ended, mainly because there was nothing alive in front of them, be they the pirate ships he had sent to sweep the mines, or the enemy's assets. Report. The Lord of the Fifth Great Host turned towards the sorcerer monitoring the inner system. The enemy is abandoning Valdramani to take refuge behind the Fenrician orbital grid, Lord. Muthake grunted. One more disappointment on an already long list. After the bloody nose those wolf bastards had given him, the Lord of Torment would have relished in sacrificing the astropaths and all the psychers bound to the false emperor in a grand ritual, and the Astartes guarding them would have made very nice trophies once they were properly flayed and tortured. Our losses. 1 grand cruiser, 4 heavy cruisers, 3 second-rate cruisers, 5 light cruisers, and of course the entire pirate fleet of the Clarions of Devastation has been destroyed. I couldn't care less about the mortal pirates, the Dark Apostle replied dismissively, they were recruited to do exactly what they achieved. Deep inside, the sorcerer of the Dark Council knew that wasn't completely accurate. They had made certain to increase the pirates' thirst for vengeance, not that they had needed a lot of effort to do so. The 6th Legion was as unpopular these days as they'd been during the Great Crusade to help compensate for their escort losses at Cadia. But the faith of those pirates was dangerously weak, their military skills rusty when they existed at all, and the Grand Armada needed to preserve the battleships. And, though he wasn't going to admit it in front of other Astartes, the outer defenses of Fenris were several times more dangerous than they had been 3,000 years ago against the Thousand Suns artifices. Yes, Lord Apostle. In return, we have destroyed 1 star fort, 4 mine layers and 3 converted merchantmen serving as carriers. The minefields and other fixed defenses are in ruins, and the way to Fenris is opened. Good. Beginning the summoning rituals, and relay the order for maximum military acceleration to all ships of the Great Host. We mustn't give the unbelievers and heretics time to finish their siege preparations. Segmentum Solar. Sol Sector. Sol System. High orbit over Titan. Blackstone Fortress Illusion of Immortality. 296 hours before the mark of oblivion. Captain General Anubis Excelsior. Evidently, the Captain General could have stayed inside the Imperial Palace today. In fact, there were logical reasons why he should have done so. But if the spies working for the enemy, willingly or unwillingly, could reliably locate him at any hour of the day, they would in all likelihood have already killed him. Say what you want about the traitors and the forces they worked with, but they weren't shy about striking their opponents when they seized the initiative. Moreover, following Kamarak, the Adeptus Custodes had led an unprecedented number of purges across the throne world and the nearby worlds in order to capitalize on the extermination of the excess cultists. Anubis would hate learning his efforts had been so ineffective that thousands of heretic cultists still breathed in the vicinity of the Lion Gate. A lesser reason as for his presence today was curiosity. Constantin Valder had died aboard the Will of Eternity, and Anubis had not been able to walk inside one after Kamarak was destroyed forever. He wanted to see with his own eyes the insides of one of the battle stations the first custodes had given his life in. No incidents to speak of. 1. The shield captain walking by his side answered, as they went through a maze which had the known capability of turning any mind unprepared for hyperfractal Ildari architecture insane. A pirate fleet tried to ambush us before we entered Solar. They were notable by how little physical corruption they showed. Based on their surprise when we revealed our full strength, their financiers must have forgotten to tell them who they were supposed to steal from. It is concerning. The Captain General was not surprised by the fact the enemy had already begun to adapt to the purifying aura of ether gold. After all, anyone having a sense of strategy could tell you that the best defense to avoid being burned was not to be there in the first place. And the abominations didn't exactly lack willing fools to do their dirty work for them. No, what was concerning was that the enemy had enough knowledge to try and ambush in the first place. Unlike backtalk convoys, no Nixian or Terran official had participated in charting the course taken by the Custodes ships. I will have to make deep inquiries. Lady Weaver. She was healthy and as determined as ever when I left Nyx. The shield captain reported with a small smile. And a bit frustrated I suppose by the fact she couldn't get this pylon too. I understand her frustration, but orders are orders. And the one she was given for her own military operations will be sufficient. Because as they entered the heart of the illusion of immortality, the Grey Knights and the heavy servitors coming behind them guarded something the rest of the galaxy wasn't aware of, the first ether gold pylon to be created. The artifact which had been created to guide the various battle groups of Operation Stalingrad was only the second, this one had been created first, a necessity since it had to return to the Sol system without the Emperor's enemies aware of its true nature. As things stood, clearly the ruinous powers or another of mankind's foes had realized something wasn't right. Grand Master. Anubis Excelsior spoke to the senior Grey Knight present. I release the pylon into your custody. The mission parameters haven't changed. Illuminate the northern border of Solar where the heretics try to raise their warp storm. Not being a psyker, Anubis couldn't play a part in what was going to happen. Therefore he and the other Watchers of the Throne stepped back and let the Knights of Titan work on the pylon and the Blackstone Fortress core. Watching the complex wards erected, Anubis was sure someone would wonder why they hadn't brought one of the enormous Titan moths of Lady Weaver to transform this Blackstone Fortress into something capable of doing a second time what the Will of Eternity had done at Kamarak. The answer was clear and simple, the moth-applied transformation was powerful, but today would not do what the Emperor demanded of it. After all, there was no possibility of slaying a ruinous power anywhere. Kamarak had instilled some measure of self-preservation into the three. But the Blackstone fortresses were Xeno's marvels of another age, and while their primary weapon was built to annihilate Cetan, with the correct attuning, they could be modified to do something else. The something in this case being the dissipation of a warp storm far too close to the northern borders of Segmentum Solar for any loyal soul's comfort. The pylon is working within the psychic margin of tolerance, Captain General. Thank you, Grand Master. Anubis replied. You can begin the illumination phase. The warp. Had the three been humans, one of them would have certainly smashed a table or something valuable, and shouted not again. The three weren't humans, however. As a consequence, their wrath was far more volcanic than anything a man or a woman had ever experienced. One planet in Segmentum Pacificus, one of the last remnants of the Terra Nova Imperium, was suddenly drowned in oceans of blood when one psyker made the mistake of asking for salvation. On an agri-world of Tempestus, the entire population, half of which was already pledged to Nurgle, was transformed into a forest of carnivorous mutant mushrooms within 7 hours. A lesser industrial world of Ultima Segmentum suffering a civil war in which cultists of Tsianch played a role on both sides saw the skies turn purple and all their books turning into demonic artifacts giving the kind of knowledge no mortal should possess. The result of this instant of demonic fury would be felt for centuries. The Holy Inquisition would have to deploy dozens of servants of the Ordo Malleus. Entire archives would be destroyed in the name of preserving humanity from chaos. The three didn't care at all, except perhaps relishing in the suffering they had caused. And it would be mostly an afterthought. In addition to the painful light of the Astronomicon, the anathema had revealed a new weapon. The three had all studied the different ways the Blackstone fortresses could be used against them. This one wasn't among the possibilities they had contemplated. The Astronomicon was a gigantic lighthouse. This, however, was not a lighthouse, or a gigantic pyre to hurt them. It was the psychic equivalent of an extremely focused golden laser, one clearly prepared to slam into the edge of a rising warp storm in formation and disable it before it could be stabilized. It was extremely infuriating. And there was worse news. The proximity of the Blackstone Fortress to the Anathema's beacon of pain had not been something they prepared for. The three's plans had been to smite the Blackstone fortresses whenever and wherever they resurfaced. It wouldn't take long at all, and the energy expended would largely be worth it. Really, any one of the three could do it, no support necessary. But here, could they afford to? There were many wars raging to weaken the Anathema, the Black Crusade being only one of them. But challenging the Golden Light once more, without any physical invasion force ready to support them? Had they been humans, the three would have grimaced. The energy poured into the warp storm suddenly went from immense to almost nothing, with plenty of fatal consequences for several sorcerers of the 17th and 15th legions. The three didn't care and began to plot how they were going to destroy the Blackstone Fortress and the pylon inside it. Holy Terra! The Imperial Palace. Lord Commander Militant Paul von Oberstein. Somehow, Pocahontas Valletta's tone was almost whimsical. I missed the memo. The custodes intended to do some live-fire exercises with psychic weapons today. I think we all missed it, Lord High Admiral Rabadash Y. Bing El Kellerman replied before presenting an expression which suggested he was controlling himself to avoid sharing with them a few of the more colorful insults he had learned while he was an ensign aboard the Imperial Navy ships. They certainly didn't inform me, Paul confirmed. Wonderful, Huang Utrecht, Chancellor of the Estate Imperium, sighed. The Watchers are reminding us they can do whatever they want and not coordinate with us. Since it is obvious our common formal protest will do absolutely nothing to change this state of affairs, why don't we move on and directly speak of the major problems we have on our hands? For the first time in half a decade, the commanding officer of the Imperial Guard felt a measure of respect for Utrecht. The man was a non-entity among the High 12, but he had perfectly summarized the situation. I don't know if I am the best person to assess the consequences of this problem, Eleanor Gutenberg admitted. My subordinates are busy studying the records, but I know what they will find. The economic importance of Fenris is virtually null from the Chartist captain's perspective. I know House Belisarius organizes regular auctions for Fenrician fauna and other, unconventional goods, but we can easily live without it. Somehow, I doubt you are going to say the same militarily. Indeed. It had arrived on his plate out of the blue, but Paul could already see plenty of galactic headaches coming his way. Many problems will be in the domains of the Imperial Navy, but I can tell you the Fenris system is a strategic stronghold protecting Segmentum Solar from invasion. In fact, the successful defense of this sector for so long is the main reason why we tolerated the rampages and scandalous indiscipline of the Space Wolves. If Fenris falls, we will have to muster a full crusade to retake it. It's completely out of the question to leave this crucial system in heretics' hands. Not to mention the propaganda disaster, Huang added darkly. Xerxes and our current Lord Inquisitor can say all they want about their ability to control the masses, but in all of Imperial history, we have never lost one of the home worlds of the original Astartes legions. I don't know the morale effect it will have on the throne world, no matter how hard we try to suppress the knowledge of this disaster, but it won't be insignificant. And now that you mention it, Lady Gutenberg, I think that if the wolves go extinct, we will lose the support of plenty of navigator houses, beginning with House Belisarius and their entire support base. I could live without the support of House Belisarius, Rabadash grimaced. The political disaster is another affair entirely. And now that we consider the bad news, I can add my own. We all know the Space Wolves have violated the Codex Astartes tenets, right? Eleanor Gutenberg chuckled, but the noise was dry and emotionless. They're not so much violating the text as outright having failed to even read it, assuming they can read. Sometimes when hearing the rumors, I have my doubts. And I agree with you, the Lord High Admiral passed a hand through his hair and presented a worried face. I fear that, since the Space Wolves didn't comply and create successor chapters of their own, their fortress monastery on Fenris is filled with a legion-sized arsenal, not to mention enormous reserves of Astartes gene seed. Twice in the last century have the Space Wolves been extremely reluctant, and late, in paying the gene seed tithe. Wait a minute. Huang Utrecht was visibly shocked. I thought they were disarmed following that lamentable incident in. And who would have done the disarming? Paul asked grimly. Even if dozens of Space Marine chapters would have likely helped us, Fenris was too well defended for anything less than a crusade. And we had other commitments. Wonderful, the Chancellor repeated before speaking louder. You realize this is certainly an attempt of the heretics to compensate for their massive losses lately. The thought has occurred to me, yes. This is all well and good, the red-robed speaker cleared her throat, but with all of you insisting Fenris is heavily defended, isn't there a possibility the wolves will manage to stop the Black Crusade dead in its tracks? I find that unlikely, Rabadash answered. If their whole chapter was there, they would still be outnumbered 10-1, not to mention the dangerous artifices of the archenemy. And the whole chapter isn't at Fenris. 3 of their chapter companies were at Cadia, Paul von Oberstein shared with the non-military High Lords. All were still at the Kadayan Gate as of 48 hours ago. I don't know where the rest are, but we had reports of a large force between 2 and 4 chapter companies somewhere in Segmentum Tempestus. That means half of their chapter is absent. I don't doubt they are going to do their utmost to return to Fenris now that the custodes have restored an erratic level of astropathic communication, but time is against them, and us. There was a long silence around the great round table. None of the 5 high lords present today had met to discuss this subject, and the desperate, tortured alert given by the Fenrician astropaths had arrived here less than 20 minutes ago. We can't let Fenris fall, the mistress of the Astronomicon was the first to speak. We can live with the stupidity and rashness of the space wolves, we can't live with heretics so close to Solar, not to mention I don't think we can expect they will leave an uncorrupted system in their wake should we fail to expel them in time. I don't disagree. Her colleague of the Chartist captains affirmed. Do we have anything on hand that can oppose the Black Crusade's armada? Yes, Rabadash Bing El-Kalerman affirmed. Though communication was difficult in the last days, we have been able to concentrate a rather large battle fleet at Armageddon. The War Master and the Kadayan Pursuit Force are also able to intervene. And we have the Dark Angels forces that had been deployed for the censure operation. But warp travel is incredibly dangerous. And if we lose these forces, we will have a rather large hole in our northern defenses, not to mention eastern Obscurus will be severely undefended. I think, Paul said quietly. We are going to have to take the risk. Warp travel is going to be extremely dangerous, the Lord High Admiral warned, even with, whatever the custodes are doing with the Blackstone Fortress. Divert the necessary reinforcements to Fenris, Huang commanded, and let us pray the God Emperor they will arrive before it is too late. The Eastern Fringe. Mandragora System. Battleship Enterprise. 294 hours before the mark of oblivion. Lady General Taylor Hebert. When a Lord Inquisitor asked courteously to wake up the commanding officer of multiple battle groups to talk to her, you immediately knew he wasn't here to give you good news. The emergency astropathic alerts have begun to spread to all Alpha commands and Segmentum fortresses. Odysseus Tor had never looked so old and fragile, then again, recent deaths during the Mandragoran butchery had hit every survivor hard. The heretics are attacking Fenris. There's no doubt possible. Taylor drank the mug Gamaliel had handed her before replying. It also gave her the time to erase most of the sleepiness she was feeling. The Eldar told us the truth. Yes. For once it appears the Long Ears haven't played their usual games. Taylor was sure there would be time for the jokes about Eldar saying the truth later. Dragon. The enemy's target and the composition of the Black Crusade's forces are consistent with their goals. The Traitor 15th and the Space Wolves are hereditary enemies. And I have no doubt the Dark Mechanicum forces present are eager to grab as many relics and ancient technology as they can. And the chief mind behind this certainly promised the warbands involved in the operation the gene seed stocks of the 6th Legion. Unfortunately, there had been no time to obtain estimates before she left Nyx. I think what they intend is clear. They corrupt Fenris, either turning it into a daemon world or something like that, and use the symbolic victory to open a tier in reality which will let them strike us. In fact, the only surprising fact was, I'm surprised the heretics were so careless they didn't bother blocking astropathic communications. Something happened on Terra, Odysseus grimaced. Unfortunately, whatever it was, it seriously displeased many of my inquisitorial sources. I'm sure we will obtain more information later, but for now it is best to assume confirming the interest of the traitor legions in Fenris was not part of the archenemy's plan. That was good, and bad. Good, because the forces of Operation Stalingrad would be on high alert and forewarned. Bad, because for all the preparations and contingencies, the last-minute warning of the Eldar and the total lack of coordination with the Space Wolves meant the Lady General part of her couldn't be sure the word-bearers weren't going to massacre the sons of Lemon Russ. We will have just to pray Fenris garrison can overcome the odds, or at least survive long enough for the reinforcements to reach them. It's not like we can do anything else, Dragon smiled sadly. Even with the pylon and expert navigators, I think it would take us at least 6 months to reach Fenris, assuming everything went well, mind you. 6 months would be an excellent travel time, the Lord Inquisitor agreed. Does it change your operational schedule, Lady Weaver? It does not, the golden-winged parahuman replied after reading the memos Wolfgang Bach had left her. The warships which could be repaired in time have been declared operational by the tech priests. And besides, with the threat of the heretics hanging over our heads, it's better we don't stay in an indefensible system. One way or another, they approached the endgame for Operation Stalingrad. Dragon, please inform the admirals that we begin the preparations for a short warp travel in 2 hours. Except the battle groups we agreed to keep in reserve, all independent squadrons and battle fleets are to converge on Volt Oris. I will immediately inform them. The Draconic Tinker promised before frowning. I noticed that Admiral Bittenfeld should have gone through the Damocles Gulf by then. Assuming he succeeds in his mission, may I assume we are going to launch an energetic surprise attack on the Imga monolith soon? Assuming he succeeds, the black-haired governor of the Nyx sector repeated blandly, yes. Everything depends on Battlefleet Mascarovka now. The Eastern Fringe. The Damocles Gulf. TO System. Overlord-class battlecruiser Black Lancer. 292 hours before the mark of oblivion. Admiral Fritz von Bittenfeld. As usual, bravery carried the day and the cowards were proven wrong. Battlefleet Mascarovka emerged in real space without losing a single warship. Translation complete, Admiral. His chief of staff announced. And the Mandeville point we used is completely devoid of fixed defenses. See? I told you we could do it. With all due respect, Admiral, I think we nearly lost a squadron or two in the Gulf. But we didn't. Fritz von Bittenfeld reminded his 2 hesitant staff and flag subordinates. And the possible rewards Her Celestial Highness will give us for this exploit largely outweigh the problems which didn't happen. Now enough about this. Prepare a priority astropathic message to Volt Oris. Auspexes, full analysis of the entire system. I want to know if we have found our prey. It took only a few minutes for the improved auspexes of the Black Lancer and all its escorts to locate their target, not that it was very difficult, because the Necrons are already fighting someone. The Cardoonish-born admiral whistled as his communications officer delivered the news. The commander of the monolith is neither lacking in ambition nor ferocity. Yes, Admiral, his chief of staff coughed. Though unlike us at Volga and Mandragora, the unknown Xenos species appear to be in severe danger of being overwhelmed by the Doom Scythes and what is left of the monolith's mobile assets. Interesting. The more information arrived on his command hololith and the Admiralty's hololithic screens near it, the less sense it made. Are you sure you have interpreted the energy signatures right? Admiral, I checked them 3 times myself. I see. I apologize, but I had to be sure. In appearance, what Fritz von Bittenfeld and his battle fleet could see was a classic Xenos single-system empire, one the likes of which the Imperium routinely dealt with each century. There was a single planet orbiting around a yellow star, the former having a natural satellite. There were 2 asteroid belts, some of them may be rich in rare metals given the presence of what had to be mining extraction facilities and ore transports. The planet was a bit too close to the Sun to be viable as an agri-world or a paradise world, but Fritz had seen many worlds presenting worse living conditions. The color and relatively scarcity of large sea bodies indicated the continents were likely hot, arid, and far from pleasant to live on year-round, but obviously not so harsh as Xenos species couldn't industrialize and develop spaceflight. All this information was relatively common. What was not was the size of the Xenos shipyards, the space forts, and the orbital industry in general, which could be seen despite being close to 6 million kilometers away. And the system defense fleet was proportional to this improbable effort, over 200 capital ships, half of which the Navy experts had promptly identified as battleships, and given the tonnage and the emissions, the brown-haired admiral wasn't going to say they were wrong. We had a first-rate Xenos threat on our frontier and we don't know the first thing about it. With all due respect, Admiral, I think there's something wrong with the entire situation. His chief of staff commented. I see a lot of wrong things, but please continue. A one-system empire can't develop shipyards of this size, Admiral. They must have colonies outside of this system, more mining worlds, and tens of billions of hands as a workforce. This is the capital of a Xenos empire. They must have access to further resources than what we can see. And since the exploration fleets of the Adeptus Mechanicus didn't find a single sign of these Xenos' existence before today, I think the Necrons themselves are responsible for this anomaly. Fritz took a few seconds to contemplate what his fiercely loyal subordinate had said, and nodded. You may be right. No, you are certainly right. The messages to Her Celestial Highness have been updated. As we speak, Admiral. Good, complete them and send them out with the priority codes. The Temerity must stand guard on the Mandeville point with its escort of 3 cruisers. I don't think there are Doom Scythes in position to ambush it, but better not to take any risk. The Temerity transported the full load of ether gold available to his battle fleet, which would guarantee the rest of the battle groups assigned to Operation Stalingrad weren't going to have to face the same challenges his squadrons had. Now what to do? Admiral. The Imga monolith has opened fire on the moon. The Necron commander must have lost his mind. Fritz wasn't going to pretend the Imperium hadn't conducted xenocide several times, he wasn't that hypocritical. But there was such a thing as destroying a defender's warships before targeting any planetary infrastructure, you know, just to avoid suicidal charges and your enemy unleashing everything they had in an attempt to make your life hell before they died. Predictably, seconds later the mysterious local Xenos charged, beginning to fire torpedoes and a lot of weapons that were obsolescent by Imperial standards. Halberstadt, are those capital ships using a mix of railgun and ion cannons supported by capital-grade torpedoes? Yes they are, Admiral. I see no emissions indicating they have installed anything like our Lances or our Nova cannons, anyway. Then they are screwed. Fritz von Bittenfeld wanted to use a more evocative word, but there were women among his officers. Those weapons are more advanced than I expected any fringe Xenos empire to have, but they won't do anything to break through the monolith's shields. Their electronic countermeasures are impressive, however. His chief of staff remarked. You are right. But as impressive as those are, they aren't proper jammers. The moment the Necrons decide to teleport their boarding parties aboard these warships, it's going to be massacre. The aggressive admiral's eyes widened slightly when hundreds of gunships were launched by the Xenos capital vessels. And they have some form of gravitactoid which allows them to tow frigate-sized escorts with no drawback for their acceleration. All of it, unfortunately, couldn't compensate for the fact the equivalent of void shields those Xenos had sucked massively. Fritz was guessing, but his most conservative estimate was that these not void shields had a third of the defensive power of a lunar cruiser's. It might seem impressive, until you realized this was the defensive power for the Xenos battleships, not their cruisers. The moon is burning, Admiral. Yes. A scion of the von Bittenfeld Navy dynasty was not going to cry because Xenos were killed by the millions, but the sight of this moon's water boiling and the surface and the atmosphere being on the receiving end of a modified exterminatus didn't please him either. Not when the Admiral of Battlefleet Maskarov Khan knew this was exactly what the Necrons had in mind for the Imperium and every living being which refused to be their slaves. 30 seconds later, his incomprehension at the Necron commander's behavior increased. Admiral. Fluctuations in the monolith's shields. A&D. It is losing debris again. Studying the data and the Auspex's imagery, there was no doubt what had just happened. Their cowardice at Mandragora cost them dearly. Their infinite supply of energy is not so infinite anymore. Do you agree? It could be a bluff, Admiral. Why would they bother with a bluff? The brown-haired Navy officer highlighted the Xenos Defender's warships. These Xenos ships could present a threat under the right circumstances, but with their shields functioning correctly, the ion-armed battleships could bombard them for a century and the Necrons could wait and let them die of old age or until their equipment failed, whichever happens first. I was referring to this battle fleet, Admiral. Her Celestial Highness hurt them severely, they may wish to return the favor. Possible. But no, he didn't believe it. He had 12 battlecruisers, not 12 battleships, but unlikely. The Necrons were distracted by the unknown Xenos, and they had difficulties attacking and defending at the same time, despite the weakness of the opposition. There was an opportunity here for a good uppercut right in their metallic jaws, especially as the interdiction null zone hadn't been re-established after Battle Group Volga damaged it. Admiral, we were ordered to secure an invasion beachhead for Her Celestial Highness. And we have secured it. Fritz von Bittenfeld smiled wolfishly. Now I think it's time to honor one of the Navy's proudest traditions. Down with the enemy. Or ESL Leith Battleship Firestar 3. Commander Shadow Soon. After watching Mugulath Bay perish in the flames, Shadow Soon had sworn to herself that no matter what the future would hold in store for her, she would die before letting the same thing happen to another world of the Tau. The senior member of the fire caste had not believed her self-appointed task would be easily accomplished, but neither had she expected her vow to be broken so soon after uttering it. And this time it wasn't a recently founded September like Mugulath Bay, oh no. This time it was Lu Val, the only moon of their home, which was burning and dying in front of her eyes, and with it millions upon millions of Tau. There had been no additional messages after the injunction to die sent by the enemy, and the outcome of the battle had been as bad as Admiral Koro Ylde had foretold. They couldn't penetrate the shields of this monstrosity, and the Necrons were crueler than their worst predictions had calculated. It was obvious from the drone video reports of the colonies which had been wiped out by these genocidal monsters that they had vastly underestimated the threat. This super battle station shaped like a pyramid could destroy them easily and without suffering any damage in return. But in their cruelty and love of suffering, assuming these metallic enemies could understand the emotions, they were taking their time. They knew the Corvatra had nothing which could hurt them, and so Lu Val was dying in front of their shipyards, their orbital foundries, and the defenders sworn to defend the members of the castes living on Lu Val and Tio. Commander. I think you need to see this. The air caste messenger's voice was incredibly timid, but then again she was in her battlesuit. After the teleportations which had slaughtered the entire contingents of 5 battleships to the last Tau, every member of the fire caste which had powered armor at his or her disposal had donned it and patrolled the corridors to make sure the same didn't happen to them. And besides, it was better to evaluate sensible tactical information than to watch Lu Val die as green rays created tsunamis and destroyed millennia of devoted effort in Mirdises. It was mind-tearing to wait as the 5 space fortresses of Lu Val could do nothing to intercept the bombardment, destroying the moon salvo after salvo. This is the kind of anomaly the Gula ships of the Imperium create when returning into real space. Yes, Commander. And these, the images were of incredibly low quality, but Tau detectors at this distance couldn't do the impossible, and of course, the best of the best technicians of the Earth caste had other things to worry about right now, our Gula warships. We have counted at least 70 of them. Despite the horror of the situation, the fire caste leader felt something she had thought she would never feel again since Lu Val had begun burning: hope. The predators of the Necrons have come to end the hunt, the female commander declared before frowning. The biggest hulls are consistent with the ships the Gula call battlecruisers, though at this distance, it's hard to determine if it is a class we have encountered before. Yes, Commander. The aircast liaison shifted nervously. Obviously the boasts that the Gula Imperium existed for thousands of Tausir were not that ridiculous in hindsight. Obviously, Shadow soon replied while trying not to despair. The Ethereal Supreme had told her not to spread around the maps of the Gula captured during the third sphere of expansion, and she had obeyed. The more time passed, the more it looked like it had been a bad idea. They are moving into an attack formation while leaving a small rearguard force behind. Their formation is smaller than ours. But they have weapons which can break through the Necron shields. The enormous damage visible everywhere on the enemy pyramidal structure was proof enough of that. Shadow soon contemplated her options, before deciding on a course of action. Do we have QVSA forces aboard the Corvatra? No, Commander, the representative of the aircast answered after brief inquiries to the ship's artificial intelligence. But we have many QUI of their equivalents of the Earth and Fire castes present in the shipyards. Then they're too far away to do any good, given the desperate situation they were in. The highest commander of the Fire caste wasn't going to transfer non-Tau personnel onto the Corvatra when they were losing ships left and right. The translator of the Gula language, they call it Low Gothic, I believe, will be enough. Several thousands of Tausir is long enough to change a language, Commander. I know. But we have. The space around the Necron pyramid was engulfed in explosions, and for the first time the green shields which had held the Tau admirals at bay disappeared like they had never existed. And through this breach the Gula fleet, the very fleet she had correctly identified as predators, launched its attack. Overlord-class battlecruiser Black Lancer. Admiral Fritz von Bittenfeld. Admiral. Their shields are already down. What? We have barely begun shooting at them. Fritz had seen the hollow pics of the past fighting. The monolith's shields had endured the bombardment of 2 Glorianas at the same time. There was no way he should be able to bring even weakened sections down so easily, unless they are even more damaged than we thought. Black Lancers. Locate the weaknesses found by the tech priests. Fire at will and don't let the enemy catch its breath. 12 battlecruisers and 24 cruisers obeyed his command, and the Imperial Navy unleashed everything it had, including the 3 exterminatus weapons it had kept in reserve. You see? The microjump we made completely surprised them. With all due respect, Admiral, I think it's more likely they were so focused on the Xenos they didn't even notice our arrival. Perhaps, but whatever the reason, it is working. Just as he had said those words, a nova bright explosion blossomed on the Imga monolith, except it wasn't a section his battleships were firing at. Admiral, major explosions in. I've seen them. I know we aren't responsible for them, but best exploit the revealed weaknesses. As his battle fleet used the 3 minutes it was in range of the enemy to deadly effect, Fritz and his officers could see the first explosion wasn't random luck. There were more green explosions triggered on the Necron Pyramid battle station, either directly by the cannons of his battlecruisers, or by deeds he was only indirectly responsible for. This face of the monolith had looked relatively intact before their assault, but when Battlefleet Maskarovka began to turn away, it was anything but. The green explosions continued, and the locations where the Imperium's weapons had hit were gaping wounds creating a respectable amount of debris. Mentally, the Karduniash-born admiral debated with himself if a second pass could be justified under these circumstances, but the Necrons began to return fire 5 seconds later. Admiral. The enemy is abandoning its bombardment of the Xenos moon and. Well, that answered the question if a second pass was feasible or not. Accelerate. All ships accelerate on pre-planned course Gamma. Get out of the range of the monolith. They were only partially successful. Fritz clenched his fists as the lunar-class cruisers Elephant Saber and Kilimanjaro were disintegrated by a holocaust of green firepower. Curse those Xenos to hell, he growled. Yes, Admiral. It seems their accuracy and doctrines have fallen on hard times. His chief of staff remarked after a couple of seconds. You're right. And the number of weapons they're able to fire per minute has also severely decreased. This was going to be cold comfort to the tens of thousands of Navy men and women the Necrons had annihilated, of course. We continue on our course, he decided, we will remain out of their range before returning to defending the Mandeville Point for Her Celestial Highness. Given the damage we have done, I have no doubt Battle Group Volga can smash this Xenos horror apart now. Admiral. We are receiving a communication from the local Xenos fleet. Really? The Admiral smiled roguishly. Is it some sort of first contact package the rogue traders always bray about? No, Admiral, the younger man heavily swallowed. It is a communication in Low Gothic, Admiral. And it is addressed to you. Or at least to the Admiral commanding the Imperium battle fleet of the Damocles Gulf. Fritz von Bittenfeld waited for the trickster who had thought of something so outrageous to reveal himself. The expected laughter didn't come. Their Low Gothic isn't perfect, of course, his subordinate babbled. In fact it has strange variations usually found when imperial worlds are cut off from contact with the greater imperium for centuries and. Fritz raised his hand to stop the more and more confused report. This makes no sense. And it really didn't. If the Imperium had met an advanced Xenos species in the Damocles Gulf, it would have been recorded and the appropriate measures would have been taken. Unless perhaps the ship which had made first contact was lost in the warp? But if they're communicating, better to see what they want. Put them on my personal lithocast. The alien which appeared in hololithic representation was not the strangest he had ever seen, but it was certainly one heavily armored, not that that was surprising, given the ability of the Necrons to teleport onto ships and murder the sailors at close quarters. Still, the massive white armor and the mini railguns mounted atop the wrists were looking extremely functional and not presented for the sake of parade. The drawback was that aside from a blue Xeno's face and brown hair presented in a military braid, most of the unknown body was hidden inside the armor, which didn't give him a lot of information. I trust I am speaking to the Admiral in command of the Damocles Gulf Fleet. His subordinate had been right, the words of Logothic sounded like a frontier missionary had taught the Xenos how to speak human language. The impression was false, clearly, there had to be a translator, because the voice wasn't synchronized with the mouth. I am Admiral Fritz von Bittenfeld, Admiral of Battlefleet Maskarovka. He answered. There is no battlefleet permanently assigned to the Damocles Gulf. That would likely have to change in the future, given the recent events. And I must ask the question, how do you know so much about the Imperium of Mankind, when we remained ignorant of your existence before arriving in this system? Admiral, I am Commander Shadow Soon of the TO Empire. If it had been intended to reveal something important, it failed, though Bittenfeld didn't like the implications of this blue-skinned alien having imperial aspirations. To answer your question, we traded and established contact with dozens of your worlds, several thousands of your years in the future. Oh, by the God Emperor, his chief of staff whispered, the Necrons have created a space-time anomaly. Fritz von Bittenfeld did his best not to grimace at the news. Incidents like these always attracted the Holy Inquisition and plenty of figures any sane admiral didn't want near his command. He didn't like the trade implications either. Apparently, if there was a modicum of truth in the Xenos' words, the future Imperium had failed to crush the Xenos Empire or force it to submit into becoming a restrained protectorate. There had to be extenuating circumstances clearly, like their location on the eastern fringe, but still. That is, an interesting declaration, Commander Shadow Soon. And one I will need additional information to trust. Your mythology history. The word was spoken hesitantly, proclaimed on the worlds of Agrellan and Voltorus was that at one time, you were ruled by a being called God Emperor. This mythical real ruler ascended to something called the Golden Throne after slaying a creature called Arch-Heretic, your civilization also called the Lion. Fritz cursed under his breath. It was possible the Xenos had misunderstood what Imperial citizens had said, but deep inside, he had the sickening feeling it wasn't so. Commander Shadow Soon, based on what you said, you are indeed from the future. But not our future. The Throne of Oblivion. 288 hours before the mark of Oblivion. Overlord Sobek-Hotep. Why have we stopped firing at the blue-skinned vermin? Sobek-Hotep demanded in outrage. We destroyed a third of their fleet, incinerated their moon, reduced their fortresses to impotence. Why have we stopped firing? Hem. We have stopped firing because the damage we suffered is too extensive. Snifurka. There are no other cryptechs available, the self-proclaimed master of despair answered. Most of the other cryptechs are outright trying to break their protocols and ignore your commands, and the ones that aren't are busy trying to repair the Throne of Oblivion, they aren't particularly successful at it. And whose fault is that? The Dustmaker raged. Yours of course, Overlord. It was your stupid idea to use the Deceiver, which resulted in this disastrous situation. Choose your next words very carefully, Exarch Cryptech, the servant of the Silent King seated. The Deceiver, deceived you, Snifurka affirmed. The moment he was released, we received a surplus of available energy, but since there weren't any cryptechs on hand to monitor the false god, we didn't realize this monumental increase of our firepower and capacities was in fact due to Mephaeron destroying the internal engram conduits. And after that we just happened to create a false method of FTL, which increased the internal damage by a factor of 15. And all the while our energy command controls were reporting we still had enough energy for the tasks ahead, ensuring we placed more pressure on the vital machinery sections. The Deceiver is imprisoned once more. Surely now that the Cetan isn't a problem you can repair everything. We probably could, given a few hundred local rotations, assuming the bombardments stop. It is becoming somewhat pointless to repair something when the next day or two sees all our work reduced to debris and crippled technology. We have billions of Kanopitak units remaining. Surely they can do the work you are incapable of accomplishing. Hem. This is technically true, but it ignores a lot of things. Like the fact the units need a cryptech to control their work, ensure the traps of the Deceiver haven't altered their command protocols, and give them the priorities, something necessary given how devastated the outer shell of the Throne of Oblivion is. Sobek-Hotep raged silently. Unfortunately, he had no cryptech available save Snefurka. The other cryptechs had proven treacherous and incompetent, and those who hadn't hid where his commands couldn't reach them were either completely destroyed or imprisoned. How long until we can repair the Star Eater drive? If the Canopitech units take too long and your cryptechs fail at the simplest tasks. Hem. Overlord, the chambers of the Star Eater drive have been reconquered by the Sodic troops in their latest counter-offensive. I have no data on the damage as a result. And the method we used to return from the other dimension? Surely that one didn't cost that much energy. Hem. It didn't, no. But the reason it didn't, Overlord, is because the young cryptechs simply exchanged the planets of the two dimensions, creating a quantum karmic exchange which places the wrong planet in the right dimension. Given how unsubtle the effect was in the dimension we just left, the engram calculations ascribe a high likelihood important military forces will be ready to intercept us if we try it a second time. Snefurka paused. And at the risk of insisting, the Canopitech units and war engines are not the solution, Overlord. Hem. The enemy has proven at Mandragora that it can. That was the Sodic committing their assets unwisely and making stupid mistakes. Sobekhatep shouted. There is absolutely no way the vermin can do the same with the Surican command protocols. We are the dynasty of the Eternal Silent King. Our technology is 15,000 generations in advance of those of the Ildari, never mind lesser races. Hem. Yes. How right you are, Overlord. Surely with this technology, our victory is assured. There is no way the countless vermin species you have antagonized will be able to pierce the shields and inflict any lasting damage. One has only to look at Antony444. The weapons of his servants fired and promptly disintegrated the body of the incompetent cryptech on a molecular level, whose arrogance and mockeries were temporarily halted. Sobekhatep knew better than to hope the Master of Despair didn't have backups he didn't know of and hence couldn't deactivate. Sihathor, motivate the cryptechs we have left. I want to finish destroying this moon before beginning the destruction of the vermin fleets. Yes, my gracious and peerless Overlord. Segmentum Obscura/Segmentum Solar, contested. Fenris System. Goliath-class heavy battleship Unbreakable Faith. 283 hours before the mark of Oblivion. Grand Apostle Ikotas. The Fenris system was ravaged by war and the destruction was cataclysmic. Ikotas was far from satisfied, despite all the slaughter and the servants of the gods summoned to participate in the grand massacre. The most obvious reason for his dissatisfaction was that, so far, the slaughtered force was the auxiliaries and cruisers of the 17th Legion. Due to the psychic defenses of the wolves, though the hypocrites called them something else obviously, and the near-total absence of civilian trade between Fenris and the rest of the galaxy, the Dark Council had not known in advance what they would face when they invaded the stellar system, just that it was going to be heavily defended. They had made estimations based on the testimonies of the Battle of the Fangs survivors. These estimates had fallen immensely short of reality. Somehow, it seemed every asteroid which could bear the weight of a macro battery had been equipped with one. The worst-case assumption had been that there would be 12 layers of minefields like at Cadia. They had broken through 16 and the campaign was far from over. The system seemed to be bristling with star forts, most of them automated with Great Crusade standard technology. There were hidden platforms and carriers used as launching bases for hundreds of starfighters. There were converted surveillance stations coordinating and firing hundreds of torpedoes per minute. The Fenris system must have received the approval of Kern, but it didn't receive Ikotas. From grand cruisers to the little raiders of their mortal slaves, every ship came under attack from all directions. Because the savages they had once called cousins were not bothering hammering the battleships, they were first decimating all their escorts, and unfortunately it worked all too well for them. Most of the pirate slave fleets which had been prepared to reinforce the Grand Armada for decades were now crippled wrecks at best, debris of metal and water at worst. And they had lost a lot of hours battling their way into the system. Lord Apostle, Dark Apostle Muthake is firing his batteries against Fenris Moon. The astropathic station Longhowl won't be of any use to the slaves of the false emperor. He should conserve his ammunition. The wolves had abandoned Val Dramani the moment they realized the Grand Armada was there, and the orbital and planetary defenses were undoubtedly trapped and ready to blow should they be so stupid as to try to board them. We can't destroy it in the end, so there's no reason waste so much firepower against something so useless. Yes, Lord Apostle. The Legionnaire grimaced. For a supposed loyalist chapter, the wolves really have a lot of proscribed advanced technology to protect their planets. The Curs of Rus are many things, faithful, Ikotas began, and since their founding, hypocrisy has been their armor and their battle cry. But it's this very hypocrisy which makes them so dangerous. The wolves are so proud of their barbarian self-righteousness that there is literally nothing they won't do in the name of victory. Their rune priests, for example, did the exact same thing Magnus' precious sons did, except they used a different psychic channeling method. The two legions were more alike than they thought, violating the false emperor's commands while they vehemently protested they were undyingly loyal. What do they have waiting for us in orbit? As the unbreakable faith and the sixth great host slowly progressed towards the planet, Ikotas felt the urge to spit. The ice ball that was Fenris waited. And it wasn't an exaggeration, with the deep Fenrisian winter a matter of days away, the planet's oceans truly froze over. It made him regret they couldn't shatter Valdramani and let the debris of the moon generate a few hundred asteroid strikes on the tribes which worshipped Rus and the false emperor. What an inglorious demise it would be for the arrogant curs. But alas, they couldn't do that. Rituals like the Tear of Nightmares didn't work if they destroyed a world from orbit without risking anything. They had to seize the most significant sites of power of Fenris and sacrifice a native space marine on each of the altars they raised on them if they wanted the ritual to succeed. Blasting apart Fenris with nothing but the battleship's guns would destroy the planet, but the gods wouldn't grant them a minuscule fraction of the power the Legion required for the Tear. They have a first-class orbital grid, Lord Apostle. We can confirm 21 primary stations linked to each other by killer satellites and heavy monitors. They also appear to have dispersed mine layers they may or may not have transformed into starfighter carriers. There's also a merchantman, my lord. A merchant ship. If the situation was not so explosive, Ikotas would have laughed. What is it doing here? I thought the wolves didn't trade anything save their love for violence and their hypocrisy. It looks like it is one of those mass conveyors originally purchased by the first rogue trader dynasties, Lord Apostle. Ah, the engines appear to be ruined. It's certainly a starship which experienced warp problems and had to take refuge at Fenris before it was destroyed. There are signs the wolves tried to convert it into a Q-ship before abandoning it. The gods weren't with them that day. Between the gods' servants feasting upon their souls and being forced to live with the wolves for decades, neither option was attractive no matter how you looked at it. Ikotas considered the matter with amusement for a few seconds before shaking his head and returning to more important issues. How does Kriegasurbus attack proceed? Slowly, Lord, his subordinate legionnaire answered. Very slowly. He tried to accelerate and launch a lightning raid on Midgardia, but his vanguard was blown apart in minefields and traps. The delay has given the dogs the time they needed to rally their fleet. He should still win, they only have 2 battle barges and 5 cruisers against his murder fleet, but it's not going to be quick or easy. Midgardia has an orbital grid too. Nothing in this blasted system is won quickly or easily, Ikotas hissed between his teeth. Frostheim. The World Eaters' warbands are half an hour away from planetary invasion. Beyond that, I am not sure, Lord. The Berserkers aren't exactly reporting the status of their ships and infantry forces every hour. Indeed. Thankfully, the servants of the gods should emerge victorious. The rituals have confirmed there are no wolves anywhere on Frostheim. Most of the available Astartes the dogs of Rus had gathered were either with their fleet at Midgardia or on Fenris itself. Ikotas would have laughed and mocked them for that, except it was the correct strategy. If they dispersed, the warbands unleashed against the different planets and notable fortresses would crush them in detail before the Legion gave them the killing blow. No, whichever barbarian lord was in command knew what he was doing, not that it was going to do more than delay their defeat. Good. In that case, let's focus on our part of the great plan. Destroy this orbital grid, so that the wolves can see the fireworks of their doom coming as their satellites crash onto their miserable ball of ice filled with carnivorous beasts. Yes, Lord Apostle. We will enter killing range in 1 minute and 4 seconds, wait, what was? Psychic power accumulating. One of the lesser sorcerers he kept in his presence wailed. A heartbeat later, Ikotas felt it too. It was like a cascade of ice drowning him, and his senses were nearly submerged by the howls of the wind, and animals screaming for death. We have a sudden influx of psychic power, what are the curs doing? Ikotas narrowed his eyes, and cursed loudly. The damned merchant ship. My lord. That isn't a Q-ship, the dogs have modified it into a gigantic psychic battery. It's a converted psy-cruiser. Just as the words left his mouth, the Grand Apostle knew he was incorrect. Given the size of the merchantman, the ship converted into a psychic weapon was closer to a battleship than a cruiser. It was utterly illegal to build something like that when the word-bearers still served the false emperor. And the punishment for a crime of this magnitude had increased, not lessened, in the millennia after. But the Fenrisian barbarians had done it. The entire sixth great host began to hurl all its weapons to destroy it. But the orbital grid was still intact, ready to answer fire with fire. And as the merchantmen slowly rotated to face them, Ikotas and the scores of legionnaires present on the bridge of the unwavering faith watched powerlessly as an enormous psy-cannon hidden until now began to glow with the energies of the immaterium. And then it fired. Psychic defense ship converted mass conveyor singing dodo. Rune priest Loki word howl. The blessings of Mother Fenris weren't without cost. Loki's nose was bleeding. Kraken's slime, his ears and eyes were bleeding. And when he coughed, the saliva tasted like his blood too. His back hurt like he was forced to carry a pack of wolves. His legs burned in agony. His arms felt weak for the first time since he had been accepted among the ranks of the Vilka Fenrika. None of it could diminish the elation the rune priest felt as a word-bearer battleship was wiped out in a single beautiful explosion. 3 trader cruisers died with it, but they didn't really count. It was the big bastards brought by the Oathbreakers which had to be destroyed if they wanted Fenris to have a chance. Ha! Ha! It worked. It worked. Did you see it, dire bear? It worked. Lord Loki. One of the girls serving as crewmates of the singing dodo began nervously, your vitals have received a nasty shock from a single shot of the Fenris cannon. If you try to channel more power, surely. Nonsense. I am in the best health of my life. If only his nose stopped bleeding, he would be more convincing. And there are many more traitor battleships to kill. Choose the coordinates of one while I'm concentrating the blow for our next prey. Lord, please at least convince the Wolf Lord to send another priest so that you rest a bit. You look 2 steps away from hell's door. I'm telling you I am fine. Wordhowl wasn't going to admit out loud that the loan of the assets he had found across the domains of the Alfather had been done on his orders and authority. Only he had completed the purification journey. Only he had been involved in the creation of the psychoils. And he was the one who had bargained with House Belisarius to find this ship. The only thing he had not done was renaming the ship, because the few sailors who had stayed behind had told him the machine spirits would be displeased and that he would earn a lot of bad luck if he tried to do that. So Loki Wordhowl hadn't. But by all the wolf packs of Fenris, a little bleeding wasn't going to stop him at the moment of triumph. Next target. Now. The warrior of the frozen world barked. Target coordinates updated. Apocalypse class battleship. Distance, 1,041 kilometers. Allegiance, Extremis Traitoris, 17th Legion. Let's send them to the judgment they have avoided for far too long, the Vilka Fenrika growled. Fire. The orbital grid was in the middle of the apocalypse, and as Loki shouted, more violence followed. With the skill of a shipmaster on Fenris' stormy sea, the rune priest guided the torrent of icy power which was born from Mother Fenris' heart. It was a primal ocean of cold. It was liberty. It was the ferocity of the wilderness, the wrath of the icebergs, the blizzard which howled every winter. For the second time, Loki Wordhowl felt the power and blessings of Fenris deeper than any other Vilka Fenrika ever had. For the second time, the girl's report was spoken. Traitor Apocalypse class battleship destroyed. We also have wiped out at least 2 light cruisers and a carrier. Ha! Ha! Arg! The pain paralyzed his body before he could welcome the news with the laughter it deserved. Agony did not do justice to the suffering he experienced. The blood pouring from his body was only a mere side effect of what he had been hurt by. And those spiritual and physical wounds were just due to the mere channeling of the power. His right arm was unresponsive, and as the pain returned to more Astartes bearable levels, Loki looked at his limb and knew he would never move it again. The arm, his arm, was more crystal than flesh after this. What Fenris had given, it had also taken. And the price, bah, he would pay it again. He was a son of Rus. And he would save Fenris and the legacy of Rus if it was. Loki felt the wards falling as the troops of the Malefic Aram stormed the command bridge. Death to the wolves. The girls didn't hesitate. They drew their weapons, and charged. For Rus and the Alfather. The bridge became a melee battleground, and Loki growled angrily as he realized he didn't even have the strength to stand on his own. Not that a single Sky Warrior's strength would be enough. Demonic portals opened everywhere. The girls were going to be overwhelmed. And the status of the orbital grid told him the same thing was happening everywhere. The rune priest of the Third Grand Company laughed, for it was evidence itself the traitors and oathbreakers had really panicked. And Loki Wordhowl was going to give them another reason to fear the wrath of Fenris. No coordinates were uttered. No target was mentioned. It was not important, as for the last blow he didn't intend to strike at a word-bearer warship. I am a son of Rus, slaves of ruin. He howled. And I will wait for you on the other side of the gates of Morkai. For Rus and Fenris. For the Alfather. For the third time of the day, the Vilka Fenrika felt more power that he'd ever known react upon his mental command. Loki Wordhowl laughed before howling in challenge. He was still howling when the singing dodo blew apart. Goliath-class heavy battleship Unbreakable Faith. Grand Apostle Akotas. No respectable dark apostle could sully the noble language of Kalkus with base insults. That was what Logothic was for. The Skull Lord flay his carcass until there is nothing but bones. The grandfather cursed the tribes of this death world to die of zombie plague. The architect reduced their barbaric minds to the bestial state they so admire. A million curses upon the tribes of Fenris. A million punishments and enslavements for their blasphemies against the faithful and the Pantheon. His rage was so powerful the 8 closest slaves were instantly incinerated by his gifts. Akotas continued to rage as the orbital grid was consumed by weapon fire and finally on the brink of total collapse. Only then did the Grand Apostle calm himself. Report. The Legionnaire commanded to relay all the scrying, rituals, and information obtained from them by his sorcerers bowed deeply. Lord Apostle. At this hour, we can confirm the Legion battleship's confession of slaughter and profession of faith have been lost with all hands by the fault of this, wretched weapon of the curse. The psychic cannon which caused this destruction also crippled or destroyed all escorts assigned to these two capital battleships. A&D. The third psychic assault pulverized the shattered tower of Warlord Obsidral. The raider ships assigned to this vessel continue their work in search of survivors, but it looks like the entire sect of the Red Echo is dead. Preliminary casualties are at 9 sorcerers, 900 plus Rubrici, and 3 capital ships. The only good news I can give is that since the transfer of assets before Cadia, the Knights of House Mutica are still intact. Could one really speak of good news if the only thing able to really control these engines of destruction had been lost with Obsidral and the sect of the Red Echo? The orbital grid will be utterly destroyed within the hour. Prepare House Mutica's knights and our host of Volscani cataphracts for a general assault against the fortress of the Fang. The Eastern Fringe. The Damocles Gulf. TO System. 280 hours before the mark of Oblivion. Battleship Enterprise. Lady General Taylor Hebert. You have done well, Admiral. Hold your position and watch over the Tau fleet. I will contact you again in 1 hour with new orders. By your command, Your Celestial Highness. The hololithic image of Admiral Fritz von Bittenfeld flickered out, leaving her only with Dragon and Wolfgang Bach occupying the three-dimensional communication magnifier. Taylor could have summoned the rogue traitor to her quarters, but he had much to do with Archmagos Sagami, and she didn't intend to waste his time for so long. Indeed, after agreeing on a short-term course of action, it was the turn of the blonde-haired man to disappear and return to his regular duties. Well, this isn't exactly what we expected when finally catching up with the Imga monolith. A masterful understatement, Dragon. One tries, the Tinker smiled before returning to a more neutral stance. We have the advantage, and the confirmation Admiral Bittenfeld missed his calling when he wasn't recruited by the Black Templars. Now you're just exaggerating, the insect mistress joked. The Black Templars are that way to try to emulate Bittenfeld, not the other way around. This notion of attacking in damn the torpedoes mode whatever the odds must be learned somewhere. True, the Draconic Minister of Industry agreed. What do you intend to do about him? In the short term, we keep him where he is, the Lady General answered. I don't think these, Tau, are going to try to stab us in the back with the battle groups we have, but I prefer keeping a good contingency in my hand even if we don't need it. And 2 companies of Raven Guard successors have joined us. I think their talents will be more useful against the new empire we have just met. Now since I know you read faster than I, Dragon, I'm sure you must have formed an opinion about them. That entirely depends whether the information they gave us is propaganda or what they really believe, the leader of the Fafnir Enclave began. If it's propaganda, I would need access to their databases and landing on the planet to have a first-hand opinion. If they really think, dream, live, and die for this greater good of theirs, I think we are going to be problems with them, problems which might soon create the conditions for a military conflict. I suspect it wouldn't come as a surprise if the Imperium found themselves at war with those blue-skinned aliens in another reality, Taylor commented ironically. You noticed. Dragon, whatever the era we're speaking of, the Imperium doesn't have a policy which allows Xenos to trade overtly with human citizens or to sign treaties of free exchange like that. That is a privilege the High Lords restrict to humans and humans alone, and any exception, including abhumans, is the result of centuries of compromise and politicking. I have a feeling either the Tau Empire engineered an entire series of operations the Inquisitors would classify as cold trade, or they began a small localized conflict with the Imperium. Both are not impossible, the thinker agreed thoughtfully. Still, whatever problems they caused to the Imperium in the dimension they came from, it's pretty clear a good part had to rely on the sheer distance separating them from any important sector. Their fleet is completely outmatched by what we have. Well, it's that or the Imperium has really lost pretty much all its advanced technology. I estimate a non-modernized Apocalypse-class battleship could destroy between 6 and 8 of their biggest capital warships without too much trouble. That bad? Dragon nodded. Damn. It's an interesting array of weapons they have, don't get me wrong, the Tinker continued. I'm particularly eager to discover how they mass-produce all those railguns and ion cannons, and the missiles they use instead of our torpedoes have very good electronics. And the civilian technology their propaganda showed, assuming they aren't lying through their teeth, is something our artisans would make a fortune replicating. We are more advanced than them technologically, but they seem to not have all the Imperium's history of civil wars which cost us most of our industrial databases and assets. Negotiations after the battle, telling them tactfully we have the upper hand. Dragon chuckled. If they don't realize they are rather outnumbered and their firepower is inferior to ours, I think it would raise a lot of questions how they reached this level of technological innovation on their own. And speaking of historical questions, how do we handle the knowledge of their other Imperium's history? For now, we suppress the information. I will have to speak with the Inquisitors soon and I think we will choose a solution which will likely consist of insisting it is another dimension and the Imperium we know has nothing in common with the one they came from. The ruler of Nyx finished eating the bits of grok steak waiting on her plate. Besides, there's always the possibility their sources lied or that the knowledge was distorted. Assuming they aren't trying to manipulate us, their version of the heresy was 10,000 years before their time. It would be somewhere between 4 and 6,000 years after the current M35 era, given how inconsistent the imperial calendar could often prove in this region with warp storms and space-time anomalies. In this instance, Taylor, I completely disagree. I think it is obvious what happened. In their dimension, the ruinous powers didn't succeed in corrupting Horus, but they turned the lion against the Emperor. You may be right. The black-haired para-human conceded. There still are a lot of holes in the timeline, and we will likely never know how to fill them. As it stands, we know that in their heresy, the sons of Horus, the White Scars and the Iron Warriors defended the Imperial Palace during the siege. And unlike in the siege we're familiar with, the Ultramarines and the Blood Angels arrived in time to attack the enemy from behind. Unfortunately, the events after that had been marked with tragedy. The Lion had boarded the Red Tier and slain Sanguinius, but the Primarch of the Blood Angels had lasted long enough for the Emperor to arrive before the arch-traitor of that civil war could disengage. What happened after that was sadly familiar to anyone aware of the tragedy represented by the heresy. Taylor A. Bear sighed. The equivalent of the despoiler in their timeline seemed to be Corswain the Hell Knight, and judging by the enormous warp storm they observed in 001M42, the traitors must have managed to open something akin to the Tier of Nightmares and destroy enough Necron pylons to plunge the galaxy into another age of strife. If she had needed another reason to oppose the abominations, this was a very good one. This, alternative history, I think it can wait until after we've dealt with our current set of problems. Of course. Though it raises the question of what we're going to do with the Imga monolith now. Given how easily Bittenfeld managed to break through the shields and how much damage the Necron infighting causes, we can launch a rapid assault upon the monolith and gain space superiority in this system. The question is what we will do after that. Taylor grimaced. I know very well what our options are. Exterminatus or conquest. Between the 8 battle groups or at least their undamaged assets in the case of those who had fought at Mandragora 61 exotic Exterminatus weapons had the firepower to cause apocalyptic damage to the Necron war machine. There also were 28 warheads of a more conventional variety. These weapons had not been used at Mandragora, because the Sodic had proven too skilled at negating the Cain particle-fueled Inferno which was an Exterminatus, really, and that if they used them against Mandragora, there would be no ace available to demolish the Imga monolith if none of the most devastating weapons available to mankind were left to her. And I can admit, between us two, ordering the Inquisitorial kill ships to prepare the Exterminatus is something that has a lot of benefits. First, it would obviously spare the lives of the millions of guardsmen waiting in the battle group's transports. After Mandragora, Taylor felt she owed it to them not to send them into a second hell, though there were hundreds of fresh divisions which had not experienced the dreadful attritional warfare against an opponent which didn't care if it lived as long as every enemy died. Second, the problem of Imodic the Stormlord would be handled in a very destructive and thorough manner. The Stormlord was good, but against the firepower of the World Killers, the Overlord Necrons died like the rest. Third, the stocks of Noctilith and Sepulchrund protected by the Saraken dynasty would be denied to the Imperium's enemies. In turn, this would mean the Black Crusade's intended goals would already suffer from a nasty blow no matter what happened on Fenris. We can use them. Dragon grimaced. But is it the best solution? It will save countless lives, Dragon. And we can always find more Noctilith elsewhere. True on the Noctilith, though I will remind you it is our allies who have custody of these Noctilith stocks, and treaty terms can always be changed. The Minister of Industry made an impatient sound. But even if Kaul and the Argovone rogue traitor remain, the fact is this Necron battle station may be the key to locate all the Necron worlds that both Nefertun and Trazyn have been unable to tell us the coordinates of. It is not certain. No. But the Imga monolith's Necrons knew how to initiate a general reawakening of the entire Sodic dynasty. She must have been unconvinced, because Dragon continued. And of course, the Exterminatus weapons will still be available if the traitor Astartes materialize in the next several hours and we need to destroy the monolith, or incinerate their battleships the way fiends like them deserve. Now that was, unfortunately, a good point. And Dragon had many others to raise, aside from the sheer gains grabbing billions of ton of Noctilith represented. All right. Please inform Admiral Muller we're going to start Case Jutland. Or ESL Leith Battleship Firestar 3. Commander Shadow Soon. Shadow Soon had believed she had seen the true might of the Gulaw Imperium at the Second Battle of Mugulath Bay. When the cursed battle began, hundreds of Gulaw warships had emerged from out of nowhere, bypassing all their monitoring stations and critical frontier strongholds, and the space fleet of the air caste sworn to protect the newly founded September on their honor and the greater good had perished. The Fire Caste Supreme Commander had learned later that it had been what the Gulaw Imperium called 478th Ultima Battle Fleet, with the horrible implication there were at least 477 other fleet formations available, and they were led by a monstrous ship which answered to the name Warhammer, technical designation, Lupercal-class battleship. It had destroyed 2 Viterlaw-class battle stations in a single volley. But at least there had been a meager comfort in knowing the Gulaw had deployed their strongest fleet asset against the To Empire. And while the day had ended in tragedy and defeat, the Tau had learned much about their opponents, and after this disaster they had immediately begun preparing new strategies to defeat these extremely dangerous warships. Except it looked like the Imperium of this dimension had a bigger warship than the Warhammer. Worse, it was not that they had one, she counted at least 5, and more coming into existence every December. The heroine of the third sphere of expansion had at first wondered why the Gula Admiral accepted with good grace when she asked to have a VID link to observe his reinforcements. Now Shadow soon understood, there was nothing anyone on Tio, including the Ethereals themselves, could do against the Imperial fleets gathering on their doorstep in immense numbers. Even if Luval and all its fortresses had not been wiped out, even if the Corvatra was intact, and it was definitely not, with over half of the home fleet crippled or gone, the Tio Empire would have been powerless against the absolute might the Gula Imperium had deployed here. They were the apex galactic predators, and today the Necrons were the prey. For the greater good of the Tau and the world she loved, Shadow soon acknowledged that the survival of all castes depended upon them not antagonizing the Gula. Because no Koeon or Montka tactic would be able to counter the overwhelming difference in tonnage in their disfavor. The fire and air castes have done what they could, Holy One, Shadow soon reported to the Prime Ethereal Onkothlin when he contacted her. I humbly suggest the water caste begin negotiations when the Gula contact us again. This is not an enemy we can defeat militarily, it is entirely possible that this force could defeat the might of our entire empire. As it stands, they are going to kill the butchers of Luval and then dictate their conditions. And if their conditions are unacceptable? The Ethereal asked softly. Then, Holy One, it will be a choice between the greater good and bloody annihilation. The Throne of Oblivion. 277 hours before the mark of Oblivion. Chapter Master Moritz Schneider. Space Marines weren't supposed to get captured, Moritz Schneider knew that. By the fist of their Gene Father, most of the Imperium knew that. It wasn't just pride speaking, obviously. As anyone familiar with the Adeptus Astartes knew, the rigorous psycho-indoctrination every Space Marine received during initiation made violent and non-violent interrogation completely pointless. Unless a Space Marine decided to willingly give the information he possessed to his enemies, the only true way of obtaining something was to be a Space Marine yourself and to eat the prisoner's brain. And even that generally gave you only vague memories, and the knowledge absorbed wasn't specific. No specific protection had been in place when the Astartes fought the heresy, but the Emperor's finest were resistant against any approach one might try to initiate. As for capturing a Space Marine for the sake of having a live trophy, the thousands of tales of Astartes breaking out of prisons or going on to devastating their jailers' ships generally decreased the number of Xenos and non-Xenos parties willing to try. Therefore, when the invaders had attacked the Imga monolith, they had been more concerned about the time they would have to complete their mission before dying rather than waste their time worrying about capture. And honestly, since the beginning of Operation Stalingrad, all Necrons had tried to exterminate all human opposition in front of them. Why would it be different for them? Obviously, they had been wrong. Moritz and his last 4 veterans had been taken prisoner. Worse for his pride, the invader's chapter master had been captured by a single Necron, who had humiliated him before cutting off his right arm and pretending he was doing him a favor. He didn't care if it was one of those overlords or some fancy Xenos noble. Moritz swore on the last working arm he had left the Necron would pay for that, in addition to all the invader lives the Necron had killed in these last several days. Then the ground of the Imga monolith began to vibrate heavily. And there was only one outside phenomenon which could be the cause on something as huge as the planet-sized pyramid. And that was a heavy space bombardment. The Imperium had successfully tracked down the monolith again and was launching another attack. It seems your allies are attacking again, one of the Necron nobles in love with the sound of his own voice declared, constantly pacing around the perimeter of the green energy fields keeping him prisoner on his metallic legs. How pathetic. Like you, they do not understand that against the genius of Overlord Emotic the Stormlord, no victory is possible. How curious, if your victory was preordained, how it is we managed to defeat you at Mandragora. You didn't defeat us. The Nemesar hissed threateningly, which of course did nothing to impress a chapter master of the Adeptus Astartes. Faeron Josakat will have dealt with the Citan by now, and soon your forces will be trapped between the scythe of the Sodic dynasty and the shield of the Storm Lord. Do you have the ability to teleport to Mandragora, Xenos? Moritz inquired. Because last time I checked, we had a fleet, but your ships had a remarkable tendency to shatter under the fire of our warship's macro batteries. The Nemesar struck the field with his enormous weapon before leaving the cells. Prepare yourselves, brothers. The chapter master announced to the survivors of his attack force. We may get one last chance to kill the Xenos before the end. Guard Transport Black Raptor. Private Kumar Panduranga. The Armaglass windows were a prized location on any ship, and the rare ones which could be found aboard the Black Raptor were no exception. Of course, anyone having a functioning head on their shoulders knew doing anything more than glancing when you were on duty was just asking for massive trouble. The Commissar wasn't going to kill you for that, of course, but he always had a small mountain of chores by default ranging from very unpleasant over very long, very unpleasant, to will demote you a rank. Naturally, plenty of Ventrillians were on shore duty the moment they came aboard the Black Raptor. Some said it was tradition or a rite of passage. Kumar just thought the Ventrillian nobles' wealth had screwed with their heads. For the record, he wasn't on duty, the reason why he was admiring the fireworks. Very expensive, the fireworks. According to the rumor mill, their own battle group named Bagration for a reason no colonel was aware of had joined the others. The names meant nothing: Volga, Berzina, Dnieper, Maskarovka, Muska, Salzvad, Magdan, and of course Bagration. A few loudmouths pretended there were even more, but the young private of Goa had difficulties believing it. His cousin had drunk a few glasses with a junior lieutenant of the Auspex station, and the battle groups of the Stalingrad Crusade had more than 70 battleships. And as the navy were proud to boast, for every battleship, they had 3 cruisers, and a whole flotilla of destroyers or frigates. Viewed from an armaglass window, it was like the god emperor himself was smiting the enormous Xenos pyramid. And then their compartment's alarms began to shriek. Goa first to the armory. Goa first to the armory. Kumar didn't think he had ever run so quickly, nor had he donned his carapace armor so fast. Those Necrons must be stupid, one of their company's loudest braggarts muttered, as he failed a check for the 3rd time and had to be helped by one of his platoon's men. Angering a living saint enough that she would pursue them to the eastern fringe. Ours is not to question why, motto of the Imperial Guard, you learned it the moment you arrive at the recruiting office. Let's look on the bright side, it's going to be easier than hunting an ankylosaurus with a shotgun. Anything is easier than that, his cousin snorted while they marched towards the gun lockers. Ah, there is my baby. Your baby? That is some kind of rocket launcher. The Nyx tech priests named it bazooka. 12 different types of Krag missiles available, 10 types of frag projectiles, but an entire world of hurt for the Xenos. Well, I prefer the section's plasma cannon. Kumar shivered, hoping his cousin knew what he was doing with that thing. I know someone of the Nyx's heavy infantry whose regiment used them at Mandragora, and when they hit those bastards of Xenos, they don't stand up, not before a full repair. Bastard Xenos, another guardsman approved. The galaxy will be a better place once the living saint has destroyed them. And we will get the medals and the glory. You saw the size of the pyramid? If the saint sells it to the High Lords, the same prizes as Kamarak will be handed out. The jokes slowed down before they arrived in the hangar bay, and soon ceased entirely. The line of stone-faced commissars probably had something to do with that. Sons of Goa. The colonel spoke. As rumor had it, the old man had lost a hunting game with the governor by only 2 shots to receive the honor of leading the 1st Guard Regiment of Volunteers to be sent off-world in living memory. The hour has come to fulfill our oaths. I am not going to insult you by saying it's going to be easy. The Navy is softening up the Necron defenses as we speak, but they're still protected by the Aegis battlecruisers to avoid the Necron counter-batteries. You have seen the data from Mandragora. The Saint is going to support us as soon as possible, but she won't be present in the first wave. We will. And our orders have been transmitted. We must clear a landing zone for the Knights of House Krast. The colonel grinned. We have survived everything the corrupt bastards of Vijayanagara have thrown at us. No matter how much they starved us, how many Omega beasts came to kill us, we didn't break. We won't break today. For the Saint and the Emperor. Seal your armors. Our regiment's battle against the monolith begins now. Segmentum Obscurus / Segmentum Solar, contested. Fenris System. Fenris. Assayheim. Landing Zone Rho Alpha. 276 hours before the mark of oblivion. Volskani General Ulden. Ulden thought he had been prepared, but he wasn't. The first enemy he met once his command transport landed on this miserable ice ball was the terrible cold. For what had to be the 8,000th time, the Volskani general cursed the slaves of the false emperor. Many things had been taken with them when their planet accepted the primordial truth, but the sole production line of customized power armors was not among them. The unbelievers had destroyed it together with the entirety of its completed stockpile before it could fall into their hands. And the final result was that a high and prestigious officer like himself had to use some second-hand carapace armor unworthy of his rank. I see the landing zone is secured, good. The curs and barbarians of the planet have learned no lessons from their past, the other faithful guardsmen affirmed. And the masters of the primordial truth are keeping them busy. His subordinate didn't need to point fingers or indicate a direction, 100 kilometers away or not, everyone could see the gigantic bombardment the battleships in orbit were unleashing against the Fang. The problems are the snow and the cold, General. We are already improving the modifications the masters agreed upon, but I pray it isn't going to snow more than it already has, because our cataphracts weren't exactly built to cross mountainous passes like these. We will be successful, Ulden scowled at such defeatism. The gods are with us. Remember that, Colonel. Yes, General. But there was a massive thunderous explosion, and several bright lights announcing the arrival of the heavy artillery and support equipment became streaks of flames and smoke, before crashing into the mountains around them. By the holy fevers of the Grandfather, The false emperor's slaves have anti-air batteries on the approaches to our landing zone. Why did the aerial scouts fail to find them? Never mind. May the blood god pile up the skulls of the space wolves in a gigantic mountain. Make sure those batteries are silenced. But before the colonel or any member of his circle could obey his orders, there was a new monumental explosion near them. And as Alden turned his head, the goal of this explosion was all too clear. From the slopes of the impossibly tall peak north of landing zone Rho Alpha, the enemy had triggered the mother of all avalanches. Thousands, maybe tens of thousands of tons of snow were rushing downwards, and there was nothing in his division's arsenal he could use to stop this enormous white apocalypse. Gods! Save us from this avalanche! Save us from the cowardly ways of war of the curs worshipping the false emperor! The avalanche went through the scouts' outposts. The hastily dug trenches were buried down to the last man and the last shotgun, and then it was the turn of the landing zone's heart. Alden saw nimble sentinels and slow cataphracts alike be thrown around like toys, or disappear like they'd never existed under this thunderous weapon born of the ice planet itself. Gods! Mighty Lord of Blood, peerless architect, joyous grandfather! Have I not been your dutiful servant? All Alden heard was the thunder of the avalanche, and the Volscani cataphract general understood. The gods were liars. But this revelation arrived far too late. 8 seconds later, Alden received a block of ice to the head which killed him on the spot, and his body disappeared 2 seconds later, never to be found. He would never know that roughly 2.3% of his army managed to survive the avalanche engineered by a pack of blood claws punished for a certain tankard incident. Unfortunately for those survivors, an avalanche like that had attracted an adult ice WIRM and a respectable pack of frost wolves. Before night fell upon Fenris, there would be no survivors among the 4 brigades of the Volscani cataphracts which had landed on Fenris at Rho Alpha. The Fang. 274 hours before the mark of oblivion. Wolf Lord Olaf Dire Bear. Blood Pack Wrath Badger report the landing zone is clear of traitors. So the tricksters remembered the Vox frequencies are good for something, Olaf muttered before clearing his throat in a loud rumble. The 9 landing zones are all accounted for. Yes, Jarl. Something bothers you, Torsten. With all due respect, yes, Jarl. The Long Fang of his great company replied. This was exactly the same attack pattern the witches of the Thousand Suns tried during the Battle of the Fang. I know those damned sorcerers consider us stupid, but surely they didn't think we had taken no countermeasures to prevent a second siege. The sorcerers didn't, I think, Olaf smirked. The blood claws in our sky patrols didn't see a single blue gold witch armor, just those traitor guardsmen they have an abundance of. That's still a heavy price to pay even if you don't care about them, one of the longest-serving members of the Third Great Company growled. Fine, we know the traitors don't care about their slaves' lives, but that's still a lot of armor we buried under the avalanches. Yes, the Wolf Lord agreed before studying the list of assets once more and arriving at an unpleasant conclusion. The traitors above our heads gambled. They wanted to see if we were sleepy and overconfident. Just in case they could strike fast at the Fang and besiege us like they did with Greylock's 12th Company long ago. Well, it didn't work, by Russ. Halfdan, one of his most hot-blooded Grey Fangs, commented. It didn't. Olaf agreed. But they have no doubt used their cursed witches to tell them how large the Asaheim defense zone is. They're going to land further away where we don't have avalanches to bury them before they can enjoy a refreshing night of Fenris. It was likely the traitors weren't going to limit themselves to that. The Red Cyclops was here, and that meant witch spells and all the malefic arum the damned sons of Prospero had invented since they fled into the Eye of Terror. Jarl Silent Death reported the strength of his packs before leaving the Fang. Jarl. How many? 318 blood claws, 174 grey hunters, and 90 long fangs. Too many young hot-blooded whelps, not enough long fangs. He was being unfair, as the 8th Great Company had returned to Fenris precisely because it had taken high losses in several legendary battles against the Greenskins, but the fact remained half of his numbers were untested, and the company of the Silent Wolf were pack ambushers. They relied on a high degree of discipline, and the young blood claws weren't exactly known for that. At least our company is larger than Lars Silent Deeth's, Jarl. It is, and we have twice the number of hot-blooded whelps and tricksters he does. 691 blood claws, 265 grey hunters, 104 long fangs, 403 bear companions, that was the core of the strength of the great white bears, sworn to the defense of Fenris for far too many years. It seemed impressive, and it was. Olaf was well aware that in a non-Fenrisian chapter, no company commander commanded a force that large. A siege won't play to their strengths, just in case you've forgotten in your old age, Jarl. Insolent whelp. The Wolf Lord retorted in good humor. But no, I haven't forgotten. Tell Enjal to choose 2 packs of blood claws. I want him to take them to the fire breather. Everything moved and was eventually destroyed on Fenris, but there were a few exceptions. Asaheim, the large mountainous continent where the Fang was built, was one. The fiery volcano that was the fire breather, which all tribes of Fenris believed to be the lair of a fire deity, was another. Situated a mere 500 kilometers south of Asaheim, it could also be used as a first landing zone, especially since with the Fenrisian winter coming, the lava projections were not as intense as those of a year ago. The rune priests have not predicted an attack from that direction. The rune priests are busy. The witches try to break down our wards and they're doing all they can to protect us. Olaf Direbear was a wolf lord, and he had gained the title when he was a very old Long Fang. He had seen countless battles, and with Bu as his partner, tens of thousands of enemies had fallen to his axe. Yet as the eldest made his presence known, Olaf felt like a blood claw in front of his elders once more. Lord Bjorn, the Castellan of the Fang bowed. Your presence? My presence is the sign someone has fucked up again. Tell me, Wolf Lord. This is the second time I'm woken up because that bastard of a Cyclops is attacking Fenris. The first time there was no great wolf present. The second time there was no great wolf present. I'm beginning to see a fucking pattern, and I don't like it. Though he wasn't a friend of the great wolf, in fact, it was his opposition to him which had kept him on Fenris for so long. Olaf felt he had to defend the honor of Kraken Slayer. Great Wolf Hakon Kraken Slayer has led a great hunt to protect. Hakon of the Ice Claws? The whelp who couldn't hold his drinks at his first great feast. The drawback of waking an elder for the great events, the Wolf Lord suddenly realized, was that he knew most of the embarrassing moments too. He has gotten better. More like he had learned a little discipline and restraint between two periods of wrath. And he could drink far more now. And he has hunted 3 adult Krakens alone. I hunted Krakens before becoming a son of Rus. The eldest dreadnought of the Vilka Fenrika hotly retorted. And I bedded 10 daughters of 10 different tribes while surviving their father's wrath. A one-legged Long Fang would kill a Kraken. Olaf let the revered one grumble for several more minutes about how in the old times the Vilka Fenrika were true men pissing thunder and climbing the Asaheim peaks with both hands tied behind their back. No one dared to interrupt him. By the Fang! Why are you all standing here waiting? The Cyclops and the priest bastard are sullying Fenris just by looking at it. We know, Lord, but since they have an immense fleet in orbit, we must move carefully for the next day. Once the blizzard comes tomorrow, we will be able to move without being intercepted. But for now, the only storm of importance is around the Fire Breather. Ah! I remember old Fire Breather. Perfect terrain to spar with 5 drakes at once. Fire Breather Volcano. Landing Zone Kappa Thebes. 271 hours before the mark of oblivion. Volskani General Bulde. The first sight General Bulde of the Volskani cataphracts had of Fenris was that of a gigantic winged reptile tearing apart one of their chimeras to feed upon the men trapped inside its hull. The old officer had hardened his heart in service of the primordial truth. Several members of his family had refused to understand that the endless hours of work spent overseeing the tithes were just lies of the false emperor, and examples had to be made. Bulde froze. The communications had been garbled as the violent winds and snow hid the landing zone from view, so he had not expected to see a perfect camp waiting for him, but this. There was blood splattered everywhere. The snow had turned red from the blood spilled, and the reason he was seeing it so clearly was that the beasts were devouring his men in the light of the burning vehicles and the promethium spilled on things which should have been kept away from the flames. Then the general realized another reptilian monstrosity had landed on his transport. Run! He screamed, and didn't wait to see if he had been obeyed. Bulde ran, and a squad of his best men ran with him. The screams of those who hadn't were awful. They didn't last long, but the sounds of an enormous maw crunching the bones and masticating the flesh wasn't any better. I hate this damn planet, the Volskani guardsman snarled between his teeth, unknowingly repeating the same thing more or less every invader involved in the Battle of the Fang had voiced at least once 3 millennia ago. It took a minute of desperate running before they encountered the first sign of organized resistance, with several hundred men manning hydras and basilisks, trenches filled with less gun-equipped soldiers and other defensive measures. General! A captain saluted. Thank the gods you are alive, the landing zone is. I've seen the landing zone. Bulde barked, his efforts to control his anger failing before the enormity of the disaster. Save the resistance of what looked to be 300 or 400 men, the brigades of the 6th great host which had landed were either dead or fighting not to be devoured upon an enormous plateau of bloodied snow. We should have. The hydras opened fire, making sure everything he said was lost in the tumult of war. 2 transports were assailed in the sky by the enormous winged reptiles, and whoever was inside would never survive until it touched the ground. We tried to contact the masters before you landed, General. The lasguns repelled a wave of enormous furry things, and the captain shouted a dozen orders to the infantry before turning to him again. I think we landed near one of those monsters' nesting sites. And our hydras and the artillery guns are the only weapons which have enough elevation to chase them away. But we sent you all the hydras of 2 divisions to counter a situation like this. And 2/3 were lost before they could fire a single shot, General. The captain sighed in relief when at last the enormous beasts flew away from the perimeter the anti-air guns had protected. We also need more ammunition. And more fuel. Thousands of our men are dying because they don't have enough proper winter equipment. Balda didn't like the expression the captain gave to his splendid carapace armor at all. Yes, it was protecting him perfectly from the cold, so what? He was a general, he deserved the very best equipment. You were given all the winter equipment you needed. No, General, we weren't. The captain consulted something before looking at him again. The temperature right now is -18 degrees, and I'm sure it is as warm as it is because we're on the slopes of this big volcano. The moment the day is over, we can expect a fall of at least 20 degrees, if not more. With the current equipment and the promethium we have, we won't survive the night. Balda was opening his mouth to relieve the defeatist and incompetent officer of his duties when an animal howled in the distance. Except for some reason, the howl was too powerful, and awoke something dark in him. Something he hadn't felt even being pursued by the winged monsters. Then the howls grew in strength and number all around them. Volcani cataphracts who had stayed hidden in the carcasses of their immobilized tanks and ruined transports revealed themselves by fleeing towards the largest fires of the camp. The howling increased in power. It was not animals howling. No animal could howl like that. It was too dark, too bloodthirsty, too predatory. Never mind, General. By the sunset, everything will be over. Balda was still staring in incomprehension when a bolter shell met his head. The Eastern Fringe. The Damocles Gulf. TO System. The Throne of Oblivion. 271 hours before the mark of Oblivion. Ancient Rylaner. Patience. If there was one good thing his long imprisonment in the catacombs of Istvan III had taught Rylaner, it was undoubtedly patience. Not that he had been impatient before, no, but the quest for perfection had meant the Emperor's children were more preoccupied with fighting and fighting again on the path which would eventually damn most of them rather than wonder if their chosen pace was truly the best one. Blood of Terra, they had been so predictable during the Great Crusade. Granted, a large part of the predictability wasn't that big a problem during military campaigns, for like most of the old legions, the Third had not left many non-human enemies alive to learn from their mistakes. But they had still been predictable, doctrinally if not tactically and strategically. And being predictable killed them. That was why he had no intention of watching the new space marines he oversaw and trained make the same mistakes. As Necron phalanxes advanced into the open, phasing through walls, their outrageously decorated nobles were the first to fall, 20 Astartes snipers bringing them down with the extremely expensive rifles Lady Weaver had delivered without raising an eyebrow. The Necron lines didn't slow down. They were programmed to obey the last order they'd been given, and with the temporary incapacitation of their hierarchy, the abominable intelligences were simply continuing to relay the original set of commands, seeing no reason to alter the formations. This was the moment the bombers strafed the zone, and then the guardsmen surged forwards, shouting their battle cries and sending thousands and thousands of lost bolts into necrodermis. For the Emperor, it wasn't perfection. The Necrons as always adapted extremely quickly, or at least their abominable intelligences did. They Gauss Reapers, though some of the soldiers preferred to call them disintegrators, were murderous machines of war and hundreds of men fell before the last Necron warrior flashed out in green light. But tactically, it was a victory. The Goa First has done well, Rylaner rumbled on the regiment frequency, and so has the Aeronautica Imperialis. For a few seconds, he listened to the cheers and roars of triumph before using another frequency, this one available only to him out of the entire force which had landed on the Imga monolith. This is Rylaner. Point Alpha 3 secured. You can deploy Housecrast and the tank army. Brigadier General Tom Cameron. From the bridge of a warship, the Imga monolith looked like a Xenos hell. Once you landed upon it, it was the worst of all Xenos hells. Damn it, where did they find those multi-layered shields? Who cares? I want them gone. Even the cataphract's main gun can't pierce something like that on its own. For the God Emperor, abort. Abort. Tom grimaced as yet another lander went down in flames and a couple of men were transformed into green torches. Knowing the efficiency of the Necron gauze weaponry, there was no doubt all these poor sons of the Imperium were already dead, the only thing they could do now was to avenge them. Nix Artillery, this is Brigadier General Tom Cameron of Attack Force Alpha Patton. We need you to bombard the following coordinates. Once again the shells and rockets from the newly introduced artillery weapons proved their worth, and the Necron ranks were wiped out. For some insane reason Tom Cameron had no time to think about, half of the time the Xenos killers stayed where they were once they had forced their opposition to retreat or to die. So far, the Brigadier General hadn't seen them using cover at all even once. We begin the offensive once the sappers have finished their job. Their duty being to make sure the Necron's enormous guns, be they for anti-orbital or ground-based artillery, didn't rebuild themselves while no one was looking. If you forgive me, Brigadier, this isn't exactly the principle of the battle in depth we were dreaming of. Of course I forgive you, Tom Cameron said to his brigade's second-in-command, who due to the recent losses also doubled as his chief of staff, but we have to remember that until Lady Weaver decapitated the enemy elites at Mandragora, the principles of the battle in depth weren't exactly looking promising either. Necron Kanopitek. Waves of Necron canoptex converging on our brigade. Their cataphracts, Vox operator exclaimed just as his gunner expedited a plasma shell upon a three-legged Xenos machine standing wide atop the battlefields with three strange legs. That. Tom Cameron was unable to find the words for several seconds. They know what happened at Mandragora when they tried that strategy, right? Maybe they think they have no choice but to try? Or maybe they just think whoever controlled the canoptex died at Mandragora. The former possibility is somewhat understandable. The latter means the Xenos upper command is filled with idiots. Tom Cameron cleared his throat. I want an estimate on the canoptex insects numbers. Between 20 and 30 million, according to the tech priest's weird machines. I see. Warn the high command we have a lot of canoptex machines the enemy was courteous enough to send us. It would be extremely rude to refuse the gift. The Necron swarm came. Like at Mandragora, its arrival seemed to extinguish all light, but it was even worse from their perspective this time. Mandragora was close to its sun, the Imga monolith was already a dark zone where the Imperial Guard had to provide the light. There seemed to be nothing but a flow of unending metal machines, some shining in sinister green light. And as they arrived at the range, the cataphracts and the Khan began to blow enormous holes into the multitude of enemies. Monoliths teleport in a kilometer or so away. Focus on the monoliths. The infantry will have to care. There was a brilliant flash of golden light. And the tens of millions of canoptex insects stopped their offensive to turn against the Necrons. In 10 seconds, 3 monoliths went from overwhelming firepower superiority to being disassembled by the swarm which had been ordered to cover their advance. Wow, that was close. Indeed it was. Tom exhaled. We will have to find an actual answer against this Necron tactic once this campaign is over. If it wasn't for Her Celestial Highness, we would be quite defenseless against it. Yes, Brigadier. Is it beginning to rain scarabs? Yes, the Patent officer replied after watching the phenomenon. I wondered where the metallic insects put into Imperial service had gone after Mandragora. I think I have my answer now. Brigadier General Tanya Svrev. How many? The Basileia was, not exhausted, in fact her tone sounded more resigned. Approximately 125,000 dead, Lady General. We also lost 6 knights and 1 Warhound Titan of the Astorum, though the machines have been recovered. 125,000, the number was uttered like a curse. Let us thank the fact the enemy commander is completely insane. It was difficult to say for sure with everyone in power armor or some other void-sealed suit, but she thought it was General Rokossovsky who spoke next. Lady General, there is no evidence. Yes, I know. It could be a Necron abominable intelligence compelled to repeat a nonsensical order. But I don't think that's the case. There were too many Necron nobles opposing our first waves. It's only once it became clear they weren't going to crush our landing zones that they deployed their canoptex clouds. The golden armored living saint caressed one of her enormous metal spiders. The fists of Roma have nearly finished fortifying the key nexuses you wanted, Your Celestial Highness. And the Navy has total orbital superiority over the monolith. Obviously, the Necron civil war raging as we speak considerably helped. Then it's time. There was no movement of the Basileia's hands, but immediately all around them, millions of metallic insects soared, and soon they were joined by more and more clouds of them, to the point counting them was an exercise in futility if ever there was one. Chapter Master Barbarossa, please find out what happened to the invaders. I doubt any are still alive, but we owe it to them to not leave them in such a place. Chapter Master Hezon, your task will be more difficult, I fear. Please try to discover what happened to the 2nd Legion legionnaires who managed to land on the Imga monolith during the first Imperial Necron battle. All other Astartes companies, you guard my flanks and exterminate the Necron counterattacks. And for the record, unless a Necron explicitly asks to surrender, I am perfectly happy with the Necron phalanxes being exterminated to the last. The swarm was unleashed in the next heartbeat, and in the distance, several enormous star-scraper-sized Xenos monstrosities were beginning to be devoured by the ocean of metal insects, be they Necron machines turned against their owners or Nyx-built ones. We are going to avenge those who have fallen and put an end to the reign of terror of the Suriken dynasty. For the Emperor. For the Emperor. Segmentum Obscurus/Segmentum Solar, contested. Fenris System. Fenris. 258 hours before the mark of oblivion. The Fire Breather War Zone. Volskani Guardsman Skyer. Isn't it supposed to be a bit warmer next to a volcano? Oh, shut up. It was just a question. The questions can wait, idiots. Skyer hissed, seizing the opportunity as the rest of the platoon was distracted to take the regimental executioner's boots for himself. They were far better looking than his, and also much warmer. Am I dreaming or are you stealing the executioner's clothes? Well, it's not exactly like he's needing them anymore, no. Skyer shrugged unrepentantly before adding another pair of gloves upon his. If only they were better looking, but it wasn't like he was in position to put up his nose like a stuck-up blue blood. Guys, the jackal is right, Skyer grimaced behind the winter scarf he had taken from a captain. He really hated that nickname. There are hundreds of our proud comrades in arms dead, and it's been a few minutes since the howling beasts last attacked. If we wait any longer, the clothes will be as cold as the corpses' hearts. We must seize their clothes. It's our only chance to live for a few more hours. The young Volscani cataphract would have laughed, except making any loud noise was a mistake you rarely lived to regret when you didn't know what horrible beast waited 10 meters away. That there would be one was a guarantee. The last hours had hammered that lesson into the head of every man who had avoided being devoured. "Who's in command, by the way?" asked one of the tallest infantrymen of their group. With his height, he certainly hadn't been chosen to drive a tank. "Who cares?" Skyer murmured. "There's a group of officers climbing the slope, maybe we can ask them." Nearly everyone looked at the imbecile who had opened his mouth. That wasn't the stupidest thing they had heard in their lives, but it was up there. "Soldiers!" One of the officers walking next to an executioner shouted. "Soldiers! Return to the positions unless you want to experience the full range of punishments servants of the primordial truth can offer to cowards and deserters." "He can't be serious," someone next to Skyer murmured, "he wants us to. VLKA Fenrika. Follow me." Something enormous came down the slopes of the volcano, and the Volscani cataphracts went immobile in the snow, waiting as enormous figures resembling the masters charged the officers, except they were mounted on even larger beasts which looked like some kind of super dogs. Well, super dogs fed lhostics all their lives, pumped up with mutant stuff, and lot of fangs and claws like the biggest monsters you could sometimes see on black market bevids. Skyer didn't move, didn't speak, and only raised his head after a few minutes when the cold became properly unbearable and the choice was between moving and freezing to death. "What by the demons was that?" one man asked, but not too loudly. Of the officers and the column they were leading, there was a lot of blood and mangled parts left. The white snow had turned crimson. And the howling, this eternally cursed howling which would give him nightmares if only there was the slimmest possibility they would be able to sleep without freezing, began again, resounded again, and with this damn echo, it was everywhere at once. Maybe someone experienced would be able to tell where it was coming from, but Skyer didn't know. "The new masters are the same as the old masters," one of the guys who had acquired a colonel's cloak grumbled. "No," Skyer whispered as the howling sometimes stopped to be replaced by human screams, Volscani screams. "The old masters allowed us to stay at home. They never sent us to this damn ice ball." "Right." Another guardsman chuckled, before realizing where he was and returning to a whisper. "Next time you're going to say they liked us and the god emperor of the priests is real." "I'm not claiming anything of the sort." Skyer hissed defensively while trying to dig up a few promethium canisters from the regiment. The snow was falling again, and both corpses and damaged equipment were disappearing underneath white hills. "I'm just saying that while the old masters were in power, we were staying at home, not landing and dying on hellish planets like this hell-frozen land of ice." The jackal has a point. "The priests told us the usual lies, but at least we could walk in the streets without being impaled by one of those demons for no reason. And we could wake up every morning without having a third arm or 3 more eyes, or your little sister mutating into one of their damned spawns. They swore we could eat 3 times a day thanks to the primordial truth, but they got into power and we still ate once a day. The commissars were replaced by executioners. And sometimes what we had on our plates wasn't gruel, if you catch my drift." The survivors of the 34th Division of the Volscani cataphracts exchanged depressed expressions behind their scarves and the multitude of semi-warm clothes they requisitioned to protect themselves from the cold. "The new masters are the bad guys." No voice rose to say the speaker was wrong. "Help me grab these promethium canisters." Skyer intervened. "We're getting out of here. It's not our war. Fenris. Izaz Island. 239 hours before the mark of oblivion. Dark Apostle Peristir." Despite what some of their enemies were no doubt thinking right now and doubtlessly a few of their allies as well, it was not for the sake of vengeance that Fenris had been chosen to open the tier of nightmares. It was because it was the best choice from a very short list. The sheer power necessary to cast a major ritual on Par with the Ruin Storm required extremely powerful symbolism. Thousands of years ago, the Word-bearers had achieved it by setting Gilliman's most prosperous and defended worlds aflame during the Shadow Crusade. This was a solution the Dark Apostles of the Council had studied lengthily before regretfully discarding it. As tempting as the option of sacrificing the lives of billions of the false emperor's slaves sounded, there was the little problem of how to achieve it. Massacring an entire sector of unbelievers was a seductive idea, assuming you could do it before the reinforcements arrived and cornered you. Moreover, you still required a relatively important sector, you couldn't simply pick one at random and hope for the best. And given how fortified the region around the Kadayan Gate was, it would be anything but cheap to assault 100 worlds defended by billions of guardsmen and thousands of warships. The Word-bearers had the numbers to breach those defenses, but the sheer quantity their enemies had would simply drown them under a tide of bodies before the ritual was completed. Once every senior Dark Apostle had agreed this option was not reasonable, there had only been a single alternative, choosing a highly symbolic world of the legions. Since all of the true legions which had taken refuge in the Eye of Terror had their first homeworlds destroyed except the Alpha Legion, but no one was sure if they'd ever had a real homeworld in the first place. It left the Loyalist first founding planets. And yes, they had studied the 9 targets carefully. The Imperial Fists had been discarded from the very start. No one was really sure if their hearts of stone were devoted more to Terra or Inuit, and a ritual like the Tear wasn't the moment to find out. Besides, neither the Throne World nor the Ice World could be considered very practical targets to attack. The Sons of the Lion had been the second unpalatable choice. Caliban was a ruin, and they wouldn't die for it. The Rock, the biggest inhabited piece they used as a star fort, would have been better, but the ability to trap it in a fixed location for long enough to breach its shields required a lot of circumstances the 17th Legion would likely take millennia to arrange. Makridge was too far away. Even with an astonishing number of celerity rituals, they would need to cross the entire Imperium. The same was true to a more limited degree for Baal, Kogarus, and Nocturne, but there were more drawbacks. At least for the home of the Ultramarines and the Blood Angels, there was a Primarch's corpse to desecrate, which would be a powerful symbol sufficient to open the tier. But Kogarus and Nocturne didn't have those, and in the case of the latter, Perister was honest enough to admit assaulting that volcanic hellhole was something he wanted to avoid at all costs. Their rare spies in the region had confirmed Weaver's friendship with the Salamanders had resulted in a massive bolstering of the defenses. Trying to destroy the heart of the Salamanders may result in the sort of adventure which saw tens of thousands of Astartes' bodies disappearing in lava cascades. Deliverance was too far in Segmentum Tempestus, and given the circumstances, there was no way giving more symbolic power to the Primarch of the Raven Guard could be a good idea. That left Medusa and Fenris. And the home of the Iron Hands was so close to the Eye of Terror that to attack it efficiently without having to fight all the Cadian Gate reinforcements demanded that the Legion funneled a constant flow of legionnaires into the Cadian war zone. Something the Sons of Lorgar couldn't do without the full support of the Black Legion. And Abaddon had refused to help them. Obviously, there was no denying that by the time most of the Dark Council arrived at this conclusion, it had satisfied the overwhelming majority of the Astartes holding a Dark Apostle rank. Everyone hated the Space Wolves, and once it was agreed upon, it more or less guaranteed the support of Magnus and the Thousand Sons. On the other hand, they had the schemes of the servants of Tseanch to always be wary about on a constant basis. A good thing the 15th sorcerers weren't as clever as they thought. They must really think we are stupid, don't they? Perister spoke behind near impenetrable wards. It was clearly a rhetorical question. In their defense, Dark Apostle Eliphaz commented as the Silver Tower of Tseanch lost altitude and went to position itself over the island where the Second Great Host had massacred 3 Fenritian barbarian tribes and thousands of wild animals. Few beings in this galaxy have as much knowledge about rituals as we do. Perister gave the younger Astartes an exasperated look. Fine, yes, they believe we are imbeciles. Happy to hear you admit it. The Silver Tower was finally in position, and a pure ray from the depths of Tseanch's domain was summoned into existence. It didn't take long for a pillar of icy sorcery to link the soil of Fenris to the flying contraption of the Thousand Sons. What is the psychic foundation they're tying their space fortress to? Psychically attuned crystals of Fenris, Perister revealed. Under the snow, this island is covered in them, and the point they're targeting has several huge deposits of it. Coupled with the worship many Fenritian tribes did there, it was sufficient over the millennia to make it a nexus of power. Idiots. I thought the same thing, but that was before I learned the Not Merchant starship which cost us 2 battleships used those crystals to feed its psychic cannon. How did that even work in the first place? Eliphaz asked with non-feigned curiosity. I have no idea. All I'm certain of is that it likely involved many rituals on Fenris itself, and a lot of techno-sorcery the Imperium prohibited long before Nicaea. Perister shrugged. In fact, I'm rather confident that the moment the slaves of the false emperor discover everything the dogs of Rus have been up to, the execution sentence won't take long to arrive. The Imperium leaves a lot of autonomy to the Astartes chapters, but there are limits. How ironic, Eliphaz agreed. If we weren't about to destroy their home world, Fenris would likely end up receiving the Prospero treatment. I'm just curious, how did they avoid it in the threads that were discarded if we didn't attack them? The priests of the false emperor did, some ambitious slime called Bucarus, or was it Binarus? Even with his eidetic memory, the visions had been a bit confused. Anyway, they damaged a lot of the orbital grid and everything while causing severe damage. Mainly by piling up mountains of corpses atop mountains of corpses until the curs were exhausted. This strategy reminds me a lot of what Akotas, Belagosa, and the others are doing. That was not what Perister wanted to hear. I have not contacted the other theater commanders, but surely in the last 20 hours the situation can't have deteriorated that badly. It did. Eliphaz grimaced. The worst delays are at the fire-breather volcano in Asaheim, obviously, since it's where the wolves are present in force. But even the other fronts aren't faring too well. Our invasion has disrupted the winter hibernation of pretty much the entire ecosystem of Fenris, and the Volcani cataphracts are useless unless one counts feeding the beasts. There was a moment where Perister didn't know if he should be relieved he hadn't been assigned to those fronts or angry most of his fellow Dark Apostles had ignored his advice. How bad? According to the numbers I have, a Volcani Cataphract division which lands on Fenris has 4 hours to live. The cultist packs never survive for longer than 2. Perister stopped watching the silver tower of Tsianj immediately. That would mean we have already lost more than 10 million of our mortal slaves. Yes, it does. Eliphas voluntarily turned his head to avoid looking him in the eyes. Would it help if I told you the World Eaters have wiped out the Frostheim garrison to the last defender? No. Fenris. The Fire Breather War Zone. 235 hours before the mark of oblivion. Grand Apostle Ikotas. Ikotas had known the battle fought on the slopes of the Fire Breather would not be easy. He had in the last 24 hours deployed a force of 2 million Volcani Cataphracts and 300 Space Marines, and the most he had to show for it were 3 Space Wolves corpses. It was a metaphor, he hadn't seen the 3 corpses in question. The dogs had tried to disturb a rift opening ritual, and the backlash had incinerated 8 sorcerers along with their own mangy hides. It was a pity, because the preliminary ritual with the Silver Tower needed a dog loyal to the false emperor to work, and so far it didn't exactly look like one had become available. Perister and Muthake, he knew, had ceased their required sacrifices by arranging ambushes on the ships of the navigators of House Belisarius, since those sometimes carried their ridiculous honor guard. But his agents had failed in that, and now Ikotas had a big problem. Another problem to be added to the list was the fact most of the army he had sent out was slaughtered by the Fenritian beasts, be they quadrupedal or bipedal. Now there was a bigger problem. This looks like a real mess. I don't remember inviting you here, Erebus. Get out of my camp. Now. The vile one smiled. Ikotas wished he could decapitate him here and now, but without a physical provocation. I assure you, Grand Apostle, I don't take any pleasure finding myself here in, what did you call it? A camp. The other Dark Apostle, the self-proclaimed Hand of Destiny, gave him one of those expressions implying you are so beneath me. But I have orders from our father. You see, of the 8 silver towers which were currently supposed to be hovering over the nexus of power, yours is the only one to stay in high orbit. That is about to change. Ikotas swore. And I will remind you I am facing greater opposition than any Dark Apostle save Belagosa at Asaheim. All of you have landed your troops and fought the wildlife. I, however, am fighting over 300 Astartes. In case it escaped your notice, my dear Grand Apostle, the bastard replied, we are on Fenris. Astartes attacks are, well, kind of expected. Spoken like a warrior who has never faced the wolves on their home turf. Yes, yes, next you will tell me the dogs are suddenly 20 meters tall and each of their totally not psychers are the equals of Lord Magnus in sorcery. Please. Erebus smiled again. Anyway, what I think doesn't matter. If we are delayed by a few more days, not only are the dogs' reinforcements going to arrive and holding Fenris will present a non-trivial challenge, Magnus himself is going to ask himself pointed questions about why we aren't bothered by the fact that one of the silver towers isn't ready for the ritual which must open the tier of nightmares. That's why our father sends me to deliver a new order. And the order is: no more delays. Unleash your great host to the last slave, Daemon Engine, Legionnaire, and Titan. The volcano must be ours in the next standard day. You still have over 30 million cultists, 8 million Volcani Cataphracts, 20,000 legionnaires, the 36 knights of House Hyberas, and 28 titans of Legio Laniascara. Break them to the last soul and the last machine, if you have to. Summon the legions of the gods, it shouldn't be too difficult even for an apostle of your limited talents. But the volcano must fall within 24 hours. Our father is very, very insistent upon that point, otherwise, why, he may have to select a new dark apostle for the 6th great host. Ikotas waited for the vile one to depart before exploding in fury. Several artifacts were smashed and inferior life forms crushed while slaves cowered in terror. During these minutes, the Grand Apostle was absolutely and totally certain he loathed Erebus far more than he had ever hated the dogs and the other legions serving the false emperor. Deploy all Volcani divisions into the war zone, the son of Lorgar ordered when the officers overseeing those formations had answered his summon. Do not stop until everything which does not believe in the primordial truth is dead at your feet. Slay every beast which bars your way. You have 2 hours to prepare before the grand offensive. But my lord, that is too, arg. In a negligent gesture, the Volcani had lost his head, and most of his body. Does anyone else want to discuss my orders? There were none. Good. General Ruga, you are promoted to the rank of Marshal, since the previous one seemed unable to understand the urgency of this new offensive. Yes, Master. Thank you, Master. My legionnaires and Legio Laniascara are preparing to march. The priest of the 17th Legion temporarily kept his calm by imagining 100 of the most painful ways he could kill Erebus. Win before they march for the volcano, or suffer the consequences of your incompetence. The Eastern Fringe. The Damocles Gulf. TO System. The Throne of Oblivion. 233 hours before the mark of Oblivion. Lady General Taylor Hebert. My lady? I think we have found something you definitely need to see. I am going to send a couple of thousand of insects your way. You need to see it with your own eyes, Sijanandus insisted. Taylor sighed as 1 million of the Kanopitak scarabs she had requisitioned from the Suraken dynasty wiped out a few thousand Necron warriors, opening the way for a general encirclement and destruction by the Ventrilian, Indigan, and Nixian regiments. I will have to remind him again that as long as my swarm is large enough, my own eyes are actually inferior to the multitude of eyes I am working with, right? I fear so, my lady. Gamaliel smiled. The Black Templars are very traditional, for certain matters. Only for certain matters. The insect mistress wondered ironically. If the Primarchdorn had not revealed his survival at Kamarak, Taylor was sure that even the most minor reforms she had used her authority to pass would still be vehemently argued over in the preliminary debates. The Black Templars loved their traditions. Not that it was a bad thing for a military force, most of the time. An army had to have traditions, it was something she had realized long before being granted the rank of Lady General. Unfortunately, the Black Templars had a gift to take what was a reasonable point Space Marine vows, for example, and change it until it was 10,000 times more than what the most open-minded interpretation stated it was. The Black Templars' famous vow of waging an eternal crusade against the enemies of the Emperor and the Imperium was a good example of swearing too much and then trying to uphold it at all costs. Still, Forge Father Envar is with him, Standard Bearer Riel spoke. And he thinks you need to see it, though he didn't voice the with your own eyes part. Of course not, salamanders are reasonable people. The victor of Kamarak sniffed. Except when they have an opportunity to unleash their pyromaniac tendencies, Simiel commented. Every chapter has some flaws, some bigger and more remarked on than others. Taylor didn't add, all right, let's go. The Necrons haven't tried to gift me a new swarm in the last 10 minutes, and so far our vanguard hasn't seen a new tide offensive in preparation. This was something which had fully convinced her they were dealing with an insane Necron, once she teleported on the monolith. The Sodak dynasty, for all its problems and murderous behavior, had truly done its best to avoid giving her metallic reinforcements once they realized someone or something was turning their Kanopitak armies against them. The Imperium's inability to interrogate the Necron survivors after the Battle of Mandragora resulted in the issue the Lady General and her main high commanders still didn't know how much the enemy had correctly guessed and which of their hypotheses were wrong, but it was obvious the Stormlord and Overlords in Drek had decided the best move was caution. No Kanopitak must be allowed to be anywhere near the army groups of Operation Stalingrad. The new assault against the monolith hadn't been anything like that. Without any logic or reason, the Suraken onslaught had combined Necron warriors, enormous machines like the monoliths, and Kanopitak insects. And despite the fact her power had taken control of the first wave as easily as it had those of Mandragora, the defenders of the Imga monolith had continued throwing the metallic scarabs and larger biotransference-converted insects against her. Okay, some had been lucky and struck where she couldn't get to in time in order to relieve the guard or whichever forces were guarding her flanks, but in the end, the Suraken dynasty was still losing millions of Canopteks at the end of every one-sided defeat. Right now, the number of Kanopitak scarabs and other units under her orders was approaching 1 billion, and this was despite the numerous losses taken by throwing her swarm into dangerous headlong assaults against well-prepared Necron kill zones with death marks hiding behind green shimmering energy shields. The Battle of the Monolith was in the process of becoming a total disaster for the Necrons, despite every advantage the Suraken dynasty had. It would almost be sad, if it didn't spare her men and women. It isn't more dead Space Marines, is it? The Lady General asked as one more Necron army perished under an aerial attack of scarabs. It isn't, the Salamander assured her. My brothers haven't recovered more than the 5 fallen as of 2 hours ago. The winged parahuman made a silent grimace, one obviously no one would see since they were all in sealed armors. Finding any soldier or general had been forced to abandon on this Necron battle station was bad enough, but for some reason the dead bodies of fallen Astartes were really, really bad from a morale perspective. At least they had already located and recovered over 300 bodies of the invaders, and all of them looked like they had died valiantly in combat. It would not bring back those veteran battle brothers to their chapter, but they would be able to mourn them. The 5 corpses of the Tsunami Saber Space Marines were giving her worse vibes than the more badly eviscerated invader Astartes. It wasn't because the armors were of a pattern which reminded Dragon and her of the samurai of ancient Earth, with enormous power armor and monster-shaped helmets. No, the reason why it was so depressing was those Space Marines found, so far, had all turned their personal weapons against themselves, be it power blade or bolter, and ended their own lives. A part of Taylor's mind insisted that the reason these Space Marines were the only ones she had found was the very fact that they had taken their own lives. The Necrons had long since had the time to clean up those who were killed by the gauze weapons, assuming the molecular disintegrators hadn't erased all evidence during the initial moments of slaughter. But somehow her intuition gave her a horrible feeling of dread. The same feeling the young woman had when she'd been forced to read the Custodes' delivered theories. Here we are, my lady, Gamaliel announced, giving her an excellent distraction from her dark thoughts. Between the extermination of tens of thousands of Necrons and the mausoleum-themed architecture of the Suriken dynasty, she needed it. What, you found a treasure room? Her Dawnbreaker guard had led through ruined gates. She had not dealt with herself, though given the melted charges near it, that destruction could be either attributed to Kratos or one of her tech marines. And for once, the macabre decoration stopped, as the room Taylor had arrived inside was lavishly decorated with precious stones and silver and gold-looking carvings, which made her surroundings far more luminous than they were in the rest of the monolith. As expensive as the ornamentation was, it was not what was so important. The Necrons had felt necessary to build enormous doors in order to keep the undesirables away. Arranged inside a sort of Xenos amphitheater, orbs, scepters, weapons, symbols of Xenos royalty and many, many more items were displayed in the manner one presented trophies. And maybe they were. The Necron objects were all looking incredibly expensive, being made from the sort of alloys the Imperium didn't know how to make, but the runes shining on those items were often shimmering in different colors, and though Taylor didn't speak a single word of the Necron language, it wasn't difficult to figure out these were objects taken from different Necron dynasties. And the Imperium had discovered similar objects before starting Operation Stalingrad. You have discovered where the Suriken were keeping their protocol artifacts for their subordinate dynasties. Yes, my lady, Envar confirmed. Obviously I don't think we can discover on our own if some of the artifacts here are substitutes for the monitoring and control of the Narush-Latzet dynasty, but I thought it would be particularly important to deny them to the Suriken Necrons, and it certainly won't hurt your position once negotiations with Feeric Nefertun begin. No, it won't, Taylor confirmed in a murmur. In fact, the Forge Father of the Dawnbreaker Guard massively understated how critical this discovery was. The strategic reality of the Suriken dynasty being unable to brainwash or simply browbeat their fellow dynasties into submission, that alone changed everything. Obviously, it was likely the Suriken nobles had other caches with such objects. Maybe some of the most important artifacts had been taken into exile by the Silent King. But these protocol artifacts were here, and one thing Nefertun and her cryptex had been sure of was that they couldn't be duplicated without expending enormous amounts of resources. The removal of the Throne of Oblivion from the board would do a very good job in ensuring they would no longer have. Excellent work. Puriel, please contact Dragon. I need a team of her best specialists to grab these protocol artifacts and store them aboard her flagship. This was very good news on the Necron front. It was one more step on the road to ensuring the future resurrection of the Suriken dynasty being thrown into a very, very deep grave, no pun intended. Remind her to employ her best anti-treason protocols, just in case. We haven't seen the thief since Mandragora. Kratos, you really should know better. That's anything but a guarantee. Treason isn't here. Brunhilde class White lands 2. Commander Freya Brasidas. The Necron doom scythe was pathetically predictable, and she didn't even need to request help from one of her wingmen before totally outmaneuvering it and sending it wherever Necron pilots went after death. 78th victory of the campaign for me, the leader of White Squadron announced as her Brunhilde starfighter accelerated in the middle of the Necron superstructures. Is it me, or have our Xenos enemies lost all their skill? They're getting worse, White leader, White 2 agreed. This shouldn't happen, because the Rear Admiral delivered a long briefing how the Xenos always regenerated and everything, and we faced the same aces at Mandragora too often for him to be wrong. Yes. Freya hesitated before voicing the most probable scenario. The Navy must have damaged more than the starfighter hangars with the last bombardment. You think that big pyramid floating over a maelstrom of green lightning was there? Do not die, you are being sent back to the front lines? Oh, cool. We have destroyed the heart of the Necron scythe reinforcements. The decisive bombardment came from the flame rot. In this unending series of Xenos superstructures, the only thing which could really inflict crippling damage to the Necrons were the battleships waiting above them. Though maybe battleship was a weak word to describe the gigantic hull that was the flagship of the Salamanders. We are merely the Pathfinders and the Scythe Killers, Freya continued. Don't get inflated heads. Anyway, if the enemy is really running short on competent pilots, perhaps we can launch another attack on the Alpha-class energy node we were forced to retreat from earlier. The Doom Scythes were just one of the reasons we had to abort, White leader, White 2 remarked. They had those Xenos shields the Brunhilde weapons are unable to break through. We have destroyed plenty of energy nodes in the last hour, and the Guard continues its advance, depriving them of their generators, the Nixian noblewoman rebutted, annoyed, and honestly, we won't ever know if we don't go back to give it a glance, and I don't remember my squadron being a damned populist organization. Form on me and accelerate. They arrived quickly, slaloming between the crippled towers and pyramids the battle fleets in orbit had wiped out as soon as the small hive shields so called for their superficial shared traits with the shields of Imperium hives collapsed under the judgment of His Most Holy Majesty's Navy. They arrived quickly, but not quick enough to see more than the survivors of Black Squadron skyrocket away with an enormous inferno of green energy coalescing behind them. No. That target was mine. I told you it was a bad idea, White 4. Sergeant Gavriel Forkas. Gavriel didn't count himself among the ranks of the rare Astartes who loved studying military doctrine until they had properly analyzed the strategies and philosophies of both sides down to the lowly privates, but even he could tell Mandragora had been an important crucible for both the Imperial Guard and the Surican Necrons alike. A lot of men had perished on the Mandragoran plains. That couldn't be denied. A lot of Space Marines had died there too, facing monoliths and enormous fortifications the likes of which they'd never been trained to take. But the Imperial Guard had learned their lesson well. And the painful mistakes made at Mandragora had not been repeated again. In the days of rest between once more going after the monolith, Generals Rokossovsky, Swartz, Groner and Dundee among many others had worked hard to ensure the Necron tactics were completely picked apart and basic counters aiming to minimize the casualties when their men and women faced them could be implemented. In the meanwhile, the Necrons had done nothing, and then faced the Sodic Necrons they had refused to help. It was impossible to say what the Monolith Supreme Commander had been thinking, but if he had a fraction of wisdom inside his necrodermis, he would recognize it had been a dreadful mistake. And no, the excuse with the benefit of hindsight sounded very hollow here. The Surican Necrons were really suffering from a sclerotic hierarchy, and in fact the more the ex-Dark Angel Legionnaire observed them, the more he understood why the Necrons were bent on exterminating all life. The Surican Necron war machine had incredibly advanced technology. It had tech specialists in the form of cryptechs which could ridicule the adepts of Mars. But the more you fought them, the more you realized their military programs were always the same. The Sodic generals hadn't been predictable, and their lady had required quite unconventional strategies to inflict defeat after defeat upon the best of them. And while he hated complimenting some dangerous Xenos commanders, Gavriel had the bad feeling that if the ambush which had paralyzed their upper command hadn't happened, the lords of Mandragora would have found a way to repel the Imperial assault. They certainly had reacted fast enough when their Canopitek scarabs turned against them. The Surican phalanxes and their other forces, it was like they were trying to keep to the old programs embedded in their metallic carcasses even as their list of available armies dwindled with every hour. "Orders, my lady?" the member of the Dawnbreaker asked as a hive-sized wall collapsed upon another Necron army. For the record, the skill the insect mistress had acquired in anticipating the Necron moves and using the swarm she borrowed from the Xenos to destroy the environment was sometimes a bit, well, Gavriel did not use the word lightly, but frightening seemed appropriate. The Aeronautica Imperialis have found an enormous Necron elevator 3 kilometers south of our position. And unlike the others, it is still ferrying large concentrations of Necron reinforcements upwards. Interesting, Diamantis interjected. They finally stopped throwing lone regiment-sized formations against our lasgun volleys. Not really, the Basileia shook her head. Look at the vids. Gavriel frowned as he did so. That's a lot of destroyer Necrons, all the variants are there too. Surely even the Necron commander we're facing isn't that stupid, Teclis Rubix outright chuckled. Seriously, the only thing it will do against your swarm is present bigger targets, my lady, and... The Magma Spider Space Marine abruptly stopped expressing his hilarity. No, they can't still be thinking about a decisive battle, it's been hours and hours of debacle after debacle, and the only reason we can't advance faster is because there have been so many treasure artifact vaults to find and secure. I hate to disagree, but it's possible the Surican Necron is exactly that stupid. Kalyan Gotham, Raven Guard, pointed out. I can go ahead to scout, my lady. Please do so. We're finishing off the remnants of this army. Judging by how the current fight was going for the Necrons, it wouldn't take long, and then we will deal with these destroyer reinforcements. Permanently. Segmentum Obscurus / Segmentum Solar, contested. Fenris System. Fenris. The Fire Breather War Zone. 215 hours before the Mark of Oblivion. Dark Acolyte Ashkaneh. The enormous axe came back and bit deep into a legionnaire's head. Ashkaneh had a fraction of a second to enjoy the fact he wasn't going to die today before raising his accursed Crozius and finding the strength to parry the blow which came to claim his life. The Dark Acolyte didn't know where the next influx of strength came from. Maybe it was the gods. Maybe it was some hidden blessing in the line of Lorgar. It didn't matter. All that mattered was that he had found a surplus of strength, and it allowed him to survive for a few more seconds. Fenris and Russ. The thing which howled before charging the Word-Bearers Legionnaires and the Bloodletters wasn't a Space Marine. It was a beast of destruction which had somehow gained Astartes' strength. Weapons of the gods clashed against the axe radiating ice sorcery. Fenris. Blood for the blood. The Bloodletters fell broken. For Lorgar, praised be his. Ashkaneh had always thought the idea of Astartes warriors sending other legionnaires flying without a lot of divine support was nonsense if you didn't have any technological aid. After seeing two young hot-blooded sons of Lorgar be thrown aside like they were mortals, it suddenly seemed his opinion wasn't exactly as accurate as it should have been. Fenris. The Space Wolf was just a raving mad beast, but the folly of his soul gave him the strength of a champion. Lorgar. Fenris. Fenris. The blows continued, and the Dark Acolyte had to parry over and over, as the pain in his arm grew to unbearable proportions. No, he wasn't going to. An explosion shook the world, and one of the knights of House Hyberas which had been thought lost in the avalanche resurfaced. Death to the false emperor. Ashkanay doubted the war machine blessed by Tsianch had done this to save him, but the ordnance had undoubtedly hurt the son of Rus more than it did him. The fight began to turn in his favor, blow after blow, hateful fist impact after fist impact. There was only hatred. There was only killing the enemy before it ended your life. As he gained the advantage, the loyal follower of Corfairan recovered a power sword from one of the faithful's corpses, and with 2 weapons against 1, the duel slowly began going his way. Many of his old instructors had told him long duels were the favor of the gods shining on an apostle or a would-be aspirant. Honestly, Ashkanay just wanted it to end. And it did. The sword impaled his enemy where the hirsute hair was clearly visible, all the while his crosier slammed upon the enraged space wolf's head. The word-bearer legionnaire didn't scream in joy. Not when all around him, the snow was almost covered by the corpses of mortals, corpses which had just been joined by those of dozens of word-bearer legionnaires. Thank the gods the Neverborn disappeared when they were vanquished, otherwise it would have even been worse in terms of casualties to count. There was no sense of triumph. Not even the shrieking of the last knights having survived the ferocious ambush of the sons of Rus and the clamour of the next waves climbing up the slopes of the fire-breather provided him relief. It had been a bloodbath, and all of the legionnaires he had brought with him were dead. It didn't feel like a victory. Still, that was no excuse not to report to his master. Ashkanay activated the device, which miraculously remained intact. Lord! Darth Acolyte Ashkanay! The young word-bearer shivered, for this wasn't the voice of Grand Apostle Akotas, but that of Blessed Lorgar himself. The orders of the Grand Apostle have been obeyed, I have taken one of the beastly sons of Rus prisoner. And the survivors of their companies have fled after unleashing their avalanches on us. Despite his phenomenal resistance to pain, he couldn't stop coughing blood. The fire-breather ritual site is yours, sire. Excellent, Dark Apostle Ashkanay. The laughter of the gods was heard among the sound of tortured souls. You have done well. Defend the site with the forces available until it is time for the ritual of the Silver Tower to begin. I hear and obey, sire. Jarl Lars silent death. Jarl, we have to save him. There was only one answer the Wolf Lord of the 8th Company of the Vilka Fenrika could give. No. My Jarl. The Fenrician Space Marine leading the Silent Wolves shook his head once and didn't repeat his previous words. Instead he asked the question no son of Rus wanted to utter, even as a joke. Black Fist has been claimed by the wolf. Do you have a way to save him? Jarl. There was no way to save a Vilka Fenrika, a son of Fenris, from the wolf. Some of his elders called it the beast, the wild beast, the chained monster, and many other nicknames. All of them led to the same thing, the wolf. Lars was a wolf lord, so he knew more about the properties of the gene seed they had inherited from their primarch than most. He knew about the Canis helix which stabilized the transformation from warrior Fenrician to sky warrior of the Adeptus Astartes. It gave them incredible strength, enhanced senses, elongated canines, and more. But there was a price. If the brother of the Vilka Fenrika failed to control his wild side, and it could happen any time from the moment one was inducted into a blood claw pack until one died a centuries-old long fang, he would turn into a beast. As had happened to Black Fist, a grey hunter, today. I know we can't save him from the wolf, Jarl. The grey hunter of Black Fist's pack admitted. But at least we could, end his suffering. Surely it would be far less painful and disastrous than what the traitors are going to do to him. You make a good point, the Lord of the Silent Wolves acknowledged and the other wolf smiled, until Lars added a few more words. And what's your plan to deal with the 10,000 word-bearers reinforcements which are deploying as we speak? Jarl. Sometimes he truly worried about the Vilka Fenrika. Usually by the time one reached the rank of Grey Hunter, one had better situational awareness than that. I didn't order the retreat because I think the fire breather is unimportant, the Wolf Lord explained patiently, looking at the enormous volcano on the other side of the straits his company had just crossed. The enormous and continuous assaults of the traitors on our position, the sheer number of heretic worshippers they unleashed against us, all of it confirms this mountain will play a major role in their operations. And if I still had any doubt, the fact they're lowering one of the damned Thousand Sun Silver Towers would convince me. In fact, it had been a huge mistake of the archenemy to confirm its interest so blatantly. He wouldn't have deployed his 8th Company with the Thirds Raiders if they had abandoned the field for 1 or 2 days. But we can't deal with the reinforcements that are landing as we speak. Despite the losses we have inflicted upon them, they still have millions of their traitor guard, a dozen knights, hundreds of malefic Aram engines, and over 10,000 Chaos Marines. Most of them are not good as us. It doesn't matter. Not when they outnumber us by so much. Lars Silent Death had no idea how the word-bearers had been able to replenish their numbers in the Eye of the Terror, but replenished they had been. The 17th Traitor Legion had lost 1,000 young fools trying to take the fire breather from his company. It may be more, but a good wolf lord counted only the corpses he could see. Add the fierce slaughters the Third had performed on the fields of Asaheim, and they had already killed between 3 and 5,000 Chaos Astartes since this invasion began. It was certainly more, blowing up 3 battleships and their escorts, the costly minefields, and the ferocious space battle raging around Midgardia must have also cost the Oathbreakers a lot of space marines. But as the new columns of traitor priests climbing the slopes of the volcano proved, there were always more coming. And he had suffered losses trying to stop them. Already 63 members of his company were dead. 4 blood claws of the Third had shared their fate. And if he had been too slow in withdrawing, the 8th might have been entirely lost. No, brothers. The enemy wants us to strike now. They want us to save Black Fist, that way they can destroy us on a position they control and have paid the price to learn about all the traps. The losses of the Chaos Marines had been heavy, but they didn't hold a candle to the uncountable divisions the traitors' mortal auxiliaries and cultists had deployed, and lost. The Iron Priests had arrived at a preliminary number of 10 million, and it was certainly far, far more. I have another prey in mind. Old Olaf called, and he says that the blizzards calmed a bit over Runeheim, enough to see there's a silver tower over Runestand. And the traitors have been really imprudent in their defensive preparations. Lars Silent Death smiled, and his long canines would have instantly frightened most herbivorous species of the galaxy into flight, along with a respectable percentage of the omnivorous ones. Let's go ruin the day of the traitors while they're busy celebrating their victory. High orbit over Fenris. Abyss-class super battleship word-bearer. 209 hours before the mark of oblivion. Dark Apostle Vorjuk crawl. Vorjuk stayed silent after Blessed Lorgar left. On the one hand, he had been congratulated by his father. On the other, no one else had been rewarded, and every apostle worth his rank knew it was always necessary to have a powerful ally to share the laurels with. It stopped coalitions of other Dark Apostles from gathering to kill you. And the senior member of the Dark Council had seen enough wrecked ships and demolished hulks the moment he arrived in the Fenris system to know the initial war plan had not been successful. He hadn't failed to notice the explosions recorded around Midgardia, the numerous Night Lords' ships trying to desert and get wiped out for their cowardice, and a lot of disturbing things which hadn't been seen since the siege of Terra. Vorjuk understood he was in a perilous position. And that was why he let Corphaeron speak, instead of trying to laugh at the most obvious failures like Erebus no doubt would have done. The Fenris system, the Master of the Faith announced as the demonic machine activated to reveal the strategic picture of the entire conflict. While we currently have the upper hand, many assumptions have revealed themselves to be false. The most obvious being the fact the dogs wouldn't be reinforced. I have raised several storms in the Sea of Souls, but the power of the Pantheon is fighting the light of the false emperor as we speak. Battle fleets and other forms of support are on their way for our enemies. Once the tier is created, the sheer number of unbelievers will be turned against them, Erebus declared. Forced to confront the power of the gods, millions will break the Aquila's wings and turn to our side. Perhaps, Perister's answer was far from ecstatic, but for now we don't have the tier as a weapon, or as a communication-breaking asset, or, we don't have the tier. And that means the moment the reinforcements sent by the lackeys of the false emperor arrive, they will attack us. And as I'm sure Vorjuk will confirm, the rearguard we have left in the outer system is completely inadequate to stop a major assault. I would have left a battleship with several cruisers and at least all our mine layers behind, the newly arrived Dark Apostle commented. We can't leave those kinds of assets in the outer system. Ikotas replied forcefully. Not when there are so many Mandeville points our enemies can arrive from and engage us. Why not? Muthake asked. I'm not saying to detach half of our battleships, but surely. It won't do. Corphaeron interrupted again. The attack must continue as our father planned it. Symbols are more important than other minor details. Vorjuk Kral wondered how long ago proper tactics had become minor details, before abandoning this line of thoughts when the fanatical eyes of the Black Cardinal stared at him. Of course. Yarelek acquiesced obsequiously. And overall, the situation isn't that bad. Kritaserbus and his band of carrion butchers have failed to destroy the last star fort in orbit of Midgardia, but they have crippled the Wolves' fleet. He lost many capital ships too, but it isn't like losing Night Lords by the thousands is something we didn't count on. But it means the main underground fortresses of Midgardia are still holding strong, Muthake protested. I know we decided to not unleash the Death Guard against this world, but we wanted the Night Lords to cause far more damage than they did. The number of deaths is still spiraling out of control, and our agents have released several impressive plagues which will increase that number. Corphaeron informed them, but in particular him, since he was likely the only one who hadn't been privy to that part of the plan. And may I remind you that for the relative failure at Midgardia, we have achieved many victories at Frostheim, Svelgard and the space stations protecting or feeding these outposts. The World Eaters have sacrificed the entire barbarian population to the Blood God. Something which is going to increase the imbalance between the gods, especially given how the wolves managed to fight their way through a silver tower over one of the nexuses of power and crash it onto a mustering ground of the Volscani cataphracts. Those were only slaves, Erebus dismissed the problem like it was nothing, and the Silver Tower is operational again. Really, the problem was resolved in our favor. The crazy dogs have killed plenty of Magnus pet sorcerers, and we have proved enough to the 15th that they still think we are blind to their ongoing betrayal. Otherwise we wouldn't have assigned the utmost priority to repairing the Silver Tower, no. True, Cor Daradon admitted, but their pride isn't infinite. And to successfully complete his ritual, Magnus needs 99 hours of activation and 9 nexuses of power. Right now, we only have conquered 8. The Fang's defenses are still intact. I would like to see you try. Belagosa snarled, and Vorjuk didn't have to ask who had been given the unpleasant task of attacking the wolves in their lair while the rest of the Legion conquered the planet. Asaheim is nothing but avalanche traps, buried fusion warheads, and monstrous beasts bigger than thunderhawks. That's what someone who has failed would say, of course, Erebus pointed out, and Vorjuk didn't know if he should feel relief the other senior Dark Apostles had found a more tempting prey than him. Why don't you try yourself? The smirks and the expressions of amusement ceased quickly. On the cursed snows of Asaheim, a Volskani division dies in 2 hours, an army dies in 5. Right now, my efforts aren't focused on winning, they are focused on securing and expanding my landing zones. And the splinter maniple of Legio Vulpa you had? Vorjuk felt obligated to ask the question. Surely even wolves can't match the firepower of titans blessed by the Pantheon. Most of them didn't even have time to touch the snow. 6 out of 8 were blasted out of the sky by macro batteries hidden in their enormous chain of mountains. The others were taken out when sabotage strike teams overran the Volskani, again. The machine serving the will of the gods revealed the sum of the assets, slaves, and legionnaires who had fallen upon the Asaheim theater in 3-dimensional figures. It was a considerable list, even for a great host of the Word-Bearers Legion. Make no mistake, the wolves are going to make us bleed and die for every step we take in direction of the Fang, Belagosa continued. And when we will reach the mountain fortress itself, it is going to get worse. Erebus smiled. The atmosphere immediately grew 8 times tenser than it was. Then we unleash the greater servant of the architect of change. Let's see how the frost-loving dogs appreciate facing fires their ice storms can't extinguish. The Eastern Fringe. The Damocles Gulf. Teo System. The Throne of Oblivion. 205 hours before the mark of Oblivion. Cryptek Aotep. As the war in heaven raged and more Necrons of all ranks were lost to the Destroyer Curse, many Saraken nobles had developed a massive disinterest in the fact their troops were becoming beings whose only thoughts were to kill. Kill them. Kill them. Kill them all. Kill them. Kill everything living. Ironically enough, it had been the Sodic overlords who had first pointed out to the Silent King's band of sycophants that destroyers, be they Ophidian, Skorpek, or Locust, were just things which killed and killed whatever was in front of them. They weren't able to escape the traps the Harlequins threw in front of them during the war in heaven. Insult them enough by providing fragments of the lives they had lost, and the destroyers could even turn against Necron commanders, provided the nobles weren't quick enough to use their shutdown protocols, assuming they had them. This was one of the reasons destroyer lords were such a problem when the final stages of the war in heaven generated countless horrors and plunged thousands of Necron nobles into pure nihilism. Kill them. Kill them. Yet it was rare for a large group of Necrons to succumb to the destroyer curse. Kill them. Unless, naturally, the supreme commander of all Necron forces giving the orders was seized by the same madness. Kill them. Kill the vermin. Kill them all. This wasn't Sobek-Hotep speaking at the moment. This wasn't even Sihathor the Impaler. But the effects were all too obvious from a cryptek's perspective. The crypts which had survived the enemy bombardment should have been opened and more phalanxes brought out to prepare the counter-offensives to come. Instead the rare few crypteks who had not fled or been killed were converting the existing Saraken troops into destroyers. The majority were transformed into hover-powered Locust destroyers, and imprinted with nothing but genocidal hatred for anything living, and maybe more. Necrons weren't supposed to feel fear, but Aotep was feeling a twinge of a shadow of something. Maybe the Citan had not taken everything from them. Maybe, just maybe, they had something of their ancient past remaining. Kill them. Kill the vermin. For the glory of the eternal Silent King. Kill them. If the situation had not been so dreadful, Aotep would have gone to express her amusement to other nobles of high influence, just to ridicule the Dustmaker. Judging by the oral and physical evidence, the Sarakhans, even in the final stages of the Destroyer Curse, still professed their loyalty to someone they had likely never met. Sarek was someone who had made them his slaves. Sarek was someone who had never cared about them for a single Necron-tier heartbeat. Sarek was a tyrant. Not because he had been born to become one. Aotep had some incomplete memories about the Saraken dynasty being only third or fourth in influence and power, but because he rose to become one during the secession wars with the other two triarchs. Kill them. Murder them. Do not leave a single being of flesh alive on the throne of Oblivion. Kill them all. The destroyers should have been destroyed to the last long ago. The former member of the Muphekta dynasty didn't need to be a military genius to know that. For all the seemingly unstoppable power of the destroyers like the Skorpek variant, they had no discipline, and they failed to maintain even a loose formation, let alone anything resembling proper military tactics. They were as bad as the Kriegs lost to the path of the Berserker. Except they didn't have the regeneration of a Krieg veteran, nor the ability to ignore the laws of physics like their war-loving green enemies did. The destroyers couldn't win this war. As long the enemy was technologically capable of breaking their necrodermis bodies. Kill them. Kill them all. A golden flash appeared. And it began to rain millions of Kanopitak units. Kill them. Death to they. One of the golden armored humans raised a tiny gun and fired. The Nemzir noble commanding the destroyers was disintegrated. It was only because her engram sensors happened to be pointed in the right direction that the Cryptek was able to perceive the afterimage of the thoroughly destroyed Suriken aristocrat. One of the Crypteks who she had convinced to escape with her let his scepter fall to the ground, despite having many opportunities and the reflexes to catch it. What by the putrid breath of the Nightbringer was that? I don't know, Aotep admitted. But I know what we have to do now. Champion Kratos. The eraser truly was a terrifying weapon. Kratos had seen many things kill many dangerous Xenos, but the Adrathic gun their lady was wielding was something very disquieting, even for a warrior of the Adeptus Astartes. The very surprising fact after that was how many of the Necrons rushed to kill her in the seconds after. Kratos had never pretended to be a great strategist or tactician, but when someone fired a weapon that could kill you whatever you did, a headlong charge did not exactly sound like a great idea. Especially because even if their lady missed her shot, there was something like 300 million metallic insects falling upon the Necron army, plus the entire Dawnbreaker Guard, plus 3 or 4 guard armies shooting at the Xenos. We are the Necrons. Surrender and die. Not interested. There had been a few instances at Kamarak where things were this one-sided. Not many, but there had been. Still, even at Kamarak, the slaughter of Xenos didn't last this long. The Necrons weren't trying new ideas. They were just coming again and again. It didn't work. Lady Weaver and the tech priests located their resurrection chambers as they descended deeper into the Imga monolith. Their numbers dropped, and the more time passed, the more the Necrons turned into those things with multiple blades and only the will to slaughter whatever was in their way. Kratos had stopped after the third one trying to duel him. Once you fought one, you fought all of them. This wasn't Mandragora where protecting the shield of angels was difficult. These Necrons weren't worthy opponents. We are the Necrons, surrender, die. The last Necron speaker was swallowed by a tide of scarabs and some Nyx-built spiders, and the Necron offensive stalled due to a lack of demented machines to throw itself at the enemy. Stay cautious, we have enemy teleportation beamers activated not far from here. One of their tech marines barked urgently. The warning was not uttered a second too soon. 50 meters or so before them, an enormous pillar of green energy appeared and more Necrons emerged from it. Kratos didn't wait before firing his plasma gun, and he scowled as an enormous shield which hadn't been here seconds ago ensured his shots didn't do any damage. To the leader of the human invaders, from the delegation of the newly declared Cryptek League. We want to negotiate the terms of our surrender. Kratos gaped, and he was sure he wasn't the only one. That was definitely new. Lady General Taylor Hebert. If there had been any hope the Cryptek League represented a significant faction among the Necrons fighting aboard the Imga monolith, it didn't last long. The Crypteks surrounded by the Dawnbreaker Guard, one macroclade of the Adeptus Mechanicus, the Fey 20th, and plenty of other Guard and Imperial forces, were the entirety of this league. They didn't represent 5% of the Suriken monolith population. They didn't represent 5% of the Crypteks reawakened. There were 5 of them, period. Taylor wanted to say it was the most ironic surrender ever made in Imperial history, but given how big the Imperium was, there may have been something worthier of slamming your head against a wall about. Finding one such event would represent a challenge, however. You realize, I'm sure, your position is extremely weak. We are aware, Overlord of the Swarm. The Cryptek female who had presented herself, once you removed all the Necron flatteries, as Cryptek Aotep replied. And we are not going to pretend the information we have given you is something you wouldn't have discovered in time or already theorized about before we surrendered. We can only insist that our understanding of techno-astrological mysteries has few equals. And each of these brilliant Crypteks is a master in one of the great arcane fields developed by all Crypteks. Something compensated for by your ties to the Suriken dynasty, she answered. Let's be honest, Crypteks. Given your limited numbers, you had many opportunities and the abilities to create them in order to defect. It is a bit more complicated than that, the Xenos having many precious stones embedded on her chest mildly protested. As I am sure you are aware, the command protocols of the nobility are near absolute. To be here in the first place, we had to cut ourselves from the great AI network as well as all avenues of command transmission methods. It also required very creative interpretations of certain orders, and even then, it is impossible for any of us to turn our knowledge and our skills against the Suriken dynasty. The Cryptek didn't utter no matter how much we wished to, but rarely had an underlying message been so clear. I see. This was far from the resounding victory she wanted, not that many Necron surrenders had been thought likely when Operation Stalingrad's goals were written down in the first place, and it had gotten even more unlikely after the political issues of negotiating with overlords and Drek. In that case, since you aren't able to contribute directly against your insane overlord and transporting you away from the battlefield is heavily recommended, the League of Cryptex will be granted all the courtesies given to important prisoners of war, with the joint custody with the Narush-Latsat dynasty contributing some forces as to evaluate the sincerity of the Cryptech League. Do you find those terms acceptable? We do. This was one more source of headaches that Taylor was happy to wait until the end of the war before considering the true implications of. Of course, they were only 5 Cryptex, and not one was truly important enough to be among the senior advisors of the Surican overlord. In fact, given the really different decorations of their necrodermis carapaces, Taylor wouldn't be surprised if these Cryptex had been born into lesser dynasties before being assimilated into the Silent King's armies and fleets. Nefertin had hinted the supreme leader of the Necron race may have done something like that, though she had never been able to find any evidence. If it was true though, it explained the relative eagerness and ease with which the Cryptex were able to surrender while the rest of Overlord Sobekhetep's destroyers and murderous machines still charged to destroy her ever-growing swarm. I think this will be the last surrender of the Necron campaign, my lady. You may be right, Gavriel. But the campaign isn't over, let's go back to the war. I think someone mentioned another wave of Canopitex scarabs incoming. Segmentum Obscurus/Segmentum Solar, contested. Fenris System. Fenris. Assayheim. Landing Zone Titanium. 199 hours before the Mark of Oblivion. Wars Myth Carix. Carix had never enjoyed the presence of more than 3 legions at the height of the Great Crusade, and one of them had been his own. Now that he had been exiled from Midrengard and fought for an eternity in the Legion Wars, the Lord of the Steel Brethren truly hated most of these legacies of failures. Even among them however, Carix loathed the Emperor's children. When the news of the Battle of Kamarak had reached his ears, the veteran ex-Iron Warrior freely admitted he had cheered and opened the last bottle taken from the wine reserves of the American hive sieges he possessed. He had even given a free day to his slaves. Days like those deserved to be celebrated by the entire galaxy. Unfortunately, it appeared his celebration had been a bit premature. Not every depraved hedonist of the Third Legion was dead. Well? What do you have to say for yourself, corpse grinder? Carix made a loud sound of exasperation, and then drew his bolter, pushed it into the mouth of the so-called swordsman, and fired. There wasn't much left of the head of the Emperor's children officer, and the warsmith waited. 2 seconds later, there was an ugly flash of purple light, and where before there had been a corpse, the beast clothed in Legionnaire's power armor was returned to life. His eidetic memory having missed nothing, Carix noticed one of the screaming faces of the cursed armor had gone missing after the demise. The theories of his contacts had been right, good. My Lord Fazaren's Lathesh is going to. The Naga is going to wait somewhere in orbit, far away from everything risky, while real soldiers do all the work. Carix interrupted. It's the only thing your band of peacocks is able to do. Seeing the absence of reaction, Carix felt good, and decided a little revelation was in order. In case you don't know, peacocks were ancient animals of old Earth whose only goal was to be as pretty as possible. I know what a peacock is. Lord Commander Lucius shouted, before calming himself as Carix's bolter was pointed between his ugly eyes. You will pay for that, Iron Warrior. The warband leader didn't even bother wasting his saliva informing the idiot he was no longer a member of the 4th Legion. You see, Lord Peacock, I once truly respected your legion. I admired your tactics and strategies, the ways you found to bring new worlds under compliance and how to rebuild the marvels destroyed by the millennia of the Age of Strife. You were a bit too pompous, but for us who spent decade after decade in the trenches and grand bastions, you were the light at the end of the tunnel, the promise of a better tomorrow. Let me guess, Idris or Terra. The arrogant bastard of the 3rd Legion interrupted him. For that he received a bolter shell in the leg. As always, you imbeciles completely miss the point. It was Hydra Cordatus. Hydra Cordatus. Yes, that insignificant world where my gene father built yours a great amphitheater. The world where we saw what you had truly become. You weren't a legion anymore. You were a grotesque carnival of hedonists and sybarites, keeping corrupted and drugged mortals in your company. You had lost all discipline and Astartes' pride. You weren't a legion anymore. Jealousy, Lucius spat back. Just because you weren't chosen by the goddess. It was no goddess. Carix gave him a good kick in the ribs. It was an abomination, and I almost pity you. You were led by a hedonist beast all these millennia, and despite the leash being broken, you continue crawling in its shadow. Now the time for the history lesson is over. I am going to give you orders, and you are going to listen to me. Or what? You can't kill me, I am immortal. Carix had the light temptation of informing the Lord Commander his so-called immortality might have a few problems, but this answer alone shut down all his desire to do so. Mekaidos. The warsmith called his second. Next time the peacock here says a word without my authorization, kill one of his honor guard. You can't be. Blam. Now that we've established I'm not bluffing, the warband leader of the Steel Brethren commented as yet another life came to an end on Fenris. My order is simple, you don't try to give orders to my siege engineers, be they space marines or mortals. You don't give orders to any one of my warband or any servant of the 4th Legion warbands gathered for this war. Erebus orders. Blam. Truly the arrogance and the lack of self-preservation of the Emperor's children was astounding. Erebus can go win this war on his own if he so desires. Carix added coldly. I am allied with Muthake, not that backstabbing coward. But we all know that when the walls of the Fang will be breached, it will be the science of the siege done by the 4th Gene line and their allies which will have made the victory possible. Return to your ship or anywhere where there are no true warriors, slave of the Naga. It is time for the true professionals to wage the long war. This time the ugly swordsman who had claimed his rank by licking not Fulgrim's boots spat in the snow and ran away. Truly if there was an authentic cur on Fenris, it was Lucius of the hedonist peacocks. Prepare the Volscani cataphracts for the trap. The warsmith ordered once the Naga delegation was gone. I don't know if we will be able to trap a significant number of the wolves, but we can't risk the Ordinatus and the heavy artillery against the guns of the Fang as long as they're somewhere in the snowy valleys ready to ambush us. With pleasure, warsmith. Carix grinned at his second's enthusiasm, before frowning. The blizzard west of the landing zone was somehow dispersing. It was strange, because as far as he knew, the winter of Fenris never abated for any reason and... Oh, by the wrath of Perturabo. This wasn't a meteorological phenomenon. It was a sort of warp inferno coming from high orbit. Carix gritted his teeth. No wonder the peacock came to protest. In hindsight, he should have killed Lucius a few more dozen times to see if it stuck. With his death dealers not possessed by the treacherous swordsman when they temporarily ended his life, there was no reason not to try. Once again, Erebus is doing something stupid, and it will be up to true warriors to save the day. The name of the being was Shimdr-Elex Khazar. Or rather, that was the name the word-bearers had used to summon it from the depths of the Immaterium. The powerful being sworn to the primordial annihilator or otherwise aware of the exalted demon's existence had long since acknowledged those malevolent creatures had a countless number of names and titles, and speaking them aloud, assuming it didn't shred most of what remained of your sanity, would take a space marine's lifetime to complete. Besides, those names and titles were rarely important. It was the true name of a daemon which mattered, and those of the exalted servants of a god were not known to any being but their divine patron. Not that the rare inquisitors having wiped out billions of lives to spare the galaxy incredible horrors tried to search for their true names, of course. Radical or not, there were things that were never considered if you weren't a Grey Knight, and even the incorruptible defenders of Titan had never tried to pursue that foolish path. Compared to the task of discovering their true name, it was simpler to fight such a daemon. And as the carnage made by the Guardian of the Throne of Skulls had proven on Cadian soil, fighting an exalted daemon was always an exercise fraught with uncountable perils. Like within Grath, it began with a sacrifice. In high orbit over Fenris, the battleship Blessed Flame perished, 919 Astartes lives extinguished by this act. Unlike Acadia, 333 were Night Lords whose oaths to the Black Crusade had been broken by trying to flee the Fenris system. The rest were either word-bearers or other Space Marines warband members who had been involved in the myriad disasters the ongoing Fenrician campaign was full of. The wards erected by the Vilka Fenrica inside the Fang were powerful, and prevented the complete disaster that would have been Shimdr-Elex Khazar materializing inside its walls. Unfortunately, Fenris wasn't Terra. Too much blood had been spilled on Fenris by now, and bloodletters walked side by side with the World Eaters, tracking and decimating Fenrician tribes unable or unwilling to flee their homes. Too many sorcerous rituals and spells had been unleashed, and the Silver Towers made the world's soul scream, allowing the greater servant of Tsianch to descend into the atmosphere of the 6th Legion's home world. Shimdr-Elex Khazar landed on Fenris. And with it, the greater daemon brought eldritch fire. 190 hours before the mark of oblivion. Volscani Colonel Burgoyne. Damn the masters. Damn them. This was all Burgoyne could think as his men and himself fought to repair the engine of their super-heavy cataphract before they all died. The faithful Marines had always intended to attack this ice ball, that much was obvious to everyone. But had one of those dark apostles ever thought to inform them that, one day, they may need to modify their equipment and vehicles to fight on a death world where snow could pile up higher than a sentinel between dawn and dusk? The masters had all those fancy tanks and fantastical machines which continued to work no matter the weather. The Volscani, as always, weren't that lucky. I've heard most of the guys who were assigned to the 6th Great Host have been used as cannon fodder. The masters landed them on a volcano, and bled them like groxes on the altars if they hesitated. Don't let the executioners hear you talk like that. Their pilot advised. Those guys might take offense. Burgoyne grimaced. He had never thought there would be a day he would miss the commissars, but their replacements after Illumination Day had easily led him to the conclusion the terrifying political officers sent by the Schola Progenium were definitely the lesser evil. The executioner isn't in this tank, fortunately, the colonel coughed. And I'm more worried about this breakdown, Alder. In case you missed it, it's 56 below zero outside, and if you don't manage to repair the heater very quickly, what the executioners will do to our bodies isn't going to be of any importance. Colonel, it's strange, but the thermometric data indicates there's suddenly a spike of temperature nearby and. Get out! Get out! Burgoyne tried to open the turret. His hand touched the lever, and he screamed, for blue flames danced around his hand. Blue flames danced everywhere. Pain! Pain! There was too much pain. If there's any justice, I hope you will burn in hell with us, masters. 2 seconds later, the command cataphracted first in the breach and all super heavy tanks of its regiment were transformed into fuel for the Tsianchan demons following Shimdr Elex Khazar. The Volskani had not been targets. They were just in the way. Now the true battle against the Sons of Rus could begin. Wolf Lord Olaf Dire Bear. Olaf had lived long enough on Fenris to see the incredible spectacle of winter giving way to summer and snow giving way to lava. Never had it happened in the middle of winter, however. At least it wasn't difficult to locate the enormous daemon responsible for it. It was slightly taller than a knight, bathed in enormous bright flames of malefic arum, threw green-yellow lightning everywhere, and all the legions beyond the gates of Morkai appeared to follow it. Olaf had seen one such beast before, on the day the previous great wolf had died. Somehow, the one of his memories was smaller than the one his great company faced today. Lightning struck the mountains above them. An avalanche began. The whole world in what had been a peaceful valley of Asaheim was ending in an impossible inferno. This was why the Wolf Lord hated the heretics' masters, they thought they were funny by turning their own strengths against them. Rune priests. Are you ready? We are, my Jarl. We will try to buy you as much time as you need. The bare-mounted lord of the Vilka Fenrika nodded with gratitude in his eyes. He knew very well what he was asking of them. 3 rune priests, even the best of the great wolf's protectors, would not survive long against this abomination. But they had accepted their duty with smiles on their lips and defiance in their hearts, like true sons of Rus. Vlka Fenrika. Brothers. Who are we? We are the sons of Rus. Then let's send all these abominations to the Alfather. For Rus and for Fenris. For Rus and for Fenris. The bears most of the company were mounted upon Rord, and the Astartes whirlwinds unleashed a devastating barrage. Land raiders and predators which had stayed camouflaged left their ambush sites, now that the demons obviously knew where they were. Olaf howled. Who roared under him? They charged. They were the sons of Rus, and if they had to die, better it be this way. They weren't going to hide in the most fortified redoubts of the Fang, not when the tribes they were born into were fighting and dying right now. Rus. For Rus. The old space wolf screamed, striking down several horrors with his axe while his ursine companion began a massacre with his claws. Fenris and Rus. The ground shook and then an abyss opened. The flames engulfed dozens of his brothers, dozens of long fangs and grey hunters. The abomination uttered something dreadful and a tide of fire indifferently struck demons and the warriors fighting them. Jarl. My Jarl. It was a trap. We are encircled in. The rune priest did not have the time to finish his warning as the power protecting him failed and black-blue flames incinerated him. Dozens of his brothers were incinerated, their WIRD extinguished in a couple of breaths. No. Everywhere on the heights thousands more of the warp beasts were taking position. Poor Wolf Lord, the chief abomination mocked him as its sorcery struck down scores of his brothers at ranges no bolter could effectively return fire from, not that they could have retaliated anyway, enormous barriers were protecting the greater daemon from the land raiders' guns. I hoped I would be able to trap one of the anathema saints in this valley, you know. Rituals were prepared by the servants of Lorgar, 900 mortal psychers sacrificed while you fought elsewhere. But clearly, the anathema just doesn't value you enough to send one of its precious servants against me. I suppose the destruction of your company will have to suffice. Olaf wanted to shout something back when he heard the familiar sound of a thunderhawk above their heads. The Wolf Lord frowned though as it wasn't a battle-ready thunderhawk, but a simple transport. By his missing tankard, who had given the order. The aircraft descended at such a low altitude it was practically a suicidal run, and indeed it was. The monstrous great daemon pointed its scepter and in one shot pulverized the prow and no doubt instantly killed the pilot. But not, Olaf saw, before the man opened his ship's ramp. And in the bloodied snow, as hundreds of demons were dying from the after effects of their leader's sorcery, strode a very familiar figure to all Vilka Fenrika. What? The bipedal insult to all avian creatures was clearly surprised. No. I saw it. The anathema was going to send one of its errant shards. He had to send a saint. He had to. The Alfather is busy elsewhere, stupid malefic arum vulture. Bjorn the fell-handed, first great wolf of the space wolves, the revered one, shouted. VLKA Fenrika. Kill these beasts while I explain to this useless pigeon why we don't need saints on Fenris. The greater daemon raised its scepter and unleashed a blast of blue flame. A powerful ball of plasma struck it straight in the torso in retaliation. For Fenris and for Russ. And the eldest threw himself against the abomination, runes glowing on his chassis like stars as the flame slid off it harmlessly. Protect the fell-handed's back. Olaf shouted. Do not let the rest of the demons interfere. But his fears in that regard were unnecessary. Mounted on Bu, Olaf and the Vilka Fenrika were witnesses to the scenes of a fight straight from the legends. This was like in the sagas, except it was happening right in front of their eyes, and by Russ, it was magnificent. It was the ice against the fire. It was evil against the champion of Fenris. It was blows capable of rending reality apart being exchanged as the entire world shook. The servant of the archenemy tried multiple times to gain some distance and return to its favorite tactic of dealing with Bjorn at long range, but each time, a powerful blast of plasma tore apart its wings. And then the eldest of all Vilka Fenrika was close enough to use his rune-engraved claw to devastating effect. The first blow tore apart a leg. The second a wing. The greater daemon tried to shift into a form more suited to endure the implacable punishment of Bjorn, and by its imprecations, rallying the lesser demons was also attempted. But the demonic beasts, the horrors, be they pink or blue, were in disarray as the great company pushed them away hard from their damned master. And then Bjorn's claw managed to grab the Lord of Change's long avian neck. You will die, Bjorn the Fell-handed. Magnus is going to shatter your armor before ripping open your sarcophagus. Your soul will be dragged before the court of change and you will endure eternal torment. You talk too much. Bjorn used his plasma cannon to hit different parts of the demonic body with each shot. The greater daemon hissed in pain before using its tongue of damnation once more. Why do you even fight? Your primarch will not return in time to save your world. And he abandoned you. Surely you do. The claw managed to squeeze tighter and slid upwards, very close to the parody of an avian head. I am Bjorn. And I don't need any reason to fight something as vile as you. If Magnus wants to fight me again, he knows where to find me. Olav and the entire battlefield heard the echo of an ancient laughter. That's next to your grave, if you need a clue, malefic Aram vulture. There was a monumental explosion. And Fenris itself seemed to howl in triumph. The Eastern Fringe. The Damocles Gulf. Teo System. The Throne of Oblivion. 190 hours before the Mark of Oblivion. Chapter Master Agilizaz. Chapter Master Agilizaz had not expected to rescue any invaders today. 1. Because while several Astartes had kept the dream of finding survivors of the terrible and desperate assault of the Sons of Dorn, the Space Marine of Sanguinius Geneline had seen what a Necron army could do, and insane or not, the Surican Necrons had an overabundance of firepower with which to exterminate a full Space Marine chapter, never mind half of one. And secondly, it was the Black Templars who were ordered to discover where the invaders' bodies and survivors were, so if someone was expected to find them, it certainly wasn't his strike force. Agil wasn't going to say it was bad news to find these 5 Sons of Dorn, but there was a significant drawback. Agil had only one sanguinary priest with him to fulfill the role of apothecary. An old conversation with Lady Weaver replayed in his mind, and the chapter master of the Brothers of the Red promised himself to approve any measure which would lead to an increase in the numbers of his apothecaries and medical personnel. Oh, there had been an increase these last several years, but clearly not enough, and today proved it. The Necrons had not forced the 5 invaders to remove their armors, realizing that without air the prisoners wouldn't last very long, but the Xenos wouldn't win any award for their care of prisoners of war either. All of them, his fellow chapter master included, had clearly been mutilated and left to starve. Did your captors reveal anything of importance? Agil asked the Son of Dorn after spending 30 seconds calling for medical reinforcements and specific support, which was not anywhere near this underground prison where they had exterminated over 40,000 Necrons via air bombardment. Thank the Emperor, the Brothers of the Red had been there to exploit the breakthrough, otherwise the artillery would have been commanded to reduce the enemy resistance to scrap metal. We didn't see any of the enemy Necrons trying to take prisoners so far, and any clues as to the reasons for this behavior would be appreciated. It wasn't the Necrons of the monolith who captured us. Moritz Schneider's voice was colored in pain as the sanguinary priest did his best to treat the most urgent wounds. Unfortunately, while Lady Weaver had briefly deliberated the idea of a cross-training between sanguinary priests and other apothecaries before Operation Stalingrad, there had only been 2 or 3 meetings and nothing truly significant had come from it. And the invaders had not attended the reunions in the first place. It was the Soduks, the elite troops of the Mandragora. One of their nobles loved the sound of his own voice and constantly reminded us of this truth. For a supposed elite, he really died easily, Agil remarked, and the green-armored Space Marine snorted. I think he was one of their useful idiots, and a contingency plan at the same time. How so? Agil inquired politely as his battle brother went to heal another invader who was missing part of his leg. You and I have seen enough how the Necrons function by now, Chapter Master. The son of Dorn rasped loudly directly into his comm bead. Save their familiar challenge, surrender and die. Did they look like great conversationalists to you? No. And the veteran space marine knew where this was going. No. Moritz Schneider repeated. I was exhausted and wounded, so maybe I could have ignored an angry monologue or two, but our prison warden seemed to come really often to insult us for not accepting our proper place and for challenging the might of the Sodic dynasty. I have difficulties believing someone half as brilliant as this Storm Lord commander could assign a subordinate physically unable to not divulge military and other secrets to prisoners. It's not like we were that many to fall in Xeno's hands, and in fact it explains why they simply disarmed us instead of completing our destruction. That sounded rather logical, of course. What did they expect from it? If it was to open negotiations, I'm afraid they're out of luck. Lady Weaver was already extremely determined to exterminate those Necrons for the potential danger they represent, and your mutilation will in all likelihood be an aggravating factor the moment she is informed of your survival. And that had certainly already happened, with several insects on their way to collect relevant information. I'm glad to hear it, the Invaders chapter master muttered, but, assuming I read the enemy's intentions correctly, we were just bait to attract Lady Weaver's attention. The last monologue of our Necron jailer was the key. It boasted loudly how his master was going to seize all the Noctilith stocks for himself and triumph over us for all eternity or something equally stupid. Yes, it's something really stupid, Agiel agreed. Well, I have no doubt the Sodic forces can locate and claim the vaults of Noctilith hidden in the Imga monolith. Unlike us, they can clearly read and hack into the local Suriken databases and their abominable intelligences. But it won't do them any good. Lady Weaver used her swarm to storm the fortified Dolmen gates 4 hours ago. Their potential exit is gone, as are all FTL travel methods across void space they could use. Acquiring the Noctilith is certainly the only thing those Necrons will be able to do before being permanently eliminated. Unless the Storm Lord intends to bargain his continued survival against the destruction of the Noctilith stocks. I only saw him when he cut off my arm, but this Xenos was far from stupid. With no possibility of escape. This was, yes, it was a dangerous calculation the chapter master could see a competent Necron commander make. The son of Sanguinius turned towards the only tech priest present in the improvised medical facility. The chosen of the Omnissiah must be warned, the red-robed assemblage of metal and weapons nodded. Lady General Taylor Hebert. And we wondered a few minutes ago where the Sodic infantry had fled to. Hindsight is a wonderful thing, Grand Princeps Ctesiphon Surina of Legio Defensa affirmed from his Titan deployed about 60 kilometers south and 1 kilometer higher in the monolith than she was, but to be honest, I'm uncertain how much danger this dynasty represents anymore. The permanent war they fought against the local dynasty has crippled their numbers. They still have their commander, Taylor countered, and unlike Sobek-Hotep the soon-to-be destroyer, he's competent and sane. That's why I made his elimination a priority, by the way. Judging the mood of the Astartes captain representing the Death Watch for this meeting of the High Command was difficult, but the Space Marine obviously wasn't in a mood to celebrate. We lost track of the Storm Lord 9 hours ago when his forces somehow managed to spring an extremely elaborate ambush on us. No Astartes enjoyed being defeated, and admitting it in front of others only made the humiliation greater. I agree with Chapter Masters Iz's and Schneider's theories. It would be extremely in character for this Xenos to prepare a contingency plan which would save its damnable existence. Would it really save him? Archmagos Hediatrix asked in what had to be the favorite rhetorical tone for a senior member of the Martian priesthood. Lady Weaver gave us the order Overlord Emotic was to be terminated with extreme prejudice. And I have no intention to rescind the order, the black-haired Lady General affirmed. The rare skirmishes with the Sodic dynasty provide an excellent reason for why letting this Sodic general get away is a very bad idea. Give him a few Necron tomb worlds and 3 or 4 years, and we will need to permanently assign 2 or 3 times the forces of Operation Stalingrad to the eastern fringe if we want to contain the problem. And that was, frankly, a generous estimation. Besides, mutilating prisoners of war may be something honorable in Necron culture, it was not, by the way. It was just a Sodic specialty, but I for one find it a detestable practice. The good of the 5 invaders space marines who survived is entirely undone by the disgusting and humiliating methods the Sodic employ on their prisoners. Taylor looked at the admirals, generals, and other high commanders of the Imperium. Right now, Emotic the Storm Lord is more dangerous than the insane imbecile who thinks providing me with more Canoptek scarabs is the way to win this war. Everyone chuckled. I agree, Oscar von Ruenthal smiled, but assuming Emotic is truly on his way to find and take possession of the Noctilith reserves, he will have an important piece of blackmail. Assuming he has a way to destroy said reserves in a short amount of time, High Marshal Barbarossa amended. The Supreme Commander of the Black Templars was communicating from his personal Thunderhawk, on his way to join her command center. He can't flee, and opening a black hole or another techno-horror like they did at Mandragora will kill them, self-repairing metal or not. There's another problem, Dragon interjected. We don't know the percentage of the Sepulchrund in these vault reserves. Since Volga, the null effect inside the monolith has constantly decreased as the destruction increased and our teams, air, recovered whatever anti-warp noctilith survived the assaults. But there's still a rather large anomaly core which prevents all but the most minor manifestations of warp energy. If Imodic really destroys the Sepulchron stabilizing the Necron battle station in orbit, we will have another enemy to tangle with in the next few seconds. This was why it was sometimes preferable to have stupid enemies. It was often difficult to anticipate their actions, but at least they generally didn't try stuff like this. I am going to deal with Imodic personally. General Rokossovsky, please prepare a new set of contingencies. Chapter Master Malakbal, assemble a kill team of 200 Space Marines. Segmentum Obscurus/Segmentum Solar, contested. Fenris System. Fenris. Assayheim. 188 hours before the Mark of Oblivion. Primarch Magnus the Red. By the time his sons completed the ritual summoning him onto Fenris, the battle of course was long over. Exactly according to plan, of course. Shimdi-Arialex Khazar, arrogant even by the standards of the average Lord of Change, had thought Erebus preparations and Tsianch's favor would be enough to counter any living saint his father sent to turn the tide of the battle. Naturally, it was stupidity itself. It meant you were convinced from the start that the sons of Rus had no way to kill you without his father's help. Well, hopefully, Shimdi-Arialex Khazar was a bit wiser now, or not. Magnus could hear the shrieks of sheer fury from here. The Lord of Change had apparently not appreciated the extreme banishment applied by Rus' lieutenant. Granted, the fact that his sons may or may not have adjusted the summoning ritual to ensure that the Lord of Change's physical strength and durability would be drastically reduced without limiting its vast psychic might in any way, no point in tipping the daemon off early presumably had not helped. Lord, the enemy is. Yes, I'm sure they are fortifying themselves in the Fang by now, my son. Magnus smelled the cold air of Fenris, trying to assess how many of the warriors of the 6th Legion had perished and the details of their losses. It doesn't matter. I gained exactly what I wanted from this ambush. But father, the banishment of the Pyroclastic Conclave. The Lord of Blue Flames and Cursed Lightning allied with certain dark apostles. Their unbridled ambition was to unseat me in the hierarchy of change. And it had caused him great disquiet how long it had taken for him to discover this nasty part of the plan. That the slaver holding his leash didn't inform him was no surprise, but the fact none of the other 8 exalted lords of change had moved to clue him in was a very bad sign of how much damage that arrogant child calling herself Militia had caused in the last few years. The galaxy was changing. In many ways, it was reassuring. In others, it was not exactly comforting given how many storms were coming. At least the plan of his allies had monumentally failed. Shimdi-Arialex Khazar had received a solid lesson without achieving anything of note beyond corrupting a large tract of worthless snow. Magnus could thank him silently, it made his own summoning go smoother. Do you hate him, father? No, not really. Father? I was speaking about the dreadnought who. I know. And I answered your question honestly, my son. One does not hate a tool because it is its destiny to fight you. Bjorn the Fell-Handed. First great wolf of Fenris, last of the Einherjar of his brother Rus. One of the many tens of thousands of wolves who had killed Prospero. He was at Prospero. His son's voice echoed his thoughts. Yes, he was. Magnus confirmed. But he was one of an entire legion, and he didn't give the orders. What makes him special today is that he is the last survivor aside from his primogenitor now that Valder is dead. For all the so-called immortality Tsianch gave him, Magnus felt really old when he remembered the names of the Space Marines, Custodians, and Sisters of Silence who had fought in the Battle of Prospero. The dreaded warriors of the Anathema Psychona? All dead. The last ones had perished during the Siege of Terra, assuming the fires of Horus Rebellion had not claimed them before. The Custodes? Most had not survived the carnage in the webway he had provoked, and aside from Valder, all had died during the siege too. Ironically, of the Imperial coalition which had assembled to destroy his works, the wolves had probably lasted the longest. There were many thousands left after the scouring, but everything had an end. Nothing mortal could last, and the sun illuminating the age of the Avilka Fenrika, as the Sky Warriors of Fenris loved to call themselves, had set behind the mountains long ago. Year after year, their veterans had died. Some had died by Thousand Suns bolters as he let his sons sate their thirst for vengeance. And now there was only one old warrior, living on hatred and the knowledge his liege had not judged him good enough to depart with him. Magnus was realistic. What could he really say or do that hadn't already been done to the banisher of Shimdi-Arialex Khazar? The answer was nothing. Everything he was able to do had been done 3 millennia ago during the Battle of the Fang. Yes, if he faced Bjorn the Fell-Handed again, Magnus would kill him, guns and claws enhanced by improved Fenrisian anti-warp runes to protect from Tsianchian powers or not. But there was nothing to bask in glory about such an act. He was a daemon primarch, a being able to slay entire armies. The old soul of the wolves was trapped in an Astartes sarcophagus, relying on machinery few understood anymore. Even in this unfair galaxy, it was a rather uneven fight. They lost many of their best warriors, and this is enough for now. Prepare the rituals we agreed upon, my son, then let the Iron Warriors and the Mechanicum advance and pay the price. Everything which had been done until the summoning of the Exalted had not been preordained, but was certainly inevitable given the gigantic force disparity. But now the race had truly begun. The fortress carved inside one of the largest fortresses of Fenris wasn't impregnable. His sons had breached its tunnels and chambers before. But there had been fewer sons of Rus 3 millennia ago. And though the great wolf of the time had arrived at the decisive hour, the reinforcements this time would be far more impressive. Let the siege of the Fang begin. And if Lorgar perished with his legion, it wouldn't be a great loss for Tsianch or anyone else. The Fang. 145 hours before the Mark of Oblivion. Wolf Lord Olaf Dire Bear. The two Wolf Lords and the Iron Priest ignored the rumbling noises indicating the Fang was experiencing heavy bombardment with the ease of long practice. In the last 40 hours, all the Vilka Fenrika and the Skrulls had more than enough time to become familiar with it. Their encirclement is nearly complete, the Long Fang specialized in technology reported. And they have destroyed the Asir and Vanir batteries. Thankfully we had anticipated this, and the tunnels and ammunition reserves for them were blown up. But we are trapped inside the Fang with no ability to direct our bombardments worth mentioning, not that it was that great in the first place with all the winter blizzards limiting the Auspex's range. Any good news? Olaf asked. Well. The Iron Priest smiled sadly. Winter is out there in full strength, and Mother Fenris doesn't love those unwelcome bastards. It is 68 degrees below zero outside. The bastard priest and the Cyclops are going to have to rely upon their traitor marines for the siege. And how long it will take them? Lars Silent Death inquired. Far less time than I'd want, their technology expert admitted. When our predecessors rebuilt after the Battle of the Fang, a lot of effort was made to counter the sorcerers and their pits of malefic Aram horrors. Our home was rebuilt to endure a terrible siege, but I don't think they planned for our enemies to bring several companies of Iron Warriors. The Vilka Fenrika invited to the War Council stayed silent, but a shiver of unease crossed the room. Unlike many other traitor legions in the years after the heresy, the warbands of the 4th Legion retained the murderous efficiency which had seen them breach the defenses of the Alfathor's palace. Thankfully, their brother continued, they have not brought the entire legion of the siege breakers. On the other hand, someone gave them 2 heretical things which must have been Martian ordinances millennia ago. And they have landed enough artillery to counter our guns. The blizzards are on our side in this fight, but they have us outgunned 10 to 1, and the disparity is growing larger by the hour. Then they will reach the Bloodfire Gate in 20 to 24 hours, the Wolf Lord of the 8th Company famed for his silent hunting concluded coldly. How long can the first gate hold? That's a question for the rune priests, I'm afraid, but speaking only for the void shields and the adamantium doors, I doubt they can endure for longer than a day. Our predecessors rebuilt tough in the old days, but they have everything we do in siege units and more. And once they enter the tunnels, it's going to be a bloodbath. Lars grimaced. They have 9 large groups of 1,000 sons and more than 80,000 word-bearers, assuming they for some reason didn't decide to hide something from our scouts and auspexes. Which they certainly did, since these traitors were cunning in their evil. And the number of Vilka Fenrika had fallen to under 900 after the Battle of the Field of Sorcery. Worse, many of his brothers killed had been Grey Hunters and Long Fangs, the eldest, wisest, and strongest warriors of Fenris. The blow had struck the forces which could train the new generations and hurt the morale of the Blood Claw packs. It had hurt discipline and interpack coordination. As always the archenemy tried to sully everything that was good and traditional before destroying the sons of Rus. Then it is time. Olaf Direbear grumbled. Summon all the girls and tribes to the Hall of the Great Wolf. Assuming he survived, Olaf would enter history for being the first Wolf Lord to have opened the halls of the Vilka Fenrika to the men and women they were recruited from before becoming Space Marines. That no one had objected proved how dire the situation was, and how awful the fate of those tribes which had been in the heretics' path had been. All of them? There are 100,000 of girls and warriors, yes, I'm aware. Olaf grinned. They are going to fight by our side, I think we can honor them with a speech. Let's just hope none of them sleep while I'm howling. Half of his brothers at least laughed. This felt good, but too soon, the weight of the absent began to burden them again. And the bombardment continued outside. High orbit above Fenris. Arc Mechanicus Technologia Potstas EST. 120 hours before the Mark of Oblivion. Hellforge Mistress Sodanol. The Steel Brethren have informed us they are able to fire directly at the Bloodfire Gate, Hellforge Mistress. Finally, the Mechanicum commander muttered, knowing in advance she was being unfair. Warsmith Carix, for all the arrogance and bluntness of the Perturabo line, was a veteran of the Great Siege and a siege expert. If the other Astartes had followed his recommendations, Sodanol was utterly convinced the Volscani cataphracts or at least the hosts of these slaves which hadn't been decimated by the Fenritian resistance would be fighting and dying in the fortress tunnels right now. It was maddening. Sometimes, the former disciple of the fabricator general, thought Lorgar's senior commanders were doing their best to backstab each other and purposely delay the assault on the Fang by hours. These moments didn't last, because Sotinol's large databanks were unable to find a past campaign where this strategy would make sense. If the ritual, this tier of nightmares the word-bearers loved to repeat mentioning until death took them, wasn't completed by the time the Imperial reinforcements hammered them, things were going to get incredibly ugly. Yes, they still had over 100 battleships, but the Mechanicum Tech Priestess wasn't fooled. Abaddon had outnumbered his opponents during the Fourth Black Crusade too, and when his fragile alliances met a true battle fleet, the forces under his command shattered, leaving him with a core of Black Legion loyalists to make his escape with. And the idea of hundreds of lunar-class cruisers unleashed among their supply fleet was enough to send shivers down the spines of any of her subordinates. Granted, the Volscani transports were getting emptier. Are our Tartarus operatives in position? They'd better be, but it didn't hurt to check. They are, Hellforge Mistress. Excellent. War Master Abaddon had invested a lot in her for the chance of gaining access to the Space Wolves gene seed and strategic organ stocks. It was however a logical decision. Aside from Terra and Mars, there weren't a lot of locations where you could find 100,000 progenoids with first-class apothecarium facilities. Not to mention the enormous forges and macro-industrial complexes dating back to the age of the Great Crusade. The Fang was one of the rare M30 bastions which had survived intact in technological purpose, protected from the false omniscience decay and the superstitions of the flesh. The Battle of the Fang fought 3 millennia ago had not touched these many fortresses inside the Greater Citadel. Obviously, seizing them wasn't going to be easy. The wolves had fought like cornered beasts so far, and they weren't likely to submit meekly on their last stand. And the word-bearers and Thousand Sons thought for some reason they had a right to the gene seed and equipment. One of the Hell Magi she had assigned to the good function of serving on the first bridge of her arc Mechanicus canted a third evolved Imperial cant to attract her attention. What is it? Sotinol prayed it wasn't going to be one more stupidity like Corphaeron or Belagosa telling her to deploy Legio Mordaxis. After the stupidity which had led Legio Furines to lose 5 battle engines in as many minutes against the Fang's primary batteries, the Hellforge Mistress had stopped listening to the advice of the word-bearers. If they wanted to throw their own daemon engines into the kill zones, that was their choice, but she wasn't going to lose thousands of hours of production for nothing. The siege of the Fang was to be conducted by the Iron Warriors, the priest-sorcerers were relatively ignored. Redapting the evolved auspexes into the pattern you wished, Hellforge Mistress, I think I detected an anomaly which escaped the vigilance of the word-bearers. Sotinol snorted. Vigilance, that was a good one. The word-bearers and Thousand Sons were so fixated on the fall of Fenris and their own plots it was unlikely whether they had left more than 1/100th of their effectives in high orbit. Show me. Her amusement didn't last, because her subordinate was right, it was an anomaly, and worse, it was detected more than 5 hours late. Your best estimate. Hellforge Mistress, according to our databanks, it doesn't match any Imperial signature, but there's a 27% chance of it being a solar sail going into furtive mode. Sotinol had not survived an eternity in the Eye of Terror by being slow to react. Solar sails, that was Eldar technology. And this anomaly had happened 5 hours ago. The maximal range of a Void Stalker-class Eldar battleship was, they could be entering effective range right now. Raise our Void Shields. Raise our Void Shields now. General alert to all ships. They are to raise Void Shields and activate all countermeasures. Spread the Helldrakes and Hellcrafts. I want defensive depth and Pulsar Lance's emissions detected. Enemy action detected. Explosions rocked the high orbit of Fenris, and the hololithic screen began to flash red as word-bearer ships began to die. General battle stations, Sotinol snarled. By the sands of Mars, what were these cursed long ears doing here? Prepare the best firing solutions you have. The Eastern Fringe. The Damocles Gulf. Teo System. The Throne of Oblivion. 119 hours before the mark of Oblivion. The Vaults of Oblivion. Lady General Taylor Hebert. In case there was any doubt the Sodic forces had arrived before them, the sad physical remains of a gate large enough to let warlord titans pass through them dissipated them fairly easily. They got here before us, my lady. Kratos, we didn't really have a choice. It's not like we were able to enter the Suriken databases. If Amodic and his army weren't there, we would in all likelihood still be in the process of searching for this place. Too many officers had underestimated the size of the Imga monolith. It was truly a planet-sized battle station, and for all the Necron propensity to create a lot of morbid monuments and funeral-like structures, it left an immense amount of space to hide things. That and we lost plenty of time when the tech priests began seizing the Necrons' metallic stashes. Gamaliel intervened. Yes. To be sure, it wasn't as large a hoard as the one confiscated at Pavia and Kamarak. The vast majority of the Necrons' strategic reserves had been used up during the long years of conflict at Volga, but the macroclades of the Mechanicus had still discovered thousands of tons of titanium, molybdenum, iridium, and other large quantities of things a forge world required in order to meet its quotas. It was far from an adamantium mine, but the accumulation of it began to form a rather impressive list. And unfortunately, the less experienced regiments had had to be reminded about her orders: notify any discoveries to your superiors, loot minimally, and continue the offensive. Those units who had worked with her the longest obeyed without question, knowing the rewards at the end would be proportional to their efforts. The others, the commissars, had already been forced to make some permanent examples of the worst troublemakers. My lady, Epistolary Hendrik, the null zone is. Before his sentence was over, the golden light surrounding her body grew in intensity, and a good part of her exhaustion and the strain of fighting a never-ending series of bombardments and Necron exterminations faded away. I feel it. The Lady General told the veteran of Kamarak. Whatever protected the monolith from the warp has been destroyed, hasn't it? Yes, my lady, and I think the something was not free of corruption. Awesome. This is the most unsubtle trap I've ever seen, Storm Seer Uriyankada snorted. Perhaps, but it doesn't need to be subtle. Taylor replied. If it's really the ruinous powers making their move at last, we can't let them steal the Noctilith. Whether they intend to use it immediately or not, we will soon find it used against us on this battlefield or somewhere else. General Swartz, Chapter Master Malakbal. Your troops are ready. They are, Lady General. The sons of Sanguinius stand by your side, Lady Weaver. Then let's go kill the Xenos and the heretics who stand in our way. Taylor had already begun to send her swarm ahead, and as such she was the first to have a view of what was waiting inside. In some ways, the resemblance with some of the vaults she had torn open at Kamarak was there. In others, not so much. The Necrons loved symmetrical structures, and had a disturbing sense of aesthetics. The vault was beyond enormous, and the para-human knew deep inside some kind of hypertechnology had to be at work, because somehow the inside was bigger than the outside. All of this gigantic amount of space was dedicated to the storage of Noctilith. Shaped in cubes, triangles, or more complex forms, hundreds of thousands of objects were waiting for their owners to use them in neat lines like they had been for the last millions of years. And yes, it was hundreds of thousands of Noctilith blocks. The entire chamber could have swallowed several of the Nixian palaces without effort, along with the Azkalan Stadium. The lines were not only so long even the scarabs she sent the farther away couldn't find the end, but there were a countless amount of them above their heads, suspended by powerful fields of green energy. That's a big vault of Noctilith, all right. The Katachan guardsman on her right commented, and Taylor did her best not to laugh. Isn't there a cube missing there? Trust one of her veterans to arrive directly at the core of the problem. And since neither her eyes nor her other senses could detect the problem, the insect mistress concentrated on shaping the golden energy around her, and then in a trick her adjutant spiders had inspired her to develop, released it in the form of a great web spreading out in every direction. The ugly portal swirling with the energies of the warp was instantly revealed, and died in less 3 seconds when the first Blood Angel predators bombarded it. The sorceress explosion was violent, but fortunately extremely limited. Not wasting any time, Taylor sprinted to touch the closest block of Noctilith, and to her relief, the obsidian pyramidal structure instantly began to take a golden color as the veins carved by the Necrons long ago made sure full conversion into ether gold was only a question of time. Taylor didn't let her guard down. Destroying the portal had been far too easy. And 1 second later, her thoughts were proven right as a sort of demonic mass of flesh flashed into existence, before it took the appearance of a Tsianchan sorceress. Weaver. The communication had to suffer from turbulences. Before she didn't think anyone human could speak like that. It was like someone was trying to say something while vomiting and laughing at the same time. That wasn't nice. Do you have any idea how many? Kill her. The Dawnbreaker Guard and a couple hundred of guardsmen opened fire, but the initial volley was the only one they made before she told them to stop. The lasers, plasma, and other ordnance had all passed through the sorceress, and the air around this heretic was shrouded in sorcery. Don't waste your ammunition. She isn't here. This is an illusion. Indeed, the enemy clapped her hands, and Taylor gritted her teeth. Because her order had been transmitted through the Vox, this sorceress shouldn't have been able to hear it. I am relieved to know your service to the Corpse Emperor hasn't destroyed your capacity to think. Taylor didn't like where it was going, she really didn't like it. Who are you? I am Militia, the sorceress who looked like a twisted armored parody of an Egyptian pharaoh coated in continuously shifting blue-gold paint seemed surprised. Didn't you receive my message? Ah, hell. So this was the enemy who was responsible for the crippled hulk which had appeared near the Iris system 4 years ago, where the Inquisition had lost a dozen acolytes. The message had been uncorrupted, but it had also been written on a velum stuck to the torso of a dead Inquisitor. I did, collateral damage Barbie. It had taken that for the custodes to finally reveal her true identity, though honestly, Taylor was frankly shocked by how much the other para-human had changed. The older sister of Panacea had been the epitome of the flying brick in white colors, blonde-haired, and blue-eyed, a cheerful expression on her lips as she smashed villains. Except the arrogance soaking up her surroundings, she and this heretic didn't have any points in common, though the armor didn't exactly help things. 1 or 2 criminals get hurt and they never let you forget it, the Tsianch worshipper complained. And you hardly have any right to hold the self-righteous position, MRSI blew up Kamarak. I don't take lectures from someone who has embraced the power of lies as a patron, the golden-winged commander retorted as she resheathed Kal's blade before drawing the nebulous shard and pouring more power into the crystalline sword. These Noctilith blocks weren't going to become ether gold by themselves. The problem is that you receive lessons from no one possessing real knowledge. The para-human who had once been called Glory Girl immediately sniped back via the demonic mouthpiece used for this communication. Otherwise you would see the Imperium will unavoidably fail. Even if I believed that you were speaking the truth, you serving one of the very monsters humanity has to defend against destroys the credibility of pretty much everything you might say after that. Taylor rebutted as the crystalline shards of her blade began to strike numerous Noctilith cubes, creating more ether gold by the second. Speak your piece and depart. I have more important things to do than listening to a heretical monologue. Militia unfortunately didn't seem angry or even fazed by her hostility, but then she had likely managed to steal a large cube of Noctilith, something likely weighing at least a few tons, though she had no way to estimate the loss before the tech priests gave her a full report on the vault's capacity. As you wish. We will have further opportunities to speak anyway. The Egyptian-looking helmet was removed, and unfortunately, yes, it was the face of Glory Girl which was revealed. It had clearly been modified by sorcery to be more inhumanly devoid of blemishes and all natural imperfections. The hair was close to platinum in shade and no uncorrupted man or woman had blue eyes shining with that much sorcery, but it was her. I just wanted to inform you that I have found the grave of the 11th. For a few seconds, the Basileia of Nyx thought she had misunderstood. There was no way Glory Girl militia could be serious. It was. You're insane. Why? You are right now walking on the very graveyard of the second, no. The circumstances are completely different, and you know it. Taylor whispered, knowing the sorceress would hear it anyway. The second received the fate it did because the Necrons were too powerful and their machines and captive monsters dating from the war in heaven resulted in their annihilation. The 11th Legion and their Primarch weren't the second. Well, yes and no. They were erased from memory nonetheless. And I intend to take their banner for myself. Madness. Taylor hadn't been given the full explanation of what had happened to the 11th, but the few clues handed out by the custodes had been used as a bargaining chip for more ether gold to be sent to the Grey Knights and in the direction of Segmentum Obscurus. And the representative of the 10,000 had been, almost afraid. This was not a problem she wanted to deal with when it had remained forgotten for millennia. Unlike the monolith, there was no Noctilith and no urgent reason to muster forces for that particular brand of folly. My patron is ambitious madness, and my strength is unchecked sorcery, the chaos para-human basked into her arrogance. And the symbolism between us was too good to pass up on. Farewell, and Taylor? I teleport the Necrons away, but they are going to return as soon as I end this communication. Please don't die, I want to speak with you again. The demonic thing twisted and began to fall away, with a few Mega Flamers encouraging it. Defensive formation Omega. She ordered, preparing her swarm for a massive counterattack. The Necrons teleport by the thousands in the next 10 seconds. Overlord Imodic. The perfect ambush didn't exist, but Imodic had done his best to prepare one which would leave no chance for the humans. And then everything had gone wrong. This creature, this changeling, as the thing introduced itself, had emerged from the ranks of his army, and suddenly a critical piece of Surican machinery was destroyed. The next thing Imodic knew, his legions were being consumed by the same things which had once allowed the enslavers to come through, before a storm of blue swallowed him as well. It may have lasted an infinitesimal moment or a very long time, but the Necrons were eventually released. They materialized again where he had prepared his plans before this impossible to predict enemy had struck. But his troops weren't in ambush position anymore. They were in a standard confrontational phalanx, and the enemy was already here. One AI query later, and Imodic realized the mysterious enemy had done worse damage than he had feared. All the vortex machinery prepared to take out the stolen Kanopitak units was nowhere to be found and all the command links were severed or out of range of those precious borrowed Surican prototypes. Withdraw. Withdraw immediately, the Storm Lord commanded his surviving Neemzers. There was no victory possible under these circumstances, and that the materials used to build the pylons were beginning to shine in a golden light was not something he had accounted for. By your order, Overlord, we. The situation, already bad for the Sodic forces he commanded, suddenly received one more unpleasant parameter as Surican troops teleported into the vaults and began to indiscriminately open fire. This should have been impossible. Imodic had prepared jammers to prevent exactly that, but clearly this part of his plan had been demolished too. Void Dragon and Nightbringer, damn it, what had he done for so many things to turn against him at once? Kill Imodic. Kill the Storm Lord. Kill him. Kill all Sodic. Kill them. Kill Imodic. The greatest general of the Sodic dynasty would freely admit afterwards that, for the first time, he felt a second of dismay when he looked in the direction of the murderous pulse sent to all Necron warriors in the vicinity. Imodic had seen many nobles succumb to the destroyer curse in his time. The war in heaven had been so violent that mental instability had become a common thing, assuming it wasn't another of the Citan's tricks to keep them as properly obedient pets. The Sodic had tried to limit it by numerous doctrinal engram commands encouraging the thought that at the end, supreme dominion of the galaxy would belong to the Sodic and the marvels of Necron-tier society could be rebuilt, greater, and with technology which would allow them to stand for eternity. It had decreased the percentage of victims of the curse. But the Storm Lord had seen how Sobek-Hotep looked like as the battle for Mandragora raged. The Surican had seemed relatively sane, which made it all the more horrifying to see him commanding his troops in the body of a monolith-sized Scorpek destroyer. The dynasties called such beings Scorpek lords. The Necron the Silent King had left in charge of the throne of Oblivion was now consumed by a monomaniacal obsession to kill everyone and everything until the galaxy died or someone ended him permanently. But as an uncountable tide of Kinopitak assets slammed into the Surican and his own forces, Imodic realized the latter wasn't going to be a huge problem for very long. The humans didn't have Iashedra, but their firepower was sufficient to decimate every Necron in their range. Sergeant Gavriel Forkas. Gavriel didn't know who had invented this tripod chassis for the Necron armies, but the Space Marine was mentally complimenting them. Once you disabled one of the three legs, their behavior, already completely suicidal and prone to bouts of murderous infighting at the best of times, managed the impressive feat of becoming worse. And this didn't account for the fact that these destroyers were more a mob than an army. The differences between Sodic and Surican had become increasingly important over the last several days, but here it had found its complete fracture, neat lines of Necrons which suddenly tried to make a fighting retreat in neat order against constructs of ugly pincers and tarnished bronze-colored metals. They had a common point though, Lady Weaver was killing them all. For the Emperor. For the Second Legion. Death to the Necrons. For the Emperor, purge the Xenos. The Kinopitak scarabs ravaged the flanks, the center and the rear of the Necron formations and their mob. In fact, Gavriel realized it would be easier to mention what their ladies' swarm wasn't doing to the metallic Xenos. Die. 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 We are the Necrons of the Surican dynasty. Surrender and die, in the name of the eternal Silent King. You first. Another spear of Kinopitak slammed into the core of the Surican destroyers, but as fast as they were, a Sodic Necron was faster and cut apart several of the biggest constructs like they were nothing. But the tallest and biggest destroyer was fast too. And the enormous scythe-like melee weapon merged with its arm didn't hesitate striking its own allies in order to land a blow against its opponent. You are all going to die. Imodic. I will use your body to decorate the throne room of the Silent King for the next 1,000,000 years. No, you won't. The nebula shard tore into the ranks of the Necrons and suddenly, the gigantic destroyer found out the hard way having a third of your body burning in the Emperor's light was not painless for Xenos. Your reign over the throne of Oblivion has been allowed to stand for too long, Sobek-Hotep, the Sodic noble charged again. I am the scythe of the Silent King. And I. Gavriel had seen in training how fast Taylor a bear could be. Not looking at her with both eyes was a monumental mistake. And it was proven again as she redrew Call's sword with her left hand. There was a brilliant flash. When the sensors of his armor stopped being blinded, there were two enormous wounds in the Colossus of the Surican dynasty. The Xenos began to collapse, and the victor of Kamarak drew the Adrathic pistol after sheathing her blades, still flying over the heart of the battle. I can't kill you. The destroyer crashed into the ground, and his metallic voice seemed to be experiencing great pain. But you will die nonetheless. Live by the swarm, die by the swarm. Iashedra will be your doom, vermin. An orb of utter blackness emerged from the torso of the defeated Necron and get away. But hyper-reflexes or not, the warning came far too late. A shroud of utter darkness engulfed the battle site, and when it ended, Lady Weaver, the three members of the Dawnbreaker Guard closest to her, and one Sodic Necron were missing. No. Segmentum Obscurus/Segmentum Solar, contested. Fenris System. High orbit over Midgardia. Voidstalker class battleship Anthem of Fallen Suns. 118 hours before the mark of Oblivion. Autarchulian Lake Adiath. Element of surprise or not, attacking the monstrous armada of the primordial annihilator blockading the world of Fenris could have only resulted in the complete destruction of his flagship and the other squadrons participating in this incredibly risky endeavor. This was why Yulian was not doing anything of the sort. Oh, the Autarch of Lugganath had sent a squadron of Phoenix ships there as a distraction, but their goal was to kill a few enemy supply ships and then get out of range. The moment the corrupted humans had targeting solutions upon Asuryani ships was the moment their deaths were imminent. Kamarak was a lesson few craft worlds had failed to learn from. No, attacking this heart of corruption and horrors directly would be a mistake. If Yulian Lake Adiath had not learned of the large weakness of the enemy from Farsa Ulthran, the Night Lord's fleet would still have been a far better target of opportunity. The bombers have destroyed the last 3 cruisers, the mariner captain closest to him stated. We have destroyed about 3/4 of the fleet of those monsters. Yulian nodded. The habit of saying humans over Monday Key was a slow but ongoing process, but these Night Lords were just servants of the great enemy, no matter how deep their delusions ran. Their starships stank so much from the suffering of their slaves and other victims that no matter how sensitive an Asuryani was, it gave both young and old souls nausea just being in the vicinity of them. Their flagship is maintaining its course, a howling banshee commented. I think it is trying to break contact, recover from the damage we gave it, and then engage us in an artillery duel at long range. I agree. The survivor of the Battle of Pavia answered. Forget about it for the moment. As satisfying as removing the creature Kriegesurbus from existence would be, our goal isn't to kill every Night Lord in existence. Though it would be a worthwhile endeavor the day this mission was assigned to him. In Yulian's mind, the Night Lords appeared far too clearly as the humans' equivalent of the Drukhari. The former's souls weren't in danger of being claimed by something as hungry as she who thirsts, but from the point of view of the victims, both were serving the primordial annihilator well. And speaking of our goal, the last of the plague ships hiding our target is being destroyed, right now, Autarch. On the sensors of the Anthem of Fallen Suns, an unarmed gigantic transport appeared as if it had been summoned by some form of sorcery. In this case, the truth wasn't far from that superstition. It is one of the ships the humans call a mass conveyor, Autarch. Psychic scanning, confirmation. It is the ship the servants of the enemy intend to use to summon a greater servant of decay into reality. Judging by the ripples preliminary to rift formation it creates, I would say we have arrived just in time, Autarch. Yulian Lakadiath didn't hesitate. All battleships, Phoenix attack pattern on the primary target. You have my personal authorization to use every weapon at your disposal. The Voidstalker class battleships didn't need him to repeat the order. In a short microcycle, pulsar lances, phantom lances, sonic torpedoes, and plenty of fighters and bombers were unleashed. The ship contaminated by the primordial annihilator had been given impressive defenses, besides the sorcery hiding it from detection. But 6 Asuryani battleships, even if they came from 6 different craft worlds, were gifted with a terrifying amount of firepower. The ship covered in putrid green contagion didn't have a chance and disappeared in a gigantic explosion. Ship destroyed, Autarch. The young howling banshee smiled. Orders. We destroy as many of these Night Lords' ships as we can while giving Farsa Ulthran time to accomplish his mission on the planet below. Far be it from me to tell the Ulthwi Farsa to hurry, a mariner interjected. But the Annihilator fleet orbiting around Fenris seems to have realized we have tricked them. 8 battleships are on their way, and judging by the shroud of sorcery surrounding them, they're far from happy. The hero of Lugganath assessed the situation and unfortunately found nothing to disagree with in his fellow Asuryanese assessment. First, we kill the Night Lord ships so they don't try to ambush us while we're waiting. Then, we hope the force we sent onto that purple world will accomplish its goals before the enemy reinforcements arrive. Midgardia. Nerglite Ritual Grounds. 116 hours before the Mark of Oblivion. Farsa Eldrad Ulthran. The moment Eldrad had glimpsed part of the fallen Primarch Lorgar's plans for Midgardia, the Ulthwi Farsa had known from intimate experience there would be a backup plan behind it. It was only logical, as galling as it was to give credit to the slaves of the primordial annihilator. Lorgar wanted to summon part of decay and offer it the world of Midgardia, much like it offered the guardian of the throne of Skulls Cadia and the head of the infernal flames the frozen continents of Fenris. It didn't matter if the abominations succeeded or failed. In fact, from the damned's perspective, it might be better that they all failed. But to preserve the fragile equilibrium among the 3 factions of the primordial annihilator, the 3 rituals each had to bring an entity from the depths of the domains of corruption. Failing in one case would bring great disruption, maybe enough to break the Black Crusade of the Damned then and there. This was why Eldrad and Aurelia had led a force of aspect warriors directly onto Midgardia while Lakadiath massacred the fleet in high orbit. The ship which was to bring the power of pestilence into reality was no more. All living creatures on Midgardia must have unconsciously felt a wave of relief. But there was a backup ritual site to sabotage before the Wordbearer and Death Guard sorcerers could recover. Nothing, however, had prepared him for the sight of the corrupted defenders already dead. Did the humans somehow find out about the plan of the enemy and assembled their own equivalent of an elite strike force? I doubt it. Aurelia took a step forwards towards the ritual site, before bending the knee and examining the circle of putrid green, human skulls, and lethal poisons. The humans would have stopped this if they knew, but the grounds are truly far from any of the accesses leading to their cavern fortresses. And the wards, they couldn't have broken through them so easily. I see. But someone did. His lover nodded, grabbed the little pouch she kept around her neck, and let the tiny pink-red crystal which comprised most of the Athertian Destiny Stone stocks of Ulthwi at the moment. Aurelia poured a flicker of power into the crystal, linking it to herself. The effect on the ritual site was not really spectacular for the non-initiated, but for Eldrad, it was like someone had thrown ice in his face. The 3 smaller circles inside the greater preparations filled with pus, poison, and swamp-like substances didn't change. The broken crystals of Octorite, as the humans called the primordial corrupted Noctilith, were revealed to be something entirely different. Instead of something sickening merging putrid black color with many other shades not belonging to this reality, the remnants of what must have been a far larger crystal began to shine in a blue-gold coloration. That. Eldrad found himself taken aback. That was unexpected. As always, the primordial annihilator's worst enemy is itself. The Herald of Authority whispered. One fallen brother plots to destroy reality, and the other brother schemes in turn to ruin his plans. Do you think the monsters can cast a new ritual in time to satisfy decay? Not a chance. Eldrad had many doubts on the whole campaign, but this wasn't one of them. The cultists and the evolved warriors arrived on Midgardia possibly years ago in order to prepare these grounds. And even if it wasn't so time-intensive, the sacrifices they intended to offer are all dead. And the humans of this planet have fortified themselves underground. They aren't going to let themselves be led to the altars given how fiercely they're fighting back. Good. Aurelia studied the ritual site. You know, since our goal is to ruin the plans of the primordial annihilator, I suggest we leave this place as it is. The corrupted humans will of course have their doubts given our presence, but I think the truth is a weapon that will hurt them more than any fabrication we could devise. An excellent suggestion, the Farsa approved. Let's return to the Anthem of the Fallen Suns, then. Autarch Lakadiath has gained orbital superiority, but I don't want to risk us being here when the Word-Bearers and their allies' reinforcements will return. 115 hours before the Mark of Oblivion. Lord of Contagion felt Hughes of the Tainted Cohort. Felt Hughes stared at the corpses of the Word-Bearers and his dead brothers for far longer than 7 seconds. Some part of his brain screamed this was Eldar trickery. He had not been anywhere near the ritual site, being too busy tracking and hunting the wolves which had escaped the destruction of their fleet, but the Death Guard warband leader knew the long-eared Xenos had been here. And the Eldar, no matter where they were born or which craft world they hailed from, were manipulative bastards who loved nothing more than to trick their enemies into doing their dirty work for them. But in this case, blaming everything on the Eldar didn't work. It was impossible to deny that the cause of death was psychic backlash. And it had happened because someone had woven an illusion around the damned transmutational change stone in order to convince the sorcerers around it that it was octorite. Would the Eldar have done something like this if they had the means? Yes. But in that case, why would they bother attacking the fleet in orbit and then launching a ground raid? Assuming they had read so much of the Black Crusade in advance, surely the sabotage would already have been in place for decades. These were Eldar. Their farces often rivaled the Alpha Legion where overcomplicated plans were concerned. Assuming he was willing to disregard all the reasons he had thought of why the Eldar would try to trick them, where in the name of Nurgle's garden would they find transmutational change stone? The first creation of this game-changer had not echoed in the warp long ago, and Felt Hughes was keenly aware none of the Death Guard warbands which had joined this campaign had a single shard of Noctilith blessed by Grandfather Nurgle. And the Tzeentch-blessed Noctilith was maybe more common, but it was hardly available in the markets of the rare neutral grounds of the Eye of Terror. The sorceress of the Calyx Expanse was rumored to swim in it, but there had been no contacts between her war zone and the warlords of the True Legions. And this meant one thing. Alert Vermithrus and Pustular on Fenris immediately. The Thousand Sons' apparent compliance with Lorgarswell was just a lie, exactly as we feared. Tell them those dust soul bastards of the Cyclops have made sure that, Eldar or no Eldar, we wouldn't be able to summon the great unclean one of the generous grandfather. Had they sabotaged the ritual which had been prepared in the Sacrament of Plagues? Yes, almost certainly. But in that case, finding some clues would be slightly problematic, the cowardly Xenos having done much too good of a job erasing the traces of the crime. Tell them we are betrayed. The explosion of blue light came without any warning signs, and Felt Hughes only had the time to scream a pact word and adopt a defensive stance before he was under attack. Because he did, he escaped the fate of his bodyguards and brothers. Said fate wasn't death, but transformation into huge plague-colored frogs. Felt Hughes was generally good-humored, but this humiliation made the fires of rage, already on the edge of burning hatred, rise hotter in his belly, and the Death Guard Astartes could feel new fevers and other sorts of lethal diseases being created in his blood and organs. None of this mattered as Magnus the Red, Primarch of the Thousand Sons, had materialized in front of him in person. I can't allow you to do that, Felt Hughes. The leader of the tainted cohort almost let the word burning on his tongue slip from his lips. Why? Why did this backstabbing treacherous one-eyed traitor refuse the grandfather's right to claim a world when the Thousand Sons did the same every time they had the ability to do so? Felt Hughes was sure Magnus would lie to him, however. And even if for some reason the servant of Tzeentch was so cursed he answered with the truth, it would in all likelihood be revealed the motive was insignificant compared to the stakes of the great game. I thought the hatred of the Space Wolves was a bit exaggerated, despite the rivalry between our two patrons. The Death Guard legionnaire threw his heavily damaged scythe away and drew his faithful plague bolter. Unfortunately it appears the hypocrites were right. For the grandfather. The Primarch threw an insane amount of telekinetic power, and Felt Hughes felt all his bones crushed into paste before dying. The Eastern Fringe. The Damocles Gulf. The Throne of Oblivion. Hyper-Tesseract Vault Grave. 110 hours before the Mark of Oblivion. Lady General Taylor Hebert. Whatever the Necron destroyer did, it felt like falling into a storm of darkness. And no matter how hard she pushed her wings, she could only fall, not fly. When it stopped, Taylor was glad she was stronger and had better reflexes than before, because otherwise her head would have met the ground the hard way. Slowly, the golden-armored para-human studied her surroundings, what her eyes could perceive of them, anyway. Behind her, there was a sort of immense Necron gate decorated with the glyph which represented the allegiance of the Necrons to the Silent King. The door wasn't as big as the missing one she had seen before beginning the battle for the Noctilith, but the average knight could have used it. She wasn't alone. It appeared Samuel, Dyson, and Catalan had been close enough to her to be sucked into this trap alongside her. A part of her swarm was here too. 120,000 Canopitex scarabs plus a few other borrowed Necron insects had accompanied her. It was a far cry from the countless millions she had controlled before arriving in this new location. It was worrying. It confirmed the fact they were nowhere near the Noctilith vaults anymore. And it wasn't the only problem. The golden light around her was far weaker than it had been during the time spent speaking to militia and killing Necrons. "We are in a null zone, my lady," Epistolary Catalan announced a second later. "I can't use my skills." "Yes, we are." It was somehow worse than the feeling they had all experienced at the beginning of the battle in the Volga encounter. "We must be close to some huge sepulchron synchronizers." "I can't contact anyone," Samuel informed her, at least proving there was enough air to speak, though why the Necrons had pressurized a place when there was no living creature inhabiting it was a mystery. "I believe we are jammed. It is impossible to communicate with the outside inside a Tesseract vault." A voice she had never heard before replied in confirmation. "We don't want the Citan to contact those who still believe in them on the outside." Several green lights came into existence, forcing the darkness away, and revealing the same Sodak Necron she had seen before fighting the Suriken destroyers. The enormous golden emerald armor and the formidable staff in his hand was sufficient to suggest this warrior wasn't an average noble. "You seem to know a lot about the subject," Taylor pointed out as calmly as she could. "I was one of the overlords who were charged to oversee the flaws in the cryptex works before we decided to imprison the false gods inside the Tesseract vaults." The green lights the Necron used as eyes were even more sinister and macabre given their surroundings. "It was I who advised my Faerin that once trapped in these jails, the best usage which could be found for our former slave masters was to use them as energy batteries. Using their shards in battle or for other purposes outside their prison must only be considered in truly desperate situations. Freeing a Citan is playing with cosmic fire in one hand while the space around you is filled with explosives." It was an interesting analogy. And if it was accurate, it painted a very, very bad picture of how insane the Necrons of the Throne of Oblivion were. Because they had dared use more than one Citan shard since the battles had begun. "I am Overlord Emotic of Mandragora. The famous Storm Lord of the Sodak dynasty," she nodded, trying not to sigh, because when could her life be simple? "I am Lady General Taylor Bear of the Imperium of Mankind. I am the commander of the forces which were ordered to destroy the Throne of Oblivion and the threat represented by the Necron dynasties awoken by it." She could have lied, but what was the point? Emotic was here, alone and unsupported. "One might mention," the Necron overlord spoke slowly but with no trace of hesitation in his voice, "that while we were awoken by the order of Overlord Sobek-Hotep the Dustmaker, we are in no way allied to him or to any noble directly sworn to the Silent King." "I know." The battle in the middle of the Noctilith nobles had proved that whatever grievances humanity had with the Sodak, an unlimited love for the Suriken dynasty wasn't among them. "And if you had not been awoken, we would have ignored your worlds for as long as possible." "But you were." And Feeric Nefertun and Enaria Eldinesh had the same opinion about the ambitions of the Sodak dynasty. Mentioning one of the names appeared to severely displease the Necron general. "Enaria Eldinesh is still alive. I met her earlier this year. And she didn't try to slice you into 1,000 pieces for the challenge." The Storm Lord seemed genuinely surprised. "Maybe she has become a bit more tolerable in her old age." No, she hasn't." The next words were uttered in a Necron dialect, so knowing what was said would have to wait until the Narushlatset translators could go over it, but if Taylor had to guess, it was a long litany of insults. "We should have finished them off before the Great Sleep." Yes, the insect mistress wasn't going to deny that the Necrons had screwed up, big time. The Eldar had gone on to dominate the galaxy, and then in their era of decadence, orgies, and murder feasts, created Slaanesh. They had nearly destroyed the galaxy through their actions alone. "You should have. But their extinction comes ever closer now, since we have destroyed the city of Kumarak at the heart of the webway. I will not believe the Eldar race is extinct as long as I do not have Enaria Eldinesh's cooling corpse in front of me," Emotic replied darkly. "Enough of this. Since we fought numerous times after we proved the Suriken dynasty was no friend of ours, I assume you intend to kill me." "Yes. To be brutally honest, you present an extremely grave threat. And yet you do not have tried to kill me here. I don't know how to get out of our current prison." The black-haired Lady General pointed out. "Killing you when you may know a way to escape would not exactly be wise. Tesseract vaults can only be opened from the outside, otherwise Citan would have escaped long ago. I can't help you on that front. The answer was given immediately. But assuming you kill me, you will have to wage countless wars against the Sodic dynasty for long years. Many secret outposts and minor tomb worlds sworn to us will be eventually reawakened. That's why I negotiated with overlords and Drek after you were indisposed. I am not stupid, overlord. I know that sooner or later, one dynasty will awaken and escape all our destruction attempts. Better to place a possible threat under the flexible overlordship of the Narush-Latsat dynasty before the situation is impossible to handle. The Narush-Latsat dynasty is a second-rank dynasty, possibly the weakest. Clearly, the Storm Lord was far from pleased. It is an insult to the Sodic glory and may I remind you that right now, we have devastated many of the strongholds which gave you this glory. It remains insulting. Maybe, she agreed, but since we trade honesty with honesty, my primary goal, besides the survival of the Imperium I am sworn to defend, is to make sure the Narush-Latsat dynasty is in a position to enforce a relatively peaceful coexistence between our two realms. If the Sodic dynasty has to be neutralized and humiliated, so be it. The alternative is preferable to your armies and fleets rampaging across the galaxy. If Operation Stalingrad had not just thrown a surprise attack on their main bases, it was entirely possible the Sodic would have conquered the entire eastern fringe before the Imperium could ready the weapons for a war which would make the Horus Heresy an insignificant squabble. That is. The ground under their feet went from the cold, lifeless grey of the Necrons to transparent. Oh, by the Golden Throne! Simiel of the Angels Vermilion was the Dawnbreaker guard who had spoken, but Taylor didn't blame him. Under the level where they had debated with the Sodic general, there was another vault. It was a vault filled with mangled Space Marine power armors, but not the Mark 7 or any recent pattern. No, the armors were an interesting combination of Mark 2 and Mark 3, but deliberately modified as if one had tried to use them for one of the samurai movies Dragon had tried to sponsor before their departure. The colors and the symbols, damaged but still recognizable, left no doubt. This is the graveyard of the Second Legion. And it will be yours too. Did you think a single confrontation would be enough to save you from my wrath, usurper? Taylor knew this, it wasn't a voice, but it was the best description she had. And it had given her plenty of nightmares since she had heard it for the first time. Ayashadra. There was an explosion of green light, and the Citan emerged. But it wasn't the appearance of the self-proclaimed star god she had fought below the underhive of Wuhan. No, it was far more horrible. For the first time, Taylor saw the awful truth, the very reason the Second Legion had to be purged. The very reason all legionnaires had taken their own lives or had to be put down, be they in the Imga monolith's vicinity or not. You have possessed a Primarch. It should be impossible. Each Primarch, no matter how spectacular or unremarkable their psyker gifts, had been created by the Emperor, and as such was anathema, no pun intended, to something entirely born from the very fabric of the stars. They could be possessed. Fulgrim was proof it was possible. But that had been a keeper of secrets, a warp entity, a daemon. The Sepulchrand, all the Noctilith with anti-psychic synchronizers. This was what had made the impossible possible. As long as the environment, the very air around the second Primarch, was devoid of any connection to the warp, the possession would continue. It was a torment she couldn't even describe. And the second Primarch had to suffer it for thousands of years. Because the possession would have been broken if death came. I am the endless swarm. And my desires are the desires of a god. Emotic loudly unsheathed an enormous spear scythe from a pocket-dimensional inventory. You aren't a god, endless swarm. As for your desires, we don't care. The Citan laughed. It was like an emotionless daemon had tried to mock them. It was a symphony of shrieking and the weather of a death world trying to communicate in storms and death. How droll. The Storm Lord, and the Swarm Usurper. One I will take great pleasure in ending. The other I will use as a replacement. I have taken all I want from this body and... Taylor fired her Adrathic pistol while the Citan was beginning to boast. But the shot veered off course and finished disintegrating one of the Tsunami Saber's armors below, creating one more hole in the already weakened ground. If you are so eager to die, let's begin. Ayashadra raised the right hand of the body it possessed, and a green beam of molecular disintegration struck Catalan in the torso, shredding the ion shield of his Mark 9 effortlessly, and creating a monstrously big hole while painting her armor red with blood. Throne of Oblivion Command Center Supremacy. Royal Warden Sihathor. It is only fitting that the vermin who dared strike down Overlord Sobekhatep be killed by the biggest monster of our vaults. Sihathor did his best to make the announcement regal and self-controlled. Deep inside, however, he was screaming. What was he supposed to do now? Most of the Neemsers he should have transferred command to were still alive, but they had succumbed to the destroyer curse just as the magnificent Overlord had. When he had tried to transfer the command protocols to one of them as tradition and the Silent King's orders dictated, the chosen noble wasn't even sane enough to acknowledge it, thereby making sure the procedure was considered a failure. Critical losses in every primary energy distribution node, the last cryptech who had stayed to obey his orders informed him. The calculations of the ace which haven't been destroyed predict military collapse is imminent. The Surican phalanx's resistance is already negligible. I suggest removing all priority orders in favor of the destroyer units to stave off the collapse. I also propose a truce offer be sent to the Sodak command, with no. The Storm Lord is going to die. His participation in the death of Overlord Sobekhatep demands nothing else. Sihathor wasn't about to let the Sodak live when the greatest servant of the Silent King had been slain by their fault. No Sodak must survive this battle. Indeed, with the Battle of Mandragora over, those are probably the last Sodak to dirty the domains of the Silent King with their vile presence. We will be remembered as the nobles who will have exterminated Phaeron Josakat and his not-so-invincible Storm Lord. This would not decrease the period of mourning, but it would be a nice consolation as they strive to repair the throne of oblivion. As for the other vermin which are crawling through our avenues, the royal warden nicknamed the Impaler announced, I have a few surprises for them. Surprise! The metallic head of the cryptech vanished as a plasma bolt hit it, and before Sihathor could bark a single order, most of his lit guards shared the same fate. Impossible, how could? Sihathor the Impaler, executioner of several lesser dynasties which had been removed from all Necron databases, didn't have the time to charge or use a command protocol before he was forcibly disarmed, his legs being ripped apart like his body was made of some sub-par metal. For the first time since Sobekhatep's demise, something other than rage and sorrow poured into the engrams of the royal warden. The newcomer vermin which had ambushed him and all his command was one of those small walker machines, except of course seeing one up close was a very different thing than seeing it from half a continent away. But why did it have such a ridiculous hat above its blue painting and red markings? I want the deactivation codes to neutralize all null matrices, synchronizers, and the location of all anti-imperial stores you are using for the prison of IASH Edra. Please. I do not have the codes. Necron, the neophyte scouts of our chapter lie better than you. I was here for 3 minutes, and while I don't speak your language, I have a good idea what you were doing based on the vids and your reactions to it. Shoot me. Sihathor provoked him. Your friends and the Storm Lord will die, and nothing in this dimension can save them. What do we have here? The enormous hat and its owner turned away. Oh. The commands to wipe out the memories of all non-reawakened Surican nobles. Exactly what I was looking for. No. That was impossible. No vermin species could have found the complex triggering code and the black and crimson lights which began to be summoned the next instance by numerous other vermin storming his command room proved that alas, the enemy most certainly had. Stop that. I will use my command protocols to do what you want, just. Chapter Master? With the surrendered cryptechs helping us, I think we don't need this Xenos after all. Sihathor's voice apparatus began to protest. The shot which ended his life arrived before anything significant could be spoken. Overlord Emotic the Storm Lord. This was truly a day of unpleasant novelties. Being the ambushed instead of the ambusher was always something he took great care to correct the few times it happened. Being trapped inside a heavily modified Tesseract vault already occupied by a Cetan was worse. And discovering bodies of necrodermis were not the only possible thing a Cetan could live inside was a nightmare waiting to be unleashed upon the Necron dynasties. No wonder Sobekhatep had been utterly silent on the subject. If something existed that could tolerate contact with the essence of one of their former gods, the galaxy was in peril. The only good news was that Ayashudra still needed some necrodermis to stabilize its new form. The being the humans had called a Primarch was an enormous evolved form of the genetically modified Space Marines, certainly the equivalent of a command and control Phaeron for their armies. It was impossible to say much else, since most of it was covered in a thick layer of necrodermis. If you are so eager to die, let's begin. The Cetan Shard immediately opened the fight by slaying one of the 3 Space Marines. It was, Emotic noted, a complete mistake. In half of an engram processing thought cycle, the warrior which had presented herself as Taylor a Bear began to burn in some reddish golden flames. The counter-strike did not come from the nebulous shard, and yes, the human wielded one of the famous Ildari swords, but the other sword carried by the golden armored human. It struck Ayashudra right in the chest. Emotic had not expected much to be accomplished. When the necrodermis was that thick, it usually required monolith-level rays to pierce. Ayashudra shrieked in fury, and pain? Pain? Suffering? Why is there suffering? I inflict suffering. I inflict destruction. You change the order of things. Die. Kanopitek and other assets of the endless swarm rose from the graveyard, and immediately clashed with the other Kanopitek scarabs the human had surrounded herself with. Golden and green sparkles fought each other in a tornado of metal and celerity, and as far as Emotic could tell, it wasn't the swarm of Ayashudra which was winning. Are you sure you are the endless swarm? The Cetan Shard shrieked and roared, then teleported right in front of the gold-plated Space Marine, killing him by severing its body into 15 parts. You can't even protect your own servants. This moment of inattention cost the Cetan. The instant after, the blade impaled it in its back. Emotic chose this moment to strike. Activating the staff of the destroyer he kept for bad days like this one, his shot managed to create a wound into Ayashedra's silver arm, but it disappeared quickly, unlike the other wounds. I am going to deal with you, last, Storm Lord. Your betrayal will be punished until the stars themselves bow in supplication to not suffer your torments. A ray of black light struck his shields and protections, blasting him away, but Emotic had not survived the war in heaven through luck alone, and though he had to remove his cloak and quantities of broken equipment in a hurry, the Sodic Overlord landed on his feet, just in time to see the third Space Marine die. With the Sepulchrand and the Synchronizers powering the null fields, you stand no chance against me, usurper. The wounds in the necrodermis began to self-repair at last, though the energy readings were truly above the norm. It's funny, the other shard at Wuhan said the exact same thing before finding itself in a tesseract vault. The Citan took another blow, this time in the head. Trazyn is not here to save you today. And then it was like a lot of pressure had suddenly been lifted. The darkness and the power generated by the tesseract vault seemed to vacillate. And the shroud of golden energy added to red sparkles became an inferno of red golden light. You killed 3 members of my Dawnbreaker Guard. You are going to pay for that. The nebulous shard was unsheathed once again, and this time, neither Ayashedra nor Emotic saw the strike land. It was far too quick, and this time Ayashedra's scream of pain reached an impossibly high note. The fate to all usurpers is oblivion. Big talk, for someone who has lost control of his swarm. Lady General Taylor Bear. It was difficult to keep your concentration as the Citan killed your Dawnbreaker Guard one by one. Taylor managed it, with great difficulty. But her patience was rewarded. The null matrices were down now. And Ayashedra was going to pay. Of course, it had likely already lost in every manner possible. The time it lost killing Simule, Dyson, and Catalan was its doom in the end. No anti-warp zone meant the anti-psychic possession would begin to fail. Of course, it wasn't likely to be a slow process. It would certainly take days, maybe months. She didn't have days. And for the slaughter it committed against humanity, she didn't want to give this abomination any more days to prepare anyway. Her swarm was unleashed, and Taylor felt the intense pressure with which Ayashedra mentally and physically struggled to free itself. But she was stronger. Administration? Query. Administration. That was the moment when the Citan broke all the Canopitak scarabs in a fraction of a second and tried to seize her by the throat. There is only one endless swarm, and I do not tolerate usurpers. The moment after, a maelstrom of golden energy sprang into existence. A figure stepped through, and Taylor gaped. The newcomer was the very symbol of angelic radiance. It was Sanguinius, but it couldn't be, right? Overlord Emotic the Storm Lord. This was a fight between fallen gods. In a second, the arrival of a new golden-armored warrior turned the tide. The new being was as tall as the body Ayashedra currently inhabited. It carried a long sword burning in golden light, and its mere presence seemed to make the Citan shard shriek. How long can you maintain your hold upon reality, Sanguiner? Emotic tried to use the opportunity to strike, but he was too slow, or rather, the 3 opponents dancing and flying around the vault were far too fast. Your strength is pathetic. And that body isn't yours. This time, the 2 golden blades struck in unity. Ayashedra wasn't merely impaled this time. The very star essence of the shattered god poured out, and the noise reaching Emotica's engram sensors was simply one of unspeakable suffering and agony. The Citan shard wasn't simply losing its hold on its new body. It was dying. But it still remained a being of untold viciousness. Shenla told you how Landagor unintentionally cursed your machine servants. Know that I, the Endless Swarm, have cursed the Necrons to fall into the abysses of destruction. I have created the Destroyer Curse, and in time it will claim everyone, including you. You are a monster. There was an extraordinary explosion of light. And then the angels fell. Lady General Taylor Bear. Her body hurt pretty much everywhere, but as the energy dissipated, there was still relief and a tiny amount of satisfaction. The Citan shard had been truly vanquished this time. Not just imprisoned, but destroyed, and in a way which would permanently weaken Ayashedra's prerogatives and power. Even better, the other shards would have felt it. They now knew what would await them should they risk another fight. However, the moment of triumph didn't last very long. The sight of the immobile body of the Sanguiner, as Ayashedra had called him, made her hurry to his side. Hold on, I'm sure my hospitalers are going to arrive and... The golden armor, which had to be an exact copy of Sanguinius, began to burn and be absorbed into her own skin and essence at the point of contact with her armored fingers. The insect mistress withdrew her hand immediately, but the process, once initiated, couldn't be interrupted. This is what needed to happen. The voice of the Sanguiner was weak, but it was a son of Sanguinius speaking. Taylor had heard them too many times to not know this to be the case. Sacrifice. I couldn't hold it. The words gave her the urge to cry. No, it couldn't end like this. Someone must protect the innocent. Blood. For the blood of angels. Give me your name. I will bring it back to the Arx Angelicum. It was the only thing she could do. Yet as the armor of Sanguinius faded into golden dust and became hers, removing her exhaustion, burning in her heart and the rest of her body, a new golden armor was revealed underneath. But this one was cracked to the brink of ruin. It was an artwork of disrepair, like it had been used for millennia without a single hour of tech priest maintenance, and that was certainly what had happened. I was, Elatron, for Sanguinius. Father. Those were his last words. Taylor cried. She didn't know long she stayed there, her hands placed upon the ruined golden armor. Why did victories like these always have to be paid in the blood of loyal souls? Why? There was a noise behind her, and via her swarm, Taylor saw movement where the fallen form of Ayashedra had disintegrated. Slowly, the para-human warlord turned back and walked to the body of one of the Emperor's forgotten sons. To her stupefaction, the necrodermis began to slake off in a silver cascade, and at last the Basileia could see the face of the second Primarch. If Dorn had been a wall of granite given majestic form, white hair, and imperious determination made flesh, his brother was a sea-wolf with many Japanese traits and a beard the likes often seen on veteran maritime sailors. The armor which was revealed was blue, but far darker than the ultramarine's paint, the very color of dark storms, and green and white stripes accompanied it. Is it over? For the second time in a brief period, Taylor felt drained of all joy, for this was a dying voice. It was the voice of the oceans at last longing to return to something approaching peace after storms and destruction. It is, Lord. The Citan tortured me, it told me no one would ever come. That the Imperium had forgotten me, but it began to feel fear after you trapped it the first time. It was afraid. It knows. I will take care of it. Do not worry. The second Primarch didn't have long to live, and Taylor didn't want to let him reminisce about the eternity of mental torture the Citan had inflicted upon him during his endless captivity. No. You must know, Lorgar, is a fool. He thinks he has victory in his palm, but his plan, something is going to go wrong. Something, which will threaten, the galaxy. A dying cough resounded, and rarely had Taylor felt so powerless. Listen. Taylor removed her helmet, as the voice was getting too quiet to be left to her armor's systems. And she was glad she did. Save my brothers, please. Your victory will be won, if you forgive. I will. Good. Take what you need from me. You have the power, my body is broken, my mind, tired. But you can save the rest. With what had to be an enormous effort of will, his right arm lifted up and the living saint placed both of her hands in his dark blue gauntlet. The process the Primarch had ordered didn't last long. Deep in her head and heart, Taylor could feel the only reason the Lord of the Second Legion had resisted for so long was for the faintest of hopes that, someday, he would be able to die free. I am Hanzo of the Hattori clan, Fleet Admiral of the Tsunami Sabers, tell my father I am sorry. The second Primarch, no. Hanzo closed his eyes. And his breaths grew weaker and less frequent until his body stopped moving forever. Taylor cried. She was still sobbing when the gate of the Tesseract vault exploded and the Dawnbreaker Guard stormed in. My lady. We are going to need a funeral honor guard, and never in her life had she ever felt so depressed, for a son of the Emperor and many heroes of the Imperium. Overlord Imodic. The moment the human reinforcements stormed into the vault, Imodic acknowledged the situation was lost. There were too many of these space marines for him to fight alone. Assuming there weren't that many of them, it wouldn't have changed anything in the end. The gemming was gone, and he could only contact a handful of his most capable subordinates. It didn't surprise him that his temporary disappearance had confused his subordinates, and while a clear chain of command existed, it led to a decrease in the phalanx's efficiency. The humans were not so destabilized, their golden armored swarm controller may have been teleported away alongside him, but they obviously had some crude substitute as the Kanopitak waves continued to destroy Suriken and Sodak alike. Imodic could shift to a code of conduct most nobility liked to pretend didn't exist as long as they had the upper hand in military campaigns. But what good would it do? His forces were dispersed and insufficient to form any significant reinforcements. The Sarakans could have played that role, but half of the dynasty had succumbed to the destroyer curse, and the rest were attacking like lobotomist. No, it would take massive reinforcements from Mandragora, and whether the humans spoke the truth or not after the Throne of Oblivion's escape, there was no retaking the Dolmen Gates. Not against the millions of humans. And not against someone who could stand against Ayashedra in single combat. Phaeron Josakat would have told him his duty was to crush this nascent threat to all Necron dynasties. But his Phaeron was no doubt dead. And the veteran of the war in heaven was beginning to get tired of cleaning up other people's messes. Moreover, the old Sodak noble didn't know if he had the firepower to force a stalemate, no matter how emotional his potential opponent was. But more importantly, it wouldn't be honorable at all. Taylor Bear saved his life and what remained of the Necrontyr he once was, hardly a selfless move, but nonetheless she had saved him from Ashudra. Imodic wouldn't tarnish his honor because the Suraken dynasty and that traitor Orokin had provoked an opponent who led them from disaster to disaster until madness and death tore them apart. It was defeat for him, but it wouldn't be the first, and if he played his cards right, it wouldn't be the last. In accordance with the ancient code of conduct and the honor of the Sodak dynasty, the survivor of the battles of Mandragora and the throne of Oblivion proclaimed, I, Overlord Imodic, formally surrender to my valiant enemies. Even if it was most galling to resort to what his fellow overlords and himself had once referred to as the Trazen option. Battleship Enterprise. 101 hours before the mark of Oblivion. General Werner Groner. Werner tried not gape as Her Celestial Highness appeared on the hololith. Despite being warned by several space marines, it was a very humbling experience. And she was thousands of kilometers away. It was only a hololithic representation. Still, the sheer aura of golden red power Lady Weaver now possessed was incomparable with the one she had when she left her battleship to participate in the assault. The Kadayan officer offered no compliments for it. One look at the melancholic expression was enough to know that whatever victory was achieved, it had not been without a terrible price paid in lives and suffering. We were greatly relieved by the news of your survival, Lady General. He began. I understand you have just received the formal surrender of all Sodak forces. Their survivors, at least, the living saint corrected. Imodic the Storm Lord has once more proved he is more intelligent than 99% of his fellow commanders. A tired sigh escaped the Basilea's lips. I understand Dragon is directing the Noctilith recovery operations. Yes, Lady General. Wolfgang Bach bowed. We had to conduct a tactical bombardment to create a landing zone and many other improvisations, but we are charging the Noctilith as we speak. Of course, given the sheer tonnage we're talking about, it's going to take a few days. Days we don't have before the next assault. Her tone was not making it a question. I am going to contact the admirals after you, but you can assume the archenemy is going to unleash its forces in the next few hours. The contingencies I prepared with you are available. Act in consequence. The words were as much for him as they were for the rogue traitor, Werner realized with less surprise than he likely would have felt a dozen years ago. Yes, Lady General. It may or may not be related, but I have a report from Lady Dragon for you. According to her teams, the heretic code-named Militia has successfully stolen 9 blocks of Noctilith. We don't how many tons that represents yet, but too many, the living saint declared with a grimace, too many bloody tons that this arrogant heretic is going to use against us in the future. The exhaustion disappeared, replaced by adamantium-strong determination. If it hasn't already been done, share a basic description of what she looks like to High Command. I don't think she will dare act overtly again during this campaign, but I could be wrong, and her robbery is in all likelihood the greatest loss the forces of the archenemy have just handed us. With all due respect, my lady, General Maltka objected, you transformed more Noctilith into ether gold in the first moments of battle than she successfully stole. A good point, her superior agreed mildly before shaking her head with a frown on her face. But this heretic's power base is at the other end of the Imperium, and the war zones threatened by her forces do not have millions of tons of ether gold with which to defend themselves. And even if they had them, I don't like the idea of using so much ether gold for a threat which it was our responsibility to take down in the first place. The living saint exhaled, inhaled, and exhaled again before giving her next order. Wolfgang. Establish a priority transmission to Archmagos Call. He is to join up with Battle Group Dawn and go to the extremist coordinates I gave you. Immediately. Werner wasn't the only one to shiver at these words, because clearly Lady Weaver had determined the threat was so urgent to begin assuming every minute was going to make a difference. By your orders. General. I believe we have a Xenos, diplomatic delegation on its way. Yes, Lady General. We can delay it for a few hours, though. Werner wouldn't be averse to shooting them, but even if they wanted to talk, the living saint really deserved a moment to catch her breath and rest. No. Bring them to the Enterprise. I am on my way. Segmentum Solar / Segmentum Obscurus, contested. Fenris System. Fenris. Assayheim. 99 hours before the mark of Oblivion. Primarch Magnus the Red. The Fang was going to fall. Magnus had thought it would make him happier than he truly was. Maybe it was because the siege had revealed itself to be a monumental chore. There had been no easy victory after the wolves banished Xianx's exalted Lord of Change. Avalanches, nuclear weapons, psychic storms of ice and snow, and of course attracting thousands of carnivorous megafauna, everything the Sons of Rus could do to make the siege of their great fortress monastery an unrelenting pain had been done. The fatalities of the Astartes veterans of the Eye of Terror, used to environments deadlier than these, had been fairly limited. The deaths of the Volscani cataphracts and all other non-Astartes fighters, however, were counted in the millions. But in a few minutes, it wouldn't matter. Nothing, not even a miracle of his father, could save the Bloodfire Gate. And while the work on the other side of the mountain was several hours behind, it just meant that tomorrow, it would be the turn of the Sunrising Gate. If he was still of flesh and blood, he would shout at last. Those dastardly long ears had been a very unpleasant surprise, one he had not seen coming after Kamarak. In fact, the formation of the crucible clouded every seer's precognitive powers, and his own were sadly no exception. Thus he didn't know what kind of bee had stung the lunatic Xenos for them to intervene here. Granted, the tier of nightmares wasn't something anyone save the most depraved of Drukari would approve of, but still. Lorgar approached his observation seat, and the Primarch of the Thousand Suns smiled. Time to play his part then. Quite a sight, isn't it? The other Daemon Primarch began. It is, Magnus replied. Even the most jaded veteran would be forced to agree. The Iron Warriors had taken no chances with their opponents. Everywhere one looked, it was ring after ring of trenches, bunkers, and artillery positions, not to mention the tens of thousands of space marines, the knights, the Daemon engines, the held rakes, and of course, last but not least, the titans of the Mechanicum. In that case, Lorgar bared his teeth. Why did you put so much effort into betraying me? The world paused. Magnus didn't worry, he had a contingency, but it wasn't part of the plan for his brother to discover his machinations so early. But a last time, for the sake of brotherhood, he decided to go with the truth. Your goals are impossible to achieve, the being most inquisitors and space wolves called the Cyclops explained. You can win on the fields of Fenris for a single day, but against the forces of the Imperium you want to destroy, there is nothing but annihilation awaiting your legion. You underestimate the powers of the gods. No. No, I do not. You, on the other hand, overestimate how much they care about your idea of chaos undivided. They lived without it before we were born. They will be able to survive without it, Slaanesh or no Slaanesh. Magnus inclined his head. I have to confess I am surprised Nurgle's wrath didn't smite you after the summoning failed. I have another contingency plan to please the grandfather. Lorgar's hand claw tightened around his Crozius. You. And suddenly it was like a veil had been pulled from his eye. The screams of his sons commanding the silver fortresses reached his senses, too late. Magnus didn't teleport to their rescue. These were the echoes of their death, rushing to their help would be only playing into Lorgar's plans. I see. 7 fortresses taken by betrayal, with the Primarch sworn to Tsianch to seal the deal. Clever. I thought so too, Lorgar of course loved to be complimented. But don't presume I am going to cooperate. Suddenly, a beacon of purple light shone in the skies of Fenris, and Magnus realized he should really have kept an eye on Erebus and Cor Phaeron. While he wasn't looking, the 2 punished Dark Apostles had begun a gigantic ritual on Valdramani, where the astropathic station of the Sons of Rus had stood. Since he was a talented sorcerer, recognizing the spell cast across Fenris was child's play, the lament of the powerless. For the next 9 hours, every sorcerer of his gene line, including himself, was unable to use more than 1/9 of his sorceress power. He had been played. Damn it. But he had his pride. An enormous harpoon chain burning with the power of Nurgle went through his left leg, and though he was a Daemon Primarch, Magnus had to use a lot of self-control to not scream in pain. The power he had tried to channel dissipated into an acid cloud. Then another harpoon chain went through his right leg. And his arms were the next target. All in all, 7 chain harpoons impaled him. In spite of his diminished senses, he could feel the identities of the culprits, Yaralak, Perister, Muthake, Kral, and all their most powerful servants. Your cooperation isn't required. Magnus gritted his teeth as his psychic strength was denied to him. I have to admit I am disappointed, brother. With one of our oh-so-loyal brothers, one less reliant on sorcery, it is unlikely this would have worked. You may have the occasion to test that theory soon, Magnus found in himself the strength to chuckle. Korux can't touch me. His immature brother hissed. I was not speaking about Korux, Lorgar. Laughing helped as over 700 word-bearers and numerous tanks did their best to drag him away. It is the story of a tragedy this galaxy has seen repeated hundreds of thousands of times since the war in heaven. Living beings of flesh and blood begin to evolve from animals to animals who think. They begin to feel powerful new emotions alongside those they experienced before. They truly begin to love and create tools to make their lives easier and more tolerable. They also begin to hate. And when the first intelligent being murders another with carved stone and fire, the attention of the ruinous powers turns towards the world. To their misfortune, the newly intelligent beings have an incredible weakness the humans and many of the races the Necron Cryptex gene-engineered lack. They are powerful psychers. Not enough to present a true challenge to any starfaring civilization, but more than enough for any Harlequin troop to take drastic measures should they be discovered. But they aren't. The region is difficult to access for all of the major galactic powers, and in this case, the 4 have decided to be patient. Outwardly, the evolution is fast, but hardly extraordinarily. Tribes begin to gather. The tools grow more and more complex. What is out of the norms is that the ranks of the intelligent species are soon divided into 4 major factions. And unlike with many philosophy thinkers of uncountable generations, the differences do not stop at behavior. They begin to diverge at the level of the genetic legacy, to the point it is only a question of time until the lone planet will truly be home to 4 intelligent species which began as one. And the influence of the 4 increases. Tired of waiting, one of the ruinous powers announces the start of what is going to be a war devoid of sanity. Long-term alliances are broken for no reason. The pretexts are ridiculous, and the hatred ignores all friendships and ties of community. The world burns. Common diseases become pandemics which slay those who haven't perished by the weapons of the warriors. For a time, it seems the Dark Age is going to end in a spiral of chaos which will leave nothing alive. Yet, on one night, 2 young adults climb to the highest peak of the mountains. They see, with the clarity of innocence, what has truly become of their race. There is no peace wherever they look. There is just an eternity of carnage, and the laughter of thirsting gods. The young adults beg the gods of this universe to save their people. The gods do not care about the innocence or the strength behind this supplication. Why should they? Creations wrought in a desperate time when entire parts of the galaxy burned in eldritch fires, they are far too amused by the sheer amount of killing done on this world to bother with 2 loud insects. But while the ruinous powers debate as to how they will manage to salvage enough of the young warriors, sorcerers, siege masters, and aerial masters for the next chaotic struggles, 2 beings answer the supplicants. The pair is hardly what an intelligent species which would call good, but unlike the gods, they have long fought for survival. Denizens of the Immaterium and Materium alike have pursued them for an eternity. Worn and tired, battered and bloodied, the 2 have only barely survived their entry into this world, for the 4 do not share a prize they consider theirs willingly, no matter how paltry it may be. The final member of their triune was less fortunate, overrun and torn to pieces by scores of roaring and cackling horrors. And they see potential in these 2 young beings. A devilish pact is made, one which will deliver damnation and salvation. The benefactors will merge with the supplicants, becoming a new species unique to this world and the galaxy. For the greater good, they will devour their warring cousins' psychic power, and will lead and guide them to the stars. The ruinous powers will be denied. But there is always a lesson one forgets to his peril in this galaxy. The 4 don't like being deprived of amusing toys. Should the influence of the pact wane, chaos will once again have its due. The Eastern Fringe. The Damocles Gulf. TO System. Battleship Enterprise. 99 hours before the mark of oblivion. Commander Shadow Soon. It had been a long debate of senior cadre commanders of the Fire Caste as to how many of their elite space marines the Gula Imperium fielded across the sectors they controlled. There had been no doubt their enemies had more than the TO Empire forces had seen. Their chapters were supposed to be 1,000 strong, but the heaviest concentration of firepower ever seen was during the Damocles Gulf Crusade, and there had not been more than 2,000 of those giants in the entire war zone, with the colors and insignia confirming 35 different units had participated. Logically, the analysts of the Earth caste had deduced the Gula had a minimum of 60,000 elite warriors to defend their worlds, though obviously since they had traveled across the stars for far longer than the Tau, they were rarely mustered for the same operation. Most of these estimates, needless to say, were revealed to be far too optimistic now that their diplomatic mission was allowed to land in the hangar bay of this gigantic battleship. There were more than 1,000 of the Gula giants waiting for them, and though the colors on one side were different shades of red, the other side varied from yellow to black. There were a few chapters the TO Empire was familiar with. But most of those present today were complete unknowns, the Red Warriors with the iconography of blood and wings especially. And as Supreme Commander of the Fire Caste, she was intimately familiar with the armament the Gula carried to war. The Space Marines she had fought and killed with her battlesuit did not use this kind of equipment during their last battles. Shadow Soon could miss a few things like any commander, but she was certain she would have noticed if their power armors had ion shielding. It wasn't activated, but when you had participated in the tests of enough prototypes in your life, you knew what to look for. The Tau veteran's self-control returned easily after a couple of December. In a way, whether the Gula had 1,000, 10,000, or 100,000 of their space marines was immaterial. The reason their diplomatic team was allowed to present itself so quickly could only have one reason: the destroyers of Luval had been utterly defeated and now the Gula commanders could turn around and debate what to do about the TO Empire. I suppose we need to. A lot of music echoed in the martially decorated hangar bay, and suddenly, winged light came in Gula shape. The luminous Gula was not as tall as the giant space marines, far from it, but the moment Shadow Soon saw her, there was no doubt at all that she was the winged leader of these massive battle fleets before her. Something stirred in her mind, like she had forgotten something important. The leader of the Fire Caste felt the urge to prostrate herself and ask for the forgiveness of everything she had done fighting the Gula. What was wrong with? Don't come any closer, enemy of the greater good. The diplomatic team seemed to have reacted, pretty much like she did, but the ethereal leading them was looking like, no, there was no looking like. He was utterly terrified. Shadow Soon shivered and hesitated. For the first time in her life, the urge to protect the ethereal was completely non-existent. We know your kind, Gyula. We saw your crimes during your so-called Damocles Gulf Crusade. We suffered from your atrocities during the Second Battle of Mugulath Bay. You offer no alternative but extinction or slavery. The golden-armored Gyula drew her sword, one which, it was normal-sized, but Shadow soon had seen the renegade Farsight wield a far larger weapon when he temporarily helped her at Mugulath Bay. Slavery? Your hypocrisy is sickening, diplomat. I forbid you from using the chains you have around their throats, and I am the one committing crimes? Reveal yourself. The pressure increased even more, the golden wings shone brightly, and a rain of crystals began to fall, but Shadow soon could only watch in horror as the ethereal contorted grotesquely. And then the head of the representative of the ruling caste of the Tao, melted. There was no other word. Ages later, the fire caste leader knew she was in error. It was not the head which was melting, it was the entire body. It was like two different types of beings had merged together, and now the golden light was breaking their union. The first being was a Tao, but it looked diseased. His body was wrong, like it had been starved and prone to a multitude of sicknesses and mutations. The second, it was horrific. Even the most disgusting of the planet devourers, the walking nightmares of Hive Gorgon, were not that horrific. It was vaguely spheroid and brown. It was, tentacles, oh, by the greater good. There was a flash of crystal and light, and the two beings fell dead upon the cold floor of the hangar bay. Impossibly, Shadow soon felt as if a great weight had been removed from her mind. What was that? She asked in low Gothic. An enslaver. The Gyula female answered coldly. Your rulers' bodies are in truth Tao possessed by enslavers. There was a horrible shrieking sound behind her, and the Tao commander spun around only to see a horrible scar of purple-black light begin to open in the direction of her home world. By the ancestors, what had they done in the name of the greater good? Segmentum solar/segmentum obscurus, contested. Fenris system. Fenris. The Fang. Bloodfire Gate. 99 hours before the mark of oblivion. Bjorn the Fell-Handed. Bjorn didn't like long pre-battle speeches. When you wanted to speak for a long time, it should be to recount a saga to the young whelps unable to hold their MJD. Speaking for long times was good for the great feasts and making a long point to the long fangs, those who had learned patience and cunning, not like certain great wolves not present to defend Fenris from invasion. They are coming. Send their damned souls to the abominations they pray to. For Fenris. For Russ and the Alfather. The Bloodfire Gate exploded, and the screams of triumph of the archenemy were heard in their full intensity. Death to the false emperor. 8 daemon engines were the first to enter the Fang. The plasma guns and the artillery made sure they were all wiped out for that honor. Your end comes. The daemon engines came again and again, but none even reached the girl's first line. Dire Bear and his long fangs had concentrated enough artillery to kill entire armies 500 meters behind Bloodfire, and the daemon engines were just targets that they could kill like it was training. It took over 40 of them and 3 waves for the bastards to learn they weren't going to win this way. Kill them all. For the true gods. For vengeance. Death to the wolves. Death to the false emperor. Let the galaxy burn. The enemy was unleashing all its cannon fodder against them. There were hundreds of thousands of them, and Bjorn knew there were millions more waiting outside. It didn't matter to the word bearers and Thousand Sons if these were former guardsmen or mad cultists, they would kill and kill until they died. For Fenris. He didn't try to focus on any particular target, at this distance and with the sheer number of enemies, he couldn't miss. For Russ. But for the first time in millennia, the words of a son screaming his power at a father who had left him behind were different. It was like there was someone to hear his shout. For Russ. The strange sensation didn't disappear. For Russ. The enemy arrived at close quarters. The eldest of the Vilka Fenrika was the first one to claim a melee kill with his immense claw. My name is Lemon Russ, and this is my promise. There may come a time far from now when our legion itself is dying, even as I am now dying in soul, and our ancient foes shall gather to destroy us. Then my children, I shall listen to your call in whatever realm of death holds me, and come I shall, no matter what the laws of life and death dictate. At the end I will be there. For the final battle. For the Wolf Time. Chapter 52, Black Crusade 10-5 Wolf Time. Black Crusade 10.5. Wolf Time. The most powerful civilizations of this galaxy have an interesting fascination for prophesized final battles. The Ildari, at least those who remain after Kumarak, have the Ranadandra. The Hrud have their dreaded Chartzutter. The Orcs have Ragnarok, which happens periodically and pushes them to new heights of ferocity. Yet the humans have largely surpassed them all in this regard. Times of Ending, Armageddon, Light's Fall, Götterdämmerung, and Apocalypse, the youngest and most recent race to climb to the position of being the ruling galaxy-spanning empire, has long integrated the myth of the final battle into its foundations. Are they wrong to do so? No. There is power in the stories which are created from these cataclysmic cycles. A fortress besieged by endless hordes will hold because its defenders believe that at the last hour, reinforcements will come to save the day. And they will come. It is the wolf time. Inevitably, the space wolves are going to fall. Led by their primarch or not, the last Astartes of the 6th Legion have made too many enemies and broken too many interdictions. They may be able to win against the word-bearers for this battle, but there is no saving them from the Imperium's laws now. Ironic, isn't it? The slaughter to come is the last great war of the old legions. I think all the primarches feel it, deep inside their chests. Their age of glory is no more. The Imperium has mourned their departure, and while it elevated them to sainthood, the trillions of souls have a very flawed image of what the return of one would cause in politics. The anathema knows it, no matter how much torment he endures on the golden throne. That is after all why he decided to go with his new plan. The so-called living saints can and will die, but they will return when they are needed. They will forge new legends and the population of the Imperium will rally to them, because they were born among them, walk by their side, and share the same difficult choices they themselves face. But the game is not yet over. The power of anarchy, my power, is ascendant, but the future is still uncertain. The final battle is about to be fought. The warriors have merely seen the prelude of the carnage to come. This is the wolf time. Do not think you have a century of peace ahead of you, angels. In time, you will learn the only truth which matters. Defeat means extinction. And the path to victory leads only to war. Segmentum Solar. Soul Sector. Soul System. Holy Terra. The Oniric Realm. 99 hours before the mark of oblivion. Thought for the day, it is the bitter tears that the gods weep that bind us to their hearts. The Emperor. Sacrifice is one of his most powerful aspects. Why, oh why, does it have to be the one which hurts the most? He is alone now. He does not want his custodes to see him like this, he does not want his golden protectors to see him cry. He has lost a son. And saving his soul, as important as it is meager consolation. He thought he would be prepared after acknowledging the inevitable for so long. Breaking the possession of something like a Cetan is not something many beings can survive for even a fraction of a second. It still hurts. It still hurts to see his sons die. Sacrifice, the millenary old human whispers. It's always about sacrifice, and surviving to see your dreams turn to ash. It is not often the master of mankind despairs. But at this very second, he can't help but remember all those who died for the hope of a better future while he couldn't do anything but cry. Malkador told him years ago Revelation was a regal name for the master of mankind. Right now, he bitterly thinks he should have called himself Survivor. Lovers, old friends, sons, allies, most of them are gone. The tears are stopped by a monumental effort of will. His son is dead, but the battle is not over. The crucible is close, and though his sight is all but gone, he still has one card left to play. His plan is not based on any precognitive ability or psychic power. In fact, his enemies would certainly be very surprised how erratic and unreliable this part of his powers has been since Kamarak. He relies most of all on his experience, military knowledge, and the lore and secrets gained during his long struggle against chaos. The old man can only hope it will be enough. A single psychic tear must have materialized in reality as he sighs. Many of his sons may not survive. Will Korix have taken heed of his warning? Will Russ find in him the wisdom to choose correctly? Will Omegan? No, unfortunately that ship has long sailed past redemption. What I do for humanity, the Emperor says softly. There is only waiting now. And the emotional pain of losing the people he loves is his sole companion. Anarchy spreads, word bearers. The dam is broken. You can't stop me anymore. Segmentum Obscurus/Segmentum Solar, contested. Fenris System. High orbit above Fenris. Super battleship Tiska's Revenge. 99 hours before the mark of oblivion. Exalted sorcerer Tsathes Vior. When his father had summoned him to build the ward shields of the Tiska's Revenge, Tsathes Vior had been impressed by the ambition of the project, of course. The exalted sorcerer of the cult of time had also been extremely proud to be acknowledged as one of the 9 Astartes each recognized as the best in their fields of sorceress studies. For all his pride, however, Tsathes had been a bit troubled by the sheer power which was supposed to flow through the time displacement shields. The Tiska's Revenge had been built from the start to boast other sorceress defenses worthy of a super battleship, and that wasn't even counting the psychic reactive metals used to build the hull itself. Ambition was all well and good, but the Thousand Suns sorcerer had wondered more than once if they weren't making the fleet's flagship more complicated than necessary simply because they could. Now most of these doubts had faded away, courtesy of the Tiska's Revenge being the target of the entire word-bearers armada. This treachery will not go unpunished. They are just betraying us before we can do the same to them, Tsathes pointed out philosophically. But this is... Silence, he ordered, as one of his future selves slapped the irritating fool from behind. Have our forces been able to teleport back before the Silver Towers fell? Yes, exalted sorcerer. One of his Zongor servants croaked. The 9 covens are all present, and we have only lost 2 sorcerers. The Legio Proditer and the Engines Arcana have been saved. The Pact of the 9 Promises and the Benediction Guard have taken minor losses, but remain combat capable. The Morpheus Conf Lock has lost several wings of Zongor warriors, but the commanders remain ready to accomplish the will of the Great Architect. Excellent, in fact, it was more than that. Despite being caught by surprise, the Thousand Suns Legion had managed a flawless retreat under enemy fire. I think it is time to leave then. What? A younger sorcerer exclaimed. You can't be serious. I am completely serious. Tsathes did not bother turning his head to directly face the imbecile. Our ward shields are for the moment enduring the word-bearers' bombardment with ease by sending their macro shells and lasers 9,999 years into the future, but this state of affairs can't last. I do not need precognition to know Erebus, Corphaeron, and the thousands of bastards under their command are preparing their rituals. We need to leave now before they summon something capable of breaking through our enchantments. But Lord Magnus. Ah, it wasn't so much idiocy as loyalty to the most favored of Psianch. How naive. Lord Magnus can protect himself perfectly fine. Tsathes was going to temporarily ignore the gigantic ritual which had just been cast on Fenris' Soul Moon. The betrayal had come with that strike, and it hadn't touched a single warship belonging to the Thousand Suns. If it had not been cast for them, then it was to neutralize their Primarch. And given the absence of psychic storms raging on the frozen ice ball, their preparations had apparently been successful. And I am not too worried. What are the word-bearers going to do? Kill him? Lorgar and his sons never had that kind of power, and the Lord of all time won't let them attack his greatest servant that way. There are rules even the 17th is forced to obey. The warp fluctuated, and his future selves whispered words of alarm. Ah, the rituals of the Vile One's servants had begun. It was really time for him to take the Tiska's revenge out of this trap. Prepare the prime and secondary, special drives. I want the calculations ready in 99 seconds. But we are too close to the planet. The exalted sorcerer promised himself this annoying sorcerer was going to stop his ill-timed interruptions or he would find himself doing something very unpleasant soon, like tending to the 9 chaos spawns leashed in the depths of the Tiska's revenge. We are the Thousand Suns. Do you really think the laws which govern pathetic mortal ships apply to us? Emperor-class battleship Hydra's scales. 99 hours before the mark of oblivion. Harrow Master Fikrin. The Tiska's revenge vanished in an enormous blast of blue sorcery. It didn't take 9 seconds for the effects of this emergency translation to become visible. One Iron Warrior cruiser, which had been caught between the word-bearers' battleships and the flagship of Magnus the Red, crumbled apart. No, that was incorrect. It did not succumb to the wounds it had just suffered. It turned to dust. And the same feat was repeated for 3 other warships, all word-bearers, and 5 transports. 9 hulls had just been cursed to the same fate the rubric of Ahriman had condemned the Thousand Suns. They have somehow managed to break the rules of warp translation and made their attackers pay the price for their deed. Remarkable. His comment, obviously, was not received well by the word-bearer the Dark Council had sent to monitor his moves. Remarkable. The legionnaire of the 17th Legion hissed threateningly. This is a disaster, yes. The officer of the Alpha Legion was sure that wasn't how the other Astartes wanted to end his sentence, but it was far too good an opportunity to teach him humility. We have destroyed 9 flotillas of lesser ships of the 15th Legion. All their forces on the ground have vanished. And the Tiska's revenge has escaped, no doubt with its compartments filled with said titans and arcane engines, legionnaires, and thousands of rubrici. Our order of battle has been considerably diminished, and for what? We have prevented the betrayal of Magnus the Red. Well, that was one way to look at it. But anyone who wasn't a word-bearer in the Grand Armada was going to use very different words to describe what had just happened. He was ready to bet his soul at least a third of the Astartes veterans were thinking about Calth, Istvan V, and a few other ancient battlefield betrayals right now. Fikrin had to give it to them, the word-bearers had elevated treachery to an art form. A pity they didn't train for anything else, or a relief, it all depended on one's point of view. Harrow Master, one of his mortal officers saluted. The devices we left near the Mandeville points are detecting fluctuations. Translation of enemy ships is thought to be imminent. Fikrin acknowledged, and tried not to show how this information went against most of his expectations. Granted, the Primarch's promises that the Fenris system would be completely cut off from outside help was a lie from the very beginning, but to have enemy reinforcements arrive so quickly. Show me. He commanded simply. The Auspex information was relayed just in time for several red dots to appear on the main hololith of the Hydra's scales. 1 lunar cruiser, 3 minesweepers, 4 Cobra destroyers. His men were prompt to identify. Correction, 5 minesweepers. Correction, 6 Cobra destroyers. And the number of enemy ships continued to rise until, Lord, a few of these ships, they were at Cadia. Fakrin felt the urge to swear loudly, but it wouldn't be exactly good for morale. No, he had to be stoic and imperturbable, like a hydra towering over its enemy. Acknowledged. How were you able to identify them so quickly? There are several unique ships in this formation, Lord Fakrin. Some of them are undoubtedly the rogue trader ships which caused so many problems for our rearguard fleet in the Cadian Gate war zone. What a polite way to describe what had undoubtedly been a disaster, another disaster. I see. In the time it had taken for the Alpha Legion fleet officer to speak, the number of enemy ships had tripled. And the flow of translating warships was showing no sign of stopping. Someone must have good navigators, the Harrow Master noted in appreciation. They have organized their groups in flotillas and a translation comes every 3 seconds. We can handle them, the word bearer he was forced to keep by his side snorted in clear dismissal of what was already a massive amount of firepower. These are Navy ships, not Astartes. Fakrin wanted to shout at him and tell the imbecile to wake up. Most of their escorts were already dead, to the point the cruiser was likely the default escort now. This in turn meant the dozens of destroyers were going to launch their torpedoes at effective range, disengage, rearm, and then return during the space battle. And given the stupendous number of destroyers and frigates, the capital ships coming behind were going to be, how to phrase it politely, yes, they were going to have significant numbers. Silently, he made a series of coded signs to several of his Astartes present on the bridge. This Black Crusade was jumping from calamity to calamity, and the more time spent crusading with the word-bearers, the more respect he gained for War Master Abaddon. Alpha-class translation coming from another Mandeville point, Lord. Someone had screwed up the translation schedule? But then the Alpha Legion's commander supposed there were failures in every organization and... My lord, it's, the auspexes identify it as the Hrafunkel. Fakrin gaped. Nothing had prepared him for that sort of, extremely bad news. The Hrafunkel. The Gloriana battleship of the Space Wolves. The flagship of... This is a bluff. The word-bearer overseer was prompt to loudly broadcast his denial. The slaves of the false emperor are trying to incite panic inside our ranks. No doubt they found the hull abandoned in some long-forgotten system and decided to repair it before launching it against us. They are trying to scare us into believing we are facing their Primarch, but their pathetic attempt will fail and... Magnus. In the following minutes, Fakrin would try to find out how any Imperial technology could send a message over such a long distance while being barely cleared from the Mandeville point. But at that moment, the Harrow Master felt an unpleasant emotion he had not experienced in a long, long time. The howling was powerful and conjured mental images of an alpha beast coming home to see its pack in danger, of eternal pursuers dragging their enemies onto icebergs and forcing them to jump to their death. It was a battlecry of the wild. It was a primal call of vengeance. You were saying? Fenris. Asayheim. 98 hours before the mark of oblivion. Primarch Magnus the Red. Magnus. Magnus couldn't help it. He laughed. He laughed even while as far as he could see, the word-bearer's ranks were suddenly struck silent. Well, brother, the chained daemon Primarch spoke, it seems you have a little problem. I don't think so. Russ won't stop me. And I find you frankly far too joyful given the circumstances. He wants you dead, in case you have forgotten. True, but our dear furry brother lacks the weapons to kill me a second time. If he grinned, who could blame him? And unlike you, my sons are either dead or long gone from this battlefield. I think you should be more worried about your legion, brother. My legion will be fine. They know what is at stake, and we have 100 battleships supported by 2 Abyss super battleships. And while none of my sons are the equals of a Primarch in void combat, they will be supported by the gods and special weapons we prepared exactly for situations like this one. Magnus wondered if Lorgar truly believed that, or if he was trying to convince himself of it. Yes, there had been battles millennia ago where Space Marine commanders had outmaneuvered a Primarch, but they were rare. And in general, they happened mostly due to the Primarch operating on wrong assumptions and behaving like a moron, like Perturabo at Fal. The musing came to an end because at the center of the ritual grounds, an artifact was revealed. It was an enormous crystal of pale green color. Some lesser sorcerer might have believed it was an Urglite relic, but Magnus was not deceived by mere appearances. Despite its relative simplicity, this thing had not been built by mankind, or any faction worshipping chaos. Pillaging Xeno's vaults to accomplish your rituals. He taunted Lorgar. Laugh as much as you want, the reply came after a couple of seconds, it won't save you. Thanks to this Necron artifact, I will be able to please Nurgle and open the Tier of Nightmares at the same time. That sounds like a very bad idea. The 15th Primarch replied honestly. You're only saying that because you will be unable to regain your strength for 777 years. Until then you will be unable to do anything more than haunt your precious libraries. They are very nice libraries, iconoclast barbarian, the Lord of the Thousand Suns spat out between gritted teeth. He cleared this throat as skulls, slime, and some other ritual reagents were brought forwards all around him. But no. I wouldn't have advised that kind of overcomplicated ritual even if I had no intention of betraying you. Lies, one of the senior Dark Apostles proclaimed. He's just furious we are going to illuminate Fenris for the gods and... Muthake. Lorgar interrupted frostily. You have duties in orbit. The word-bearer religious leader bowed and disappeared. Since you tried to complicate my goals, I thought an eightfold ritual will be incredibly pleasing for the gods. Magnus could very much imagine what sort of rituals had been integrated in addition to the tier of nightmares. And no, Russ won't be able to interrupt it by simply blasting it from orbit. Another ritual is in effect on Valdramani. As long as it and several other sacrifices are made, the space wolves of the Fang are the only enemies on this world able to interfere, and they have other things to deal with. Personally, Magnus didn't find these defenses very infallible. Without effort he had found 9 ways to bypass them, and that was without using his psychic powers. It stood to reason that unless Russ had lost his intelligence, those protections weren't going to last long against the legendary fury of the Lord of Fenris. Not that he was going to inform Lorgar of that. At least the presence of tens of thousands of word-bearers and the topic brought up by Lorgar allowed him to divert the conversation in another direction. I hope for your sake, brother, that you have informed the Iron Warrior warbands of your plan's alterations. I speak from experience when I say the sons of Perturabo are not exactly the happiest of Astartes when someone abandons them in the middle of a siege. Approaches of the Bloodfire Gate. 97 hours before the Mark of Oblivion. Warsmith Carix. That bastard. That ungrateful, damned, oath-breaking bastard. All sons of Perturabo breathed and lived the manta of iron within, iron without. And they knew that when iron broke, it wasn't something a remembrancer would call pretty. For Warsmith Oracle, this shattering moment had arrived. Carix didn't blame him. He was trying to contain his own wrath and keep himself from exploding and tearing apart everything within range. First he withdraws the engines. After that we lose the 1,000 suns. And now the word-bearers have other things to do. Is this siege supposed to be a joke or do we look like the bastard sons of Fulgrim? And on this long imprecation, Oracle stormed out of the command bunker, trampling and killing any servitors and Volscani cataphract guardsmen unlucky enough to be in his path. He's not wrong, Warsmith Depadridier pointed out. Of course he's not wrong, Carix bitterly replied. We always knew we would need Astartes' support when the time came to fight in the tunnels of the Fang. The slaves and the engines of the Dark Mechanicum are useful enough to deplete the ammunition stockpile of the wolves, but to kill an Astartes without taking crippling losses, you need an Astartes. Crippling losses were likely unavoidable anyway, the Warsmith of the Metal Claw Warband noted. We never envisioned how devastating those cursed bears are at close quarters. They also have Bjorn the Fell-Handed. 2 things which shouldn't belong in the same sentence, bears and Bjorn. Carix was beginning to develop an outright loathing of both. We haven't been able to claim more than half a kilometer of ground inside the Fang, he said after reading the latest and very long estimated number of fatalities. We're advancing on a carpet of our own dead, Depadridier summarized bluntly. We need a shock assault of Astartes legionnaires to dislodge them and kill that damned dreadnought. The sooner we kill him, the sooner the wolves' resistance will collapse. Yes. But where to find those Astartes? The 1,000 Suns? Given how the word-bearers had betrayed them and no, Carix didn't care about the loud quarrels in the war camps, it was the 17th which fired first the 15th Legion wouldn't return. The word-bearers? They had abandoned the siege to go worship their Genesire or whatever thing they had seen in the entrails of a sacrificed slave. The Emperor's children? The day he trusted the hedonist Styx addicts to do something that complicated, Carix would take his own life. And besides, there weren't enough of them. The Death Guard? They had escorted the word-bearers when Magnus was dragged away in chains. The Night Lords? They had taken such a beating against the Eldar that the survivors were hiding inside their ships. And the rest like the Alpha Legion were as unreliable as the Naga's peacocks. This left a single question, and it was far from a pleasant one. Who is going to announce the bad news to Sotanol? I was thinking, to give you the honor. Depadridier morosely looked at the deteriorating situation of the siege lines. She may give us some weapons she kept in reserve. The major reserve she has left is Legio Vulturum, Carix pointed out in an unconvinced tone, and now that the wolves' reinforcements are here, I doubt we are going to see them deployed on Fenris. The Titans are far too valuable for her power base, and I don't know how much good they would do. The Warhounds are the only engines small enough to squeeze through the Bloodfire Gate, and the defensive artillery of the wolves will slaughter them if they try. Speak to Sotanol, Depadridier snarled several Olympian curses between his teeth. I am going to pressure the bastard overseers of the 17th to send us more Volscani and cultists. If they don't want to fight, they will give us the cannon fodder to continue the siege. If they don't, my warband will relocate elsewhere. There still are over 100 battleships over our heads, and we don't have more than 1,000 siege master Astartes. He felt the need to remind the other warsmith. I don't think they will be there for long, if they are as useless in void combat as they are at fighting sieges. The problem with miraculous victories is that after you've achieved one once, your opponents will stop underestimating you. And then they will try to produce miracles for their own side. The warp. If forced to tell the truth, the three would admit nothing had gone according to plan. It was obvious Weaver had become aware of the true nature of the Tau, and thus the trap supposed to be triggered in coordination with Lorgar's ritual to open the Tier of Nightmares wasn't going to work. In a not-so-distant past, the mere idea that one of their grand campaigns of unity, the so-called Black Crusades, was about to fail would have been the cause of much consternation. Today there were more important things than that at stake. After all, there was the slim but dreadful possibility Weaver would be able to force the Tau leadership to submit to her will. It was unlikely, yes, given the Ethereals being part Tau part enslaver, but the possibility couldn't be discounted. And if she did? The Ethereals had built the four castes of the Tau in opposition to the powers they should have served. The fire caste was killing with long-range weapons, ambushing its targets, and running away instead of coating their weapons in the blood of their enemies. The water caste was swaying new races to their side via trade, appeals to their greater good, and honored their agreements of all things. Furthermore, they denied their ambition, preferring to deny personal prestige and striving for glory for as long as they lived. The earth caste believed nothing couldn't be solved with new technological innovations, including but not limited to the incurable diseases of the grandfather. They denied decay, pandemics, and many other blessings every time they breathed. The air caste, Slaanesh was no more, but the way the previously winged Tau had refused to embrace excess and their adventures into the unknown was nothing short of insulting. The optimal scenario would be for the three to turn the Ethereals into their servants. Once that was done, the dimension-displaced homeworld of the Tio Empire would be theirs, and the castes would become potent weapons in their fight against the anathema. It was a perfect scenario, and given how their plans fared recently, it had little chance of working. In truth, the three would likely settle for the utter destruction of the Tau. This objective was still within reach. Kill enough Ethereals, and a population of billions would suddenly find out they were psychers, the hard way. It wouldn't create a warp storm the size of the Eye of Terror to be sure, but the ripples of the psychic detonation would create uncountable breaches across tens of thousands of systems of the Eastern Fringe. What happened at Fenris was unimportant now. Lorgar was likely going to fail anyway, and if he did, they only lost the word-bearers. What mattered now was to deny as many resources as possible to Weaver, and that began with the Tau. Obviously, they were going to need a warlord to lead the assault against their rebellious blue-skinned ex-servants. It would need to be a warlord of chaos undivided, as the equilibrium between the three was already dangerously unstable as it was. And honestly, though they weren't going to admit it to themselves, it was better if their champion was expendable. 2 exalted servants had already been banished, sending one each would deny them precious assets for the next campaigns. The three were going to have to select one of their servants that could fight Weaver single-handedly, of course. Fortunately, there was one Daemon Prince powerful enough to do just that. The Eastern Fringe. The Damocles Gulf. TO System. Battleship Enterprise. 99 hours before the mark of oblivion. Lady General Taylor Hebert. It was somehow strange to be able to see what the shard giving her insect-controlling powers had become. It looked almost exactly like her. It had her appearance and the golden wings, at least. The main difference between this angelic copy and herself was that the Emperor-transformed shard was sleeping in a huge chrysalis of gold and red. The gold was predominant, but the red was fueled by thousands of gemstones, Baal rubies. It was really fascinating, and if Taylor could, she would contemplate it for hundreds of hours. Unfortunately, while she was able to multitask efficiently, there were far too many tasks demanding her attention. Like the gigantic warp rift opening approximately halfway between the planet Tio and her fleet orbiting the devastated Imga monolith. Or the way many space marines appeared to be ready to shoot the remaining Tau now that she had confirmed the second Primarch had told her the truth. Gamaliel, please ensure everyone keeps their calm. I don't want any shooting. My lady, I don't think. Lady Weaver, surely you aren't serious. Of course it had to be one of the Black Templars assembled who tried to militate for Xeno's annihilation. You have proved it yourself, these Xenos are vile abominations. The Ethereals are Tau who merged with enslavers. The others do not share this characteristic. The diplomatic representatives do not represent a risk. Lower your weapons please, Astartes. The female para-human didn't tell the Astartes she could already feel the power of the Ethereals reassert itself upon the dozen or so of Tau present. It seemed that as long as they were in a system with a strong presence of these pseudo-enslavers, killing one of them was only a minor problem. They could easily repair the damage. The problem was that before the mind control link was restored, a flow of information surged into her thoughts and Taylor could see the psychic power restrained inside the blue-skinned heads. The Tau individuals in front of her were all psychers. It was not a very welcome realization. And it couldn't be a question of castes or any social organization, or something else. The diplomats were as psychic as the warrior, Commander Shadow Soon, that was her name. They were all psychers. Somewhere between the delta and beta levels, though it was only a rough estimate on her part. In that case, we should kill all these ethereals. Kratos seemed clearly delighted by the prospect. I think that would be a very, very bad idea. If I have to conduct a genocide, I will begin by launching an exterminatus against their planet. You're not serious. The Tau commander had recovered from the breaking of the mental link and the revelations impressively quickly. You would exterminate us because you hate the ethereals. No, Taylor replied calmly, all the while glaring at the Black Templars who had not yet sheathed their weapons. I would kill you because without the ethereals, your race is a disaster waiting to happen. I'm sure you are familiar with the term Psyker, since you have met the Imperium in your own dimension. We are, the white-armored Tau replied cautiously. These, humans, are gifted with powers our engineers are still trying to understand the mechanics of. We know however of the deep hatred your population feels for them. They tried to study well, of course they had the ethereals, but, no, it was still just a dangerous folly. I see. Commander, at the risk of being blunt, your species is exactly like our Psykers. Unlike our Psykers however, you have the ethereals to suppress your connection with the warp. Predictably, over a third of the Black Templars drew their bolters or power swords again. I remember ordering you to lower your weapons, Black Templars. Your Celestial Highness, they could lose control of their powers at any moment. No, the influence of the ethereals still extends this far. They are at no risk of blowing up or sending demons our way, more demons, that is. The rift was growing by the second, and it already vaguely appeared to be forming a crescent scarring reality. One edge was progressing towards the home of the Tau. The other was coming directly for them. And of course it was vomiting abominations into real space. Not in groups of 5 or 6, but entire legions. Most of them were banished the moment they dared step into reality. Between her presence, the already transformed Ether Gold, and Lisa, the golden energy was not insignificant inside this system. Yet the ruinous powers appeared to be willing to risk a direct assault. It was interesting. This is still dangerous. Emperor's champion Sijanandus grimaced. Of course it is. But there's no denying the mind control of the Tau leadership has allowed them to survive in this galaxy when by all rights they shouldn't have been granted the time to develop interstellar travel. Either way there were not a lot of options available for the Imperium, and for her. Killing the ethereals and leaving the rest of the Tau alone would be a catastrophe in the making. The Emperor himself wouldn't be able to soul-bind a population of Psykers that large in mere minutes, and he was not here. It would be like inviting the ruinous powers for dinner and offering them wine and appetizers while they were at it. The big problem was when this rift reached the orbit of Tau, it was going to rain abominations which would no doubt be ordered to kill the possessed as fast they could in order to create the worst disaster possible. The battle groups of Operation Stalingrad could easily avoid the psychic blast, if they began to run now. It would likely mean abandoning a lot of people on the throne of oblivion. Bittenfeld's fleet would likely already be too deep inside the gravity well to escape in time, and of course immense stocks of Noctilith would have to be destroyed before they fell into the enemy's claws and talons. My lady, we have received an urgent request for priority communication from the Xenos, Wolfgang Bach's voice informed her. I'm on my way. Gamaliel, please watch over the Tau delegation for me. They aren't to be harmed, or I will be very displeased. Tio. Holy City of Phioton. 98 hours before the Mark of Oblivion. Ethereal Anshi. Anshi wondered what would have happened if he had directly journeyed to one of the septs of the third sphere instead of returning to Tio. Certainly he wouldn't have had the time to attempt a crossing of the Damocles Gulf before the Gula burned it, but... alas, it wouldn't do any good to speculate on what would have happened. They were in a perilous situation, and his brethren thought he was the best spokesman they had on Tio. It went without saying the logic employed betrayed the despair of the ethereal caste. Who better than a warrior to speak with a warrior, was the kind of argument he had routinely given poor marks for when one of his students made the mistake of uttering it. But they were running out of good choices, and time. The terrible wound was widening and soon would rip open the space right above Tio. What happened after that would likely be cruel, destructive, and the end of the Empire's greatest and only remaining world. At last the holographic communication shifted and the winged female who had killed Andyr appeared in golden light and golden armor. Even if she had not killed one of them, something which had not happened since the Gula Dark Horror had slain Anwei Anshi would have instantly recognized this wasn't a human one could take lightly. This commander of humans wasn't one of the elite space marines, but the warrior ethereal had fought enough times these last Tausir to know who he could slay with ease and who was going to beat him without trying very hard. And this human definitely belonged to the latter category. Greetings, I am Ethereal Anshi. In the interest of not wasting what little time we have left, I propose we skip the diplomatic courtesies. I agree, the golden human nodded. I am Lady General Taylor Hebert, though I am also called Weaver and many other names and titles. Since we don't have to bother with the courtesies, I am going to be blunt. At this moment, my best option to prevent your race from awakening all their psychic abilities is to reduce your world to cinders. If your population dies before your leadership, the warp predators who intend to kill you won't have anything to feed upon and corrupt. Anshi was not surprised. In fact, if he had been on the other side and had to judge a race in the name of the greater good, between the survival of the 5 castes and a non-Tao civilization, the Ethereals would place the survival of their people first. It was the difference between tragedy and extinction. I understand. I hope you will reconsider this stance. The survival of the population of Tao could bring important benefits to your Imperium. The human leader, Taylor A. Bear, appeared to genuinely consider the idea. Your technology has several things which are of interest to the tech priests I have aboard my fleet, the winged warrior conceded. But how could I trust you not to enslave any force I send to your planet? Anshi exhaled, before revealing one of the secrets his caste had tried very hard not to spread beyond the halls of Fioton. And they had been successful, until today. The moment we are born into our bodies of flesh, we lose the ability to influence any species beyond the Tao. While our authority is near absolute over the 4 castes of the Tao Empire, any individual who does not belong to our species will not perceive us as anything more than extremely charismatic individuals. And yet, you have an extremely impressive amount of allied and vassal species among your empire. The apparition of gold was clearly not a diplomat, but she was not buying most of the diplomatic truths they had sold to the frontier worlds of the Imperium for hundreds of Tao seer. I don't think they all joined because of the purity of your intentions. Many had to be convinced and influenced with methods our castes would find abhorrent if they were to become aware of them, Anshi admitted, but overall, barring pandemics we were unable to control, the species which join the Tao Empire benefit enormously from the military defenses and trade we are able to give them. And why would enslavers care about that? I could say it was one of the conditions of the pact, Anshi began, but it is not. How would the Empire as a whole believe in the greater good if we behave like the Imperium did and began shooting at every different race we encounter without giving peace a chance? The Lady General visibly didn't enjoy being reminded her tyrannical Star Empire routinely conducted murderous purges on everything which wasn't a human. It was surprising. Most of the Imperial commanders they had managed to capture during the Third Sphere had gloated that they were proud of the massacres they had committed. You speak of the 4 or 5 castes. The female warrior continued after a brief silence. I know this was the method the ruinous powers used to control your people before you enforced peace and mind control over the entire Tao civilization. Why haven't you tried to create a single caste, or 2 castes, one for your ethereals, and one for non-ethereals? Surely the genetic legacy of each caste had not diverged enough to render inter-caste reproduction impossible. This human, unlike some of those Anshi had met, had clearly not lost her intelligence by smashing heads and repeating intolerant propaganda. Because should 2 Tao of different castes reproduce and make the creation of a Tao child possible, we have no choice but to make them an ethereal the moment we discover his or her existence. My predecessors learned that the hard way after the Monto. Tao being Tao, there had been many celebrations when the effects of the pact had allowed peace to return. And since the castes didn't officially exist then, there had been no rules against inter-caste reproduction. After the first births, the High Council had quickly realized how disastrous it would be if it was allowed to continue. More ethereals could be born in increasing numbers, but the pact had never imagined there would be the need to turn the entire population of Tao into ethereals. There simply weren't enough enslavers as the humans called them and there never would be. Fine. Last question, ethereal. I know your power's primary use is to siphon the psychic power of the 4 castes and to protect your empire by making you as inauspicious as possible to the abominations. Did you really need to place yourselves into a position of supreme power to build what you did? Dangerous was maybe too weak a word, with the benefit of hindsight. After the Monto, I believe it was. The uncountable wars, too much corruption had been spread. We had to erase as many as the horrors as we could. Be it to the 4 castes' lands or to their souls. Once it was done, no, it was not strictly necessary, we needed to be in a position to influence and guide the Tao Empire, not to rule it. It was difficult to decipher the expressions of humans, and he was not one of the diplomats who had signed the frequently trampled and violated treaties with the Imperium. Very well, I am going to. The large holographic creation of the Earth caste exploded in a column of dark purple fire. Anshi had to jump away to avoid the splinters and other debris. And from the ruined machinery, shrieks and evil laughter were heard. The Dark Master comes. Glory to the Dark Master of Chaos. The only thing you have to decide before the end is whether you will stand against anarchy or not. But we all know you made your choice millennia ago, sons of the anathema. Segmentum Obscurus/Segmentum Solar, contested. Fenris System. Emperor-class battleship Hydra's scales. High orbit above Fenris. 95 hours before the mark of oblivion. Harrowmaster Fikrin. There were so many enemy warships now that it was like a ring of steel was encircling the Fenris system. That wasn't the case, of course. The Imperial Navy was rarely subtle in its void tactics, but they weren't wasteful either, not when there were so many word-bearer battleships to hunt. Whoever the admirals in command were, they had placed secondary flotillas headed by a pair of cruisers each to guard the 3 main Mandeville points. As they tried to dazzle their auspexes with powerful ECM bursts, Fikrin judged it likely they had left most of the mine layers behind too. It wasn't likely any hull equipped to create a minefield was going to be particularly useful in the titanic battle to come. This latter point didn't bother Fikrin much. At this point, it was better to assume the Mandeville points were going to be denied to his warband. We have a definite count of 35 battleships, all Navy, his Auspex officer informed him, and 6 Astartes battle barges. Then they must know they have no chance against us, the word-bearer overseer declared with his typical arrogance. We have tens of thousands of legionnaires ready for boarding operations, and the Infernus-class battleship is a design that effortlessly surpasses their pathetic successor classes. You think they have no chance, the Harrow Master took great care to emphasize the think. They are led by a Primarch, they have 3 times the number of cruisers we do, and several of those are Mechanikus, meaning our technological superiority is very much in question. And of course they receive additional reinforcements with every hour. But no Astartes. The son of Lorgar gloated. The blind fools must still be guarding the Cadian gate, while the real danger to their false emperor is here. Too many of their ridiculous chapters are dispersed across tens of thousands of light years, and they have no reserve. An enormous translation rippled on his command hololith. Fikrin briefly closed his eyes, knowing it was going to be bad. When he reopened them, he wasn't disappointed. The names and the enormous dots representing capital ships were all too familiar to him, like they were for any veteran of the heresy. The invincible reason was leading the Astartes fleet, of course. It was flanked by the implacable Justice and the Spear of Truth, formidable battle barges in their own right. That alone would have been a formidable demonstration of force, but the Dark Angels had not come alone. They had also summoned their successors. Battle barge after battle barge emerged from the warp. The auspexes of the Hydra's scales counted 10, surrounded by a screen of over 50 strike cruisers. The number of frigates and destroyers, the latter being Navy classes, added 200 plus starships. And as if that still wasn't enough, a colossal translation followed, and the Citadel turned Starford of the Rock materialized into the Fenris system. Well, Fikrin remarked as ironically as he could, I think our Astartes superiority has just been shot to hell. And so is our super battleship superiority, now that I think about it. Yes, Harrow Master, one of his captains agreed. And just for the pleasure of voicing it, I can safely say the strategic description is we are so fucked. Defeatist. The word-bearer roared. I always knew the Alpha Legion was a band of apostates, and these were the last words he would ever speak as a blade parted his head from the rest of his body. Excellent initiative, Fikrin complimented the legionnaire who had done the deed. I suppose the rest of our guests have been appropriately dealt with. They have, Harrow Master. Can we begin our escape now? His second asked. The First Legion is on the warpath, and I for one have no intention to verify if the rumors spread by the Fallen about captured prisoners tortured in the depths of the rock are true or not. Patience, brothers, the Harrow Master calmed his overeager soldiers. We can't flee with too much precipitation. The Lion's Sons are the greatest problem now, but Russ won't hesitate to tear us apart if the opportunity presents itself, and if we move too soon, the word-bearers will punish us exactly like they struck at the Thousand Suns. I would prefer to avoid this regrettable outcome, don't you feel the same way? Fenris System. Emperor-class battleship Majestic Mandate. War Master Ender Trevain. Like every officer of importance to have ever been summoned before the High Lords, Ender Trevain had visited the investiary. Inside the massive amphitheater called the Titanolith, he had been granted the honor of observing the gargantuan statues of the 9 Primarches. As a consequence, the War Master had naively thought he would be prepared as the lithocast brought the hundreds of flag officers into existence. He wasn't. As the devices of the Mechanikus built for the Majestic Mandate tried to adapt as quickly as possible to the prodigious size of the Primarch, Ender Trevain realized that ultimately, the statues on Holy Terra were not sufficient to describe the sheer power of a son of the God Emperor. It was like the Space Marines present for the command conference were just children compared to Lemon Russ' prodigious size. In one of his hands was a power axe so large no angel of death could hope to wield it with any kind of elegance. By his side were 2 gigantic animals, which had to be Fenrisian wolves. But the size and equipment were nothing compared to the sheer fury which seemed to radiate from the Primarch. And though his power armor looked like it had survived 1,000 battles, though his face had far more scars than the statues of Holy Terra showed, there was no doubt in Ender's mind that this was the predator who ruled all predators. His brain was telling him to flee. That he was before something that could kill him with both hands and legs tied behind its back, along with a blindfold and a whole lot of other major handicaps. You know who I am. The voice was the sound a blizzard would make if it suddenly took human form. Fenris is my home, and I am not going to let it fall. I am taking command of your fleets. If you want to protest, speak your piece. Now. Ender Trevain had to use the edge of the lithocast table to stand as his legs were shaking terribly. There is one problem. The pressure decreased, and Ender, like hundreds of men and women, turned towards the Astartes who had spoken. And what is this problem, son of the lion? We are out of time. Supreme Grand Master Lucifer of the Dark Angels spoke clearly, without any sign he was inconvenienced by the sheer presence of the Primarch. The traitors have cast a dangerous ritual on Fenris Moon. Under normal circumstances, I would recommend we send teleport troops and dislodge them as our old doctrine demands, but we still are significantly outnumbered by the traitors, and we don't have the time to break them before breaking through their fleet and landing space marines on Fenris. This means we will have to destroy the moon or at least raise enough of the traitors' temples to wipe out the stain of their sorcery. You haven't finished what you wanted to say, Knight of Caliban, growled the Lord of the Space Wolves, as two new commanders joined the command meeting, and these two were clearly Fenrisian commanders. If we aren't able to stop the ritual in time, the Dark Angels chapter master showed an expression which might be akin to a stone. I have been ordered by the High Lords themselves that Fenris isn't to fall in the hands of the archenemy. Can I trust you will have the strength to do what must be done at the decisive hour? Ender had thought the Primarch was furious before. He had been completely wrong. Rage, fury, and a storm of other emotions seemed to burn in his eyes and double his size. Images without rhyme or reason danced before his eyes. Great hunters stabbing immense beasts in the middle of endless snowfields. A man taking a spear from his father and... The War Master felt weaker and his stomach acted as if he had severe indigestion. I am going to stop and kill those who have challenged the rule of my father. The Wolfish Primarch thundered. Do not question my loyalty, Dark Angel, unless you wish to be the first Imperial Commander I demote. Lemon Russ stopped glaring at the Supreme Grand Master and turned towards them. We are going to adopt a formation of 5 battle fleets. The Hrafunkel is going to lead the central spear. Now listen well, commanders, because I am not going to repeat my orders. High orbit above Fenris. Emperor-class battleship Hydra's scales. 92 hours before the mark of oblivion. Harrow Master Fikrin. Well, so much for the hope the arrival of the Dark Angels was going to create tensions and a lack of coordination, one of the Alpha Legionnaires muttered with a disabused tone. There was never much hope the First Legion would refuse to obey Russ' orders, Fikrin replied while trying to anticipate what the 5 sub-fleets were about to do. Rather wisely in his opinion, they were trying to avoid Fenris Moon and the area of space where the word-bearers were corrupting everything. They would need the Lion present in person for that. And even then, it was likely it wouldn't work. Many warbands hated the wolves so much they were willing to consider alliances which shouldn't have been contemplated, much less implemented, but commanders often forgot the same applied for the Marines who were loyal to Terra. With the enemy in front of them and a limited number of hours to defeat it, there wasn't any time for the attackers to debate endlessly about the privileges and honors due to each admiral and prestigious officer. If we stay here, our death is going to be flamboyant if nothing else. The legionnaire controlling the actions of the helmsman remarked. We feign to obey Muthake's orders and at the first opportunity, we break their line and run away. You have summarized our best chance to survive this butchery aptly. Sotanol is preparing her flying monstrosities. For all the good it is going to do. Maybe if the Held Rakes and other flying Daemon engines were at full strength, they would be able to inflict casualties out of proportion with their tonnage. But that was the problem. The Held Rakes weren't at full strength. Several thousand Sun sorcerers had made sure before departing that many of those Mechanicum creations were transformed into dust or things equally useless from a military perspective, and the wolves had decimated their ranks even further, not to mention the hundreds shot down by the Eldar. There were a respectable number of them left. But the enemy had brought an impressive number of carriers, and the element of surprise was lost, since there were survivors of the Battle of Cadia present in this massive fleet. I think it's best if we activate the protocol. Harrow Master. Harrow Master. A battleship is deactivating a Chimera-type cloaking shield behind us. Distance, 3,200,000 kilometers. What? No, that had to be a mistake. The Chimera cloak shield was top-secret technology only shared by Alpha Legion warbands, and it was so expensive that Fikrin hadn't been able to install it on the Hydra's scales. Confirm the identity of that ship. He barked. Analysis, identity confirmed. Harrow Master, it's the Beta. And it's not alone. Coming directly through the warp anomalies created by the berserkers of the World Eaters on Frostheim, at least 3 Alpha Legion cruisers and a mid-sized flotilla of Night Lords were appearing on his command hololith. Fikrin donned his helmet, and the other legionnaires around him imitated his action. The invitation from the ship which they had taken their orders from a lifetime ago arrived less than 20 seconds later. Every veteran recognized the Astartes whose image was shown. First Harrow Master Machiavelli Gonzaga. Your presence in this war zone is unexpected. Fikrin or whatever you want to call yourself, the other Astartes officer began. This battle is vital for the future of the Legion. I have received information you intend to flee the moment there is an opportunity. I advise you to reconsider. Why? It's not like there is a Legion anymore. Do you want to worship anarchy and live underground with millions of huge rats? No. But I also have no confidence the word-bearers will be able to prevail, with or without our help. The Harrow Master shook his head. And may I know who is giving these orders? You are a coterie of delusional Harrow Masters. The commands come from Primarch Alfarius Omegan. Are you loyal to the Legion, Fikran? Was Machiavelli telling the truth? Escrator had been devastated by the phosphax, there shouldn't have been any survivors. I am Alfarius. What do you need? Battleship in Terror's name. 91 hours before the mark of oblivion. Terror Lord Krieg Acerbus. Krieg had heard many bad plans in his life, but this one was easily worse than all of the rest combined. It was in part why he had absolutely no reluctance interrupting the Alpha Legionnaire before the end of his speech. No. Absolutely not. I don't think you understand the situation clearly, Terror Lord. I understand the situation very well, Snake. You are worried about your legion falling and becoming a warband of black and white rat worshippers. That isn't going to happen to the Night Lords. Really? The Astartes who had presented himself as first Harrow Master Alfarius made a sound of disbelief. According to my sources, at least 3 of your legionnaires have succumbed since. I am dealing with the problem. Krieg snarled. Mind your own business, Snake. It is the future of our non-aligned legions which is at stake, the Space Marine in blue-green armor answered. That makes it our problem. Assuming I fell for that, and I'm not. You should. This time it was the turn of the 20th officer to interrupt him. The new abomination the False Emperor has returned to the game won't limit itself to 1 legion if it can get away with it. Word bearers, Night Lords, Iron Warriors, and Alpha Legion, we're all at risk. Next you're going to tell me it is going to recruit the Emperor's children and the Black Legion too, the Terror Lord laughed. Don't be stupid. There are so few followers of the Naga left it would be a waste of time to consume them. An Abaddon won't bow to a power, be it an old or a new one. He has far greater ambitions, and defenses to achieve his goals. Then I can follow Abaddon's path. Really? You are telling me you have never prostrated yourself before the 4 in your quest for terror and power. How did the snake know that? Krieg had killed all his enemies and allies who had so much as suspected what he had done. I don't know what you're talking about, he lied. And I am not going to attack the rock because you have some stupid convoluted plan. I am going to seize my chance to escape the moment the word bearers and the dogs of the false emperor are too busy fighting each other, and I suggest you do the same. Is that your final answer? It is. And if you contact me again, I will give the recordings of this conversation to Cor Phaeron. I think he will be very interested to know what our reinforcements are up to. The legions, long disunited, must unite against the threat of anarchy. The legions are gone, fool. This is an age of warbands. Krieg Acerbus began to cough. Strange, it had been a long time since. The air, his senses, poison. What, you, think it's going to work? I have faced far more dangerous assassination attempts. A litany of coughs forced him to pause again, and he spat blood, a lot of blood. I don't doubt it. That's why your captains have taken their own precautions. Krieg heard the familiar hiss of the bridge's armored door opening, and sure enough they were here. Over a dozen of his best warriors, all clad in ceramite, adamantium, and trophies of thousands of terror-filled knights. And they all had a power sword or a relic blade in their hands. Don't listen to him. He's an Alpha Legionnaire. They are lying. The Legion, long divided, must unite. Ave Dominus Nox. Krieg coughed uncontrollably before throwing himself against his treacherous lieutenants, screaming out his hatred and his thirst to punish them. Everything which has a beginning must have an end. And we are so close to the end of chaos undivided. Therefore it is only logical the first prince of the damned returns at the darkest hour. He was here long before the first human walked. He was here eons before the first Ildari debased himself for Slaanesh. Hail the one who heralds the conquerors. Hail the master of shadows. The eastern fringe. The Damocles Gulf. Tio system. Tio. Citadel of supreme harmony. 90 hours before the mark of oblivion. Sha Sui Tio Buntat. Sha Sui. Don't look at it. His order, as sound as it was far easier to say than to actually obey, and Buntan knew it. Despite keeping his eyes on the Remora stealth drones about to launch, the Sha Sui felt the dark and unnatural presence of the wound tearing apart the skies over Tio. Are the hammerheads ready? They are, Sha Sui. I will be able to give them 30 or 40 more drones too. Lu Val. Lu Val is devoured by the shadows. It is an eclipse, do not proclaim your stupidity to the stars. No, he's right. Buntat, veteran of 6 wars, looked up at the sky. He regretted it immediately. Lu Val was indeed appearing to be swallowed by the unnatural phenomenon. And an impossible pillar of shadows began to form between the ruined moon and Tio itself. It struck the planet within gunship's range of the Citadel of Supreme Harmony. Activate all defenses. Buntat shouted. Activate all defenses. Launch the drones. Maximal electronic countermeasures. Deploy the battlesuits on the walls. But in the time it took him to give his orders, the empty land in front of the citadel had become crowded with things. These couldn't be shadows, they weren't. The Dark Master comes. The enemy attacked. The drones of the first wave fired, but each laser was a tiny light in the blackness. Gravity wave projectors and pulse carbines did far better, but even they could only dispel the shadow creatures in little groups, and they were losing too many of them for too few enemies dispelled. Fire. All defenders of the greater good, fire at will. Missiles and railguns fired their ammunition into the ocean of shadows. Turrets reduced the first waves of the enemy to nothingness. The citadel was the chief fortress protecting the southern approaches of Holy Phioton, and it had received impressive quantities of newly approved prototypes. The battlesuits were in prime condition, and the hammerheads, devilfishes, and barracudas were the best the engineers of the Earth caste could produce on Tio. The Dark Master comes. Glory to the first prince. But it seemed like for all the ion impacts, despite every missile they fired, nothing was enough to stop the darkness and the shadowy monsters from advancing. And as they closed in, the enemy fired back, and each impact shredded turrets, drones, and the skilled warriors of the Tio Empire. Kneel before chaos. You have been deceived. The night has come for you. Many drones stopped firing and turned their weapons against their owners. Sha Sui. The enemy has somehow infected some of our drones with a virus. More air support arrived to repel the monsters, but they are coming. They have breached the walls. No. This couldn't be. This was one of the strongest citadels of the entire empire. They couldn't have broken through the... Something exploded and Sha Sui Tiobunta was thrown off his feet by the shockwave. He comes. As he tried to look at the walls and the second line of defenses, the Tio veteran saw only darkness. The lights of the citadel were flickering and dying, and monstrous things shrieked in triumph. Kneel, and you will be forgiven. I am a soldier of the greater good. Then you will die. And your souls will be claimed by the gods to be tortured for all eternity. Something struck him, and the fire warrior screamed. The pain, why did it hurt so much? Glory to the Dark Master. Glory to the first prince. The voices were evil. He had to move, he had to. Glory to Belaker. Holy city of Phioton. 88 hours before the mark of oblivion. Ethereal Anshi. How did they take the citadel of supreme harmony so quickly? The fearful expression of the prime ethereal wouldn't have improved morale if it was broadcast to the castes, Anshi knew. Then again, it was an understandable emotion. Citadels like those were rarely taken, and on average could last several Tausir against overwhelming assaults of the Gorgon creatures, the Greenskins, or whichever enemy they were facing. Today the citadel of supreme harmony had fallen in the blink of an eye. We must evacuate Phioton, one of the lesser ethereals of the council proposed. Evacuate to where? This wall of shadows is encircling Phioton. Our communications are breaking apart. Many operators of the earth and fire caste are losing their minds against this, the madness from beyond the veil. Fearful silence followed these words, for even in their inner sanctum, the ethereals were not used to acknowledging the threat of the enemy they had tried to keep far away from the empire. Unfortunately, it seemed they had failed in this regard. I am going to rally the cadres of the fire caste and mount a counterattack, the warrior ethereal announced to the prime ethereal. They are coming from the south for now, not every direction. Begin the evacuations by the western avenues. The citadel of bright unity is still intact, the civilians will be able to enjoy the protection of the battlesuits if an assault comes at them. Anshi, you know the risk. If we don't stop them, they're going to devour us all, the older ethereal replied. The pact must be preserved. And my presence will help our warriors. He ran out of the High Council's grand chambers and didn't look back. A transport by gunship and a few disses later, for the first time, the ethereal felt his courage falter. The darkness was coming from the south as he had predicted. And as it advanced, the bright avenues and white buildings of the Tio capital were falling into shadow. It wasn't silent. The fire caste was fighting to protect the other castes, but the thin lines of the Empire's warriors were so tiny compared to the storm of malevolence coming for them. Thank the greater good you are here, Holy One. A commander in battlesuit called him. We are. A spear of shadows impaled him and killed him on the spot. There is no hope for you, a voice of torment and evil hissed, and there is no greater good. Glory to the Dark Master. The Greenskins were a terrible enemy. The ever-hungry maws of Gorgon were worse. But as the darkness temporarily abated to reveal an enormous shape destroying battlesuits like they were mere trinkets, Anshi realized he may have found something far worse to add to his list of threats. The pact will be broken. And the triumph of chaos comes. A new spear of shadows was created, and for the first time in his life, he found that there was no speech which could revitalize and brace the spirits of his warriors for what was coming. And even if he could give them hope, it was likely futile. They had no psychic powers with which to counter this creature. Darkness engulfed his vision, and the old ethereal felt something slimy crawl upon his skin. No. The darkness vanished and Anqi was almost blinded by light. So much light. The darkness fought back for an instant before being banished. Suddenly despair was not so crushing. In the time it took for him to take a deep breath, the desperate situation was not so desperate anymore as the monsters fled. The lights of Phioton, extinguished by the enemy, illuminated the avenues and quarters once more. The fleeing civilians of the three castes began to obey the orders of the fire caste and the transmitted instructions of the ethereals again. Anqi looked to the sky, and saw a familiar golden armored figure descend on golden wings. Ethereal Anqi, the human known as Taylor A. Bear began, I believe I have found a lot of good intentions in your arguments. The ethereal had to control himself, it wouldn't do to succumb to hilarity in the middle of a battle. I am glad you think so. Help your people evacuate this city. I am going to deal with this abomination which had the gall to so rudely interrupt our conversation. I'm sure you haven't forgotten, dear rivals. Every action causes a reaction. The Dark Master has taken the field. Did you really think the anathema is going to stay idle while the first prince is unleashed? And for that matter, do you really think I have stayed idle in the last few hours? Segmentum obscurus / segmentum solar, contested. Fenris system. Fenris. Assayheim. 88 hours before the mark of oblivion. Calidus assassin Elena Kerrigan. Always be prepared. This was a lesson Elena had taken to heart the moment it was explained to her. If you were an assassin of the Officio Assassinorum, it was obvious a lot of people wanted you dead just because you existed. If your presence was discovered on a planet, a lot of traitors in the vicinity were going to assume you were there to end their lives specifically, whether it was the truth or not. That said, Elena was pretty sure her mentor and teacher had not implied always be prepared would mean taking a nap in a prestigious hotel of Thalassa Tertius and being woken up by a snowstorm in the middle of nowhere. Was she prepared? Yes, and it was fortunate. The junior Calidus did not have a clue how cold the weather was, since a thermometer wasn't among the list of objects handed to an Assassinorum operative, but she was quite certain that without the sin skin protecting her body, death by hypothermia would be a question of minutes. Where had she landed? The snowstorm was limiting her visual range, but having memorized the names and climate specificities of the planets of Ultramar, she knew few of them had mountains thousands of meters high, and the pilgrim guides had not mentioned anywhere that Macridge had such frosty weather. There were loud voices in the distance. Elena crouched. If she had white paint on hand, she would be coating herself in it, but she had none and so the terrain would have to hide her. Fortunately for her, it was snowing heavily. I am telling you, Varkar. Whatever that thing was, it was not a dog of Rus. The voice was using a clearly antiquated variant of Low Gothic. They are all busy fighting for their lives in their lair. Fighting for their lives? Surely, you jest Tsar. They only have slaves and the Iron Warriors to fight. How is that a challenge for that band of mongrels? Elena felt her heart beat faster as three enormous silhouettes were revealed. The female parahuman had never seen them in the flesh, but there was no doubt about what they were. Red armors. 8 pointed stars. The hateful sigil of the demonic on their pauldrons. Spikes. Monstrous helmets. Word-bearers. And they were so confident in their security that they had unwittingly revealed where she was. Somehow she had been transported from Ultramar to Segmentum Obscurus, or was it Segmentum Solar? No, it was Segmentum Obscurus these days, officially. It doesn't matter, the leader, an enormous brute in mutated Terminator armor, asserted. If it's a wolf, we find him, flay him, and bring his head to Lord Erebus. If it's not something doggish, we find it, and we kill it. Then we decide if it's a prize worthy to present to the hand of destiny. The old Sophia Hess would have likely shouted they may find this task a bit more difficult than they believed. Elena Kerrigan wasn't about to make that mistake. That those Astartes were so overconfident they relied on broadcasting their conversation to everyone made them idiots, but Xanaria had made clear that, stupid or not, a traitor Astartes was a killing machine empowered by the archenemy, and should be taken dead serious no matter the circumstances. If it's a space wolf, shouldn't we have already found the tracks of the beasts they consort with? Good news, traitor Marines were among the list of targets she was authorized to terminate with extreme prejudice whether on an official mission or not. Sergeant, I think I found. Elena used her powers. The light was weak, but there was still enough for shadows to form under the gigantic pile of rocks disappearing under the snowfall. The three space marines pointed their bolters and other corrupted weapons at her former location. They were beginning to fire when her neural shredder took them in the back at point-blank range. Armor was no protection against this weapon, and one went down instantly. The two others each received a blade through the neck before they were able to recover, the instrument of death being of course covered in an anti-Astartes poison concocted by the venom. Elena only stopped alternating between shadow form and the real world when she was sure the three traitors were dead and headless. Only then did she stop to consider the implications of what she had heard. Word-bearers on Fenris. It was a really, really bad situation. And if they were so confident to send 3 idiots out into the middle of nowhere for a phenomenon which had been her arrival notice, there was only one being who had the power and the motivation to send her here in order to stop them. For the Emperor, the Calidus whispered. High orbit over Fenris. Infernus-class battleship Orb of Chaos. 88 hours before the mark of oblivion. Death Mistress Mikhail Shadow Dagger. The 3 word-bearers didn't have the time to understand they had been caught in a trap with a warpstone bomb when Mikhail pressed the 3 big buttons. Boom. Praise Malal. The leader of Clan Ishan Squeak screamed as the heretics were incinerated by the blessed might power of her god. Yes. Anarchy forever. The scavens next to her shout squeaked back, knowing the time to be small and discreet was gone over. Anarchia Eterna. The brute things who had converted to the true proper religion joined them. We take bridge now. Rush scurry. The Death Mistress squeaked. They were Clan Ishan, yes, but that didn't mean they didn't know how to fight slay like Verminus, no. And the long travel away from Skaven Blight had allowed Mikhail to multiply her troop army. Most of them weren't true daggers of the dark yet, but there were many man things, brute things, and other slave things. Malal is with us. Death to all heretics. Glory to anarchy. Malal wills it. There were many gate doors, but nothing a load of grenades couldn't smash break, no. This was the moment of fate action. This was the rise of Malal. And Clan Ishan was going to win. The Council of 11 was going to die of jealousy. Kill the rats. The brute thing commanding the bridge refused to see the great might of her forces. Kill them. The reinforcements are on their way. Kill them all, our core fair, and will torture our souls until the end of times. Your souls belong to Malal, brute thing. Claim squeaking otherwise is heresy, yes. Mikhail didn't have the heartbeats to kill the red-painted brute thing, shame pity. One of the brute things who had rallied to her side blew its spiky head apart. The bridge is yours, Death Mistress. The member of the Anarchy Legion bowed. Excellent work, Malal will be greatly pleased, yes. Mikhail complimented him. Now we are going to foil ruin plans of heretics. Infernus-class battleship Delightful Agony. 88 hours before the mark of oblivion. Dark Apostle Muthake. As was completely predictable, the space battle began with the Imperials launching a gigantic torpedo bombardment. 32,000 torpedoes? Ha! The wolf isn't doing things halfway. I love it. Muthake glared at the possessed, and the servant of Kern had the good sense to feign humility for the next few seconds. Retaliate, the Dark Apostle growled. In the name of blessed Lorgar, send their souls to the gods. Teach them the false emperor will not save them. Blood. Blood for the blood god. Tell Akotas to prepare the mass summonings. We are going to need a lot of firepower to attack the battleships directly. The dogs of the false emperor had brought a lot of destroyers and frigates, curse their worthless mortal flesh. Obviously there was a reason why they were called escorts, but the master of the Delightful Agony had never seen so many in a single battle since Abaddon launched his latest Black Crusade. Muthake tried not to grimace at this reminder. Maybe they should have paid more attention to Sodinul's suggestions, in the end. Speaking of which, I want the Harbinger bombers loaded with the most virulent scrap codes the Hellforge Mistress has at her disposal. Yes, Lord. And rouse the Death Guard. We are going to need their most contagious diseases if we want to avoid wasting our ammunition on the cannon fodder. The Hrafunkel was a tough beast which had survived the heresy. Muthake knew better than to hope for an easy fight against a Primarch's flagship. And just as he thought that, an additional Navy battle group arrived in the Fenris system. How many battle fleets do they intend to throw at us? He whispered between gritted teeth. Surely there had to be a limit how far the false emperor's deluded slaves were willing to sink to for the world of a chapter they hated. I want the Trizajun to prepare. Dark Apostle, the Orb of Chaos. Muthake turned his eyes towards the possessed who had spoken, and stared in incomprehension. Unlike the entirety of the Grand Armada which was accelerating to meet the enemy fleet, the Infernus-class battleship had broken formation, and at a moment which made sure the capital ships of the 17th Legion couldn't easily point their guns at it, the Orb of Chaos had been in the rear guard. This isn't possible, the son of Lorgar glared at the demonic device. The Korifos commanding this ship is a loyal believer of my cause. Contact them. Contact them immediately. A second later, a voice which had never belonged to a Dark Apostle echoed over his bridge. This ship has been claimed taken by forces of anarchy, heretic. Die for Malal, please. I will kill you. No, we are going to rip-tear you a new hole brute things, yes. Praise Malal. Destroy them. Destroy the Orb of Chaos now. My lord, surely the ritual we cast to keep the wolves at bay is going to incinerate the creatures. Muthake thought about it, and felt an emotion he had not experienced in thousands of years. It would, had we decided to make our rituals inimical to our own ships. And that wasn't the case. How had those heretical rats found out? No one could be that lucky, Korux. It was the fault of Korux. It had to be. Inform Corphaeron that the moment the orb of chaos decelerates to position itself in high orbit, he is to reduce it to a slaughterhouse for the Neverborn. The heretics must have poured what is left of their sabotage teams to seize this Infernus-class battleship. Once we have blown it up, their last chance to interrupt the Tears ritual will be no more. Yes, Lord Apostle, his dark acolyte nodded nervously. Except... what now? Lord Apostle, the orb of chaos isn't decelerating. On their present course, they are going to ram the planet in 4 minutes. No, that was, by Nurgle's pandemics, the rats truly were that mad. Fenris. Assayheim. 88 hours before the mark of oblivion. Captain Pustular. The good news was that Perister had several contingencies in place to make sure no starship tried to ram the planet and slam into the ritual grounds, disturbing the great ritual by incinerating everything within a radius of thousands of kilometers. The Grandfather be praised for sparing his humble servants that fate. The bad news was pretty much everything else, really. Knowing their plan had failed, the giant rats were launching their own contingency plan, mass deployment of their last assets onto Fenris. It should have been the dying gasp of a futile endeavor. Except they had legionnaires helping them. Anarchia Eterna. Only the Grandfather and his chosen will endure to the end, the Death Garden captain gurgled. Bring them down, brothers. The fetid bloat drones and blight drones abandoned their plague towers to go on the attack, spreading a delicious perfume of disease as they did. But they were not the real anvil upon which anarchy would break today, oh no. This honor would belong to the iconic plague burst crawlers of the 14th Legion. Designed by their father, this marvelous piece of mobile artillery outranged anything the enemy could possibly have in its arsenal. Some people at first glance mistook its slow speed for a lack of efficiency. They quickly learned better and... Captain Pustular, the Vox grizzled out as it tried to transmit its message through pus and flies. Your entire right flank is at risk. That is ridiculous, he affirmed as clearly as he could to the word-bearer Korifos. I placed an entire army group of Volscani cataphracts to delay any attack from that direction. You misunderstand. That army group is the threat. 2/3 of them have succumbed to the lies of the heretics. Pustular immediately understood the danger he and his 777 plague marines were in. That is, inconvenient, he gurgled. In fact, it was going to be more than that, as he watched thousands of giant rats and plenty of mortal slaves land on Fenris. If nothing was done, he would be caught between the hammer of the Volscani and the anvil of anarchy. I authorize the deployment of my reserves against these weak-minded traitors. Send the Knights of House Blisterborn against the Volscani. As you wish. It was never a good sign to be forced to do so, Pustular acknowledged, but as the plague burst mortars began a devastating bombardment, the captain of the Death Guard remained confident. The part of the front they were requested to defend had been prepared to Legion standards. And the enemy, by deploying so quickly, had forfeited the possibility of using massive aerial support or any kind of heavy artillery. Let's go slaughter those rats, brothers. In the name of the Grandfather and Lord Mortarion. For blessed decay and the Plague Lord. All these diseases stop the slaves of decay from seeing the truth. They are on a path of decline and obsolescence. This galaxy is changing, and nowhere is that as obvious as on the battlefield. The 14th Legion has no great champion to fight for its cause on Fenris, which is somewhat excusable. On the other hand, not having prepared a powerful nemesis for Weaver is the kind of thing which could make you irrelevant in short order. Decay. The Eastern Fringe. The Damocles Gulf. Tio System. Tio. Holy City of Phioton. 88 hours before the mark of oblivion. Lady General Taylor Hebert. Viewed from above, the capital of the Tau Empire was a truly beautiful example of architecture. It was all gleaming towers, white stone, green parks, and grand avenues. It was not without its flaws, of course. The most damning was incontestably the weakness of its defenses. The ramparts and outer perimeter were relatively impressive, but once those were breached, the Lady General in her was appalled how nightmarish defending the city would become for the Tau. The only location where they might be able to regroup and mount any real resistance was the fortress housing their leadership. There was absolutely no doubt that if she hadn't absorbed the powers of the Sanguiner into herself, the winged para-human would have arrived far too late. As it was, the situation might be salvageable. Chaos had attacked the capital directly, trying to kill the greatest number of possessed Tau before the Imperial Navy intervened, and as a result the rest of the planet was more or less intact. With Bittenfeld fighting in high orbit, there should be more than enough disruptions for the ruinous powers to be unable to change their plan of attack. Ethereal on she called the ethereal surrounded by 5 of the huge yellow battlesuits. I believe I have found a lot of good intentions in your arguments. That and she was not going to stay idle when the monsters tried to devour the only thing which prevented a species from being corrupted by the warp abominations. I am glad you think so. Help your people evacuate this city. I am going to deal with this abomination which had the gall to so rudely interrupt our conversation. The Dawnbreaker Guard landed on the Xenos' homeworld an instant later. The delay in their arrival was due to getting equipped with sizable ether gold crystals so she could transport them across space and time. It worked, but she knew instinctively it had done so only because of the oaths they had sworn to her. When she had done the same thing for Commander Shadowsoon, well, the Tau in her white battlesuit had survived, but there were now black scorch marks on her equipment, and she wouldn't be doing that again. Are you sure you are not overestimating your powers, Weaver? The leader of the invasion increased his power in an attempt to submerge the city in the corrupted darkness it wielded in the name of its demonic masters. She made sure it didn't work. She poured out more light while she called insects of the planet with pheromone-emitting devices, and where the power given by the Emperor and sanguineous sacrifice struck the dark front, golden lightning materialized and repelled the chaotic infection. I return the question to you, Abomination. Commander Shadowsoon. The last Rotire had been a succession of events difficult to believe. The last Disses had outright broken the line between difficult to believe and impossible. The commander of the fire caste was back in the streets of Phioton. They had crossed the distance between the human fleet and Tio through the void without using a starship. If there had not been Anshi present at the end of the journey and if it had not been so unpleasant to do it, Shadowsoon would have refused to believe it. But the ethereal who fought was here, and so was the enemy. I have many forces under my command, poor servant of the anathema, the darkness itself seemed to taunt them. And some of them are very eager to slay you. In the time it took her to point her railgun at crawling shadows fighting one cadre of warriors, ruined Luval turned from an eclipse dark orb to a sickening green color. The monsters which came forwards to reflect this change were absolutely disgusting in addition to being evil. It was like every disease in the galaxy had touched these things. And over them a gigantic cloud of, those couldn't be insects, their shapes were far too wrong. I really hope this is a test, Weaver replied calmly, and the veteran of the third sphere realized not one of the giant space marines was firing at the enemy. You realize all insects fall under my control, right? Demons of that nature have no chance against me. That's what you... There was a wave of light. And then the entire clouds of flying monsters began to burn. There was no barrage of golden artillery or great bolts of lightning raining down from the skies, the enemy was burning and somehow, Shadowsoon had a feeling their deaths were internal, not external. Now, legions of decay, is the time you die. Two swords were drawn in the winged human's hands, and one created a storm of shining crystals while the other burned like one of the old relic lighthouses they showed to the newborn Tau during museum visits. The putrid green monsters which didn't look like insects tried to flee. The assault of light and crystals didn't give them time to withdraw. It was like an endless army of insect-shaped luminescence had been summoned, and every time they touched the enemy, there were shrieks of horror and pain. Shadowsoon would lie if she claimed she didn't feel happy at the sight of these enemies who wanted to destroy the greater good being annihilated and paying the price for their crimes. I have dealt with one's hordes. Are you going to try the legions of the other two, or are you going to reveal yourself? The darkness lost ground, until at the end of the avenue something terribly huge and terrifying stepped out from the night. Forge Father Fukin Envar. The daemon was big. Fukin had seen many greater demons during the fighting at Kamarak, and heard of many encounters with others the different members of the Dawnbreaker Guard and the chapters they belonged to had banished over the last several centuries. The Salamander Forge Father had acknowledged he was likely going to fight one of them in a distant future, since the Angel's Bane accepting defeat was as likely as Nocturne turning into a paradise world. Yet this warp beast was enormous. And as the darkness was being absorbed, the greater daemon increased in size again. If they had one of the tallest patterns of knights available for comparison, Fukin Envar was pretty sure it would not be the human-built machine which would win the contest. When after a few seconds there were no more shadows to feed upon, the monster's height was on par with a small warhound titan. His hands tightened around his Fulkite blaster by reflex. It was not just a matter of size, really. It was the sheer evil the abomination was bringing with it. The immense black wings were shrouded in night and the fires of damnation. The horrible eight-pointed scar marking the torso of the daemon was burning in malice and corruption. It was a bipedal creature, but that was very much the only thing it had in common with a human. What little of its face he could perceive was bestial and aggressive even by the standards of chaos slaves. It wore little armor, and what could be seen was clearly for decorative purposes, the black demonic skin being left unprotected anywhere a vital spot could be struck at it. It was a kingly abomination to rule all abominations. You could have been great, you know, if you had not accepted to be shackled to the anathema's failing corpse. You could have been great, if you hadn't accepted the only value they have for you is to sing their praises and lick their talons. Their lady's retort gave him the urge to snort. Kratos was not good at self-control and outright laughed. A talon which could kill a tank with one kick struck the white marble avenue, and where it ruined the ground, a pool of corruption sprang forth. I am the Dark Master. I kill those who are unworthy of the crown. Oh dear. I wonder why the despoiler has lived for millennia without being on your list of victories. The greater daemon laughed. The darkness returned and tried to extinguish the light raining in the sky, generating a fierce storm and plenty of lightning. And while it may be only an unpleasant coincidence, it began to rain on the battlefield. The fall of Abaddon, son of Horus, has already been engineered by my will long before I was summoned to kill you. Of course, Fukin Envar knew the beast was not going to like the next words. And next you are going to claim the Battle of Kumarak and the death of Slaanesh were always part of your plans as well. This time there was no laugh. Just an ugly grimace on a beastly and ugly face. Step aside, and the gods might spare you. No. Do you really think the corpse of the anathema can protect you where you are? Do you really think I chose to oppose the ruinous powers because I serve the Emperor? I am their enemy because they are fundamentally evil. You corrupt everything you touch. You destroy everything which is good, and even when an accident creates order and beauty, you are unable to restrain your claws and mad ambitions. You are a cancer upon this galaxy. We are, might. The might of the conquerors. Not anymore. The Tau belong to chaos. Their souls are the gods to claim. Then why are you here, if your victory is so inevitable? The voice of Lady Taylor Bear remained calm and non-judgmental, but any person who knew her could hear the amusement behind her words. Do you know what I think? I think you're lying, oh, Dark Master. The Tau lives aren't yours to take. And the destiny with which your masters love to brainwash their slaves into believing is nothing but the greatest of their lies. The greater abomination didn't answer immediately. Instead it changed. It mutated. And before they could really comment upon it, the beastly appearance was no more. Instead, it looked like a sort of mutant drookery, a mix between the incubus variety of warriors fought at Kumarak and the multiple armed homunculi. It had all the repulsiveness of such a union, the Salamander Forge Father could vouch for it. It still was enormously huge, but its hundreds of arms were sprouting blades, spikes, thorns, and some things he preferred not to describe. Leave this planet. The Queen of the Swarm ordered. Chaos Undivided dies with this battle. The only question is if you will die with it. I am not Chaos Undivided. I am the first prince of the primordial gods. I am Belaker. Gavriel, coordinate the evacuation with the insects. I will leave you. Kratos, make sure no one tries to interfere while I'm fighting. Gamaliel, you know what you have to do. Glory to chaos. The Dark Master roared and hundreds of blades burned in demonic flame. Death to the anathema. For the Emperor. The rain became a torrent, as if the elements of the planet Tio decided to intervene in the duel. The skies were torn asunder as light and darkness fought for supremacy. And the Greater Daemon and their lady charged each other. Let the battle begin. Segmentum Obscura/Segmentum Solar, contested. Fenris System. Gloriana-class battleship Invincible Reason. 80 hours before the mark of Oblivion. Supreme Grand Master Lucifer. Shields down to 69%. The pressure is intensifying on the Geller fields. Recommend diverting power from. Denied. The Supreme Grand Master wasn't going to deny the benefits of a defensive stance, but hiding behind a shield would not win this battle, or the war. On my mark, target the engines of the Apocalypse-class battleship at these coordinates, fire. The Invincible Reason was the first Gloriana to ever be built. Its construction had taken twice as long in the Ring of Iron, but it wasn't just because the tech priests and the Emperor's savants had been testing new armaments and trying to discover the optimal disposition of compartmentalization and technology. It was because they possessed so many weapons capable of annihilating a battle fleet the Mechanikus had needed the time to work out how to install them all onto a single ship without compromising the effectiveness of any of them or that of the ship itself. And before his eyes, the gift of the Master of the Mankind to his son proved how justified years and years of weapon improvements were. The traitor battleship's shields are down. Severe damage to the drives and starboard batteries. We estimate the integrity of at least 5 compartments is compromised. The chapter master didn't hesitate. All battle barges, fire plan redemption. Within 2 seconds, the 10 battle barges which formed the 5th subdivision of warships stopped pulverizing the heavy cruisers which had tried to bypass them to attack the more vulnerable escorts in the second attack wave. And then they reopened fire all at once on the damaged Apocalypse-class battleship of the accursed word-bearers. Once the lances and the special batteries were reloaded and confirmed operational again, the Invincible Reason joined them. Apocalypse-class battleships were incredibly difficult to destroy. They were millions upon millions of tons of the toughest metals and alloys ever developed by the ingenuity of Mars and the weapon makers of the Imperium. Its Nova cannon was a murderous weapon. This one had killed 2 Gladius frigates and 4 Cobra destroyers in the preliminary phases of the Void Slaughter. But if there was something which could resist the combined firepower of 11 of the greatest warships of the Lion's Sons, an Apocalypse-class battleship was not it. The shields of the traitor ship died one after another. The compartments were brutalized, shredded, and incinerated. Upper and lower decks were transformed into charnel houses. The armor of the ammunition storage decks held, but many turrets were ripped from the vessel. And then in a spectacle which shouldn't exist, the demons summoned by the word-bearers themselves turned away from the Imperial battle line and threw themselves against the doomed warship, choosing to feast on the flesh and terror of those unable to defend themselves. Apocalypse-class battleship neutralized. Shields down to 60%. 2 minor fluctuations in the Geller fields. Ravenwing parties are deploying to the lower decks on purification missions. Acknowledged. The battle, far from calming down, was rising to new heights of ferocity and carnage. They had already lost 2 Navy Retribution battleships in exchange for 4 of the Fel Infernus design. The space as they approached Fenris was just a cauldron of dying ships, monumental pieces of debris, and enormous quantities of regular and demonic ordnance. Supreme Grand Master, new orders from the Primarch. What are they? We have a new target. 3 torpedoes chose this moment to explode harmlessly against the invincible Reason's shields. The Treasajun. One of the 3 Abyss-class super battleships that heretical scum of Lorgar had built in secret before betraying the Imperium and the Emperor, and the only one to survive the fighting for the 500 worlds. Yes, this was a good target, one he was going to take great pleasure in destroying. Yes, acknowledged. Divert course on 4-2-8. Order our frigates to stay in our defensive umbrella, formation Jaguar Caliban. What are the Space Wolves doing? It seems at least some of them are preparing for boarding operations, Supreme Grand Master. Of course they were. Infernus-class battleship Shadow Crusade. 78 hours before the mark of Oblivion. Wolf Lord Vidar Ripper Wolf. Vidar had never thought it would end like this. Not since he had returned to the Fang and been recognized a true Vilka Fenrika. But there was no use closing his eyes and ears. Russ had returned. The defenses of Fenris had broken, many warriors slain, and Malefic Aram forbid them to discover what was happening inside the halls of the Fang. It was the wolf time. And as the Caestus assault ram Gore dagger stopped after penetrating the hull of a traitor warship, the Wolf Lord decided that if it was truly the end of the Age of Sagas for his chapter, he would rip thousands of traitors' heads off before meeting his doom axe in hand. For Russ and the Alfather. The commander of the 6th Great Company howled as he stormed out of the assault vehicle and claimed his first kill of the battle, and then a second and a third. Somehow, they had arrived in a room filled with a lot of head-shaven cultists and... Stop them! Stop the Malefic Aram witches! They are trying to summon more horrors. And obeying his own order, Vidar attacked, his bolter and his power axe frostbiter severing heads and ending lives so fast he stopped counting and soon only cared about the traitor sorcerers butchering their slaves atop black altars. Stop them in the name of blessed Lorgar. Kill the Malefic Aram witches. For Russ and the Alfather. Your false emperor is just a corpse who will. The Wolf Lord interrupted the blasphemous words by slamming his axe into the sorcerer's face. For good measure, he drew a dagger and plunged it into the traitor marine's throat. For Fenris. Vidar howled as his wolf guard and long fangs joined him in slaughtering the red-armored bastards who thought corrupting their home was a good idea. For Lorgar and the gods we serve. There was an explosion of reddish-purple light, and the 8-pointed star painted in blood, organs, and skulls began to smoke and shriek. Malefic Aram vapors began to pour out, and inhuman voices growled and sang whispers he ignored. For vengeance and the victories to come. For the tear of nightmares. For the Gal Vorbak. Winged creatures born of Malefic Aram and spawns arrived from every direction. They have learned nothing from Prospero. They are so eager to fall into our traps. The greatest fiend, almost half the size of a Quester Knight, shouted in a discordant shriek. Let's kill them all and bring their skulls to Lorgar. I have a better idea, Vidar grinned as his axe embedded itself in the closest red-skinned horror which was certainly a word-bearer's cousin given how revolting its ugly face was. We will send your skulls to the coward you call a Primarch. Ripper wolves. For Russ and the Alfather. Death to the false emperor. The surviving word-bearers and their cultists rallied to the monsters that whipped them like the bastards they were. For Fenris. And then they were up to their necks in enemies born of Malefic Aram. Bellerophon-class heavy assault cruiser Dragon Slayer. 77 hours before the mark of Oblivion. Rogue traitor Guts. There was something he truly loathed when commanding the Dragon Slayer, unwanted guests. Blood for the blood. Get off of my ship. Each of his words was accompanied by a sword strike to encourage the fiend, of course. At last, the monster got the clue it wasn't wanted here, and dissolved into a pile of red goo. Ugh! It was going to take hours to clean up this mess. You see. He addressed his crew, who were gaping. They die like everything else we have fought before. Take up your blades and exterminate them, I've shown you how it's done. Yes, Guts. At once. The tall rogue traitor shrugged and handed his weapon to the closest of his men-at-arms before resuming his repair of the Dragon Slayer's hololith. He was very well aware his skills with technology would likely lead to the cogboys labeling him as a heretic or some other nonsense, but it wasn't exactly like he had a choice. His soul tech priest had been among the first victims of the assault. Guts was going to miss the old metal-headed tech lover, and not just because of the basic knowledge he imparted to the crew. After several minutes during which the only things to note were that the cannons shot down 3 of those reptilian starfighter abominations, the device worked sufficiently well to let the image of Griffith materialize again. You're alive. Don't sound so disappointed, the member of the band of the Hawk grinned. On a totally unrelated subject, the shipyard that installed our Geller field projectors promised a lot and didn't deliver. Guts, I sincerely doubt the tech priests in charge of that shipyard ever imagined we would try to go through a small warp storm and fight heretical things conjured by a Black Crusade. Then they shouldn't have promised the impossible, he smiled. We can't guarantee our technology will handle Black Crusade-level opposition and the sorts of opponents that come crawling out of the Eye of Terror. See? Simple. You are incorrigible. The silver-haired rogue trader complained with a thin smile. I have a feeling it's going to be a pain making sure you don't antagonize the Inquisition more than you already have. The dark-haired captain shrugged. It wasn't his fault the so-called Holy Ordos wasn't doing its job properly in Segmentum Pacificus. How is the battle going so far? He asked instead. It's a slaughter. Griffith didn't bother with silk gloves for the explanation this time. We've stopped those held rakes, but we have confirmed at least a fourth of their transports were transformed into fire ships, and the Navy wasn't able to stop them all. And with the abominations that swarm the Geller fields, our numerical superiority isn't as crushing as I expected. We're winning. But we're winning too slowly, and... The hololith stopped working again, and the lights flickered once more. Great, more unwanted guests. Then it was another alarm shrieking about the void shields. Shields down to 20%, Guts. We should find a battleship to hide behind so they can be brought back at full power. The last time I looked at our battleships, one was blowing up. He rejected the idea immediately. Now stay on your guard, I have a feeling the previous wave didn't understand the Dragon Slayer was off limits for them. The light has gained in strength recently. But is it enough to stand alone against the darkness? The Eastern Fringe. The Damocles Gulf. TO System. 75 hours before the Mark of Oblivion. Ethereal Anshi. There were some things Anshi had taken for granted after spending so much time with the warriors of the Fire Caste. Duels, as impressive as they looked for someone watching them, rarely lasted long. If your engines happened to fail and you were too high above the ground, you were going to die unless you had something which allowed you to escape the laws of gravity. None of that applied here, and the monstrous Dark Master proved it once again as he emerged from the ruins of a monument erected to celebrate the victories of the Second Sphere expansion. What will it take to slay that beast? Shadow soon murmured next to him, as they shared the space aboard a manta coordinating the evacuation of Phioton. I don't know. Urgh. I will cripple your legs for that. A blast of light burned off one of its uncountable arms, and the Lady General appeared, already preparing another attack. This time it took the form of a great web of light and a multitude of luminous flies appeared, dancing and flickering across the black body. The defiler of the Citadel of Supreme Harmony realized the danger and jumped. As a result, it partially avoided the explosion of light and several laser-like golden rays. Given how enormous the body was, it shouldn't have been possible, wings or no wings, but the more Anshi observed this creature born of nightmares, the less he had a clue about the limits of its capabilities. It could regenerate wounds which would have killed an ethereal and a cadre of battle-set-armed Shasui 10 times over. It could fight without showing the slightest sign of exhaustion despite being engaged in a duel to the death for over 8 disses. Its uncountable weapons broke countless times and yet as it summoned more shadows, they always repaired faster than one could say it. Of course, the same applied for the human it was fighting. Except the weapons it was wielding, that was. Bathed in radiance, the leader of the Imperium used the 2 swords she had drawn at the beginning of the battle and nothing else, though given the powers shown and how punishing each of her strikes were, it didn't appear she needed anything else. Chaos is eternal. And your species will kneel or be destroyed by the gods. They aren't gods. Somehow the voice of the 2 combatants was heard despite the considerable distance and the hull of the manta separating his ears from them. And I see no difference between the options you propose. Kneeling to them is annihilation. You are wrong. Recognizing their greatness is the key to true power. Belaker charged, and the darkness was so potent that though it was an electronic image, the urge to vomit was extraordinarily strong. Its golden-winged opponent reacted promptly, and when they met above the column of prosperity, reality shook. That wasn't an exaggeration. Colossal quantities of water were propelled into the air by the impossible shockwave, and blades of darkness and evil clashed with swords of light and crystal. How long until the evacuation of Phioton is completed? The old ethereal asked. At least 3 more rotat, Shadow soon grimaced. I'm sorry to say we were overconfident when it came to the security of the Holy City. We should have organized far more evacuation exercises, the greater good knows we had reason to after the extent of the Gorgon threat was revealed to us. But it was never a priority, and I apologize for. You have nothing to apologize for, Commander. The High Council decided the production efforts of the 4th Sphere were to be given every spare resource of the Empire, not you. It was evident the worlds of the 1st Sphere were going to temporarily be more vulnerable than our frontier outposts in the 3rd and 4th Sphere. Would it have changed anything if they had not done it? That was a question Anshi didn't have the answer to. The fundamental problem remained the same, save the ethereals, no Tau could use psychic powers, and the monstrous Belaker was born of nightmares and psychic malevolence. And of course almost no ethereal was trained to fight like he did. It wasn't something that could be changed in a single Tau seer. Lightning illuminated the battlefield. The most important city of Tio had become, and the two duelists crashed into the nearby water-caste living quarters, which fortunately had already been evacuated. A column of white marble pierced the wings of the enemy of the greater good, but Belaker didn't even seem to notice. It rose again, parrying countless crystal flies and a sort of enormous crab which had come from underground trying to ambush it. We are receiving reports about the presence of several huge, Arachan-like creatures in several cities, Holy One. They do not appear to be fighting anyone, but they examine a lot of the new marvels of the Earth caste. Assume they belong to our new ally for now. She didn't even blink at this announcement. What is happening in orbit? High orbit above Tio. Overlord-class battlecruiser Black Lancer. 73 hours before the mark of oblivion. Admiral Fritz von Bittenfeld. The tech priests report all our battlecruisers have a significant quantity of ether gold protecting their machines and radiating the purity and protection of the chosen of the Omnissiah. Fritz turned towards his chief of staff, because the last words weren't exactly the norm, even for the cogboys, their words, Admiral, not mine. And they seem to be right. The incursions have for the most part ceased, and the resistance of our Geller fields is increasing by the minute. Let us thank the fact Her Celestial Highness thought to send blessed ether gold before this mess started. Then, the offensive-minded Navy officer spoke before turning towards the communication section of the Black Lancer. Did we receive new orders? No, Admiral, and given how corrupted the void is between the battle groups and our current position, I do not think we will receive any. Our psychers were all sedated or neutralized, so astropathic communications are out and... Yes, I know. The other methods don't work. The problem, obviously, was that each time they had decided to take the risk and communicate with someone other than the Blueskin Xenos, Battlefleet Maskarovka had paid a costly price in lives. Complete dedication to the God Emperor helped a lot, but there seemed to be things nothing but his radiance was able to protect you from. The problem is that damn moon. Admiral? Shouldn't we send troops to the planet? Her Celestial Highness. I am sure Her Celestial Highness has things well in hand. The gigantic storm raging over what had to be a significant percentage of the Tau landmass proved the living saint was fighting and not losing, at any rate. And honestly, we don't have enough ground troops to support her. The Xenos are going to have to cover her on the ground. And my battle brothers and I are going to support the Tau in their orbital fortresses. Many of his men whispered and gaped, but the orange-haired officer of Karduniash had been warned beforehand of their presence aboard his warships. Shadow Captain, Fritz saluted the space marine who had just invited himself onto the Black Lancer's bridge. No one here doubts the honor and talent of the Raven Guard, but we don't have enough ether gold to give you. We won't take ether gold with us. You need it more than we do. Fritz swallowed. He wasn't a coward, but he, like every man and woman aboard the Black Lancer, had received fleeting visions of what was hammering their Geller fields. The monsters of the deep warp were unleashed out there, and though for the moment only a few Tau stations and ships were under attack, that was likely going to change very soon since with ether gold, their moment of vulnerability was gone. I appreciate the gesture, but your space marines are elite, and we will be unable to support you. The disruption of the baleful influence of this moon takes priority above all else, the Angel of Death asserted. Let me reassure you, Admiral. We don't intend to sacrifice our lives in some vain gesture. But ether gold, while an extremely potent weapon against the enemies of the Emperor, also partially hinders our own skills. Fritz bowed respectfully. He was sure it wasn't a secret the Raven Guard Marine had chosen to reveal lightly. Her Celestial Highness has one of your battle brothers in the Dawnbreaker Guard. There are some advantages when you swear yourself to someone empowered by the Emperor, the black-clad giant confirmed. Anyway, you need someone to stay behind to make sure the Xenos continue the fight until you are victorious. I will pray to the God Emperor for the success of your mission. And we hope our battle cries will show you the way to the path of victory. Tio. Holy City of Fio-Ton. 70 hours before the mark of oblivion. Lady General Taylor Hebert. This was an ugly realization to have at any moment, but Taylor had to admit the truth. It was likely that during the Battle of the Death Star, the circumstances of its summoning had prevented Kabandha from using its full power. Are you tiring? Because I'm not. Since she was more powerful, it guaranteed that when there would be a second confrontation she was far too realistic to use the word if the Bloodthirster was not going to have its powers limited like it had back then. Add the thirst to avenge the defeat she had handed it, and it was not a battle she was looking forwards to. Of course, that was a worry for the future. The enemy of today was Belaker, Dark Master of Chaos. And unfortunately, the abomination was not all cowardice and empty boasting. It truly deserved its title of Greater Abomination. Fortunately, while it was fast for its size, it obviously had never fought someone like her before. One strike, and she severed the black wings again, sending their owner crashing into yet another Tau monument. It was a pity, the artwork had been beautiful, but given the corruption the first prince was cloaked in, the city would have to be razed and rebuilt anyway. That is not going to kill me, lesser copy of the angel. No, but it is going to give me time to do this. Many of her crystal-shaped insects had stayed stationary on the ground, and wordlessly she reassembled them into tall spears which impaled her enemy from behind. The scream of pain was extremely satisfying. As the shadows tried to regenerate Belaker, Taylor's power gave her more insight into her foe. As he had proclaimed, Belaker really had extinguished many empires, and plenty of them had been interstellar civilizations. What it had not revealed to anyone was that long before the final offensive was launched, the favorite slave of the then four had been working in the shadows for centuries, maybe millennia, to lay the groundwork. Only when the civilization was on the brink of collapse did it truly risk revealing itself. Today was the first real exception to this rule. It was good news in that the planet wasn't prepared for its arrival and her Dawnbreaker Guard would have to only fend off the shadows, not tens of thousands of corrupted Tau. A long fight wasn't going to play to its strengths. The bad news was that, obviously, if the ruinous powers had decided to ignore and discard one of their most dangerous weapons, what else were they ready to change at the darkest hour? Is that all? It bellowed as she only took out 5 arms. This is not. She narrowly missed parting the abomination from whatever kind of head it had sprouted this time. Belaker used this warning to change form again. In that too it was quite unlike any other abomination she had faced before. Taylor ignored the boasting and the threats, and instead focused on her insect-controlling abilities, for something different had entered her range. It was an intelligent species of insect, and it wasn't the few adjutant spiders she had sent to help Gamaliel. Their thoughts were, incredibly complex. But since there were several of them, she was able to examine what was a very curious chitinous armored insectoid species. Interestingly, it was not the fight itself which had convinced them to intervene, but the similarities between the crystal shards of the Sword of Vol and the technology they used. Vespid. This was the name of their race, and Taylor had to be careful not pouring any anger through her power, because of course the Tau Ethereals had given them helmets which were brainwashing them into compliant auxiliaries. Oh, they called it a communication headset, but the golden-winged para-human recognized it for it was. The psycho-indoctrination of Space Marines was a non-intrusive thing compared to what the Tau program was doing. Take the crystals you want for examination. This will be your reward if you test your weapons against this enemy of the greater good. Each Vespid seemed to carry a powerful gun the Tau called Neutron Blaster, and surprisingly, it looked like a possible mix of low psychic power and Tau technology, interesting implications if her guess was right. Though for the moment, she was going to settle for worsening the wounds of Belaker. And since according to the Vespid memories, their weapons were able to hurt their targets on the molecular level, the black-haired woman was sure it was not going to be an enjoyable experience for the big demon. This war is like none of the others which came before it. Let there be anarchy. Segmentum Obscurus/Segmentum Solar, contested. Fenris System. Infernus-class battleship Delightful Agony. 68 hours before the mark of oblivion. Dark Apostle Muthake. We just lost the Shadow Crusade, Lord Muthake. Wasn't that the ship that presumptuous fool of the Gal Vorbak had assured me would destroy the boarding parties with one claw tied behind its back or something on that level of arrogance? Your memory, as always, is flawless, Lord Apostle. What happened? It looks like, he underestimated Rust Dogs. They managed to fight their way through half of the ship and detonate melta bombs inside the Enginarium. Typical, he growled, those failures better pray for the gods to protect them from my wrath. Where are we in terms of fire ships? We have used approximately 90% of them, Lord. Do you want to send the last wave? No, the word-bearer commander shook his head. The slaves of the false emperor and our unfaithful cousins know this tactic now and will evade the blow should we commit to it now. Muthake didn't voice his opinion, which was that this trap and the overwhelming attack of Hellblade interceptors and Harbinger bombers had not inflicted enough casualties to change the outcome of the battle. The enemy was continuing its relentless artillery bombardment against the line of word-bearers' battleships. They had lost hundreds of destroyers and dozens of cruisers, but when every hour brought them huge numbers of replacement hulls, why would they care? They have lost more battleships than we did during the last few hours, Lord. How kind of you to remind me of that, he angrily hissed at one of his captains. We have lost 9 battleships, they have lost 10. This is not an exchange rate we can afford for long. Aside from the thousands of legionnaires they had lost along with those ships, the cold, unfeeling truth was if the false emperor's slaves paid 100 battleships to win this battle, they would likely be able to salvage plenty of ruined hulls afterwards, and even if they couldn't, the Martian shipyards could build new ones if given a few centuries. The Word-Bearers Legion couldn't afford to lose 100 battleships. Not now, when the Tier of Nightmares was yet to open. But for his soul and the oaths he had uttered, the member of the Dark Council was unable to see how to inflict more fatalities and destroyed warships than he already did. Russ, this was the fault of that wolfish brute. The false emperor's most loyal dog was pushing and always on the offensive, creating subgroups of battleships and trying to break the blessed formations written in the Book of Lorgar. A cruiser of the Alpha Legion was disintegrated as the Hrafunkel hammered it so badly its fusion reactors went critical. Several heavy cruisers of the Hades class tried to evade the new onslaught of the 6th Legion, something which only resulted in more boarding operations. "Summon more of the God's servants," he barked, "tell the Mechanicum ships I want more of their special weapons to bring down the shields of the enemy capital warships." "My lord. I hope you have good news." "The very best, my lord. We have successfully brought down the shields of the invincible reason. The Sons of the Lion's throat is at our mercy." Muthake smiled. At last something was working according to the plan. "Prepare our most faithful warriors for a teleportation strike. Gloriana-class battleship Invincible Reason. 64 hours before the mark of oblivion. Supreme Grand Master Lucifer." Primarchs had a strange notion of calculated risks. Or maybe it was just the Primarch of the Space Wolves. The Supreme Grand Master wouldn't be surprised if that were to be the case. The initial theoretical was sound. The loyal chapters who had managed to reach Fenris did not have the numbers to complete multiple boarding operations, not when the enemy had tens of thousands of traitor marines available, in addition to daemon hosts and other heretical things. Yet at the same time, they needed to board the traitor warships if they wanted to prevent the word-bearers from being victorious. A long battle would inflict massive casualties on the traitor 17th Legion, but they had to assume the worst. If they were successful in casting their eternally damned rituals, the sons of the accursed Lorgar would be able to replenish their losses somehow. Thus the Primarch had somehow arrived at the conclusion it was best to present a weakness the traitor marines would be unable to resist. And by a curious coincidence, of the two Gloriana battleships present, the choice of the Lord of Fenris had fallen upon the Invincible Reason. Lucifer was not an Astartes willing to repay every grudge which came his way tenfold, but the costs of repairing internal damage the traitors would cause due to this plan would be estimated in the millions of thrones geld and the bill directly sent to Lemon Russ once the battle was over. "The traitors will come, Supreme Grand Master," the Master of Librarians of the Angels of Absolution announced. Lucifer gave him a nod of thanks. His precognitive abilities were the reason he had kept him so close when his services were so desperately needed elsewhere. 8 seconds before enemy boarding. "For the Lion and for Terra," the Master of the Deathwing declared. "For the Emperor and the oaths of vengeance we swore." A teleportation strike would have spread the familiar smell of ozone along with a few other troubling things. The arrival of the traitors was far more violent and disgusting. The hall of the Invincible Reason was dirted by some heretical black substance, and demons came and shrieked. The hundreds of word-bearers didn't shout anything, however. Maybe because they hadn't expected to fight 500 Sons of the Lion in a direct confrontation. "Repent. For tomorrow you die." The bolters and lascannons fired at once before they had finished their battlecry. "For blessed Lorgar, praised be his name. For the Lion. Death to the false Emperor." The multiple squads of the Angels of Vigilance claimed the first traitor kills, as their snipers had been chosen to ingloriously slay all notable targets. But Lucifer was not far behind, as the Sword of Secrets impaled its first opponent before decapitating a hulking brute with goat-like horns. "For the Lion. Make them pay for their unforgivable treachery, brothers." Abyss-class super battleship Word-bearer. 66 hours before the mark of oblivion. Slaughter King Kragan Gorefist. Kragan removed his chain axe from the corpse of the false Emperor's red dog with a grunt of content. He didn't know why these bastards were angering the Lord of Skulls by their mere presence, but Kern had demanded their death, and that was all that mattered. "Blood for the blood god." "How pitiful," growled a lesser gladiator of his warband, "they are so weak. Their skulls will make." The walls of the Word-bearer's flagship they had boarded to take more skulls for Kern were broken again, and Kragan smiled as he recognized the emblem on the assault rams. "Death to the wolves. Take their skulls. Skulls for the Skull Throne." The wolves howled, and Kragan screamed at them. He didn't know why, but at this moment, he'd never felt more alive. Even the butcher's nails had stopped hurting. This was a worthy fight. Blood for the blood god. For Fenris. The wolf time awaits. Chinaxes clashed by the hundreds, and the gun decks of the Word-bearer were soon covered in crimson as the wolves and Gladiator Group 138 spilled torrents of Astartes blood for Kern. "Kern! Kern!" A terrifying howl answered him, and in the span of a second, Kragan had just enough time to jump aside as a half-devoured warrior was thrown across the battle zone where he had chosen to worship his god. The air grew different, and without effort, the wolves reformed a line. The former captain of the World Eaters felt something unfamiliar pressure his two hearts. A tall figure advanced, flanked by two enormous canine beasts. There was no mistaking him for anyone else. "I will claim his skull for Kern." Had he not been crowned by Kern for his devotion to blood, brutality, and slaughter? Had he not piled mountains of skulls in his name? This was why the blood god had chosen him. This was why the Lord of Skulls had guided him to the Word-bearer despite the initially meager harvest of unworthy skulls. Before he could close half the distance, Russ had already moved. 3 gladiators were tossed aside broken. The enemy's axe was a storm of death, an axe which was greater and faster than anything he himself had ever wielded. Kragan charged to fight the Primarch anyway. But somehow with each step trying to find his way across the tempest of blades and death, he was slowing down. Why? Why did Kern? A fist engulfed his vision and he saw the warp and stars blacken his vision. He felt pain and the butcher's nails bite deep. Kragan screamed in agony. He stood up and removed his ruined helmet. His armor was no better. And as he saw the multiple holes, the chosen of Kern knew a lot of these wounds had not been caused by a Primarch. Cowards! He snarled. There was no answer. And as he turned his head, the leader of Gladiator Group 138 realized in shock that all his warband was lying dead. This was always your legion's problem. Russ' voice was winter and war. You are too aggressive and undisciplined. Kern doesn't care from whence the blood flows, so long. His chain axe was stopped effortlessly by a blade, and then the huge Fenrician axe descended and everything turned into blood. Already the first of the Noctilith Wars rages. Will the dragon claim another victory for the angel? Or will the malice of the Scorn 3 extinguish the light? The Eastern Fringe. The Damocles Gulf. Teo System. The Throne of Oblivion. 61 hours before the mark of Oblivion. Lady Magos Dogma Dragon Richter. Dragon breathed a sigh of relief as another wave of landers escaped the gravitic pull of the Imga monolith's machinery to return to the capital ships above their heads, their metallic bellies filled with as many Noctilith blocks as they could carry without hindering their flight. A cloud of demons tried to intercept them, but Lisa was watchful, and within a second a new orb of light was summoned into existence. The horrors of the warp were disintegrated or went down in golden flames, and the Tinker had no doubt many of the blocks had been spontaneously turned into ether gold. Praise the holy moth of the chosen of the Omnissiah, a tech priest canted. So far, her presence means we are able to hold, Dragon agreed. It was far too early to shout victory, but so far it appeared the ruinous powers had overestimated their chances of victory without Taylor being present. Sufficiently large quantities of ether gold had been distributed aboard several battleships so that, in addition to Lisa's offensive anti-demonic capabilities, the Imperial Navy and the forces defending the perimeter of the Noctilith vaults could stand without enduring more than minor casualties. And with each rotation of meticulously organized landers which delivered its bounty into orbit, the success of Operation Stalingrad was more complete. They had already saved close to 9,000 blocks, and she didn't need to calculate to know it was easily 100 times greater than the combined quantity of Noctilith they had obtained in the last several decades. The Imperial Fists report the Necron Destroyer offensive has ceased, Lady Magos. So it has, mainly because between the Sons of Dorn's Land Raiders and her Dragon Armor's pinpoint strikes, the Necrons' headlong charges had been pulverized before arriving at even the limits of their own weapons' range. Transmit them my compliments and politely suggest they return to the defensive positions we discussed 1 hour ago. With due respect Lady Magos, the Necrons are beaten, their attacks are occurring as the Imga monolith sections break down and release more horrors. I am not too worried about the Necrons. Dragon canted calmly. I am worried about what the abominations which are sending us those waves of monsters are going to try next. Lady Dragon. The archenemy is cruel, but it isn't completely stupid. With their current strategy, we are going to be able to empty all the Noctilith vaults one after another. Their malefic scar has been stopped more than 1,000,000 kilometers away from the battle groups we have above our heads. The power of the ether gold creates a respectable anti-abomination zone which ensures their evil influence remains negligible. It had reached the point they had returned half of the regiments which had marched upon the monolith back to their transports, leaving only the elites to defend the perimeters with Skitarii, Space Marines, and other units which had proven their utter deadliness against the Necrons. They know this strategy is a failure. So what are we not seeing here? The Changeling. The daemon known as the Changeling was unhappy, for he existed to sow mistrust and confusion, and there was precious little of that at the moment. Following Militia's request had been simple enough. The Changeling had taken the appearance of a Necron Nemzer and ordered several cryptex to deactivate many Noctilith-made synchronizers before smashing them apart when the deed was done. According to the plan, that should have been sufficient to generate a chaotic battle which would last for hours, plenty of time for the legions of Psianch to spring a series of other traps. Militia had claimed plenty of transmutational changestone as a reward for her ambition and preparations, but not enough to become the undisputed chosen of Psianch for the Thousand Suns and the other Astartes worshipping the great architect of fate. The Changeling had not realized by then that had been the only thing which would go according to plan. The humans had supposed to have been rooted by now. And if they weren't, it would be because Weaver herself was here, and that would mean a far greater prize was about to be claimed by his master. But Weaver wasn't here. She was fighting Belaker, and the shockwaves of that confrontation were so powerful the Changeling had to steel himself and focus on the situation aboard the Throne of Oblivion lest he grow distracted, again. The shape-changing daemon could do nothing about the duel between the Living Saint and the First Prince of Chaos Undivided, nor did he want to. His chief weapons were trickery, subterfuge, and spreading distrust. Unless Psianch gave the order, the Necron battle station was the closest the Changeling would come to the Angel of Sacrifice. It was already very dangerous for the changeling to be here. That damnable singing sugar-addicted moth was throwing orbs of pure anathema energy left and right. If one was sent in his direction, the banishment would be extremely painful and leave him unable to operate in the material realm for centuries. But the current situation was unacceptable. If nothing was done, the humans would claim a devastating one-sided victory, another devastating one-sided victory. Weaver might die, but this victory would remain. No, she wasn't going to die. Belaker was just a sacrificial pawn, unworthy of Great Xianche's attention and power. Anyway, if the battle continued to unfold like it currently was, their stocks of ether gold would make the Imperium a massive threat, and Xianche didn't want that. Besides, this battle was boring. The humans were confident, not afraid. It was time to change that. The changeling played with his staff and changed. No longer was his appearance a hooded figure hiding his true essence. For Xianche's purpose, the new fake body he was appearing as was far taller and metallic. Mighty Neemzerkirsch. The assembly of idiotic Necron nobles he found after 3 teleportations bowed and scraped at his fake feet. We feared the worst when your resurrection crypts were destroyed. Praise the silent king, I survived. Kirsch boomed, and predictably, the Necron imbeciles swooned and their intelligence levels fell even lower. For a good minute, he tolerated their prattle before leading the conversation into the direction he wanted. Our forces are unable to break through the vermin defensive lines, I regretfully admit it. The changeling announced while hiding a vicious smirk. I fear it is time to contemplate more alterations to the honor code of the Suriken dynasty. What kind of alterations, mighty Neemzer? We must release the quarantined forces which were allegedly infected by the so-called flare virus. 60 hours before the mark of oblivion. General Domenico Flabinico. The ground shook again. If they were on Ventrilia or another planet, Domenico would have not been too worried provided the planet in question did not have a history of Death World-level earthquakes at least. But the Ventrilian troops he was leading were not on a planet, and he like every guardsman had learned to recognize every tremor or noise for what it was, the prelude of some new attempt of the Necrons or their flesh-disintegrating technology to kill you. It seems they still haven't learned their lesson. Contact the Aeronautica Imperialis. I don't know if they will be able to intercept them too far away from our lines given how dangerous it is to go beyond the light-blessed perimeter, but a few Valkyries to scout ahead will give us a few minutes to prepare a proper welcoming committee. By your orders, General. The news spread, of course. But the Ventrilian nobles' regiments which had been ordered to hold this kilometer-long section were more efficient than they had been a few weeks ago. Not that they had been incompetent after years of maneuvers, vigorous training, and preparations to counter the transhuman shock of the Space Marines. But after Mandragora and the Imga monolith, while a regrettable number of good men had died, the ones who relied too much on their luck and not enough on skill had perished. Many regiments had to be merged with each other, sometimes more than once. But each man present was now a veteran who had seen hell and spat in the face of horrors as terrible as the ones they had faced at Kamarak. And in the unlikely case they couldn't. There was a horrible sound ahead of them, and Domenico Flabinico thanked the Emperor for the fact he still had his earmuffs to protect himself. 2 seconds later, it repeated itself. What was that? He used his magnoculars to see if there was something moving towards his fortified position, but there was nothing that could be discerned. Auspex says? The Aeronautica Imperialis. Nothing, General, we have nothing, it sounded like some kind of distorted shriek. It began again 10 seconds later, and this time it was far more powerful. It was like 1,000, no, 10,000 people in utter agony had decided to organize a choir of the most dreadful noises imaginable. Prepare the artillery. I don't know where they're coming from or what sort of devilry the Necrons have decided to send against us this time, but it must be the prelude to an enemy assault. Should we warn the Iron Knights their assistance is going to be required? The 2 companies of the Angels of Death were the reserve of the Ventrilian regiments, not that they had needed them during the last several hours. The artillery and infantry of His Most Holy Majesty were largely up to the task of defeating some hideous metal carcasses which behaved like a frontal charge on open terrain was the only tactic worth knowing. No. For the moment, they're just shrieking somewhere in the darkness. As long as they only try to hurt our ears and... The shrieking became so high it was nigh unbearable, and then they came. They didn't materialize inside their lines. The guard had taken precautions against that gambit, such as installing their first defensive line before a gigantic precipice and adding tech jammers at key locations everywhere, but they were far too close, less than 800 meters away. And despite all his experience, Domenico felt fear. He had seen the Necron infantry. They could be terrifying. They had endured the mindless assaults of the Necron destroyers, which were absolutely terror-inducing killing machines. And thanks to Lady Weaver, they had survived the tides of Canopetak scarabs and other metal insects which seemed intent to drown the world. But they had never fought that. Call the Iron Knights. Tell them we have a confirmed presence of Flare Necrons here. His next order was far more conventional. Fire. Fire at will. Don't let them attack you at close quarters. Even if there hadn't been vague warnings from the Necron liaisons, one glance at those abominations was enough to know you didn't want them anywhere near you. They were just wrong. The sphinxes and basilisks began their familiar song of shells and devastation, and for a time, it seemed the flare attack was going to be no more successful than the disastrous destroyer charges. And then somehow the approaches of the Ventrilian defensive lines registered more flare necrons arriving. The numbers there were a lot of them. By the Golden Throne. He protects. And tell the air marshals of the Aeronautica we need their marauders yesterday. And if they ask for coordinates, I don't think they will be able to miss them even if they try. Millions of metallic horrors shrieked. And the Imperial Guard fired everything it had to stop this nightmare from becoming worse. I see the siege of the Fang. I see the failures of Horus being repeated over and over again. You should have listened to the Iron Warriors, Lorgar. The wolves are not defeated, and until the last one falls dead, you will have problems. Yes, there will be problems of anarchy, how did you guess? Segmentum Obscurus / Segmentum Solar, contested. Fenris System. Fenris. Assayheim. 59 hours before the Mark of Oblivion. Calidus assassin Elena Kerrigan. There had been many things Elena wished she could have brought to Fenris given sufficient time to prepare. Now she wasn't saying she couldn't kill a lot of traitors with just a neural shredder, a few blades, and her para-human powers, but a few meltaguns would have been useful to deal with the heavily armored Astartes. Especially as the traditional Calidus doctrine was not exactly a good idea here. There were plenty of traitor guardsmen, sure enough. The problem was that infiltrating their ranks, based on her observations, was a one-way ticket to the front lines where they were used as cannon fodder against the Iron Warriors' enemies inside the mountain. The young Calidus woman didn't know if she would be able to convince the Space Wolves she was a friend, since her accreditations were back in her bedroom on Ultramar, and anyway something told her it would be a poor use of her skills. The wolves were doing what they could to kill as many traitors as possible, but they were still trapped and condemned to bleed out for days. Of course, the besiegers had the same problem Elena had, though unlike her, they had no excuses to not have anticipated it. This was the issue of food, obviously. Or should she say filling your belly while making sure you don't end up as prey. Fenris was a death world, and it fully deserved its legendary reputation. Since there had been that putrid green sorcery on the horizon several hours ago, Elena had seen several bands of the Volscani cataphracts try to hunt a meal with tanks and artillery lying in ambush. 3 times already, the traitor guardsmen had ended up ambushed by a giant pack of what had to be the Fenrisian wolves, though she really didn't see how anyone could think they held a resemblance to the wolves of Earth-Bet. This party she had followed, on the other hand, was moving with purpose and had avoided ambushes. Maybe because it had 4 Iron Warriors to command it. She doubted they were out in strength to harvest food from the local fauna, though. Traitor Astartes didn't care about the suffering of mere mortals. But since they were so obliging to walk in a territory where they were vulnerable, it was time to kill them. Assassin. The first traitor Marine had the time to shout before she got him in the neck. The second managed to draw his bolter and fire a few shells where she had been moments before she disabled his legs. The third charged her, which was an unwise choice, since the soldiers surrounding him generated plenty of shadows. The fourth didn't make this mistake, unfortunately. Instead, it pushed the Volscani in her direction, a meat shield which, while not really dangerous, was rather effective in wasting the precious seconds of surprise she needed so much. After what felt an eternity but was likely closer to 10 seconds, the shadow-wielding para-human and the Iron Warrior were the only fighters alive. This was not good. The traitor Marine had a modified suit of Terminator armor, and the warp only knew how many dark blessings the archenemy had given it. Yet she had the neutral shredder. Elena knew better than to hope one good hit was going to be enough to kill this big bastard. Calidus. The oath-breaking Astartes muttered before screaming a war cry every loyalist despised. Death to the false emperor. The Iron Warrior charged her. Before he was able to touch her, she became a shadow, but when she turned back again the monster was already on her, moving with frightening speed. All she could do was becoming shadow once more. The dance continued for several minutes, with herself playing the role of the hunted and the Iron Warrior being the predator. It didn't amuse her at all. Fortunately for her, the Iron Warrior had many blades protruding from his body, but the massive gun attached to his right arm had limited ammunition. And when the heretical device clicked empty, there was nothing preventing her from creating distance between them once more and drawing her neural shredder. She had been right about the traitor's resilience, unfortunately. It still took her 4 shots and 3 stabs to finally kill this too stubborn to die Terminator. Now what were you after? The Calidus hoped it was going to be edible, after exhausting herself to kill 4 traitor Astartes who by all evidence were not priority targets. The problem was that the fight had made a mess everywhere, and she saw only the blood on the snow. It was a nice combination of white and red, but something meowed. Elena fought the urge to laugh as she saw what the Volscani cataphracts had tried to capture. They wanted to eat you. The 4 kittens, and they had to be kittens, even if they were the size of an average fully grown earth cat, were the very color of snow, which was why she had failed to see them at first. You're adorable, aren't you? They were so close to each other it was like a huge fur ball with 8 eyes. You don't have to worry, I am not going to eat you. It was maybe stupid, but she didn't feel it would be, right. They were superb with the blue eyes, and there was something which resonated with her power. What I am going to do with you, kittens? Obviously, the felines answered, by meowing loudly. Right, I suppose I asked for that one. Elena shivered and suddenly looked behind her. Golden throne. She had been right. These were the kittens. And the mother had returned. A loud growl was a clear sign the aircar-sized mommy did not appreciate her presence between herself and her babies. Elena jumped aside and let the enormous Fenrisian super predator reunite with her litter. Which they, how did you call a species like that anyway? Winter hyper tiger? Frost mega jaguar? Her mental queries were interrupted for a second or two when she saw the vigilant mother tiger lick each of her kittens several times. The enormous purr of joy echoed quickly to join the timid meows. Well, good day to you, and everything. Elena had a job to do, and she still had an empty stomach. And it went without saying that while the enormous feline wasn't in a murderous mood against her, it was better not to push her luck. The Calidus assassin began to run away. 20 minutes later, while she was trying to cook some parts of a black-furred wolfish animal bigger than a lemon rust tank in a cavern, the feline mother reappeared. And if she had a doubt it was a different feline super predator, she was carrying one of her kittens by the neck while 3 others were holding on for dear life on her back. Naturally, the 4 small cats meowed and ran towards the meat and the fire, more the meat than the fire, in fact. This whole affair feels like the Emperor is playing a joke and I'm the punchline. The para-human commented before resigning herself to share her dinner with 4 very enthusiastic fur balls. Approaches of the Bloodfire Gate. 55 hours before the Mark of Oblivion. Warsmith Carix. I swear to you Lord, it was a gigantic pack of superfelids. The fangs, my lord. The fangs. And there were 1,000 of them. If there were 1,000 of them, Carix repressed his annoyance, you wouldn't have returned. My lord. Carix activated his chainsword and ended the life of the Volskani wretch. It was an insult to the blade to be soaked in cowardly blood, but he wasn't going to waste a bolter shell on that. Your opinion, Depadredier? Officio Assassinorum, unknown temple, the other warsmith replied. I would say Calidus, except Calidus don't engage our forces like that. They're more the sneaky type which pours poison in our drinks or shoots us when we're trying to rest. Indeed. This was the 6th detachment lost, and in total this made over 20 legionnaires of different warbands of the 4th Legion line which had been taken out. I've never heard of someone who is able to melt into the shadows. Certainly a unique type of psyker, maybe the Blades in the Dark have petitioned for the help of the Raven Guard. It would make sense. The leader of the Steel Brethren nodded. What I find more difficult to accept is how an assassin of the false Emperor has successfully landed when we still hold complete superiority in high orbit. Because you assume it was sent after us, Depadredier grinned. Think about it, Carix. Who has angered the pathetic mortals reigning on Terra these last several decades before the Black Crusade? The 4th Gene Line? No, we aren't important enough to deserve dark blades pursuing us across the galaxy. You think the assassin was here for the Space Wolves and has just had its orders changed when their reinforcements arrived. It did make sense, as much as the skill of the Space Wolves to anger anyone who had the displeasure to meet them made sense, anyway. All right. And your explanation why these huge feline predators are following the massacres in ever-increasing numbers? Animal instinct, nothing more, the leader of the Metal Claw Warband scoffed. For once, I think there's no need to assume the word-bearers are behind everything which goes wrong on Fenris, Carix. The assassin kills our parties and provides a lot of meat to the beasts. The beasts follow the assassin, knowing it will provide them more sustenance. And if the assassin needs a little help, well, we're all smaller than the apex predators of this death world, no. Carix spat a few insults he had learned at Terra. I hate this damned planet. As angry as he felt, unfortunately raging about it wouldn't do much good. At least so far we are still able to keep the wolves cornered in the fang. Assayhame. Slopes of the Crockard Peak. 54 hours before the Mark of Oblivion. Bloodclaw Tobias the frequently punished. This may be the craziest joke he had ever pulled off, and that was saying something. Why was he doing it again? Because he wanted redemption after spiking the MJD of old Dire Bear? No. The grouchy wolf lord had it coming, in his humble opinion. You didn't leave your favorite mug unprotected like that unless you were ready to accept the consequences. Because the others might believe him dead, given how confusing the melee against the blue malefic Aram things had been and how he had been forced to trigger an avalanche to escape alone? No. Tobias would be there at the end of this battle, he swore it by the fang. Martyrdom and all that stuff the idiot priests outside of Fenris always had on their lips didn't apply to a proud Vilka Fenrika. Because he was going to be a legend among the trickster legends of Fenris if it worked? Yes, that was a far better reason, though not the only one, ha! The blood claw chuckled before narrowly avoiding losing his balance, something which slightly decreased his hilarity. Vilka Fenrika or not, the slopes of the Crockard were treacherous. The doer and boring long fangs insisted all the peaks of Asahame were like this, but honestly given how often they hunted in the plains, it was surprising they had climbed 2,000 meters above the snow valleys on one mountain, never mind several. Something moved in the snow a couple of meters to his right, and Tobias instantly crouched and went completely still. Then the blood claw did something the throat of a son of Rus was particularly ill-suited to do, since their loud spiritual father had prioritized howling above all else. He whistled. He did not have the time to wonder if a second session of whistling would be needed. Soon there was one head emerging from the snow, quickly followed by half a dozen more. Tobias watched them with non-hidden satisfaction, though he didn't bare his teeth. Friendly with them or not, they would take that as a challenge, and in their territory, his chances of surviving the hour wouldn't be that great. For before him was one of the smallest animals of Fenris' extraordinary fauna, and the one who was easily the most misunderstood, in his humble opinion, of course. Greyfang Andrim had one day muttered they had a lot in common with something he called the wild marmot, including the habit of digging tunnels into the slopes of the mountain, the sublime fur, and the excellent sense of smell. It may be so. But in Tobias' mind, there was no doubt any species on Fenris or elsewhere would ever be able to rival the misunderstood wrath badger. If only the elders gave them a chance. But no, for the lords of the great companies, it was all about being the hunter or the hunted. They never tried to see beyond that. Look how cuddly his friends were, when given the chance. No, bad, his ceramite armor was not edible, bad friend. Once he was confident he had an entire pack surrounding him, which was important. The adults would take offense if they thought one of them was deliberately not invited to a gathering. The leader of the pack he had named for this furry and adorable animal whistled again. The message was as simple as it was true. Fenris needed their help. And as a concert of whistles erupted across the mountain, Tobias knew he was going to achieve the prank which might change the course of Fenrisian history. For the first time, the Wrath Badgers would go to war. For the fur, the wrath, and for Fenris, he already imagined the face of old Dire Bear when his boo was forced to thank his friends. The light of the anathema is your only shield. It has always been so, and it will continue to be so until anarchy triumphs. The Eastern Fringe. The Damocles Gulf. Tio System. Tio. Holy City of Fio 51 hours before the mark of oblivion. Commander Shadow soon. Holy One. Yes, Commander. I think we are going to need a new holy city assuming Tio survives this war. A beastly cry assaulted their ears, and every Tau present flinched, for even if they were getting used to how loud these outbursts were, there was no getting used to the sheer hatred this enemy of the greater good was able to put into sounds. An explosion of darkness erupted from the eastern avenues of Fio, quickly followed by an even more powerful one of light. I suppose we can say our farewells to the columns of the unification, Anshi noted mournfully. And to the museum of the first sphere, if she remembered correctly, the two locations were so close what was going to destroy one was going to destroy the other. If I thought it was going to help, I would send entire formations of mantas and barracudas to kill this dark master. But the evacuation of Fio had already given her a very pessimistic view of what would happen if she made the error of ordering aircast pilots into this nightmare. The shadow things had attacked countless transports, and if the space marines didn't often appear to slaughter the enemies, the number of deaths would have been far higher than what had been reported. And she, commander of the ever-dwindling military resources of Tio, knew the fatalities of the loyal servants of the greater good were in the millions if one didn't count Luval and everything which had been lost there. Fio was where the enemy leader was fighting, but each hour brought more catastrophes, and knowing it was merely a small taste of what the darkness could do if it hadn't been busy fighting in the holy city, it was not reassuring her at all. We likely have lost our Vespid auxiliaries, whatever happens, the warrior Ethereal remarked as a flock of them was seen using their crystal-based weapons to devastating effect on the shadows, be they winged or not. Surely the humans and Weaver won't have any interest in sending them to different battlefields. There aren't enough of them on Tio to represent a significant improvement to their armies. Being a purely airborne elite auxiliary force, the Vespids were always in extremely high demand by Tau commanders, and there were never enough of them when you requested their deployment by your side. The truly extraordinary thing was that there had even been any Vespid flocks on Tio itself when they were cut off from the Empire, not that there had been so few. Not having the time to learn the reasons why, she was betting on the formation of a new cadre trained for high-intensity operations on a mountainous planet. I have reasons to believe the Vespid strain leaders will have several reasons to not be happy with the High Council, assuming we survive. Should I assume you refer to the ability of Weaver to communicate directly with them and everything which will stem from it? You may assume that, yes, Commander. Shadow soon didn't like that at all. In the fires of the evacuation, the survivor of Mugulath Bay had thrown herself body and spirit in her duties, because nothing mattered more than saving the lives of the civilians she had sworn to protect. But now the evacuation was over, and the vision of what had happened on Weaver's battleship was raising plenty of worrying questions. Holy One, should I prepare for more desertions or defections of our auxiliaries now that secrets you intended to never reveal are going to be known to all? No. The majority of our auxiliaries in orbit are Kroot, aren't they? She nodded. In that case, no, I'm not worried about any secrets concerning them coming to light, since we don't have any where they are concerned. I am more diplomatically wary of how the humans are going to react to their presence. This Imperium seems to have kept far more technology and knowledge than the one we encountered. It stands to reason they also have met far more species than they remembered when they counterattacked in the Damocles Gulf region. And if they have met the Kroot, I doubt some of their habits have pleased them, especially the one where they eat their enemies. Shadow soon knew she had made excellent points. The Kroot, the Vespids, the more she looked around, the more she realized how fragile many foundations of the To Empire truly were. How do the humans fare in their assault against? The black monster rose again from the ruins of Phioton, and hadn't it grown again? It certainly wasn't that big last time. It had changed its appearance too. Now it more closely resembled a three-headed snake with some parts which could have been assembled from seafaring species and a tail burning in unnatural fire. By the greater good, what sort of unnatural abyss was that thing born from? To system. Approaches of the corrupted moon Lu Val. Overlord-class battlecruiser Black Lancer. 48 hours before the mark of oblivion. Admiral Fritz von Bittenfeld. I think that answers once and for all if there is something salvageable on that moon, Fritz grimaced. The mere sight of the demons trying to attack them had turned 5 men on the Black Lancer's bridge insane. I agree there's nothing left but to purge the Xenos moon, his chief of staff added. I don't know how long it is going to take. We lack Exterminatus weaponry to do the deed. We would have tried Exterminatus if the Holy Inquisition released the planet killers to us. He was honest enough to know that between the easy choice and the difficult one, he wouldn't have hesitated long. I don't know if it would have worked. I don't know what the warp is doing to this planet, but I don't know if the archenemy has the ability to intercept Exterminatus torpedoes. For most worlds which were declared irredeemably tainted by higher authorities than he, it didn't cause too many problems. As long as you had a window of opportunity for the ship carrying the deadly ammunition, it could be done. But if some inquisitor had seen a planet contorting and mutating continent-sized shadows somewhere, he or she had not warned him about it before they began Operation Stalingrad. Anyway, we can't delay any longer. All battlecruisers save the Black Lancer, fire on the greatest of the shadow tumors. And spread the word that it is vital those who direct the fire of our warships are as close as possible to a source of ether gold. We can't replace our crew between each volley. Yes, Admiral. His tactical officer saluted. And the Black Lancer? We are going to be the shepherd of the battle fleet, Fritz explained grimly. I don't like how easy it was to. Daemon ships. Admiral, at least 8 daemon ships exiting the warp scar anomaly. Cruiser-sized energy signatures. By the Golden Throne. They have prepared their trap well. Battlefleet Maskarovka was caught between the corrupted moon and the dawn to look at it warp rift separating them from the rest of the battle group's forces. But they should have sent battleships if they wanted to get the job done. Admiral. Transmit the word to all warships of the battle fleet, forget the previous plan. We're going to engage the moon first according to Fire Plan Armageddon. Admiral, may I remind you this plan was made with the assumption the Exterminatus would be available. You may. And I assume you have a brilliant idea which will allow you to destroy this ruined Xenos moon without having the weapons forming the heart of our strategy. As it so happens, yes. The Admiral of Karduniash confirmed. To put it in simple, basic terms, I think the archenemy is bluffing. Admiral. Since we were given ether gold to place aboard our battlecruisers and cruisers, the attacks on our ships have been rather indirect, shall we say. I think that for all their ingenuity, the effect of the God Emperor's light upon their corruption is extremely painful. It may very well be a poison worse than anything we might imagine. So I wonder. Did they show such corruption on the moon because it is what they need to corrupt this system, or is it because they want us to stay far away from it so we don't realize they're bluffing? There's only one way to answer that question, and I suppose you know it, Admiral. Yes, yes I do. Every ship is to accelerate and follow the Black Lancer in a trident formation. Let's teach the heretics they can't dictate to us our course of action. The Throne of Oblivion. 47 hours before the mark of oblivion. Princeps Senioris Darius Sobuk. The teleportation this time was not up to the standards of Legio Astorum. That there were probably extenuating circumstances didn't give him any comfort. They would need one more teleportation to get away from the Imga monolith. Legio. There was no time for all the rituals and pre-battle cants, promises, and oaths. Aim. Fire. More than 50 god engines of the Collegia Titanica boasted an incredible amount of firepower. This time, it was very sorely needed. Apocalypse missile launchers erased Necron-made structures and collapsed dozens of other things crawling with shadow demons. The macro Gatling blasters claimed an astronomical count of kills in mere seconds. Volcano cannons incinerated tens of thousands of Necrons and no doubt countless other metallic and non-metallic beings, leaving vast gaping trenches where infernos raged wildly. Assuredly the damage was cataclysmic. And thanks to the ether gold stored near the heart of their machines, they had been able to teleport at the edge of the illuminated zone, therefore claiming maximal surprise for no tactical losses. And yet, for all this one-sided slaughter, the result was, how did the Chosen of the Omnissiah phrase it a few weeks ago? Ah yes, it was like they had kicked an ant's nest. Merciful Omnissiah, there must be millions of Necrons cursed by the C'tan. His Moderati's words were maybe a bit too emotional, but they were not incorrect. Everywhere the Imperial Guard, the Collegia Titanica, and the other forces of the Imperium weren't able to establish their defensive positions, the Imga monolith seemed to be overflowing with Flayer Necrons. You couldn't call what they were an army. It was a mad, utterly insane horde of accursed Xenos shrieking and expressing their loathing for everything living, trying to advance and feast upon human flesh. There had been some which had been successful, he saw, and this was just madness. Kill them, the Princeps Seniorus commanded the engines which walked with his own. Kill them all. Knowing of the Flayer Necrons had been unpleasant. Now that the Chosen of the Omnissiah had been able to discover the C'tan curse had provoked the cybernetic revolt, it was becoming harder and harder to keep his self-control. Now that he watched this horde, he couldn't help but see the glorious vision of humanity fall into the darkness of the monolith, except it wasn't Necron flesh devourers doing the deed, but the legendary men of iron. Was this how it all began? One wrong tomb opened, and suddenly the cities of mankind succumbed to this folly? If so, the C'tan would in time pay for all this evil and devastation. We are armed with ether gold, and its radiance is our shield. Legio, we march against the darkness. I completely approve, Princeps, his second Moderati announced after the weapons of several Warbringer Nemesis Titans sent hundreds of thousands of the Flayer offensive to their doom. Incidentally, I have the suspicion the archenemy has released the Flayer Necrons to overwhelm the evacuation zones where Lady Dragon is busy ferrying off the Noctilith. I share your suspicion, Moderati. And the abominations which indirectly killed so many guardsmen will pay the price in due time as well. The moons are the keys, word bearers. The three have transformed them into instruments of damnation, and as long as they stand, you have a chance of victory. As long as they stand. Segmentum Obscura/Segmentum Solar, contested. Fenris System. Infernus-class battleship Delightful Agony. 44 hours before the mark of oblivion. Dark Apostle Muthake. The air of the bridge had this unpleasant odor of burned machines and spilled blood. Muthake ignored it. He did the same for the corpses of the possessed slaves which were present everywhere he looked. Report. The Mechanicum Mech Arch affirms he will have reactivated the shields in 20 seconds, Lord Apostle. And by then, you will only have 3 enormous holes in your battleship. Silence. Muthake ordered, banishing the imp-sized Neverborn which had materialized without his permission. With shields and a lot of the other protections down, the number of unwanted manifestations was skyrocketing, and he couldn't do anything about it. The Batla line. We lost, just lost the second flame of purity and the tyrant's reward, Lord. We have no hope. Let there be anarchy. Glory to. His accursed Crozius smashed the head of the mortal. Bitterly, the Dark Apostle thought he was getting a lot of practice conducting purges of heretics. It was getting out of hand, and if things were so bad on the bridge, in his very presence, how out of control were the lower decks where no faithful legionnaire was present to put the fear of the gods in the wretches' minds. The Contagion's herald has been rammed. What? An Imperial frigate rammed it, Lord. What are we fighting greenskins? Certain tactics ordered by Russ, either the Primarch had no control over his own fleet, or he had become even more callous in his pursuit of victory. Never mind. We must reorganize the fleet. The member of the Dark Council didn't add again, but every part of his mind was screaming it. But he had no choice. As he saw the space battlefield devolving into insanity, Muthake could only watch powerlessly as the carnage continued and the Legion's enemies were gaining the upper hand. With 3 additional battleships gone, even if one of them was Death Guard, he had lost 34, no, 35 of these Void Leviathans, and this was not a rate of casualties the Armada could endure forever, not when for every ship destroyed, another 2 were taking critical damage. The space around Fenris was a disaster of broken hulls, abandoned corpses, and miniature novas. The battle was merciless, long, and pitted the souls of the false Emperor's slaves against the true believers of the Pantheon. It was a fight they were losing. Not because they were not good enough, the word-bearers were far superior on an individual comparison, but each battleship they managed to destroy was replaced within the hour as false Emperor-loyal squadron after squadron translated out of the warp. And as their champions died, the damage they inflicted decreased. He preferred not to admit it, but the enemy had likely lost fewer battleships than he and. Lord, the word-bearer is breaking formation. No, that is impossible. You must be. But as he tore off the heads of 2 slaves and hammered several demonic engines in sheer fury, Muthaik had to acknowledge the reality before his eyes. The last Abyss-class super battleship to be built, the flagship of the Grand Armada, was accelerating and abandoning the fight, leaving a massive weak point the destroyers and cruisers of the false Emperor's dogs were already exploiting. Contact the Dark Apostles, blessed Lorgar ordered to protect the heart of the battleship immediately. I want to know what they think they are doing. And if they don't react immediately, I will summon enough greater servants to invent 8,000 new tortures so they scream for all eternity. My lord, there's a message, only in death does duty end. And I think we heard some howling. No, they, not even Russ and his band of hypocritical barbaric beasts could have fought their way across the halls and the decks of the Word-Bearer. Anomalies detected inside the Word-Bearer. Our improved sensors predict they are the emissions of teleportation beacons. The wolves are abandoning the Word-Bearer. In that case it will be easy to retake control of the sections where they slaughtered our legionnaires. My lord, the Word-Bearer is still accelerating, and we're out of teleportation range. And? We have far more power than the slaves of the false Emperor. We can intervene and retake control, before punishing the failures who allowed this situation. But lord, the Word-Bearer is accelerating directly towards Valdramani. If nothing is done, it is going to ram the moon. Muthaik stared in incomprehension, before sheer horror began to burn in his 2 hearts. How much time do we have left before impact? If you hurry, my lord, 51 seconds. In other words, he had nothing. And then the delightful agonies machines blessed by the Pantheon screamed again. 2 more breaches in the middle decks, and the prow cannon is just gone, lord. Emperor-class majestic mandate. 43 hours before the mark of oblivion. War Master Ender Trevain. The chapter master of the Dark Angels had asked if Lemon Russ was ready to do his duty. The answer was a clear and unambiguous yes. The battle continued, of course. Everyone knew what was going to happen, well, everyone who had an Auspex nearby. Orders were still given, men shouted for more desperate measures to be enacted as compartments opened to the void. But everyone watched as the enormous pit of heresy the traitor Marines had built was hurled at the moon of Valdramani. It was a projectile bigger than any Gloriana. It was trident-shaped, a not-so-small moon the boarding teams of the Space Wolves had torn from its initial course and then pushed towards the astral body which had once housed their astropathic station. How many millions of tons of ceramite, plasteel, adamantium, and physical damnation did it represent? Ender was not ashamed to admit he didn't know. How far had the Wolves pushed its engines before they abandoned their prize? What speed would it have at the moment of impact? That would likely remain a question only answered by the tech priests. There was no question however on whether something alive on the moon was going to survive the impact of a floating hive city crashing at a significant fraction of light speed. The first seconds were extremely impressive. The end was, the War Master didn't find the words. Maybe he would, later. The Word-Bearer, lair of heretics, descended into the atmosphere of the moon, briefly becoming a hellish spear repurposed to kill the very evil it had helped in creating. The explosion was greater than anything which had been achieved so far. Valdramani, Fenris' only moon, exploded. 1 second it was there, enormous scars spreading out of control, and the next, enormous fragments of an astral body scattering everywhere. Thank the God Emperor, the majority of the Word-Bearer's fleet was going to play the role of involuntary shields for them. Ender did not have the leisure to wonder what should come next. A voice colder than many blizzards growled over the fleet communications. The way is open. Lemon Russ announced bluntly. My wolves are going to land on Fenris. Send me as many elite forces as you can. Admirals, finish off the Word-Bearer's fleet. They can't be allowed to protect their sorcerers from what comes next. You heard the Primarch, the Armageddon-born officer told the officers who had turned in his direction. Engage everything we have to break the archenemy forces, be it on land or in space. Fenris. The fire-breather volcano. 40 hours before the mark of oblivion. Wolf Lord Erling laugh howl. This was not the Fenrisian winter he had expected to see upon his return. The seas were poisoned by clouds of pure green corruption. The snow was not white anymore, but blackened by the malefic Aram rituals of Lorgar's bastard sons. The Wolf Lord of the Fourth Great Company loved to howl in laughter. He loved to celebrate and kill oath-breakers. But as he took sight of the devastation inflicted upon the magnificent lands of Fenris, the home world he loved and cherished, the Wolf Lord didn't feel the tiniest shred of amusement. Vengeance! He howled. Vengeance! His wolf guard and all the members of the Laughing Wolves which had successfully landed with him howled. Kill all the traitors and make them suffer. Death in the wolf time. The Fourth Great Company charged. There was no laughter, and the rune priests howled with them, conjuring ice spears, and unleashing the wrath of Fenris upon the Chaos Marines. Vengeance! His axes crushed countless puny guardsmen's skulls when they didn't behead them or cleave their bodies in two. For Russ and for Fenris. At last, the red-armored corruptors decided to enter the fray, as their slaves rooted and Erling got close to his 100th kill for this short skirmish. For Lorgar. Blessed be his name. Lorgar can go f. His axes were suddenly stopped by an enormous red claw. Of course the demon worshippers couldn't fight a battle without relying on their demonic fiends, could they? Yes, little wolf, tell us everything. Evil laughter arrived at his ears. How do you intend to challenge a daemon primarch of his importance? As I was saying, Erling howled, Lorgar can go fuck himself, but we all know he was never a man and the dark gods love to have him as their slave boy. The daemon was so surprised it made a tiny mistake. It stopped looking at his wolf guard. I am going to take great pleasure in. The relic axes of Fenris bit deep, and soon his joined the slaughter of malefic Aram flesh. Shut up. The axe he wielded with his left arm embedded itself in the ugly red head. Vilka Fenrika. Who are we? We are the sons of Rus. Then by the will of Rus, bring the artillery and the fury of Fenris, and let us send this damned silver tower to take a bath in the fire breather. Above the fire breather volcano. Silver tower sorceress ambition. 38 hours before the mark of oblivion. Dark Apostle Liak the Devourer. The situation is not proceeding according to the plan, Lord Apostle. That is true, Korafos. Liak agreed. On the other hand, the Devourer bared his teeth in a frightening smile, the hypocrites have yet to pierce one of our shields, never mind the 8 others behind it. The warding arrays I have taken from the thousand-son sorcerer who thought he had a chance to betray me, I have improved them so much the defenses are 8 times more powerful than they were before. They could fire their pathetic artillery all day and drink the tainted chalice their feeble psychic talents deserved. Nothing, not even a primarch, was going to be able to bring down the silver tower he had renamed the Holy Book of Lorgar instead of, well, he hadn't bothered to check what the sons of Magnus had tried to call it before they fled with their staffs broken. No, the dogs have arrived too late. The covens are already preparing another mass summoning under the guidance of my dark acolyte. We will crush these Fenrician barbarians as easily as the Death Guard crushed the heretics on the plains of Asaheim. And if Rus comes in person, we will slay him too, and claim the great rewards the gods will bestow upon us. Well, my brother is awfully busy cutting the heads off your fellow sorcerers in high orbit, Dark Apostle Liak. Fortunately, I am here to serve as his replacement. Happy to see me. This had to be a nightmare. But as Liak stared, the tall figure refused to disappear. No, no. No. You can't be here. My wards prevent you from materializing inside the silver tower. As much as I want to claim you were too prideful and arrogant, your pride in your work was completely justified in this case. Korix threw a device at his feet. Liak recognized the nature of the object instantly. It was a teleportation beacon marked with the insignia of the Raven Guard. We are betrayed. He uttered in horror. And by the changeling of all demons, Korix conversationally revealed. It seems the ruinous power of change isn't exactly jumping in joy at the idea of Lorgar removing Magnus from the game for centuries. Liak wanted to scream Korix was lying, that Tsianch would never turn on them that way. He couldn't. In truth, what had they delivered to the architect of fate? Nothing. No planet had been dedicated to supreme ambition. The Thousand Sons Legion had fought little and claimed even less than their efforts deserved. An exalted Lord of Change had been banished and Tsianch received nothing but the lives of a few hundred space wolves for his amusement. Liak the Devourer blinked and saw Korix had disappeared. Let the galaxy burn. The explosion came a second later. Predictably, the ammunition used to make the bomb was some of the heretical green substance the giant rats loved so much. The real surprise was that he didn't die in the blast. But then as he found himself tumbling through the air over the Fenrician Ocean his own efforts had contributed to unfreeze, Liak didn't find any reason to rejoice. Desperately, he tried to summon pact sworn servants of the god to slow his fall, but in vain. The explosion had drained him of his powers, unless the 3 had decided to punish him for his failure. When he hit the frigid water with all the grace of a ragdoll, the sorcerer of the word-bearers figured the latter scenario was certainly the likeliest. Somehow, Liak didn't die. While the powers he could activate by voice or gesture were useless, several pacts and rituals made over the last 4 millennia preserved his life. Was it one more punishment from the gods, or simply cursed misfortune? The currents were too violent, and the word-bearer Dark Apostle was too injured to be able to compensate for the considerable weight of his power armor. Liak began to sink like a rock. And he couldn't do anything about it. While not a warpsmith, the son of Lorgar had enough knowledge of the merging of divine blessing and metal his armor represented to know it was not in optimal condition. It protected him from the cold of the Fenrician Ocean, gave him underwater vision, and did precious little else. Through his own will, he decreased the luminosity of his power armor to the absolute minimum. 1 minute later, he thanked himself for doing so as he saw some kind of aquatic dragon missing him by an arm length. The beast was certainly big enough to swallow him in one gulp. He was sinking ever deeper. His thoughts began to slow down. After a few minutes though, the tendency inverted. Somehow, he felt the waters weren't so cold anymore. And after some time, the vision he had bargained with the powers of the Immaterium for informed him the ocean floor was near. If the ruin of a lifetime of plans had not happened, well, Liak would still be furious. He had not come to visit the depths of the Fenritian oceans. Why was he feeling unease? There was something ahead. A different current, maybe? No, it was sorcery. Even here, in the deepest parts of Fenris, the ritual to open the Tier of Nightmares was touching the fauna and the flora. Truly blessed Lorgar was. Liak's thoughts stopped abruptly as he arrived at the edge of an immense crater. And it was not empty. For the second time that day, terror gripped his two hearts. The crater was so big it had to be tens of kilometers wide, and this wasn't possible. They'd studied the legends of Krakens from Magnus book lore, but surely nothing could grow that big. Then as a new bolt of sorcery hit the beast, an eye the size of a warship cracked open. This is no Kraken. Liak felt true despair. The ritual had been doomed from the start. The sorcery to open the tier had awoken this thing. I must warn the other dark apostles while there's still time. He uttered 8 words of power. No divine power answered his pleas. But the antediluvian monster did. The moons are no more. The judgment of the light is coming. But I am still here. Every beginning must have an end. You don't like the rules of the game? Change them. The Eastern Fringe. The Damocles Gulf. Tio System. Tio. Holy City of Phioton. 36 hours before the Mark of Oblivion. Dark Master of Chaos Belaker. The moment the Dark Master felt the destruction of the power imbued in Lu Val, the first Prince of Chaos understood he had been deceived. The pool of power he was drawing from the gods was not the primordial ocean they had given him upon his ascension. Or rather yes, it was the same ocean, only near emptied of all its substance and meaning. The riverbed was near empty, and blinded by the 3, Belaker had drawn again and again from it during the long and arduous fight. Each alteration of essence, every regeneration influx, every blessed blade forged in the depths of despair, it was all in vain. The Dark Master was losing the battle. This was something he had not thought totally impossible. Kabandha, cursed be that spawn of carnage, had lost and survived. Why wouldn't he? If an arrogant bloodthirst raged and fumed over its last defeat, then surely he, the first prince, could lick his wounds and return stronger than ever. But now the lie was revealed. It had never been the intention of the 3 to install him as one of the great nemesis of the Angel of Sacrifice. Assuming they had that power and there was a doubt in his essence about that, they had chosen not to do so. The betrayal of his patrons arrived unexpectedly and made him commit a mistake. Too predictably, his opponent didn't fail to exploit it. One of the light swords impaled him in one of the essence legs Belaker had materialized. And then Weaver unleashed another powerful attack. Several times the Dark Master of Chaos had been thrown into buildings and hurt in his dignity. But this time, the darkness was gone. The radiance of the anathema began to scorch his essence. Curse you, he growled. Curse you. And he didn't know if Weaver was the one he was speaking to. The fall was explosive. And when he impacted the ground, the pain shook his essence to a heart he thought to have left behind with his mortality long ago. Far away, and yet so close, Belaker heard the gods laugh. They were laughing. No. No. He had served them. He had loyally served them. 8,888 empires he had destroyed. And the number of crowns he had placed on their altars was easily 8 times that. He was the Dark Master, the first prince, the first empire destroyer. He was all of that, and right now, it didn't matter anymore. See what your service earned you, Belaker. It was not Tsianch. It was not Nurgle. It was not Kern. No. He was dead. This god was dead. I was. And now I rise once more. This was impossible. But his age was ending. Something that should have been impossible too. That's the spirit, first prince. Weaver landed, and her light angrily swirled around her. Tens of thousands of crystal and non-crystal insects charged on her command. After he managed to regenerate so many times, she wasn't taking any chances anymore. Will you convince me I can be saved if I swear myself to you? No. The hold the 3 have on you is far too strong. And your essence was expendable the moment they summoned you to fight Weaver. Then you. I am not finished talking, Belaker. By the current rules, you are doomed. Why don't you change the rules of the game? Because the gods are all-powerful and because it would destroy his essence. Because he would cease to exist. Because they would punish him until there was nothing left of him. But they always intended to do that by authorizing his annihilation. Belaker laughed. And as his essence's pain increased, fresh knowledge became part of him. No. More rules, the Dark Master hissed and tore apart the Immaterium, drawing power that should never have been his. The god's laughter abruptly stopped. No. More sacrifices. Only chaos. Only the one who hails the conquerors. His wounds healed, for what was certainly the last time, and he destroyed the first wave of insects. No more pact! Belaker roared. Let there be chaos. 35 hours before the mark of oblivion. Ethereal Anshi. Anshi felt a glimmer of hope as he saw the Dark Master fall once more, and this time stay wounded. The beast of the other side of the veil was severely hurt, and this time it didn't leap out of the rubble its own body had created. This made the disappointment more heartbreaking when it rose again. But this time it was the black enemy decreasing in size? And its shape was changing again. No, it was returning to the original appearance it had showed to them before the duel against Weaver began. 2 long black wings, tattered and decorated with spikes. 2 legs. 2 arms. And a beastly head which... Anshi screamed as suddenly pain erupted in his heart. It came without warning, and as much as he tried, he couldn't use a mind trick to ignore it. Whatever was happening, it was an attack both on his flesh body and the part of his self which could not be wounded by mere swords and spears. Holy One, what is happening? The pact, I feel it, it is. They were forced to choose the ethereals. He had no doubt they were all experiencing the pain. Unity is boring. We won't let you. Anshi coughed up blood. Holy One. You do not deserve unity of purpose. If you want to protect the Tao, you must become Tao. This is my law. We will protect the castes. No. Each of you will now be able to protect only one caste. Anarchy will have its due, I will have my due. And as 4 colors danced before his eyes, Anshi screamed. Lady General Taylor Hebert. Even if she had never been given any power by the Emperor, Taylor would have been certain something incredibly important had just happened. It was spreading in the air, in the water, and in the ruins of the city which had been their battleground. What have you done, Belaker? I have changed the rules. And the enormous demon laughed. All this time I was trying to destroy the pact by killing enough ethereals, but now I am seeing my mistake. All it took was to change the conditions of the pact. The Lady General understood immediately what was wrong as a flash of black-white light struck the self-proclaimed Dark Master of Chaos. You swore yourself to the 4th. I listened to his advice, the black-skinned monstrosity corrected. And I drew a tiny amount of his divine essence to break everything. It didn't have to say anything more. Taylor felt all too clearly its chaotic effects unraveling things across the planet. The demon lied, of course. Even a god couldn't break a psychic pact it was not part of simply because it desired it to do so. It had just enforced 11 laws which would destroy the Tao civilization as it currently existed. Her power murmured the truths into her ear. The enslavers merging with the Tao bodies were going to be a permanent thing now. If the Tao body died, then the enslaver would die. The newly created ethereals and the old ones would also be under this restriction, were each going to have to choose a caste for themselves. In this state, they could mind control, appease, and protect like they did before. But it would be limited to that single caste. No more would they be able to influence the 3 other castes in any way. The ethereals were going to be influenced by their chosen caste in turn, gaining the strengths and weaknesses of that respective caste. While the ethereals would still absorb the psychic potential of the non-ethereal Tao, the ruling caste were going to become true psychers. They would have far more self-control and skill than a certified human one, but their souls were going to truly shine in the Empyrean. And it continued on and on. Belaker was gloating. He was not wrong to do so. This was the end of the old Tao civilization. And yet, Taylor had spent decades reading thousands of pages of stupid bureaucratic rules. That's why a mere 5 heartbeats after reading the 11th anarchic rule, the female para-human frowned in disbelief. No. She knew the chaos gods were arrogant, cruel, and selfish, but surely they couldn't be that stupid. The 3 knew she would never simply let a species fall into the claws of chaos. Surely Malal had to know it too. And yet, suddenly the Basileia of Nyx realized why the Emperor had decided the strategic drawbacks of anarchy rising were worth it. Malal was anarchy. There was no pact, no alliance, and no important treaty it wouldn't try to set aflame. But anarchy was not change. It wouldn't prepare 10,000 evil contingencies for each law it decreed and each rule it broke. Mistake, she whispered before stretching and preparing for something which was no doubt going to exhaust her. You should speak louder, Belaker gloated, I'm not hearing you in the fracas of another empire falling apart. I said mistake, she repeated while closing her eyes. There was twinge of approval somewhere deep inside her. She hoped it was the Emperor giving her his support. I am Taylor Hebert, chosen of the Omnissiah, Queen of the Swarm, Angel of Sacrifice. Those are only titles, her enemy laughed. They are not enforced by any god. Who cares about the parasites you call gods? The holder of 2 stars of Terra snapped. I am the chosen of the Omnissiah. I protect those who try to build a better civilization on the ashes of the kingdoms you despoiled and ruined. I am the discoverer of ancient technologies. I am the judge of research programs who will improve the lives of my subjects. I am the master and the servant, the queen and the swarm. And on this day, since you were courteous enough to break the rules preventing any non-Tao from usurping an ethereal's mind control, I claim the earth caste as my own. Ave Imperator. Belaker stopped laughing. It couldn't feel the surge of exhaustion it had cost her, nor could the demon likely sense her power trying to administrate there had to be around 3 billions of Tao individuals who were now covered beneath her psychic shields. It was arguably a far weaker connection than the one which existed for all blood angels and those descended from them, but the insect mistress had no doubt it would eventually grow stronger, like it had done for all the sons of Sanguinius. What have you done? Taylor laughed. You didn't need to be a living saint to hear anger fight hatred in this corrupted voice. I have. What is the correct expression? Ah, yes. What a pity she had to keep her helmet on, otherwise she would give him a very charming smile. You have eliminated the intermediaries. I am taking over the Tao Empire, beginning with the Earth caste. The expression of horror on the daemon's face was priceless. Why, were you thinking I was going to stop at just one caste? I will stop you. And suddenly the three must have decided their servant had to succeed after all. Darkness poured into the demonic aura, and the warp shrieked in fury. You will try. This was unexpected. But it will lead to glorious anarchy. And so it serves my goals. Segmentum Obscurus/Segmentum Solar, contested. Fenris System. Gloriana-class battleship Beta. 31 hours before the mark of oblivion. First Hero Master Machiavelli Gonzaga. The 17th Legion had lost the battle of the Fenris System. Once the Abyss-class word-bearer had left the line, and what a surprise it had been to see Russ keep his capture of the flagship hidden for so long. The Imperial forces had abandoned all restraint and gone in for the kill. Muthake and Akotas had no choice but to make a fighting retreat to Fenris, hoping the anomalies and flares created by the massive ritual their fellow Dark Apostles prepared on Asaheim could buy them a few more hours. As far as plans went, it wasn't necessarily a bad one. With the moon of Valdramani busy disintegrating in a corona of warp fire and tortured asteroids, Lorgar had lost his most important shield of sorcery, but the great ritual continued, and with it the final victory of the Word-Bearers Legion. Machiavelli Gonzaga just wondered how the Daemon Primarch thought he was going to fight Weaver and the remaining forces mustered for the operations in the Eastern Fringe. The Alpha Legion had discovered enough written evidence and tangential information to confirm the presence of 6 battle groups. If that was all the destroyer of Kumarak had, the first Hero Master was ready to begin a diet of adamantium. Lava-hot adamantium. No, this Black Crusade was going to end as a monumental failure. Victory had long ceased to be something realistic for anyone save the dark gods and the demons feeding upon the blood and souls of the millions of warriors dying every hour. The approaches to Fenris were a symbol of the death of reason and order. Imperial cruisers attacked their last chaos counterparts, all the while trying to open as many angles of attack for the frigates and destroyers' torpedo volleys as possible. In this maelstrom of madness, the guidance of the admirals and Primarch counted for little. How could it when horrors of the warp created bodies of flesh for themselves and began to board the hulls wherever the Geller field so much as flickered? It was pitting two forces which should have been allies before Lorgar decided worshipping eldritch horrors was a wonderful idea. And the forces sworn to the multiple aspects of chaos were losing. The word-bearer ships were trying to keep the maximum amount of enemy ships from disgorging their troop contingents onto Fenris, but their battleships were now operating at a fraction of their full capabilities, and many of their sorcerers were now claimed by the warp, be it from anarchic sabotage or the never-ending bombardment of the Imperial battleships coming to kill them. About half of the Armada's battleships were still firing and fighting. Obviously, that was just a nice way to say they had lost half of their greatest war assets. And the Imperium fielded, in spite of its considerable losses, over 92 starships of Grand Cruiser tonnage and heavier. But all of these facts were irrelevant. His agents had reported a silver tower had gone down on the slopes of a Fenrisian volcano. Machiavelli had no idea how the wolves had managed to do it with nothing but land raiders, medium artillery, and a few psychers, but it was an irrefutable fact that they'd pulled it off. The ritual was growing out of control. He just had to look at the Armada glass to see the pyrotechnic spectacle. The Night Lord teams are on their way, Hero Master, one of the many Alpha Legion non-augmented operatives he surrounded himself with announced. They, helpers, we have with them were reporting everything was proceeding smoothly before going silent as per the plan. They are going to be on an extremely tight schedule. It was not really a criticism. The Dark Angels, evidently, had decided not to employ the transformed castle which served as their headquarters in World Eater-style frontal attacks. The Rock had remained at extreme macro-cannon range, protected by several strike cruisers and escorts. Only now that victory was more or less certain, Fenris' atmosphere was tormented by enormous psychic storms, and the word-bearers unable to launch any significant counterattack. Was the Rock truly supporting the invincible reason with every archaeotech battery it possessed? Obviously, this made the defeat of the Grand Armada more certain, not less. Machiavelli was honest enough to admit he didn't care about the word-bearers' woes. The important goal was to deny as many legions as it was realistically possible to anarchy, and in a way, the destruction of the word-bearer Armada was going to do exactly that. Anarchy couldn't recruit the 17th Legion if the 17th Legion was extinct, no? My lord, the Hrafunkel has destroyed another battleship. We have analyzed its attack pattern and we believe Lemon Russ is going to position his flagship directly over the ritual site. Lorgar has certainly taken measures against orbital bombardment. Yes, Harrow Master. But the Hrafunkel can force their sorcerers and surviving Dark Apostles to expend their power to make sure their redoubt isn't vaporized in a lance blast. And while they are struggling, he will launch one of the devastating assaults he was so infamous for, Machiavelli exhaled. Could the Dark Apostles stop Lemon Russ on their own? No. The very idea was laughable. Maybe before the heresy, when Russ had ignored the dangerous potential of Sorcerer Astartes, they would have stood a small chance. Now? Russ was going to slaughter them. And the more Space Wolves he brought to the battlefield, the quicker the 17th Legion would collapse militarily. The beta is to reinforce the center of the line. Harrow Master, we are soon going to take crippling damage if we do that. We can duel the Hrafunkel for a few hours, operative. Machiavelli abandoned his seat a few seconds later. The scenario the Alpha Legion had tried so desperately to avoid was unfolding as they spoke. Medical chambers? I am on my way. Prepare for Case Lernian. The Rock. 30 hours before the Mark of Oblivion. Warlord He-Mech. For once, the promises of the Alpha Legion had survived enemy action. They were inside the Rock, and the Dark Angels were none the wiser. He-Mech hoped it was going last, because even with 200 Astartes with him, half of them didn't deserve to be described as legionnaires. The veteran warlord was intelligent enough to know that once all hell broke loose, their odds of fighting their way out would be small. Where to? He asked the Alpha Legion's guide, which was leading them by Vox. This way, warlord. The movement was done in complete silence. Most of their equipment had received several modifications to decrease the noise they made while they walked. This was a good gift, because generally his warriors were more used to sneaking up on their enemies while powerful screams were broadcasted in every direction. Sometimes the mortal screaming was a psyker, and the shock and terror of those of the false emperor's slaves they were about to ambush were incredibly delicious. But the Nightwing of He-Mech and several other warbands, to say the truth, often could afford to do that because they were facing mortals and other easy prey. Against an opponent who could see in the dark, it was several times more difficult to trap an enemy. And all Space Marines had night vision. They weren't as skilled as the veterans of Nostramo, but there weren't that many survivors of the Thrummas Crusade in his warband either. He-Mech remembered the days when the defenders of the Thrummas sector had been on their knees, begging for the mercy the 8th Legion wouldn't give them. Then the 1st Legion had come, and they had butchered. The first battles, the hit-and-run tactics, and small victories had given the hope they could be the equal of the Dark Angels. They were wrong. The Lion and his Grand Masters had butchered them, and cursed insanity had aggravated the problem until they were slaughtered by the thousands. Unlike many legions, the Night Lords had not died at Terra. The murder groups which reached the throne world were already broken beyond repair. And now they were racing in the shadows of the Dark Angels' home, the unforgiven hypocrites who pretended to not be a legion when practically everyone in the Eye of Terror knew the truth. The irony made He-Mech smile, something he was told made his face adopt a particularly vicious expression. There are Astartes close, the Alpha Legionnaire told him after several minutes where they were forced to crawl through tunnels which had certainly been seen no living Space Marine since Nostramo was destroyed. The scout was good, the Night Lord's warlord was going to give him that. Exactly 40 heartbeats later, they were inside of a door which looked arguably impressive. The Dark Angels decoration, if you could call it that, was ascetic in the extreme. Bland walls, hooded statues of angels holding pale swords in their hands, the Sons of the Lion were the complete opposite of the decadent nobility of the Imperium. But this door was carved with a golden aquila, and while He-Mech was not a psyker, he could see from the gemstones and the luminous inscriptions that this was not the kind of entrance you built for a kitchen or a meeting hall. I do not recognize the colors. Not that it really mattered. Those two were obviously part of the 1st Legion, but he had never seen the green of the lion coexist with white and black markings like that. The Angels of Wrath, the son of Alfarius, murmured into the Vox. It is a surprise to see them here. They are not renowned for their garrison duties. And the chances of creating a distraction which will let us slip through without sounding the alert. Do I look like Magnus the Red? The Legionnaire of the 20th tone showed a semblance of emotion for the first time, and it was annoyance. And no, I can't disguise myself as one of them. If they are here at this choke point, it is because someone of high rank ordered it. Therefore there will be secret passwords to give before they let me through or consider obeying my commands. The first was always a secretive and paranoid legion. There was no response, and to be fair, it didn't deserve one. I suppose there are no other secret doors we can use. No. The good news, such as it is that we are really close. I don't think there can be another choke point behind this one. Of course, there will be fixed defenses, wards, and everything the fanatical minds of the Lion's Sons could imagine to delay an enemy. Then it's time. Slowly, He-Mech drew the bolter he had requisitioned from the corpse of an Imperial fist eons ago. We are going to stab the unforgiven where it hurts, and save our legion. Ave Dominus Nox. Fenris. Assay Haim. 29 hours before the mark of oblivion. Lord Commander Lucius the Eternal. Lucius hated the snow of Fenris, even after the sorcery-fueled storm had painted it blue and green. But honestly, what was there to like about Fenris? If Russ had any dignity, he would have recruited from literally anywhere other than the world where the gods had sent him. This was a death world fit for the art of beast hunting, no question about it. But it was world filled with barbaric tribes, unable to gain a finer appreciation of the excesses Slaanesh had declared holy. The humans of Fenris were just a few steps above the wolves Russ had taken as the symbol of his legion. If they had any dignity, they would have slashed their throats long ago rather than presenting their ugly snouts before the other legions. That the false emperor had accepted them into his ranks proved beyond doubt the tyrannical fool was unworthy to rule. Years ago, this thought would have amused him. These days, it enraged him. Lord Commander, we should return to the perfect legion. Things are not going well in orbit. And what do you want us to do, Commodus? Fight the wolves and the dark angels in boarding actions? We lack the numbers to do that. No, Lord Commander, I advise respectfully it is time to run. His anger, never subdued since that bitchweaver had utterly destroyed Kamarak, soared again, burning his two hearts, his lungs and all his organs in a cold fire that no Fenrisian corpse would be able to extinguish. Never. The betrayer of Istvan III hissed. Have you forgotten the oaths we swore to Lord Fazaren's Lathesh so quickly, Commodus? We will not rest until Weaver is dead. This Black Crusade is our only chance to avenge the Legion in excess. And we won't fail to grasp it. Am I clear? The greatest Lord Commander of the Emperor's children tried very hard not to snarl as far from trying to distance themselves from Commodus. The 6 other legionnaires presented him with a united front. Lord Commander, we have to acknowledge the truth. Give it 20 more hours, and the word-bearers will lose orbital superiority by virtue of not having any warships left to fight with. The tier of nightmares will break the slaves of the false emperor. And will it resurrect the thousands of Astartes we have already lost, Lord Commander? Because unless I missed something in Lorgar's genius plan, we were supposed to kill Weaver after the tier of nightmares opened. And since the false angel is a general of the Imperial Guard and the ally of the Blood Angels, my limited imagination tells me there are going to be millions of mortals and several thousand Astartes to fight. And no one told me how we were going to deal with Lemon Bloody Russ. You lack faith, Commodus. Lucius drew the latter blade, and as usual, murderous thoughts nearly overwhelmed him as the hilt-covered in flayed skin delivered delightful pain and pleasure. He was wondering which limb he would strike first when an enormous black shape emerged from the white mantle covering Fenris and tried as best as it could to run on the snow. Flee scurry you fools, yes yes. Malal wills it. For a second, no one made a sound, and Lucius was forced to grit his teeth. Fine, it seems there have been a few giant rats which survived the humiliating thrashing the Death Guard handed them. But this does not prove. Lord Commander, Commodus dared interrupt him. This was too much and I think we should listen to the advice of this black-furred rat and run. Preferably to another planet, while we are at it. I thought you were faithless, Lieutenant, I didn't think you were a coward. But as an enormous rumbling sound reached his ears, Lucius turned, and at first didn't understand what he was looking at. It was like millions of animals were descending the mountain he and the hunter-trackers of his warband were so close to. What they? Lord Commander, this is a mass migration of Fenrisian wrath badgers. We have to run. Now. There was a series of powerful whistles in the distance and. Okay, maybe there were a bit too many of them to fight. Fine, we will deal with your insolence another day. Lucius began to run. In less than a minute, he realized it had been a colossal error to not requisition the jump packs of someone today, because the horde of brown-furred animals was just too fast, too. He wasn't going to escape them, and neither were the faithless legionnaires he was forced to tolerate the presence of. Lucius turned and faced the Fenrisian beasts, cursing the vermin to 6,666 years of torment. The lash of torment in his right hand and the latter blade in the left, the Lord Commander struck. The blade dedicated to Slaanesh easily cut 2 beasts and pain erupted in at least 6 different portions of his body, and in a few seconds Lucius screamed as the pleasure pain was too much. If only there was not that feeling of humiliation too. The vermin took a long time to kill him. And finally they left him. 6 more heartbeats, and Lucius was resurrected. He was, of course, the image of hedonistic perfection. But as he stood, alone, in the Fenrisian tainted snow, Lucius realized something was incredibly wrong. Why were there so few screaming souls trapped in his armor? Why was he feeling so different? Why? He screamed. And a shadow assembled before him. The shadow of a horned beast, which had rat traits, but wasn't a rat. It was the shadow of. Did you really think you would be able to keep your immortality despite the death of the god which gave it to you, Lucius? Kamarak had consequences for your legion, but also for you personally. You tricked me. Tricked, yes, guilty as charged. I will kill you. But when the lash of torment hit the shadow, it passed through without any sign it had hurt the daemon of anarchy. You don't have that kind of power, dear Lucius. Now, listen. While I live for anarchy and despise the rules, I have decided to make an exception in your case. In terms even someone like you can understand, you have only 6 lives until your soul goes. To be honest, I haven't the slightest idea where your soul will go now that Slaanesh is dead. I suppose it is going to be fascinating finding out the answer soon. I will not die. That's the spirit, Lucius. Now please stay where you are, there's a second wave of wrath badgers coming this way. And Tsianch has bet 10,000 souls you will not expend more than 2 lives proving him wrong. What do you think about? Lucius began running as earthquakes shook Fenris, cursing gods and demons for their lamentable sense of humor. The destiny of the Eternal is not to die on Fenris. What an amusing disappointment. The Eastern Fringe. The Damocles Gulf. Teo System. The Throne of Oblivion. 26 hours before the Mark of Oblivion. Ancient Rylaner. This was his first battle against Flayer Necrons, but Rylaner had already gained a fierce hatred of these cursed Xenos. Immediate evacuation. He thundered while trampling several metallic bodies the guardsman had crippled and firing his guns as fast as possible. Immediate evacuation. That applies to you too, Inquisitor. The former Ancient of Rights of the Emperor's children didn't like the existence of something like the Holy Ordos, but he had to acknowledge the teams they had deployed had bought them a few more hours, and the old man next to him had fought bravely. Lord Rylaner, it is my duty to. Your duty is to Lady Weaver and the Emperor, not some glorious gesture, the dreadnought interrupted him. A last stand here will serve no purpose. As he spoke, familiar explosions of light came into existence northwards. Even the Legio Astorm is withdrawing. And they do not have a reputation of abandoning a fight easily. The familiar and horrible shrieking reached his sensors. It was a noise which managed the feat of being entirely filled with madness, and still there remained enough consciousness for the hatred. Truly the Flayer curse was something horrible. The mechanical discipline of the Necrons was gone, instead they only tried to drape themselves in the flesh of the living. That it couldn't and wouldn't satisfy their cravings for a single second was something beyond their ability to recognize. It would already be bad if it was limited to that, but the Necrons' bodies affected by the curse were mutating. The necrodermis was gaining a rusted quality to it. Their bones were changing, giving them a hunchback look. Their hands became claws, and their feet turned into talons. Spikes and instruments which could only maim were growing as the curse progressed. And for all the presence of demons waiting outside the ether gold illumination zone, Rylaner couldn't convince himself it was the ruinous powers or some traitor sorcery at work. Oh, by the Golden Throne! Fortunately, Rylaner no longer had the ability to feel fear. Otherwise, he was sure the sight of one of the enormous destroyed pillars they had used as an improvised barricade breaking apart and revealing the Flayer horde would have paralyzed him for several seconds. The shriek of hunger echoed like some apocalyptic war cry sounding the damnation of every living species. To the Thunderhawk. He made a gesture to the youngsters, and the last team of white thunderbolts present escorted the Lord Inquisitor and his acolytes aboard their gunship. We can't stop this horde unless we're willing to spend millions of lives on a conventional campaign. And Rylaner wasn't sure that even with complete aerial superiority it would be enough. The Flayer Necrons, like the rest of their species, always came back if you didn't destroy the facilities where they regenerated. And though for dozens of hours the Imperial Navy had bombarded several sections of the Imga monolith and created cataclysmic damage to the Necron structures, they hadn't been successful in targeting any node which would stop this tide of abominations. Assuming one existed, of course. The Flayer curse made the Necrons afflicted by it into monsters, so maybe their immobilization protocols were cancelled once this craziness which pushed them to don flayed skin and meat had destroyed their brains. The important question, he rumbled to himself as the white-painted Thunderhawk escaped the weakening gravity well of the Imga monolith, is how much Noctilith we were forced to leave behind. Falchion-class battleship Hornet. 26 hours before the Mark of Oblivion. Lady Magos Dogma Dragon Richter. Thanks to your dedicated efforts, we have been able to save approximately 25,400 blocks, Archmagos Hediatrix affirmed. By the latest Newsphere estimate, we can confirm 5% of this impressive prize has already been purified and transformed into ether gold. Praise the chosen of the Omniscia Azmoth. Dragon nodded in visible relief. Those last couple of hours, she had been too busy organizing the evacuations and dealing with the logistical challenges that implied to study how valuable the prize was. How much of the Imga monolith's total Noctilith stocks does that represent? Admiral Oscar von Ruenthal asked, looking as visibly tired as she was. For all the protection granted by the ether gold, the Imperial Navy's officers had to provide continuous fire support for the Imperial Guard and vigilance from every direction. It is difficult to say, Archmagos Felicia 24 Toledo reluctantly admitted, 3 hours before the perimeter was breached by those abominations opposing the Omniscia's will, we were still discovering Noctilith vaults. I believe, and a majority of Logis simulations support this hypothesis. We underestimated how much Noctilith the Sarakan dynasty stored inside the Imga monolith's most protected vaults by several orders of magnitude. And for the quantities we confirmed the presence of. Legate Galatiadumus rarely stopped giving glances to the display of the Tau planet. We recovered slightly above 10% of the Noctilith blocks we found, Archmagos Hediatrix revealed, and we would have recovered far more, if some enemy of the machine god had not released millions of flare necrons against us. Dragon nodded, like plenty of high commanders attending the meeting in hololithic form. No one knew how the demons had managed the feat, but clearly someone or something had released the cursed murderous aliens once it became clear they were going to claim all the Noctilith blocks they wanted and more. Once the flare curse spread across the Imga monolith, however, they had millions of demented necrons which only dreamed of draping themselves in flesh and satisfying the inexhaustible cravings the Citan had punished them with. Only one place to feed, and the contagion was out of control since Taylor and her Dawnbreaker guard had made sure to kill every Necron commander, not that the latter changed anything. Several inquisitors had politely asked the overlord they had in their custody if the flayed ones obeyed orders coming from their superiors, and the answer was a resounding no. No one denies the efforts of the Adeptus Mechanicus, High Marshal Gerlach Barbarossa interjected. But we have to be pragmatic. There are too many items of Noctilith left on that damned Xenos battle station which can be used against His Most Holy Majesty's Imperium. I agree, Lord Admiral Neidhart Muller spoke. Even if we could prevent the heretics from claiming some of the blocks, and given what happened when Lady Weaver arrived in the vaults, I wouldn't bet a throne geld on it there is the unpleasant possibility of other Necron dynasties trying to claim the Imga monolith and repairing it. Obviously, it is in a lamentable state now. But it is still the Xenos fortress which crushed an Astartes legion. Dragon didn't know who spoke at first, but there was no denying there was no other option left to them. Let the flames of Exterminatus claim the Imga monolith. We have to support Her Celestial Highness on Tau, and we can't do it from where we are. It didn't take long for the inquisitorial ships and all the battleships on which the planet-shattering weapons were stored to be ready. 5 minutes, at most. Dragon silently watched from the bridge, limiting herself to the normal view. It was already impressive enough. The Imga monolith was still partially protected by Lisa and the ether gold crystal's illumination zone when it began. Inside her mind, the Tinker Magos acknowledged this wasn't a spectacle which was to be very common in the galaxy. The terrible wound from which the warp poured into real space was trying to contaminate the pyramid's surroundings through its vile presence. On the other side, the Imperial battle fleets began to fire once more. Any other time, it would be overkill, for the shields and the interception batteries of the Necrons were long destroyed. But the Exterminatus ammunition couldn't be allowed to be intercepted. And so the Eternal Crusader and the Flame Rot fired together, followed by the many capital battleships and cruisers they had in support. The pyramid-sized structure absorbed the fire, like it had done before. But when the two-stage cyclonic torpedoes struck, it was an entirely different story altogether. Massive holes bigger than a great hive city were created in its already damaged outer shells, and the explosions they provoked were such that everything was destroyed in the waves of fire and the shockwaves which raged beneath her gaze. Despite this, the Imga monolith survived. It was ravaged by devastation which would have killed a normal world several times over, but the Necrons had spared no expense to make it impregnable. This just meant the second wave of Exterminatus was launched, and this time, the Aegis-class battlecruisers raised their psychic shields to full power to protect mankind's warships and transports. The Throne of Oblivion exploded. It was so bright, so powerful, that Dragon wondered for a second what the magnetorpedoes and the other Armageddon-creating ammunition had impacted into the core of the Necron battle station before detonating to arrive at that result. But the very threat which had required the launching of Operation Stalingrad was gone. It would never threaten human worlds again, and without it, the resurgence of a hostile Necron power would be far more difficult to accomplish. Lord Admiral Muller is charting a course for Tau, Lady Magos Dogma. Transfer it to my personal console, the para-human commanded while continuing the contemplation of the destruction unleashed by a combination of Exterminatus weapons. Time to see what sort of trouble has kept Taylor from communicating for the last 70+ hours. T.O. Holy City of Phioton. 26 hours before the Mark of Oblivion. Dark Master of Chaos Belaker. Belaker was going to kill her. How dare she? How dare this miserable insect challenge the will of the gods like that? Your claims will be erased and unremembered. He shouted. And yet, they stand. Why have your masters failed to prove my words wrong if they are as omnipotent as you pretend? Bow to the will of the gods. Shout louder, I think they are too busy laughing to hear you, slave. His next attack was strong, a ray of decay with many mutagenic properties. It was avoided easily, too easily, and when it fizzled out on the ground, the light made sure it left nothing but a scorch mark. But then you don't remember anymore, do you? You are just a puppet, they have already brainwashed you at least a dozen times since you attempted to break your leash. I am no one's puppet. I am the first Prince of Chaos. The fight continued. Surely this poor copy of the angel was going to fall from exhaustion any moment now. Surely. The Dark Master began to feel something which had been absent for the entirety of this duel. Cold. The temperature of the battlefield was alarmingly cold. The rain which had sometimes accompanied the destruction of the Tau monuments was no more, but there were snowflakes falling from the sky. A new storm formed above the Tau capital. And Belaker knew instinctively it was not something created by the anathema or the gods. The first daemon prince of the three was proven right, as the skies flared up in a pale blue, and an abomination descended. Shenla, he heard the whisper of Weaver. Knowledge of the gods flowed into him. The void song, a great offering to the gods. Have you forgotten, shattered pretender? Your weakness is my strength and... Something grabbed him by the throat, and Belaker's essence shivered as he realized he had not seen the Citan move. Be silent, beast. The gods who matter are going to have an important conversation. The frost was unnatural, his essence fought and struggled against this perfidious enemy, and... Enemy. He had to kill it. The pretenders couldn't be allowed to. He was flying. He was flying and... This was going to hurt. Many more buildings were thrown on top of those he crashed into. But the gods were already healing his essence. Belaker roared. I don't think, Weaver commented while chuckling, the slave of the warp parasites is happy about your presence. By the way, weren't you going to wait until I return to walk into your prison? The path you are following has changed once more, the Dark Master heard, the throne of Oblivion was not supposed to be destroyed so quickly. I had to sacrifice many shards of the other Citan to make my escape. The second battle you fought against Iashudra was not supposed to happen so soon. Die. But a wall of ice intercepted his new onslaught of darkness and power. Is that a bad thing? It is, amusing, Shenla laughed, and even Belaker couldn't help but feel some unpleasant sensation at the sound. A child stumbling along a path she has not ridden, a crippled schemer, and Iashudra weakened by his own failures. Yes, you will do. No, she won't, the Dark Master snarled, because she is going to die here. And who will do the deed? You? You are close to your final demise, beast. I have enough strength to kill both of you. No. The things that hide beyond the veil have the strength, I remember you. The Dark Master struck the white marble with his talons and claws. I have never met you before today. Lie, Weaver, this damnable bitch, interjected. Lie, Shenla confirmed. You have changed a lot and the things you enslaved yourself to may have forced you to forget, but I remember you, Ildari. And here I thought my opinion of the long ears couldn't fall any lower. He was an anomaly, Shenla explained as wall after wall were conjured to bar his way. And he was the only one to fall, for many cycles. I will erase you with the rest of the enemies of the gods. No. You will die on this world. Weaver, we will have our important conversation another day, you are soon going to be very busy. Do not die, it would delay your ascension significantly. The aura surrounding the shattered void song shone like a blue star, and then the Citan was gone. Weaver used the instant he took to destroy the last wall of ice to sever one of his wings. I feel it. My hour is coming. You think you have barred the way, but it is too late. Sooner or later, anarchy will have its due. Segmentum obscurus / segmentum solar, contested. Fenris system. The rock. 13 hours before the mark of oblivion. The Prince of Crows. He breathed. The stasis fields were down again, He breathed. The torture session was going to resume. Amateurs. Honestly, it was like the Sons of the Lion were poorly taught and pathetically inept when it came to extracting information from a prisoner. This had never been a problem in his legion, for all their countless other flaws. He breathed. Strange. Usually, the interrogators even in their darkest moments of hypocrisy the Dark Angels did not have the courage to call their torturers by their true name did not take this long to arrive. They were always so eager to test new tortures on him and then they tried to remove the damage for further attempts at loosening his tongue. They were wasting their time, and he had told them so. He breathed. Had there been a malfunction in the stasis fields? In hindsight, trying to escape the first time had not been so wise. He had to do it, of course. He was justice, he was judgment, and he was punishment. The master of the choir was guilty. It was as simple as that. But his chains were forged with something that was giving him nausea. And they diminished his mental clarity. He was clearly weaker, and it wasn't because of the tortures. Then he heard it. No matter how long he had been a prisoner, his two hearts beat faster, for there was no way to mistake the sounds of battle for anything else. Bolters were reaping lives. Blades were clashing. And the sound of armored boots echoed loudly. It took 20 more heartbeats before the door of his cell opened. Or rather, when someone on the other side used a power fist to destroy the door. We have found him. The voice definitely didn't belong to one of the lion's torturers. And he is alive. And he waits impatiently for you to free him, the prisoner sarcastically added, just before something he had reluctantly admitted would never happen became reality. Namely, a Night Lord legionnaire entering his cell. And one he recognized, at that. "Have you come to kill me, he mech?" "We have come to save you, Lord Savator." The Prince of Crows laughed. "You must be pretty desperate to storm the rock." "A dark god is on the rise," the former captain said. "And I don't fancy worshipping him. We must walk a new path before we mutate into rat-like monsters. The Alpha Legion told us where to find you, and it just so happened we needed a competent leader. The Legion, long divided, must unite again under a new leader." "I see. The last chain was broken, and it was a relief to be able to move without hindrance after so long." "I see." Iago Savatarian, also known as Savator and the Prince of Crows, first captain of the Night Lord's Legion, and senior advisor of the deceased Primarch Conrad Kurz, smiled. "You have your leader. And my first order is to get out of here. Death to the false emperor. Ave Dominus Nox. Fenris. Assay Haim." 9 hours before the Mark of Oblivion. Dark Apostle Perister. When the intricacies of the Tier of Nightmares ritual were explained to him, Perister had tried very hard not to think about what the fall of a single silver tower empowered by 8 apostles of the 17th Legion would do to the grand plan. Fortunately, the member of the Dark Council did not have to worry about this insignificant issue anymore. It was obviously futile, since the damned wolves had managed somehow to crash 3 towers on Fenris. Cor Phaeron had teleported himself to the volcano in the vain hope the first 1,000 Suns redoubt was recoverable. Perister knew vain was exactly the right word. They had seen the column of blue smoke from here. And in the unlikely case someone hadn't seen it, he was not exactly confident a silver tower could resist Fenrisian lava the wolves had poured enormous amounts of psychic power into. The consequences were already very bad. The air was poisoned by the power of the sacrifices. The psychic power extracted from Fenris core was still drawn by the rituals, but without the silver towers to control it, it was not sent to the grounds where blessed Lorgar had intended to open the first crack which would eventually give birth to the Tier of Nightmares. The power of the warp was escaping every attempt to tame it, and since it wasn't going to the ritual grounds, then it was clearly going everywhere else. Mountains were changing shape and releasing avalanches of snow and stones against mortals and Astartes alike, or sometimes against other peaks. The skies were raining blood for 8 seconds, before turning violet and turning plenty of legionnaires into spawns. The fauna was attacking everything and everyone, something that admittedly had already been the case before, but now the different species were moving in hordes of thousands of beasts, and sometimes the attacks were coming in even greater numbers. Perister would like to say they were transforming Fenris into a daemon world, except the demons were now only answering their commands erratically, and for all their mastery of the warp, he had no real idea what Fenris was truly becoming. "Defend your positions," the Dark Apostle grunted, as the effort to incinerate a few hundred four-legged wolves which had thought to feast upon his carcass had taken a lot of his strength. "Lord Apostle, Warsmith Kurix wants to speak with you." "I am on my way." Fortunately, the device he used to keep an eye on the different fronts had not mutated since the last time he had seen it. The ground, on the other hand, shook violently beneath his feet. The earthquakes were gaining in intensity and frequency, which was not good at all. "Warsmith. What news from the siege?" "It's over," the Iron Warrior declared bluntly. "It's over," he repeated, having a dark feeling where this was going. The 4th Legion's warbands had failed to advance deep into the Fang, so the only reason it could be over was, "I am getting off of Fenris while I still can." Kurix confirmed it in his next sentence. "The noose has tightened in orbit, and I have lost my warships, so I am going to try to rally to Sotinul's side." "And who is keeping the wolves cornered?" "Depadridir? Arukal." Arukal was mauled by hundreds of those murderous pests called Wrath Badgers. "Depadridir, we don't know how the assassin really got him. We think it's a sort of sorcerous abomination the Imperium is experimenting on. A lot of his heavy assets were demolished by those huge feline monsters." "In that case..." Perister was almost dreading to say it. "No, tell me I'm wrong. Tell me you haven't been so stupid as to let hundreds of space wolves free to sally out of the Fang." "We did," Kurix shrugged. "I don't see why it matters anymore." "It matters because we are going to open the Tier of Nightmares." "And what good will that do my warband if we are all dead by that point, Perister?" The Iron Warrior shook his head. "I'm trying to save as much as I can. This so-called Black Crusade is lost." Just the device shrieked and turned into a gigantic mushroom burning in some type of black fire. Perister had to destroy it before it caused more problems. The next hours were just the same bad news repeated in 8,000 disastrous ways. The defenses they had erected were collapsing no matter what he did, and the word-bearer legionnaires, for all their effectives, were just a drop in the ocean given how many things were going wrong. "Ikotas. Tell me we're still holding in orbit." "We're still holding in orbit, the beta is proving invaluable in that regard," the Grand Apostle grimaced. "I don't know how long that is going to last." The communication was cut. Maybe it was the merging of several held rakes into a gigantic mechanical instrument of the gods not far from the western line of trenches which was the cause. Maybe it was the new pack of beasts which was assaulting them. Stand true, sons of blessed Lorgar. The ritual will soon be completed. Our enemies ignore it, but they are out of time. Our victory is imminent. As he shouted the motivational words, Perister knew they were a lie. They couldn't stop the ritual under any pretext. The energy released if they did would kill every word bearer without question, but he didn't think there was enough energy in them to. A cloud darkened the lights of. No, it wasn't a cloud. It was. Corax. Corax is here. Crawl. Belagosa. Send your apostles at once. Corax is here. Immediately Perister ran to guard his Gene Father's back, if the Primarch of the Raven Guard thought he would have an easy victory because Corax didn't charge in the Lord of the Word-Bearer's direction. Instead his right hand turned into shadow, before jumping and snapping one of the chains immobilizing Magnus the Red. Brace. He never finished the sentence. 1 hour before the mark of oblivion. Primarch Magnus the Red. The moment the chain snapped, Magnus was ready. He had not expected Corax would be the one to give the death blow to Lorgar's ritual, a ritual which was already imbalanced to the extreme, but he had been prepared. And when you dedicated something to Nurgle, having only 6 objects was a major weakness. It took him exactly 1 second to snap the 6 other chains. Vermithrus the Blighted was already charging him, followed by the elite of the Plague Marines which were protecting the ritual grounds. Magnus could have cast an impressive spell, showed them his unquestionable superiority in the field of sorcery. But why bother? He uttered 9 words, and tore apart the conduit drawing power between Lorgar's circle and the silver tower floating above Dagaz Falls. It was a conduit which just happened to be passing under the armored feet of the Plague Marines. 1 second was all it took to transform an apparently inoffensive line separating psychic reactive snow into a sizable canyon where a warp inferno burned. Vermithrus had just enough time to scream an insult before he was banished from the Matrium for 777 years. Yes, Magnus had gone for the ironic banishment. And yes, Vermithrus was the lucky one. The Plague Marines, including Pustular, were burning, and for all the resilience of Plague Marines, the psychic power feeding the terrible blue flames was perfectly capable of killing the darkest diseases of decay. Magnus summoned a staff, and it was just in time, otherwise he would have received a Crozius to his materialized head for his trouble. It seems you are going to be short of Death Guard warbands soon, brother. Do you find your actions funny, Magnus? Well, yes. The Primarch of the Thousand Suns gave a glorious, sincere smile to his brother. You have to admit, after all the efforts you made to prevent Corax from coming too close to you, him using your prejudices before releasing me so that your ritual utterly fails has really reached a new height of irony. You are going back into that circle. Technically, I'm not out of it yet. Psychic pressure banished Lorgar's weapon far away from his head, and he took 2 steps forwards. Now I'm out of it. See the difference? Lorgar was so enraged his appearance was shifting and his aura was truly corrosive for his surroundings. Oh, and Corax is busy killing your sons. Their brother had already decapitated Dark Apostle Belagosa, along with half of the upper command of the 4th Great Host. This is your fault. Without false modesty, I think Father and a few other people have also played significant roles in opposing your plans, brother. Magnus looked at the different scripts used in the many ritual circles and conduits, and frowned. Seriously, did you really try to use Prosperan glyphs of all things? I thought I had lectured you enough the last times we commented upon each other's work, but evidently you are in dire need of remedial sorcery lessons. Corax stood in the middle of the hundreds of word-bearers he had just killed. Thank you for the assistance, Corax. Now if you'll excuse me, I have a few things to hammer into our dear brother's head. I think we will start with lesson 1, do not try to use one of your brothers as ritual fodder, because it is going to seriously anger him. You do not. Magnus had just enough time to conjure a shield, before 4 blades burning in purple light tried to eviscerate him. Fazaren's Lathhesh. Hello, Magnus, the Naga hissed. Goodbye, Magnus. Fortunately he could drain power from the conduits faster than the daemon usurping Fulgrim's physical form struck, otherwise he would have been in real trouble. Still, where had they found artifacts like that? Vorjuk Kral's little expedition into a Necron tomb, of course. Corax, a little help here? As long as the ritual is active, you can't touch Lorgar anyway. That was when most of the land separating his loyalist brother from himself was torn apart by lasers and a lot of shells and punitive ordnance. Magnus, judging by your astonished expression, I suppose you didn't see him coming. No, he hadn't. Why should he have? The approaching crucible was clouding everything, and Magnus had assumed, like a quite reasonable Primarch, that any sane person would try not to intervene in what promised to be the biggest ritual failure of the 35th millennium. Unfortunately for that theory, there was an enormous night-sized machine emerging from the smoke, and the decorations resembling scales added to the symbols of the Alpha Legion made it quite clear it wasn't an ally. If you shout I am Alfarius, I will disintegrate you, Omegan. The middle-sized walker stopped its advance. You knew. Your psychic link with your twin was very recognizable, back in the days of the Great Crusade. And you said nothing. Contrary to what some people think, Magnus gave a disdainful glance to Lorgar. I don't bargain the secrets of others for the sake of amusement. I suppose you also know why I'm here. Of course. Stopping the rise of Malal was pretty much the only reason a wounded Primarch would risk his life entering a battle against Daemon Primarches when sorcery created hurricanes of change. Holes filled with gore were appearing right and left, and the foundations of Asaheim were rocked by an earthquake which lasted over half a minute. And at the risk of announcing what is obvious, the ritual has failed. The fourth god is awakening. No. The word was shouted. Enough with the sacrifices and the conspiracies. Enough with this madness. We are going to unite our forces and... Traitor. Korax had reformed and taken his human appearance, and he was staring at Omegan with undisguised hostility. There will be no alliance. Not as long as I live. I thought you would see through the lies of our father, Korax. Father didn't order the massacre of Istvan v. Alfarius, Magnus had to admit. The hatred when the Raven Lord uttered the name was a bit unnerving. Did you think I was going to forget that you and Lorgar chose to slaughter us while we were returning from the drop zone, exhausted and wounded? Did you think I would forget how your legionnaires laughed when they massacred my sons? Shadows surrounded the Lord of the Raven Guard, but his black eyes didn't blink, didn't stop judging. You are a traitor, and that's the only thing your legion of snakes will be remembered as. Your presence today is just the latest confirmation that when there's someone to stab in the back, when chaos needs a henchman, the Alpha Legion is there to steal vital secrets and kill Imperial leaders who try to save mankind. Maybe. Omegan coughed, and it was not a sound of good health. But you can't win today. You are the only Imperium sworn Primarch here today, Korax. In fact, since I have decided to temporarily ally with him, that makes two. He corrected. The Xiantian sorcerers are so unreliable, the Naga complained. At least I'm not pretending to be something I am not, Magnus retorted. 3 against 2. The former servant of Slaanesh hissed. Your essences will make excellent offerings too. Bombardment shelled the ground not far from their positions, and 2 seconds later, a drop pod struck the place where Korax had massacred Belagosa, and Magnus realized his brother had used it to activate some marker beacon that his allies in orbit had used for deployment. This was mostly an afterthought, because before the module even opened, Magnus already knew who would be so aggressive as to jump into a war zone where enemy Primarches awaited. Now this is a nice gathering of traitors, Lemon Russ growled, brandishing the infamous golden spear father had offered him. Who wants to be the first to die? Have they learned nothing from the past? The Eastern Fringe. The Damocles Gulf. Tio System. Tio. Holy City of Phioton. 1 hour before the Mark of Oblivion. Lady General Taylor Hebert. Belaker had never been a mere prince of the ruinous powers, but in the last few hours, Taylor had realized what the abomination had turned into. The Dark Master was nothing but a warp gateway the monsters used to attack her directly. In a way, it was a bit flattering. She honestly didn't know if the ruinous powers had tried anything like this since they empowered Horus for the final battle against the Emperor. It was immensely frustrating too. No matter how many times she stabbed it, forced it into freefall for what should have been a death blow, or blew vital parts off its body, there was no way to permanently put it down. Are you slowing down? Mocked the black-skinned abomination. Because. A Vespid sniper blasted his torso and much warp energy was consumed in regenerating the Dark Master, again. It is futile. I cannot die. Continue to repeat it, you may even start believing it, but Taylor could feel Battle Group Volga and the other Imperial forces grew ever closer to her. Or at least she felt the Ether Gold, Lisa, and millions of souls clustered around it, which was basically the same thing. You are nothing but a puppet. And soon, you will suffer the same fate as all puppets. You will be discarded. Impressive declaration for someone unable to claim a second caste, Belaker mocked her, do you feel it, lesser copy of the angel? Chaos is spreading on Tio. Change is on the rise. War is ascendant. Taylor winced inwardly. Yes, she was feeling the warp's baleful attention over the planet. No doubt it was whispering its lies in many a Tao's ears as she fought. Unfortunately, it just wasn't possible for her to claim another caste as her own right now. The first time, the Angel of Sacrifice had the advantage of surprise, after all even the 3 had failed to account for the Beast of Anarchy stabbing them in the back. But now they were ready. If she tried to claim a caste, another caste, she would give the 3 enough leeway to intervene directly. And Taylor wasn't drunk on power. She wasn't the Emperor. If they came after her in person, it would be her limited and very tired claim against 3 ancient abominations older than sin. She wasn't sure she could delay even one alone, the mere idea of facing the 3 at once was stupidity incarnate. You don't answer? You have finally realized the might of chaos. I don't waste my saliva on something which doesn't matter anymore. The Dark Master's very essence was breaking apart and fading. Soon, there would be nothing left of it. Even for old abominations like the 3, there were consequences for using one of their slaves like they did to fight her. Belaker had been nowhere near Tau when she launched the attack against the Imga monolith. And as for its Ildari origins before it became a Daemon Prince, well, it was a surprise, the Lady General wasn't going to pretend otherwise. But it changed nothing. They weren't at Kamarak. The fate of the Drukari had already been decided, be it redemption or extermination. The problem was the castes. Taylor had claimed the Earth caste, and sent many of her adjutant spiders to protect them, guide them, and pass orders. It was an important victory, because this part of Tau society outnumbered the three others. But as her Dawnbreaker Guard infrequently relayed vital information and her power extended on distances measured in tens of kilometers, the para-human woman had acknowledged that claiming the other castes was going to meet big obstacles. There had been many things in her favor for the Earth caste. First and above all, her claim had been true. What had she done for Nyx and the Nyx Mechanicus relationships had indeed made her a protector of progress and ever-improving old and new technology. She would deal with the personal and religious consequences later. Furthermore, very few ethereals had chosen the Earth caste. The Basileia wanted to say she was surprised, but it was predictable. The ethereals had deliberately placed themselves as the holy leadership of the Tau Empire, and that implied a small reluctance to identify themselves as the caste representing the inglorious working class of their empire. Would it work for the other castes? The answer was a tentative maybe for the Fire caste. Her regular series of promotions in the hierarchy of the Imperial Guard and the victories she had won at Kamarak and elsewhere reinforced her claim over any military organization. But for the Water caste or the Air caste, no, there was just no way it was going to work. Taylor wasn't a member of the Imperial Navy. And while she loved sightseeing the stars from the Enterprise, it just wasn't going to be enough. Someone like Wolfgang Bach or Dennis would be a far better choice to enforce a claim on the Air caste, provided they had the power to enforce the claim and they didn't. As for the Water caste, no way it was doable, even if she tried to pour all her strength into the claim. Yes, she was a ruler of a sector. But the information given by her swarm had given her enough insight to realize how different the Water caste's methods were from hers when it came to diplomacy, and pretty much everything else. And for the ethereals, it doesn't matter. You will die here. This claim is sounding a bit arrogant when you have yet to inflict a serious wound on me. You have failed, O Dark Master. I have not failed. This time however, the shadows did not rise to become a new tide of darkness. To say the truth, they began to, well, peter out. You have. In every way which matters. From the very start you lost sight of what was important. T.O. F.I.O. Nara City. 59 minutes before the mark of oblivion. F.I.O.L. Genji. Hurry, hurry. The enormous golden Arachan insisted. The webmistress ordered the elite scientists of the Earth caste are to be evacuated to secure positions near your spaceports. This isn't the time to dally and lose precious silk time. Hurry. The impossible part was that when the very eloquent Arachan had barged into their research lab somehow managing to deactivate any and all security measures in place to prevent exactly that the engineer of the Earth caste had felt a strange pull to obey her. It wasn't as strong as if he was in the presence of a holy ethereal, of course, but it was there. And the longer he was in her presence, the stronger, the more convincing the Arachan became. My apologies, noble Arachan, but I don't think you understand. Oh, you can stop blocking the view of those warp technology schematics, the enormous eight-legged female being told him in a haughty tone. I have seen many things like it before, and I am not going to punish you for it. Really? FIOL Genji gave a fearful glance to the colossal, giant standing guard next to the door. There were reports from Mugulath Bay your Imperium shot all our researchers the moment they stormed their labs. I think they called our work religious apostasy or heretics' work. We are not that Imperium, and you didn't have the webmistress in command. Well, the Arachan had a point there. The giants of Mugulath Bay would likely not have tolerated the presence of an Arachan, or whichever cousin species the talkative golden arachnid was truly born from. Besides, this is obviously a crude warp drive. She continued. I can see plenty of differences. You haven't developed the supercoolants Lady Dragon sponsored in the last years. And this part where the plasma fuel line is installed is not exactly conventional. I assume you tried to reverse engineer the incomplete warp drive of an Imperial warship with some creative application of local technology. Ahem, yes. By the greater good, why had Kabuto chosen to attend this routine cast conference before the stars went wrong? Yes, you have guessed right. We call it the AL-38 Slipstream Module. My congratulations to all of you. The Arachan sincerely praised them. I suppose you're testing the reverse-engineered Geller field in another facility. Genji was taken aback. What was the Arachan talking about? The Geller field, you say? Yes. The large golden head clicked in a series of enthusiastic noises. You know, the piece of technology which, once you translate into the warp, will make sure you don't end as meat suits for the parasites. That Geller field, but maybe you have another name for it. Tech bubble? Reality holy protection. I'm sorry, noble Arachan, but I don't know what you are talking about. We didn't build any prototype of this Geller field, as far as I am aware of. But that's horrible, by the webmistress Great Radiance. The Arachan was genuinely outraged. Truly you are extremely fortunate the Great Webmistress came to save your people. I shudder to think what would have happened if she hadn't landed on your world. Now let's hurry. We have lost enough time. Evacuate, evacuate. Praise the Webmistress. Genji nodded and smiled, though inside he was deeply ashamed. Kabuto had been right to protest that they needed more tests and more time before the AL-38 slipstream module went into production. Fortunately, they hadn't killed anyone with their prototypes so far. High orbit above TO. Shipyards of the glorious expansion cycles. 58 minutes before the mark of oblivion. QVESA Lieutenant Miguel Juan. Unlike many guardsmen who had defected to join the TO Empire before joining the ranks of the auxiliaries, Miguel had known the Angels of Death existed and weren't another big lie of Imperial propaganda. Okay, he hadn't seen them many times. But the Iron Warriors often showed themselves on Tithe Day. It was one of the many good things which came with Tithe Day, now that he thought about it. Good showers, great food, enthusiastic girls, crowds cheering your name or at least cheering for your regiment, since you were only one guardsman in a parade of millions departing for the stars and war. It was obvious that it was after Tithe Day when things generally took a turn for the worse. You were packed aboard a warship worse than what you were accustomed to in the hives, which wasn't a small feat, and then once you reached the battlefield, you realized most of the Imperial propaganda about Xenos being easy to beat was just nonsense. Miguel had deserted after his third campaign. The Tau looked like they were lying far fewer times than the average Munitorum broadcast, and they gave you clean barracks. There wasn't exactly a soldier's pay as you understood the word, but no auxiliary starved or had to beg for a day off for 5 years of service. Going back to the Imperium and the sure execution which awaited him hadn't been something he had been thinking about for the last several years. Now for the first time, okay, he doubted. Death to anathema. Tremble, for chaos comes. Victorus aut mortis. The Black Angels of Death charged the monsters, no, not monsters, demons. Greater good be fucked, the demons were real. That meant the ecclesiarchy had been right about. Fur Korux. Lightning claws eviscerated demonic flesh, and the Angels of the Death tore apart the endless waves of enemies which tried to kill them. For the Emperor. Miguel Juan fired at the red-skinned monsters with his brand new pulse carbine, and the effects were not impressive. Why aren't you firing? He shouted to the other auxiliaries. We must help the Angels of Death. The reaction, when it came, wasn't exactly the one he wanted. 5 men outright threw down their weapons and began to run in the other direction. At least the others began to fire at the demons. I wouldn't have thought I'd ever lament the absence of commissars. As you say, Lieutenant, the sole sergeant of his company who had managed to find the rally point agreed. Since I'm a suspicious and paranoid bastard, I'm beginning to think these things are the reason the Imperium has commissars. Them, the orcs, and everything else which wants to eat us, Miguel Juan added bitterly. It was a longer list than he wanted to contemplate, and he wasn't going to say it aloud. Support fire for the Space Marines. It's all we can do anyway. Yes, Lieutenant. For the God Emperor. The old words almost made him smile. Since we are in a nightmare, better to recall our oaths before the end, for the God Emperor. You couldn't live with your failures, Primarchus. And where did it lead you? You have abandoned the Imperium. You have cast aside your hopes and dreams. Weaver has done more in a decade to make sure the Imperium is protected from the 3 than you did in 4 millennia. On this day, on this world, you are here for the final battle. But since it is your dearest wish for each of you to kill each other, what kind of god would I be if I didn't support the fratricidal slaughter? Segmentum obscurus / segmentum solar, contested. Fenris system. Fenris. Assayheim. 53 minutes before the mark of oblivion. Wolf Lord Olaf Dire Bear. When they stopped running, he was here. Time had caused damage, and he had more scars than the statues of Fenris remembered. But his 2 Fenrician wolves were there, by his side. And so were the Vilka Fenrica. Be it by drop pod, thunderhawk, or just their feet, the warriors of Fenris assembled. The 4th and the 6th had arrived, and with the 3rd and the 8th present, they had far more than 1,000 Astartes assembled to kill the traitors. Kill me. The Daemon Primarch which had to be the monster leading the word-bearers mocked their father. You haven't changed, Russ. Your stupidity is, as always, challenging all my expectations. I can't die. I am immortal, by the will of the gods. So you say, the great wolf of Fenris growled. But on my way here, I noticed you were missing 1 god out of the 4 you turned traitor for. Tell me, if a god can die, what makes you think you, their lapdog, can't? Lemon Russ raised the great golden spear and it began to shine. Not a lot, but Vilka Fenrika's eyes couldn't miss it if they tried. Slaanesh will be reborn. The purple abomination looking like the unholy combination of a snake and a human hissed in response. It had to be the Naga the tales of Kumarak mentioned. The descriptions had accurately described the scar disfiguring his face, at least. No, it won't, the other loyalist Primarch disagreed. Corvus Corax's right hand burned in shadow, and a second later his armor morphed into a very large threatening claw. Your ritual has failed, and it soon will explode out of control, killing your entire legion. Weaver is still alive. And even if she wasn't, there's no resurrecting the dead after what happened at Kumarak. But anarchy can still be stopped, the Primarch hiding in what was a Nightwalker modified by too much Xenos technology to count all the alterations declared. One thing however was certain, his allegiance, given the colors, belonged to the Alpha Legion. Because the status quo is such a good idea, Olaf felt his anger rise. As for all the broken bronze armor, the red-skinned Cyclops stood undiminished and unbroken. Enough of this. We have all chosen a side, and we aren't going to change our minds before Lorgar's great ritual explodes in his face. Let's skip all the pretenses and accusations, and move to the part which is interesting. Indeed, Lorgar approved, and his hands burned in malefic Aram energy. Hundreds of portals opened on the plains of Fenris, and thousands of traitor marines stormed out of them. I am going to take great pleasure in killing your sons while you watch helplessly, Russ. His speech, Olaf thought, would have been a bit more impressive if Corvus Corax hadn't taken the opportunity to scratch his face with his lightning claws. Blah, 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 the Raven Lord smiled. I thought I couldn't walk in your presence, Lorgar. Looks like the thousands of rituals your sons and you have made are fading. You will pay for that. Perister prepare thee. Vlka Fenrika. Russ howled. Who do you fight for? Fenris, the Great Wolf, and the Alfather. 4 great companies howled, and the Wolf Lord was certain at this moment, every other great company in existence heard them, no matter where they were in the galaxy. Kill me these traitors. They howled, and the battle of the 5 Primarches began. Primarch Omegan. It was madness. No, it was more than that. It was chaos. Why had he thought that when facing the abyss, they would listen to reason? The civil war, it was obvious, had destroyed all trace of brotherhood which might have ever existed. Guilliman was the norm when he cornered him on Escrator, not the exception. Some part of him whispered it was his fault. Corax was not wrong. They had killed a lot of loyal space marines on Istvan V, and it was in part his fault Manus had died that day, along with hundreds of thousands of the sons of Fukin and Corax. The other part of him didn't want to die or suffer the monstrous fate which had already taken Magnus, Lorgar, and Fulgrim. And so he fought. He fought even as the terrible wounds which forced him to stay submerged in healing substances and surrounded by stasis fields for the last millennia caused him terrible pain. At least he had much to pay attention to aside from his agony. The Lord of the Alpha Legion was surrounded by allies he didn't trust and thousands of enemies, as thousands of space marines descended upon Fenris to participate in the butchery. He saw Lucius, delusional as always, try to fight one of the wolves, and get killed when the enormous white bear serving as companion for the son of Rus tore him apart. He saw thousands of word-bearers scream their demonic litanies as they fought the enraged assault of the Fenrisians. But most of his concentration remained on their 6-way brawl. Because there was no other word for it. Duel was completely inadequate, it would mean they focused on one enemy and forgot everything else. Something that was about as far removed from reality as it was possible to be. He was fighting Corax, Rus, and Magnus, and had to take great care not to get caught in the sorcery attacks of Lorgar and the Naga, who were not shy about collateral damage as they went all out. Having doubts about your side, Alfarius. Corax quipped while trying to jump over the walker he used both as a weapon, transport, and mobile healing chamber. You must have seen what kind of allies you have. I return you the question, it was a large effort of self-control to not scream in pain. Do you think Magnus is going to stay on your side for long? Or that the things you did for power will spare you from the new power's treachery if it rises? Or that Rus has gotten more tolerant of anything which isn't reeking of his own hypocrisy? I have ears you know, Alfarius, they. Hirsute Primarch howled. Shut up, Rus. He had other things to do than making sure he didn't hurt the legendary wolfish pride. Answer the question, Corax. Do you really think your plans can take into account everything so that you come out of this battle alive? It was an inglorious dance, and at this moment Omegan wished for nothing more but to be in the prime of his life, able to fight his brothers without mechanical assistance. Alas, he had to make do with a modified knight and a lot of scavenged technology. You assume the original plan I prepared is still in effect, the master of the Raven Guard smiled as they clashed. Let me reassure you that isn't the case. I've been improvising a lot since Lorgar arrived on Fenris. The worst part was that Omegan believed him. It was kind of ironic. The Alpha Legion had often been ridiculed by other Primarches, including Guilliman and Dorn, for giving far too much leeway to their legionnaires and changing the plans when it suited them. And now, right when his legion was divided into hundreds of autonomous warbands, one of his brothers adopted the very strategies which had been so successful when they were young. The battle of the Primarches continued. It continued even as the psychic pressure grew unbearable and the skies of Fenris changed color every second. It continued as Magnus severed one of Lorgar's arms, and though the word-bearer regenerated, it had clearly been extremely painful. Under their feet, the ground rumbled with almost no interruption. The earthquakes were terrible, and many Space Marines fights reached improbable conclusions as they tried to adapt to this equilibrium-challenging environment. The temperatures were varying between extreme winter and extreme volcano. Everything living and not in power armor in different parts of the battlefield was frozen and roasted within a few seconds, even Russ had to don his helmet to save his life. Hordes of Fenrisian animals were participating in the madness as well. Wolves taller than many tanks, impossibly huge bears, elks, drakes, mammoths, there were even small mammals which were fighting like they were possessed by demons. They had only moderate-sized claws to fight with, but they were fearlessly scaling the armors of the word-bearers and plunging their natural weapons into their eyes. Felines, reptiles, and other beasts he didn't know the name of were coming for the final battle. The word-bearers' legion still held a massive numerical superiority. Lorgar must have kept an impressive reserve away from his spies, and it explained why Muthake had been so hesitant to commit boarding forces in orbit, but it was shrinking. And as everything went to war, he avoided Russ' spear once more and went after Korux. You won't kill any Primarch today, Korux. I would not be so hasty in my assumptions. His opponent changed into a murder of crows to avoid his plasma gunshot. Are you sure you haven't forgotten something, Omegan? The surviving Primarch of the Alpha Legion couldn't help but turn towards the location where Magnus had been chained for hours, and he froze. No. Stop it. Lorgar. Stop it before it enters the ritual's core. 1 minute before the mark of oblivion. Death Mistress Mikhailach Shadow Dagger. Everything was pain. Mikhailach was in a bad state. Her paws were frozen burned, half of her beautiful tail was gone missing, and many poisoned wounds slowly killed her. Clan Ishan was gone, at least the part which she ordered forced to leave Skaven Blight with her. But as she ran round beneath an enormous vile and white beast, the Death Mistress struggled to ignore that. She was the last. She was Mikhailach Shadow Dagger, most favored of Great Malal. She plunged into the snow once more, and when she resurfaced, she was almost there. No. Stop it. Lorgar. Stop it before it enters the ritual's core. The leader of Clan Ishan jumped forwards, directly at the center of the 8-pointed star. Only when her paws touched the cursed ritual's core did she allow herself to squeak loudly. The walker thing turned in her direction, but too late. Praise anarchy. I humbly offer spend my life for holy anarchy. For Clan Ishan, for myself, and for Malal. And she triggered her last warpstone grenade. At last. I am reborn. The warp. The last time chaos had gained another aspect, it had been the kind of cataclysm no one could forget, assuming one survived it, of course. This time, it was rather calm, all things considered. Relatively calm. As long as you didn't visit anywhere near Fenris, Tio, the Eye of Terror, and a few other war zonies. Where Fenris was concerned, the neverborn yet unable to enter reality were able to perceive before being incinerated and dispersed a monumental flare of brilliant white-black-green psychic fire. For 11 seconds, the Astronomicon was unable to pierce the darkness further than Segmentum Solar. 11 planets including one inhabited by humanity were swallowed by the warp. All of them had the particularity bad fortune to be caught in civil wars involving at least 11 factions. Malal had chosen its holy, or from an inquisitorial viewpoint, unholy number, and it would be a foundation which would last until the galaxy was no more or the beast of anarchy died, whichever came first. The post-Kamarak years which had seen the three rule uncontested over the damned realms of the Eye of Terror and the warp storms ended, a mere memory which would in time be extinguished. The age of chaos undivided was over. The age of anarchy could begin. It will begin at Skaven Blight, of course. The Eye of Terror. Skaven Blight. Mark of Oblivion. High Archwarlord Scracket Barbbuster the Unstoppable. Alive. Lucky I am. Scracket Barbbuster squeaked happily. Praise Malal. Praise anarchy. Indeed, my faithful servant. Praise me. Scracket raised his head, and instantly squeaked loudly. His next move action was to prostrate himself. Yes. Great Malal. Speak to your humble furry servants. Yes. So you have wished, so it will be, in the name of anarchy. I give the Council of 11 the world of Skaven Blight. Rule this jewel of discord anarchically. Worship disunion. Plot against each other. Do not leave a single aspect of anarchy unrecorded. And of course, there is to be no alliance with the slaves of the three which tried to stop my ascension. Anarchy must be pure. Anarchy must be unguided. Anarchy must have no purpose beyond anarchy. Glory to you, O glorious and everlasting God Emperor of Skavendom. Hail Anarchy! And millions, no, billions of squeaks shouted the victory triumph of the Skaven and the true cause. Praise Malal! Now, let's return to Fenris. I have a few anarchic decrees to enforce. Segmentum Obscurus / Segmentum Solar, contested. Fenris System. Fenris. Asayheim. Mark of Oblivion. Primarch Magnus the Red. It was a cataclysmic explosion, and if he had not cast the most powerful shield he could conjure in mere seconds, Magnus was sure they all would have been killed. They still took plenty of damage, but that was unsurprising. They were too close to the ground zero where a god was born. The canyon he had created to redirect several attacks grew in size, and reached out to the Sea of Fenris. The flames of change of Tseanch were extinguished as the Fenrisian cold waters poured into this gap. Something was telling him the days of Asayheim as an intact island continent were truly over. Magnus prepared himself. This was merely the beginning. He was proven right, as 1 second later the black-furred rat which had sacrificed itself was resurrected and soon tripled in size, shrouded in the white-black-green warp shroud of anarchy. The fourth god was creating its first daemon prince, and it was about as monstrous and anarchical as one could possibly imagine. Then the daemon primarch felt something different in him. Power and new orders were communicated, and his leash was tightened, again. Magnus transformed his staff into a large Kapesh blade, and struck. Only to be stopped by Omegan well short of his target. No. Yes. The night chassis exploded, and the broken and burned body of Alfarius twin was revealed. Less than a second later, it began to be shrouded in the same energies as the giant rat. You can't do that, the Lord of the Thousand Suns was forced to take a step back as a monstrous attack of raw sorcery slammed into his protections. And then another. He is not sworn to you. You are breaking every rule I am displeased with. The first rat disappeared into the shadows, and as Omegan's wounds disappeared and black-white armor covered his healed skin, something of what had been the ritual's core poured into him. No. You can't incarnate here, you are going to destroy. But there was no explosion, reality didn't unravel. And yet Malal stood before him in person. It was an 11 meters tall mutation of rat and 11,111 beasts. Its fur was made of 11 shades of color. It couldn't be here. In all the history of the galaxy, no god born in the Empyrean had ever tried to incarnate himself into the tapestry of the Matrium. But Malal had done it. Rules are made to be broken, Magnus. You are not going to get away with this. And he didn't know if it was Tseanch speaking through his voice, or his own disgust speaking. I am anarchy. What makes you think I care, Tseanch? Malal mocked him them. And now that you have volunteered to attack me first, I think it is time to spread a reasonable amount of chaos in your own ranks. This rubric offends me. A white claw stabbed him in the stomach, and Magnus screamed in pain. Oh, he had known torment and punishments when Tseanch willed it. But for some reason, this was excruciatingly worse. It was like every part of his being was assaulted, eaten, and spat out to land in the vilest things anathema to his essence. Then it stopped. Magnus opened his eye. What have you done, beast? He felt weak. He was feeling the cold. His arm was bleeding. The 15th Primarch tried to use his psychic powers, and for the first time ever, seized absolutely nothing. Malal had deprived him of his etheric gift, it wasn't like his shattering at Prospero, all his shards were still intact, there was just nothing left in them to access the Empyrean. He wasn't a psyker anymore. He wasn't a daemon primarch. The chains of Tseanch were broken. And the price had been everything he took pride in. He isn't going to be happy. Oh no, Tseanch is going to be absolutely furious. And Malal laughed, a sound which was insanity itself. No more daemon primarch for you, Tseanch. Honestly, did you think I was going to tolerate your hypocrisy? Segmentum obscurus. Calyx expanse. Mark of Oblivion. Militia. The para-human sorceress was busy mustering her troops for her little expedition on the Tyrant Star when the enemy struck. The leader of the Sons of Change gritted her teeth. She had been assured by 9 Lords of Change compelled to give the truth, naturally that nothing but a god would be able to strike directly at Malphite, so why? The power behind the attack was considerable, and many of the demons and legionnaires in her service were thrown against the walls or furniture. Her para-human power saved her. While her sorcery faltered, her true shield came into existence and blocked the attack. Then everything stopped. The para-human sorceress inspected her surroundings methodically, trying to guess where the new attack would come from. But nothing came. And as she was about to breathe a sigh of relief and give orders to find the culprit, ignoring the cacophony of her servants and associates, Militia saw a space marine remove his helmet as if his life depended on it. A second did it. And then a third. Her mind for a moment wondered what was happening, then froze. What? No, that wasn't possible, that was. Militia gaped, and she was pretty sure the rest of the Tseanch cults and their overlords in the warp were doing the same. The Rubracies' bodies had been turned to dust by the terrible spell wrought by Ahriman. There was nothing left of their mortal shells. It wasn't an exaggeration, she had checked. So why was that suddenly no longer the case? Why were space marines of flesh and blood doing their best to remove their sealed armors right under her very eyes? What was happening? The 1,000 sons you condemned to a fate worse than death will be free to make their own choices, Tsianch. No more sorcerers holding the leash. No more flesh change. No more dust. Only anarchy. Segmentum obscurus / segmentum solar, contested. Fenris system. Fenris. Assayheim. Mark of Oblivion. Primarch Lemon Russ. It had taken him a lot of time to stand after this malefic Aram attack had hurt him. Some part of him rejoiced when he saw Magnus wasn't a monster anymore. The other part of him, the one occupying most of his attention, tried to assess their chances of survival. His concerns weren't eased as the beast towering over them grabbed the Naga by its tail. My poor Fazarens Lathesh, allow me to present my thanks to you. Without your stupidity, your narcissism, and your incompetence, I wouldn't have been reborn as quickly as I was. As a sign of my gratitude, I am now giving you the place you deserve. Russ fainted. He didn't like to admit it, but it was what happened. It was as if the winds and the earth of Fenris screamed something unintelligible. He blinked and he was breathing with difficulty, trying not to plunge his head into the snow. When he was able to raise his head again, the Lord of Fenris didn't understand what he was looking at for a couple of heartbeats. Fulgrim was here. Or at least his naked, unmoving body was here. And some kind of enormous pink snake was thrown into a cage of malefic aram metal. Now it seems to me I had predicted 2 primarches to die, and since Weaver already beat me to 1. The thing which was never to be mistaken for an animal smirked, I am in need of a second sacrificial victim. You. Magnus coughed violently and tried to move away from the monster. You have killed, Omegan. Don't be ridiculous, Magnus, the many-colored horned rat mutant chided him, for almost the entirety of the beings in this galaxy, ascending to the status of Daemon Prince is indeed synonymous with death. But for you, Primarches, it is only a revelation of your true nature. Claws larger than a tank's battle cannon materialized. Oh, and I was lying. I think I am going to kill more than one of you, trust me, it will be more of an anarchic future that way. They were all on their knees as the malefic aram power somehow increased, and Fenris screamed in agony. Swear yourselves to me, Primarches, or die. Now let's see if I can claim one more victory. Anarchy is never sated. The Eastern Fringe. The Damocles Gulf. Tio System. Tio. Holy City of Phioton. Mark of Oblivion. Dark Master of Chaos Belaker. There was no more power. The shadows, his shadows, escaped his control. This. He growled. This is the age of anarchy. No, Weaver dared contradicting him, of course. This is the age of mankind and the other races which will join the fight against chaos. Laughter which wasn't his echoed across the city. You have been unable to strike the death blow, Weaver. Don't you think it is time to admit your defeat? A green blade emerged from the golden armor. A green blade every daemon and being born of the warp had plenty of reasons to fear. Cetan phase weapon. Shielded from your vision by ether gold, when the words were spoken, the blade was already stabbing his essence. I deny you. Belaker felt his essence getting destroyed. Any other moment of the fight, the phase weapon couldn't have achieved this result. It might have inflicted serious wounds, but the Three's power would have kept him alive. The Three had abandoned him. And Weaver had waited patiently for days and the right moment to use the weapon which could make a difference, to the point even Belaker had believed she had discarded it after Kamarak. Belaker died. But as Oblivion claimed him, he could hear the angry roar of the Beast of Anarchy. Tio System. Overlord Class Battlecruiser Black Lancer. Mark of Oblivion. Admiral Fritz von Bittenfeld. The moment Battlefleet Mascarovka's battered ships dispersed among the 7 other battle groups so as to benefit from their protection, the archenemy attacked. Admiral. The Magos on the bridge blurted. The warp rift is growing. Abominatus reading in every quadrant of the Tau system. The ether gold illumination is rising. The stars are going dark. The stars are going dark. Brace for impact. Fritz had rarely used the harness on his command seat, but right now, he was very happy to have it, as it felt like orcs were ramming them, only it was worse. The void was tearing apart, and the warp was flooding. Maximum opacity for the armaglass. No one is to look outside. Golden Throne, what is that? A warp storm, Fritz whispered. We are in the eye of a warp storm. Transmit this to all ships, full power to the Geller fields. No one is to look outside. The commissars and all personnel are to redouble vigilance. No one is to stay alone. But Admiral, with all the ether gold the battleships have, the presence of Her Celestial Highness. The lieutenant who had begun talking stopped on his own and shuddered. Yes, Fritz von Bittenfeld nodded. I suspect Her Celestial Highness and the Ether Gold cargo are among the reasons we are able to have this conversation. Zeno's planet is partially illuminated, Admiral, the Auspex section reported. The readings are, by the Golden Throne, this is impossible. Nothing is impossible, Fritz refuted before flinching as he saw the filtered readings of what was beginning to rage around them. May the God Emperor protect us. Holy City of Phioton. Mark of Oblivion. Lady General Taylor Hebert. Taylor removed the Citan blade from the corpse of Belaker. Strangely, the corpse remained. It didn't liquefy, turn to dust, or any of the usual things that demons did when they were banished from reality. The Lady General had no time to wonder why, as the enraged scream of anarchy at being denied its prize struck the very next second. Living saint or not, there was no way to miss the reaction of the power which was now ascending. The entire system was under assault. The warp rift the three had created to strike was growing in width and length until it couldn't be described by any other term than warp storm. Where ether gold had been created, where Lisa sang, where souls claimed or having given oaths to her steeled their determination and kept their calm, order triumphed. But where it didn't. Taylor Ray sheathed the weapon she had borrowed from the Calidus apprentice so long ago. It had served its purpose for today, and against what was coming. The greatest corrupted area in the city turned into a flat surface akin to a dark mirror, and from it, the chief abomination came. The Dark Master could have been a great servant of anarchy, once properly, motivated for my cause. There will be a punishment for that. The archdemonic thing which coalesced was defying all attempts to categorize it. It was like a billion rats had been merged together, then been given a pair of horns and a new enormous tail splitting into 11 halfway down its length. All of those rats were fighting each other, but turned malevolent red eyes filled with hate on Taylor when she jumped up several hundred meters above ground. That is not in your power to decide, anarchy. Return to the Eye of Terror and fight the other three. Weaver, the thing screeched, your insults won't be forgotten. Do not give me orders. All ruinous powers were in reality completely insane. It had been proven beyond doubt with Slaanesh, but anarchy was looking even less stable than its predecessors. That wasn't an order. That was a threat. Disperse your warp storm and depart, otherwise we will see if I can add another power to my list of kills. And yes, Taylor was exhausted. But the abomination had made the mistake of directly opening a breach through the veil separating Matrium and warp where all her powers could reach it. If there was a fight, the nascent ruinous power was going to feel the pain. You do not threaten me, no. The incarnation of anarchy squeaked. I think I will claim the earth cast. You do not need. Powering her two swords and striking was practically second nature to her by now. And the fourth ruinous power's scream of pain was so thunderous there was a chance half of the galaxy heard it. I deny you everything. The angel of sacrifice articulated clearly. Your presence is unwanted here, anarchy. If you do not respect the rules, you will be obliterated like XS was. The enormous thing jumped away, leaving a significant amount of corrupted essence on her blades, and the golden light made short work of the nauseating vile black-white substance. The other casts are. It didn't finish its sentence. Not because she struck its infernal body again. But because there were 3 more avatars appearing on the other side of the Black Lake mirror separating the two realities. Too many rules had been broken. Too much power had been expended after Belaker was slain. And so the 3 had decided to intervene directly. Your age is over. Your alliance is broken. If you move against anarchy, I will tear you apart. Segmentum Obscurus / Segmentum Solar, contested. Fenris System. Fenris. Asahame. Mark of Oblivion. Primarch Lorgar Aurelian. The gods had the power to rule over the galaxy. Only by serving them did mankind stand a chance to survive. That thing, that heretical creature, it wasn't a god. I am your servant. Give me the power to slay this beast. And the gods heard him. They gave him the power and the lore to break out of the trap which immobilized him. The Primarch of the Word-Bearers lifted his accursed Crozius and ran towards the enemy. 1 second later, he was lying on the snow, and his life essence, hurt. Lorgar, I am a god. Praise anarchy. And yet you are bleeding. He gasped. In the middle of the belly, if this creature of anarchy had such a thing, there were 2 small wounds where golden sparks burned. Because someone far more dangerous than you is proving to be a major headache, that's why. A paw larger than the foot of a titan trampled him. Now for your punishment. I am a servant of the gods and they are vigilant now. No matter what you did to Magnus, they won't allow you to do it again. Unfortunately, the narrow-minded fool does have a point, the avatar of anarchy squeaked. But Magnus was the slave thing of the great hypocrite thing. You aren't. I am the servant of the 3, not you. What you are, the enormous mutant rat corrected, what you represent, is his failure. And how do we handle failure defeat in the warp? We transform them into spawns, yes. You do not have that kind of power over me. But the 3 do, and they built it into you, like they do for all their slave things. Lorgar of the many failures. I, the great mighty god of anarchy, grant you the great honor of becoming the first spawn primarch. Lorgar shouted a loud imprecation and unleashed every reserve of power he had ever possessed at the heretical creature. The attack didn't even reach its target. Your support for this course path of action has been duly noted, yes. Primarch Corvus Corax. The Primarch of the Raven Guard was honest enough to admit that for millennia, killing Lorgar had been the alpha and the omega of his existence, and yes, that was a deliberate pun. It had been a mistake. Hunting the word-bearers and trying to find flaws in the ward sorcery of the 7th Legion's citadels had consumed him and let plenty of other threats rise while he remained fixated on the bastard son of Calchas. Corvus had learned his lesson. That didn't mean he didn't feel a near-infinite amount of satisfaction when the traitor finally got exactly what he deserved. The Raven Lord had thought mutilating the essence of Lorgar before killing him permanently would be a fine method of execution, but when it came down to it, what the ruinous power of anarchy did to him was infinitely worse. Sickening power flowed into the Daemon Primarch's body, and energy as corrupted as the former torrent flowed out. The tall armored daemon of flames and infernal fanaticism the 17th Primarch had become disappeared beneath mutation after mutation. The horns on his head increased in size, until they were so ridiculously large comical was the only description which fitted. The hands became fins decorated with spikes. The 8-pointed star sigils were scorched off, and the armored skin exploded to reveal hundreds of appendages, all disgusting and ridiculous in the extreme. 11 tails erupted from the back of the creature that was already nearly unrecognizable as anything even resembling a primarch. Corvus smiled, and then struck the temporal barrier the monster had erected. The time dilatation effect ended. The warp sorceries of anarchy lost their potency, and he could finally stand. The noises of battle arrived to their ears, and stopped, as every army must by now be contemplating what had just happened. Corax, that is not nice, no. The giant rat daemon complained. Omegan, deal with the wolf, please. The poor raven feels great enmity for my betrayal. I don't, he replied as Russ roared a battle cry and charged the new Daemon Primarch, who by now had become a tall creature in white-black armor with the enormous rat head. I knew exactly how and when you were going to betray me. And yet, you are at my mercy. Corax tried to stay unconcerned and unaffected as the pestilential odor was really bad, and the closer the monster was to him, the worse the warp effects became. I am. He admitted with a sigh. But I think there are two things that might have escaped your attention. Nonsense. I am a god. And on this day, in this age. Did you even wonder, the 19th Primarch asked the ruinous power, where is Bjorn the Fell-Handed? Omegan or what was left of him after his unwilling transformation discovered the answer to this question the hard way as a plasma shot impacted his demonic flesh. The ex-lord of the Alpha Legion screamed in agony and of course Russ used the opportunity to impale him with his Emperor-forged spear. The banishment explosion of Alfarius Omegan was quite spectacular. There was a green blast, numerous fiery pyrotechnic displays, and then it rained dead rats. Bjorn, is that you? Not a message in 4 millennia, Jarl. You better have a good excuse. Was the Imperial Mail Service on strike where you went gallivanting off to? I am going to slay you slowly for this, Corax. The beast seized him by the throat. My ascension siphoned your strength power, I have no more use for your pathetic body. That's your second mistake. Corax articulated with difficulty. Your ascension didn't absorb my power. I already gave it away. No, you lie. I don't lie, the power of shadows will never be yours. And judging by the panic in the burning green eyes of the Avatar, the monster realized he wasn't lying. Do you really think your pathetic defiance resistance will mean something in the end? The rat daemon shrieked. I am inevitable. I will find whoever you gave through this power to, and I will torture mutilate him hurt until I am shadow and anarchy. Then the rat screamed in agony as a blade of shadows went through its throat. Malal was forced to release him and make a fighting retreat. Lord Corax, the Kalidas his father had named Elena Kerrigan saluted, the power of the shadows swirling around her. I apologize for the late intervention. This is not over. You think you can oppose me with light on one side, and shadow on the other. It won't work. I am anarchy. I can withstand their powers and devour them. The Eastern Fringe. The Damocles Gulf. Tio System. Tio. Holy City of Fio-Ton. Mark of Oblivion. Lady General Taylor Hebert. If the Emperor had known this would happen, he hadn't told her. The three had come. Granted, they hadn't technically crossed the veil, but they had definitely risen from the depths of the warp. They, not the exalted demons which were the greatest parts of themselves they dared risking in the invasions of the Matrium. Malal didn't stand a chance. The tail's tips which remained in the Immaterium were seized, and the fourth ruinous power was dragged back into the warp squealing and shrieking. You would destroy all dimensions for the sake of your avidity. The abomination was still half hidden by darkness, but the mountain-sized essence radiated murder, blood, and war. This foolish intruder will destroy all of us given the chance, a hooded figure whose features were entirely hidden except for a large beak emerging from the shadows of its hood observed. Temporary alliances will be needed to limit his power base and recoup our losses. This was when she realized the second ruinous power was not hooded per se, it was that its feathers were bleeding, and the sorcery effect was giving it the illusion of a cloth garment. He is the fourth. Let's remind the reborn of his place in the great game. The third ruinous power was a mass of green pus, decay incarnate. It fired the first shot, something which would likely kill any living being if it was allowed to enter a human world. Nurgle, for what else could it be vaporized a good third of Malal's fur? Anarchy tried to make a fighting retreat, something which put it in range of 8 monumental cleaver swords of Kern. And once the desperate evasions began, Xianch attacked, casting sorcery spells the likes of which no psyker but the Emperor would ever have any hope of comprehending. Malal fled. There was no other word for it. The fourth ruinous power realized the truth, it was completely outmatched, and faced with the temporary coalition of its 3 counterparts, there was no victory to be had here. Of course, that just meant that despite the darkness decreasing in power and range, Taylor found herself standing guarding the rift breach against the 3. And they looked about as happy to see her as she was to see them. Weaver, Nurgle gurgled. We should kill her. We would take the risk of unraveling all reality, Xianch disagreed, or at least it seemed to say that. And she has proven amusing, Kern rumbled. This war is not over. And the tale of her fights with the Angel's Bane is only at its very beginning. It would be a pity to destroy her before it is allowed to bleed everywhere. You and your blood, Nurgle commented, before raising an arm the size of a titan. We can't kill her. But she must be punished. And the rat has proven useful in his folly. His warp storm has contaminated the ethereals who are not impressed by her antics. The earth casts claiming stung hard. Kern mocked the power of decay, and given the infernal currents between the two, she knew that at least this gathering was certainly going to be the last in a long time. The problem was that they were holding it to discuss her life. The air cast will make a poor substitute to what you have stolen, but it will be a source of joyous contagions. Nurgle declared. The water cast is mine, Xianch cackled. It always was. And my champions will need some diplomatic support for the dust troops. And those who bled, the warriors who have tasted the smell of carnage and realized the truth of a battlefield, are mine. Kern's avatar grew to beyond titanic proportions, a monster ruling atop an ocean of skulls and human bones. I will deny you. But you are alone this time. Xianch laughed, and even with the Emperor's protection, this chorus of tortured screams was going to give her nightmares for weeks, she just knew it. The anathema is too far to help you. Kill all ethereals unable to protect themselves, Nurgle declared, let's strike before this fledgling turbulence dies. Taylor grimaced as she saw the multicolored maelstrom the 3 conjured into existence. She wanted to try to stop them. But she was too tired. The Lady General had fought Belaker for nearly 90 hours, and continuing now would essentially be relying on the Emperor and the Sanguiner's power inside her. Somehow, Taylor knew it wouldn't be enough. It may not have been enough even if she hadn't fought the black-skinned abomination before Malal revealed itself. An apocalyptic storm came into existence, and her sleeping self in the chrysalis told her hundreds of thousands of Tau were disappearing with every second. The queen of the swarm called Lisa and told her to bombard the ruined city from orbit, but she knew the damage had already been done. This whole battle was half a victory at best. And it tasted like ashes in her mouth. This is a mere setback. And I will have my revenge. Fenris can still be denied to all of you. Segmentum obscurus / segmentum solar, contested. Fenris system. Fenris. Assayheim. Mark of Oblivion. Calidus assassin Elena Kerrigan. Having so much power was exhilarating. It was also a monumental chore to adapt it into her fighting style. Elena knew very well that at this moment, she was fighting more like an unstoppable juggernaut of shadows, not like a Calidus. There wasn't a lot of time to think on it, however. Not when she exchanged blows with a horned rat the size of a small titan. You are too weak. The horned daemon squeaked. Weaver was striking harder than that. Some part of her wanted to shout to the enemy that the very fact it could compare was proof of how stupid it was, but Elena stayed quiet. The Calidus impaled the white-black fur with hundreds of shadow-conjured blades, until the daemon rat was cornered against the warp-infested hole where it had crawled from unreality. You have won nothing, Angel of Shadows. Anarchy's avatar squeaked. I am mighty, yes, and I will send you to, Arg. The Arg was due to Lemon Russ, yes, the Primarch of the Space Wolves himself, throwing his enormous spear and catching it somewhere around the upper torso. The gigantic rat squeaked in surprise, tore the spear from its monstrous body with difficulty, before moving to hurl it back, and a new attack made sure it fell into the abyss, which fortunately, closed mere seconds after its disappearance. Good, the dreadnought boomed. One problem efficiently solved. Now we must catch the word bearers. The traitors are dragging what's left of their Primarch back to their landing zones. I think they intend to teleport back to high orbit and flee. Elena didn't even need to turn her head to know he was right. The fight between the Space Wolves and the word bearers was over, as the battlefield had been parted by several huge canyons and diverse sorceress spells which looked to be completely out of control. Walls of blue flames, craters filled with poison and acid, those sort of things were becoming increasingly common every minute on Fenris. That's still a very big legion, she told the figures of legends who were present. Elena didn't exaggerate. In about an hour, the traitor 17th had been slaughtered by the wolves, be they bipedal or four-legged, and the less said about what the wildlife had done to them, the better. As the thought crossed her mind, the enormous feline she had befriended, unless it was the other way around, arrived to crouch before her, kittens on her back as usual. They have lost close to 10,000 Chaos Legionnaires, Corax observed quietly as he walked to position himself on her immediate left. But aside from Belagosa, all their senior Dark Apostles are still alive. And given that the beast transformed Lorgar into a spawn, I think they will assume the leadership of the Legion in his name. Not if the Imperial battle fleet slaughters them in orbit, Lemon Russ growled. I am not going to let them retreat to the Eye of Terror with their tails between their legs again, Corax. I wasn't suggesting you let them escape, the Primarch of the Raven Guard smirked. I was just pointing out a few facts and even by the standard of earthquakes they had experienced in the last hour, the one which struck at that precise moment was violence incarnate. It lasted for nearly 4 minutes, or at least her time-estimating abilities told her it was so. The word bearers and their surviving allies vanished. And then there was a shockwave. Or at least it felt that way. No, it wasn't a true shockwave, it was like a tide. A tide which was snuffing out all the sorcery and demonic things crawling on the snow. The super tiger growled, almost afraid? What is this new malefic Aram devilry? Southwards, Corax said in a voice which was cold and emotionless. I think it is that. The canyon created by the Cyclops sorcery had turned into an immense water artery reaching the ocean south of here. Which meant they had an excellent view of the nightmare unfolding. Something in her mind was shouting it was impossible. They were dozens of kilometers away, nothing alive could be that big. Yes, Fenris was an infamous death world, but there had to be a limit to the size of the super predators. If nothing else, the animals had to be able to feed themselves, and past a certain size, the dominant monster would empty the seas of all sustenance in mere weeks. That was the only way carnivorous species could satisfy their hunger, by hunting everything available to extinction. And once it was done, once all food sources were exhausted, they died. It must have stayed asleep for millennia. Magnus the Red had risen, but he was in a truly lamentable state. Many space wolves howled and took steps forwards, axes in hands, but Russ waved them away. Damn it, I am powerless. If I had my spells I would try to put it back to sleep. You know what it is, Magnus. Of course I do, the very mortal Primarch, he had several wounds closing slowly, 9 to be accurate, replied, my ex-slave master showed me plenty of visions of these things arriving to devour all of us. Somehow, it failed to warn me there was one of these monsters sleeping on your homeworld's ocean floor, or I would have proceeded far differently, believe me. The colossal beast seemingly increased in size even further. It was now an enormous mass blocking the horizon. By the Emperor, how big was? A maw big enough to swallow cities opened, revealing a series of teeth which would terrify most species of super predator. And on Fenris, for the first time in this era, humanity heard the hungry roar of a tyrannid hive ship. What is that? No. No. Everything is clouded, everything is oblivion. The Eastern Fringe. The Damocles Gulf. TO System. TO. Serenity Spaceport. 15 minutes after the mark of oblivion. Sergeant Gavriel Forkas. Gavriel couldn't help but sigh in relief when their lady flew over the fortified position they had taken for themselves. Sure, they were caught in the middle of a warp storm, thousands of Tau warriors had gone insane, then disappeared, swallowed by the warp, but at least Lady Taylor Bear was alive and seemed to be physically unharmed. The adjutant spiders were more vocal than any member of the Dawnbreaker Guard, of course. Praise the Webmistress. Webmistress, I have brought you refreshments. Webmistress, I have a report on the completion of our objectives. Webmistress. Kratos next to him chuckled as the Tau leadership that the huge golden spiders had dragged here retreated precipitously, which, in all likelihood, simply showed they had good sense. Ironically, the blue-skinned Xenos had already found a name for the loud arachnids, Arachan. He would have to ask about the origins of the name, but it could wait. Not surprisingly, it was Artemis who had her attention first. The fact she was carrying a respectable amount of food and energy drinks may have had to do something with it. When the golden-winged Basileia removed her helmet, many Tau flinched and took a step back. That her eyes were orbs of pure golden energy for a couple of seconds before returning to their normal appearance was the primary reason, no doubt. A pair of Catachan ants carried in an enormous chair and a table, and the young woman who had accomplished so many things began to voraciously eat and drink. It was only after several minutes of silence that Gavriel was invited with a nod to sit in front of her, though the sergeant was keenly aware the spiders and other insectoid species had continuously delivered her the bad news telepathically. It seems we are caught in a powerful warp storm that shows no sign of abating. Yes, my lady, he nodded, the Inquisitors in orbit think it is a result of whatever happened on the other side of the galaxy plus, we had to slay giant rats in the last hour. I think we know the answer, but... Belaker is dead, Gavriel. Permanently. His corpse is still in one of the craters of Phioton. It hasn't disintegrated. That is not supporting. The Daemon Rat has changed the rules. For a brief second, Taylor Bear showed her exhaustion, her young age, and how defeated she felt very clearly. There's nothing we can do now, but to endure the storm. Successful ritual or not, I doubt it can be maintained for long. Lisa is going to increase our stocks of ether gold blocks, and it has been a great harvest of Noctilith. Sooner or later, the energy expense will be too great, and we will be able to escape. Dare I ask how you are certain of this, my lady? The three were there, Gavriel. And at this moment, the former Dark Angels understood it was not her tiredness or the corruption of the planet the insect mistress the ecclesiarchy-acclaimed living saint was trying not to admit to herself. It was fear. Ethereal Anshi. The Teo Empire was no more. As he approached the human general, Anshi was very aware of it. The disasters provoked by the enemies from beyond the veil were far too damaging to ever be erased. The monsters had hurt them physically and mentally, but all of that could be rebuilt. What couldn't be salvaged was the reality the unity of the greater good had utterly collapsed. Ethereal Anshi, please sit. We have many things to talk about. The old warrior obeyed, observing the ally the events had given them to fight the evil which had engulfed Teo. No one is to enter the city Phioton without my express permission, and supervision. Taylor Bear closed her eyes, but he knew better than to think she really needed them to fight or bargain. I don't know how long it will take to purify and decontaminate your capital, no, let me rephrase that. I don't know if it's possible to eventually cleanse Phioton from the evil I fought there. I agree, that is, prudent. The Ethereal nodded. We fortunately had many electronic backups of all the critical information in the other major cities. The loss of so many Tau lives is the greater problem. According to my adjutants. The Irachans made various noises of Web Mistress, in approval. You have lost the near totality of your water caste, slightly over half of the fire caste, 1/3 of the air caste, and about 1/10 of your ethereal numbers. Does that sound correct, in your opinion? It does. But we will need many days to compile the necessary information before we can ascertain the full magnitude of our losses. Of course, the general reopened her eyes. I've claimed the earth castes lives in my name, so the effect of corruption should be minimal for them. It doesn't protect them from being killed by the abominations, but it protects them from physical and mental corruption. Now for a problem I've encountered on my way here, your drones. There were a considerable amount of friendly fire incidents in the last several hours, Anshi admitted before trying to introduce a note of optimism in this conversation. But surely once this storm dissipates, the effect on our machines and technology will disappear. Your drones, are they remotely controlled, or do they have an inbuilt artificial intelligence? Most are the latter, though many prototypes and frontline units belong in the former category, he stated. You do not think the incidents are going to stop. There is a reason we in the Imperium of Man call them abominable intelligences, not artificial intelligences, Ethereal Anshi. The golden armored human informed him sympathetically. I wish I could tell you everything is going to continue as you experienced before, but I can't. I will likely have to consult the mechanics beforehand, but it's virtually a guarantee all the sectors which use artificial intelligences will be under investigation, and will have to comply with the Treaty of Olympus. Many in the fire and earth castes won't like that, he warned her. I will likely tell your engineers and civilians the bad news myself. The smile she gave him was not especially reassuring. But I think they will prefer it to the alternative, which is their own weapons and tools murdering them when the drones are infected with destructive madness. Would it have happened if the pact hadn't been modified and then weakened? I think it wouldn't have, but there were infected Necrons quite close to your planet. It's possible your small technology immunity to the warp would have been severely impacted anyway. And the eyes burned again in golden energy and looked at the skies. We are moving. What are you saying? The planet, the orbital stations, our fleets, we are in motion now. Something, no doubt an accursed ritual, has made sure we are surrounded by the warp and getting transported away from the Tau system as we speak. It is subtle since we're in the eye of the storm, but whoever is doing it, they can't fool my powers. And where are we going? I don't know. Segmentum Obscurus/Segmentum Solar, contested. Fenris system. High orbit over Fenris. Abyss-class super battleship Treasajun. Approximately 18 minutes after the mark of oblivion. Dark Apostle Perister. What are we going to do now, by the gods? Calm yourself, Muthake, Corphaeron ordered. Panicking is not. I am not panicking. I am asking you a question now that there is nothing but disaster ahead of us. Or are you telling me you don't feel the curse rooting itself in your flesh? Perister grimaced internally. He was ready to bet a large amount of souls he wasn't the only one. I'm sure, Eliphaz began, his presence made necessary since Cor Daradon had been slaughtered by the dogs of Rus, that if we study the Primarch's essence long enough. Oh, by the great schemer's breath, Vorjuk Kral interrupted impatiently, can we stop pretending we have the time or the means to control this damned curse? No, I don't recognize that enormous rat as a power worthy of worship. Unfortunately, it has a lot of power, enough for its curses to affect our entire legion if we aren't protected by one of the true gods. And we aren't protected right now, Yarelek admitted, which means that while pacts and rituals can delay it, the vile heretical creature of anarchy wanted to give us a simple choice, either we worship it and join the ranks of its beasts, or we become a horde of chaos spawn which will amuse our enemies for the next millennia. There is a third way, Erebus announced. And what pray tell is this third way neither Yarelek nor I have seen? The Master of Faith inquired sarcastically, the old hatred between the two rivals flaring up again with the Primarch unable to stop it. I thought it rather obvious, personally, the vile one smirked, and Perister noticed he didn't even have a single scratch on his power armor. It was near certain the Hand of Destiny had been nowhere near ground zero when the ritual exploded. We must abandon chaos undivided, since it doesn't suit our purposes anymore, and swear ourselves to one god. Sacrilege! Corphaeron shouted. Corifos! Arrest this! Calm down! Perister snarled. You heard him. What he proposes. What he proposes might give us a chance, assuming he isn't miscalculating. His last words weren't an afterthought. We can't forget that ungodly creature cursed our Primarch to become a spawn, but the three have many reasons to be, less than fond of our legion. And while the rat daemon's power limits are unknown, I doubt anyone among our legion will be so foolish as to think the three will welcome us with blessings and praises. Given how disastrous this holy endeavor has turned out to be, I don't think it would be out of character for all of them to transform us into spawns, or wait until the curse does the work for them. It is possible, but the Lord of Ambition has lost Magnus. Erebus smiled, something which didn't fail to provoke revulsion in him. With the thousand suns out of the great game, it is far from impossible that offering enough innocent souls on his altar of change would. It comes. It comes. The great devourer comes. And the demonic machines imploded in the seconds after this announcement. Oh, by the pestilence of the grandfather! Seriously, it hadn't been 8 minutes since they had chained up the thing which had been their gene-sire in the entrails of the trees Ajun. What now? Gloriana-class battleship Beta. First Hero Master Machiavelli Gonzaga. Less than 1 hour ago, Machiavelli had thought the worst news he would ever receive was that despite all the precautions he had taken, 11% of the legionnaires aboard the Beta had turned against logic and reason, and openly sold their souls to anarchy. This had begun a civil war in the corridors of the 20th's flagship, one which was not decreasing in the least right now, and which made sure he was the only Astartes present on the bridge, as the other loyalists were all busy trying to kill the anarchist madman. But at least it had been supposed to be the height of madness. The space battle had momentarily stopped, courtesy of the fact the void surrounding Fenris was so saturated with psychic power that there was no way any sane captain could order his men to fire at the enemy, doing so had only minuscule chances of ever hitting the target you aimed at. After all sides had realized that, the fighting had stopped, with the sole exception being boarding actions. It had been a moment of calm. And now it was over. The Auspex's signals, surely that can't be right. Believe it, Machiavelli muttered. But Hero Master, if the readings are right, the monster trying to escape the gravity well of Fenris, it is at least 60 kilometers long. Yes, it is. The legionnaire who had become for all intents and purposes the new legion master of the 20th answered. And I have a feeling it has the void armament to go with its size. Was this beast the reason the Space Wolves had been authorized to keep their hypocritical shamanic traditions? Had the Emperor known of this beast's presence, or had its long sleep in the depths of Fenris oceans hidden it from even the master of mankind's psychic sight? These were only the first two questions of the many bouncing around in his head. And unfortunately, there was a high likelihood the two beings in the know would not consent to revealing the truth to him, except perhaps seconds before he was beheaded. Something he would dearly like to avoid, all things considered. That is, we think this titanic monster is able to generate a sort of anti-warp bubble of considerable size, Hero Master. Indeed. I was wondering why the psychic anomalies were suddenly snuffed out. It looks like this Leviathan is able to push back the warp and disable all things based on psychic artifices. This wasn't going to be good for the word-bearers' ships, given how corrupted they were. Oh, by the 9 heads of the Hydra! Machiavelli abandoned his command seat to get a better look at the hololith. He was sure this sort of thing didn't happen that often, even in a galaxy full of surprises. Fenris is being swallowed by the warp, Harrow Master. And the gargantuan beast is dragged along with the planet. It was as if a cosmic hurricane had chosen this moment to remove the wolves' homeworld from the board, but despite all the efforts of the malevolent things hiding in the warp, the edges of the storm were unable to hurt Fenris. The result was a massive wound where darkness seeped into the eye and a multitude of things which weren't supposed to exist trying to bring down the walls of reality played the role of the cataclysm. The Word-Bearer's survivors were the first to react. The Treasagun and 28 battleships were the only survivors from the 17th Legion of this gigantic game of massacre and bloodbath Lorgar had organized for the amusement of his gods. All of them were severely damaged, but clearly the Dark Council had successfully imposed order, because the battle line accelerated towards the breach. Follow them. Push every iota of spare energy we have into the Geller fields, the void shields, and then the engines. First Harrow Master, with all due respect, have you lost your mind? If we follow it, sooner or later we are going to fight, that. And if we don't, what do you think what is going to happen? His fingers touched the representations of a few of the countless dots representing the Imperial hammer mustered to exterminate them. Do not misunderstand me. Machiavelli Gonzaga explained grimly. This course of action is dangerous, practically suicidal. But it offers higher chances of survival than fighting the Imperium on our own. Tell the Hydra's scales to follow us. Yes, Harrow Master. By your command. Estimated time before plunging into the warp, 20 seconds. Gloriana class invincible reason. Supreme Grand Master Lucifer. This is inexcusable. Lucifer thundered. Do you have any idea how much damage that traitor can cause if we fail to recapture him? And as much as he wanted to blame the Angels of Wrath, it wasn't their fault. Many Space Marines of the Unforgiven bearing their colors had died against the murder teams of the Night Lords, and it was one of Lucifer's subordinates who had coordinated the defense of the Rock, an officer he had chosen himself. A soon-to-be ex-officer, if he had anything to say about it. The Alpha Legion infiltrator must speak and reveal his secrets, make sure of it. The Supreme Grand Master of the Dark Angels ordered before turning towards the rest of the masters and other officers awaiting his commands. The Rock can't be risked under these circumstances, but it is out of the question to let these traitors and the new Xenos horror escape our vengeance. I am taking the invincible reason, the implacable justice, and the vindication of loyalty into the eye of the storm. We have been able to keep enough psychers in stasis and under wards that when we re-emerge in real space, contact will be established within minutes. Unforgiven Protocol Caliban 2 is activated. For the Lion, brothers. For the Lion, the chapter master of the Angels of Redemption struck his fist against his battle plate, imitated by the other Unforgiven a heartbeat later. And good hunt, Supreme Grand Master. The hololith flickered out. Maximum acceleration, Lucifer ordered to the personnel on the ancient flagship of the First Legion. Bring us into the eye of the storm, as close to Fenris as is survivable. Our 2 surviving navigators are in the Apothecarium, so don't lose sight the Wolves' planet. It will be done, Supreme Grand Master. My lord? We have confirmed the ship the prisoner and its accomplices fled to is the corrupted Archmechanikus of the traitor Armada. Archmechanikus Technologia Potsta Cest. Hellforge Mistress Sodanol. If she'd had the mechanical capacity to see into the future, Sodanol would never have participated in this succession of blunders and disasters orchestrated by stupidly incompetent Space Marines. At least there was a bright side, the Beast of Anarchy had rid them of Lorgar. Whatever happened, they wouldn't have to cope with his colossal fanaticism and strategic catastrophes ever again. From a material point of view, this was the only good news that could be found. True, she retained her flagship, the 3 Titan barges, and 2 heavy battleships, but that was all that what was left. The squadrons of cruisers, supply ships, forge ships, and escorts built for this Black Crusade were all gone, or so crippled they were currently being boarded by the fools of the Adeptus Mechanicus devoted to their false vision of the Omnissiah. 90% of the held rakes and 94% of the new starfighters were gone. The ground forces at her disposal if there was a planetary campaign were essentially Legio Vulturum and the infantry assigned to serve the god engines. Into the eye of the storm, the Hellforge Mistress ordered, whatever awaits us on the other side, it is improbable we will meet a battle fleet as powerful as the one on our heels. Evidently, the question was how many of the false Emperor's battleships were going to enter the stable warp-calmed zone before the eye closed and cut them off from the Fenris system. The Invincible Reason and 2 battle barges of the First Legion had reacted promptly and were going to make it, as with the Hrafunkel and a single Space Wolf battle barge. Behind them, there were 3 more battleships and 1 Astartes battle barge, surrounded by a dozen ships of classes which were as ancient as the lies of the false emperor. Her simulations gave them a 70% of chance of success. This was suboptimal, especially given how damaged all of the Word-Bearer warships were. But there was nothing she could do. This warp storm was the result of an over-ambitious ritual which had been blown apart to its foundations so many times that the current event had to be the true Omnissiah's will. Prayers and the power channeled to maintain the Geller fields were her ship's only defenses now. Having done all she could, the former apprentice of the Fabricator General, turned towards the Space Marines that had invited themselves aboard her flagship. "Tell me," the warlord of the Mechanicum began acidly, "why I shouldn't eject all of you through an airlock so the Dark Angels are distracted trying to recover your miserable flesh bodies." "Because," Yago Savitarian smirked, and though she had long since abandoned most of her flesh for the metal, Sotinol didn't like that expression at all. "I can help your true master salvage something from this disaster." "No." The Hellforge mistress analyzed the situation. The Alpha Legion couldn't have discovered where her true allegiance lay, there was no one in earshot when she communicated, the only thing which reasonably made practical sense was, "You are a psyker." There was no denial from the former chief executioner of Kurs. "Which doesn't invalidate my arguments. You have been kept prisoner inside the rock for 4,000 years, Prince of Crows. What help could you possibly give to my true master, assuming I acknowledge your ridiculous statement to be true?" Yago Savitarian spoke a single short sentence, and Sotinol's mechadendrites imperceptibly moved. "And I suppose you have the coordinates to support your claim." "I do." The Hellforge mistress' deliberation didn't take long. For all the fact the failure of the Black Crusade wasn't her fault, the ugly reality was that their attempt to take anything of significance from the Fang's vaults had failed, and now she had to bring back something of value to the War Master. Anything of value. A small warband of Night Lords and a moderate force of Iron Warriors wouldn't be sufficient for the despoiler. What Savator suggested, however. "Do we have a deal?" "We do. Emperor-class majestic mandate. War Master Ender Trevain. The Exorcist's battle barge will be able to follow us, War Master. The blessed waters of Daedalus won't. Signal them to disengage, then." Ender winced. "There's no point testing if a Retribution-class battleship will be able to survive against the forces creating this warp storm." "Yes, War Master." His new chief of staff Kadianborn, this was the third one he had used throughout the battle, the previous ones having eaten their pistols and been executed as they succumbed to warp madness respectively, cleared his throat. "Well, we use the Exterminatus on the monster trying to escape Fenris gravity well. We will try to use the conventional weapons first." The High Officer of the Imperial Guard shook his head. "As far as I know, there's still a Primarch on Fenris. Until there's an evacuation on the way, I don't think the Ecclesiarchy and a few other organizations will be very happy if we murder a son of the Emperor because a torpedo lacked accuracy." "At least the Administratum is going to be happy, War Master," a Rear Admiral pointed out, and Ender raised an eyebrow. "The bureaucratic quarrel where Segmentum Solar and Obscurus try to give each other responsibility for the Fenritian sector is going to end." "You are an excessive optimist, Rear Admiral." The Armageddon-born guardsman managed a poor chuckle, which given the gravity of the circumstances, raised the morale of the sailors and officers a bit. "Imagine if we arrive in Ultima Segmentum, Tempestus, or Pacificus, and the local authorities demand we immediately send the planet back, or there will be sanctions." A three-way bureaucratic struggle, an impertinent man made a horrified expression which had to be about 1/10 sincere, at a guess. "Now that's some nightmare fuel right there." "Yes. And there would be more nightmares before the end." There was a Xenos abomination greater than the largest warship both traitor and loyalist had in their order of battle. Somehow, Ender didn't think it was going to die quietly. And then there were the survivors of the traitor legions. Ender sighed and called for a meal to be served. They couldn't go to sleep, not when the warp storm could eject them back into the real galaxy at any moment, but when it did, they wouldn't be hungry. And every little thing helped. Especially when his experience told him the battle to come was going to be terrible. They have fallen silent. And they dare call themselves gods. Delusional pretenders. They are nothing but a failed experiment of the old ones which was empowered by the quintillions of deaths of the victorious and final offensive of the war. Now they are powerless. They can only watch the carnage about to unfold. I suppose it falls to me to tell the tale of why this battle will be fought. I am Shinla, the Void Song. I was witness to the increasingly desperate attempts of our enemies to find a race which might turn the tide against us. At first they elevated mammal-type races, giving them shards of their technological skills and knowledge. You are familiar with some of their descendants, Jokero and Rashan. Those were failures. They soon had to use their gene-forging powers to turn primitive species into redoubtable weapons. Many of them we annihilated down to the last specimen, but some survived, like the Hrud and the Eldar. They received their own warp constructs, and the first so-called gods of the Immaterium were summoned into existence. It didn't turn the tide, the old ones were still losing, it would just take us more time to defeat them. We, after all, also continued to develop new weapons and gave them to the Necrons. Two could play that game, no? Once over 2/3 of the galaxy was under our dominion, they truly began to feel despair. Some of them contemplated forging and wielding the raw power of chaos as their weapon. Their leaders were far more hesitant, and between the radicals and the conservative factions, a new course was charted. A prototype of a creature living only for war was born. After uncountable experiments, it would produce the Krikes, whose debased descendants still plague the galaxy to this day. The second project pursued the path of decay. Visually repulsive, possessing nothing of the self-control the Green Tide's first warlords boasted, the predecessors of the Rangdan were unleashed. I find it one of the great ironies of the entire galactic history that there was no excess project. What the Eldar did, they did it on their own. The monstrosity they created with their decadence, hedonism, and sheer number of atrocities was not the result of the Old One's manipulation. Maybe this was why it was so easy for the humans to engineer its fall? But when the moment came to fund their third project, the Old Ones were on the verge of defeat. They were mere years away from breaking their precious principles forever and dooming their immaterial dimension by introducing eternal evil. The crooks had proven a powerful tool, but they weren't enough. Not when there weren't enough Old Ones left to fight us on the front lines. And so they decided to create a species which would embody war and change in a single counter-psychic matrix. It would be a weapon so powerful that it would be able to do what none of their other gene-engineered weapons had been able to do, it would eat the necrodermis of our servants, preventing their eternal regeneration. In their tongue, they called it Project Oblivion. Outside of an unknown webway gate. 11 hours after the mark of Oblivion. The Queen of Blades. Enaria was very unhappy when her steps led her to this webway gate. This wasn't the destination she had chosen. The numbers of harlequins waiting for her left no doubt Segeric was responsible for disrupting her hunting expedition, again. And the moment one of her feet left the webway, all her psychic senses screamed danger. I thought, the Queen of Blades didn't bother increasing the volume of her voice, we agreed to not reenact the battles of the war in heaven, trickster god. There was no answer, of course. She stepped forwards. Predictably, her apprentice and the youngster next to her saluted and went to take their positions in the procession of her wishes. The others she didn't know, but they had to be Aletok troops, judging by the color of their armors, and a few Yandran seers and warriors as well. Enaria Eldinesh murmured a word and her sword of Vol was in her hand. Then she tried to sever the threads of the future in order to see what prey was waiting for her, and was unable to see anything. The arena mistress blinked, trying to remember where she had felt something like that the last time. Oblivion, the blade mistress found the name after several heartbeats. It was more than a name, it was a curse, a weapon which had been proven useless against the Ingur and the Necron dynasties. Great. Well, at least it is not going to be a boring fight. Where are we, anyway? Queen of Blades, we are. I wasn't asking you, clown. My words were for the blue-armored space marines hiding behind that pile of rocks there, who are somehow under the delusion I can't hear them breathing. Fenris. Approaches of the Bloodfire Gate. 11 hours after the mark of Oblivion. The Angel of Shadows. Elena wondered when exactly sanity had stopped being a thing on Fenris. They had returned to the Fang with one Primarch's dead body, one under arrest, and 2 loyalists in relatively good health. They were followed. It was as if every animal which had survived the fight on Fenris wanted to take refuge from the nightmarish monster which was trying to escape Fenris gravity in the halls of the Fang. The big felines that she had learned were called frost lions were there in their thousands, but they were far from the only ones. Enormous bears larger than most Imperial tanks had joined with loud growls and a certain amount of silent intimidation their cousins a few of the space wolves rode. The majority of the sons of Rus had been overwhelmed by the packs of wolves, however. The Calidus assassin almost couldn't believe there were so many different breeds of different Fenrician wolves, but there they were before her eyes. One lone space wolf had rallied angry little furry animals which charged like berserkers every time they felt threatened, which was, a lot of the time. They were called wrath badgers, and most of the local Astartes were giving them a very wide berth. Those were the paramount species, but there were so many others it would take a day to describe them all. There were animals very closely matching the description of dragons, down to the fire-breathing mammoths bigger than a lot of the ecclesiarchy parade vehicles on Holy Terra. And we are out of the warp, Magnus the Red announced, maintaining a regal air even as he was manacled and surrounded by veteran space wolves. A blind man could see the angels of death dearly wanted him to give them a reason, any reason, to use their bolters and totemic decorated relic blades. I thought, Rus growled, you had lost your powers. I have. The Primarch of the Thousand Suns grimaced. But I think I recognize the planet I see in the sky. And I think I know why we've arrived here. And why is that, traitor Cyclops? Bjorn the Fell-Handed thundered. Everything which has a beginning has an end. Lorgar wanted to open the Tier of Nightmares on Fenris. Once he had corrupted enough Noctilith into Octorite, he would have had enough to open the Cicatrix Maledictum on a grand scale, sundering the galaxy and igniting a new age of darkness. But eventually, the warp storms would end. And what better revenge would it be to destroy 2 legions instead of just 1? Archmechanikus Zarquisitor. 11 hours after the mark of Oblivion. The radical Archmagos. Archmagos, 2 rogue worlds are emerging from the warp. They aren't rogue worlds per se, Ro. They are the result of what happens when the ruinous powers are free to dictate the rules of the game. Yes, Archmagos. Battle Group Dawn. Over 90% of all starships have successfully translated. His assistant hesitated, then canted. Archmagos, there are enormous anomalies occurring, 2 destroyers which just tried to translate out of the warp have detonated. The same psychic anomaly which is preventing us from seeing the light of the Astronomicon is now in this system. There will be no reinforcements before this battle is won. The collateral damage is going to be far more significant than anticipated. But one of the rogue planets is definitely the Xenos world whose coordinates Lady Weaver relayed to us, and I see plenty of starship signatures belonging to the various battle groups. Thus it appears your hypotheses were in error, Rho. Archmagos Dominatus Dominus Belisarius Call studied the data flowing into the machines, many of them he had built himself, before giving an imperceptible nod no one would ever be able to notice. It is time. T.O. 11 hours after the Mark of Oblivion. Lady General Taylor Hebert. The moment they left the warp, Taylor felt it, as did all the Catachan ants, the adjutant spiders, Lisa, in fact it was simpler to say all the psychic races in her swarm felt it. For a brief instant, there was panic. But she was now far more powerful than she had been the last time she was exposed to this telepathic horror. And in the span of a single second, the female para-human reassured them. This shadow trying to attack them mentally was powerful, but it wasn't invincible. They were the swarm, and she was leading them. It took a lot of concentration, but the shadow was denied. Gamaliel? Prepare the Thunderhawks, we are going to have to return to the Enterprise, and I don't think teleportation is a good idea at all right now. Of course, my lady. The Blood Angel replied. May I ask what the new problem about to fall upon our poor heads is? Tyranids, Taylor spat, the damned word-bearers have managed to find and wake up a bloody gigantic tyranid of all things. How gigantic are we talking about? Kratos smirked. Bigger than a Gloriana, I think. All smirks and smiles disappeared immediately. My lady, this system, Lord Admiral Muller is calling, we have it in our databases. Yes, I know. I feel, the faith of trillions. Was it always the intention of the traitors to unleash their madness here, or had everything gone so wrong that the death of Belaker had thrown them to a place she'd wanted to visit once this campaign was over? Puriel, I think we are going to need a new folder in the Endbringer category. The Tyranid had been denied, but its monstrously dangerous presence was still there. They had to kill it as soon as feasibly possible, but how many of the beasts were there, hiding in the darkness, ready to prey upon humanity? Yes, my lady. Designation. Taylor thought about the vision flash of the black-red chitin, the maws, and the hunger she had experienced for less than a second. The name was on her lips before she thought consciously about it. Behemoth. By your will. It is less than optimal, Fukin Envar pointed out, and he was obviously distinctly unhappy. There are going to be millions of deaths if we aren't able to exterminate it fast enough. Billions, maybe. The insect mistress murmured, knowing the Dawnbreaker Guard heard it. But there is no other option now. We didn't choose this battlefield, it has been imposed upon us by abominations and the enemies of mankind. Gavriel handed her back her helmet. It seems that despite a recent diplomatic complication, we are truly going to march for Makraj. Epistolary Ramon Nino was visibly struggling against the effects of whatever influence the Tyranid exerted towards the warp, but it was him who answered with the honorific challenge. And we will know no fear. Project Oblivion was a failure. The creatures born of it were devourers. But they didn't devour everything metallic. Their favorite prey were the living, the very side the old ones were trying to protect. They tried to stop the project. They failed. It fell to us, the Cetan, to erase every specimen we could before the galaxy was scoured clean by the devourers. But the old one in charge of the project appeared to not have shared the judgment of his brethren. Several specimens were hidden from our wrath. And now Oblivion is coming. It is coming for the very system where the beacon of the Pharos was lit more than 4 of your millennia ago. Unending hunger is at the gates, demigods return to find the empire they abandoned changed, and the mark still burns. Anarchy was wrong about many things, but there is a fact it didn't lie about, Weaver. Defeat means extinction, and the path to victory leads only to war. Mark of Oblivion, 11 hours after Mark 0. Warzone Makraj. Number of Tyranid life forms, 1. Mark of Kalth, 37,725,111 hours, 1 minute and 1 second after Mark 0. Surviving Word-Bearers Traitor Marines, 38,888. Surviving Ultramarines and Successors in the War Zone, 1,454.